All right, so there was I hope it's just my headphones, Nelly. I sound like I'm echoey. No, I'm good? Okay. Well, there's something going on in my head. So here's the situation. Broncos get all of their draft picks signed, thank God. They need as many reps as humanly possible. Getting Jahdae Barron signed about a week ago, but RJ Harvey, it's kind of what we all thought. If you have the notifications turned on for a Adam Scheffler or Tom Pelissero or Ian Rappaport, you saw the same thing that I saw, which is the first domino to kind of fall in the second round pick thing just led to everybody else going. And you think about it this way, second round picks, they provide, I think, as much value as a first. If you draft somebody in the second round, that person's a starter, or at least he should be. Really, no matter what the position is. You take a second-round quarterback, maybe that guy incubates and cooks for a little bit. But overall, you draft somebody in the second round, that guy's got to play. And I have high expectations for RJ Harvey. I know that we haven't seen him do anything in a Broncos uniform yet. But there's just been a common theme to me when it comes to the running game and the thing that I believe will separate the Broncos from anywhere from taking a step back to mediocrity to taking a step forward in continuing the successful train. And really, I think you can pin that almost a direct one-to-one correlation on the running game and RJ Harvey. Maybe not him specifically. Maybe we can talk about, I don't know, J.K. Dobbins and them being a sort of two-headed monster in the backfield, fine. But the point is this. I don't see the Broncos reaching the level of success that they have to without RJ Harvey and that running game being a success. And I'm going to die on this hill, and we're going to find out this year. But this little question between committing to a run game or not, or do you like to run the football or not, we'll get the ultimate answer because they've made the giant investment. There's not much more you can do. You spent high-end draft capital on a running back. You spent a decent amount anyway of money in the offseason on a veteran running back, and you've already invested all this cash in the offensive line. You either want to run the football or you don't, and I think that Sean Payton does. If nothing else, he wants to run the ball because it really helps your passing game. It opens that up to an avenue of where play action is actually real. You actually get a secondary, a defense on their heels a little bit every time that you put the ball in the belly of the running back and then your quarterback turns. Makes a huge difference. But I think it comes down to one thing and one thing only. Do you get the running game back going or not? And with RJ Harvey, I think it's a one-to-one. Boom, boom. This is what it's going to look like if you're going to have success. The defense, I think, will take care of itself. I always say the outside of injury thing that applies to every team, but outside of injury, the defense has not only talent in the starting 11, but some depth in some places now too, where you have the ability to trust the people around. If you have a Riley Moss go down with an injury, it doesn't seem like it's going to be as devastating this year. Because that happened quick. For all the good numbers that the Broncos defense put up last season, and they did put up a lot, there was I think, pretty considerable drop-off towards the end of the year of how that defense performed, that a lot of the things numbers-wise got skewed back in their favor with a shutout the last game of the season against a Chiefs team that just was waiting for the playoffs to start. I mean, in the last, I would say, month to 5 weeks of the season, this Broncos defense that wasn't giving up points to really anybody will just start in November, so the last couple months. 41 to Baltimore. Gave up 32 to Cleveland. Gave up 34 to Los Angeles. 30 to Cincinnati, and then they had the shutout. 4 different games giving up at least 30 points in the last 2 months. So I think once you were dealing with a little bit more injury stuff towards the tail end of the year, the depth of the defense got exposed in a way where I think that both George and Sean Payton recognized that and said, I know that defense is probably not what people are looking for us taking in the first round of the draft or committing to early in free agency. But if that's going to be our strength, then damn it, let's make it the strength. And so that's how you end up with Hufanga, Greenlaw, Jahdae Barron, all those guys. Your highest end of capital, whether it's free agency, money-wise, or your number one draft pick, all got invested on the defensive side because I think they recognize that. So, question about the Open for those who watched. It's pretty amazing that after the second round, me and my buddy looked at each other when we saw the final holes being wrapped up in day 2 and said, well, this thing's over. Scheffler's winning. It's that easy. And I don't know how many people have really gotten to the place that Scotty Scheffler's at, which is the impending doom sort of thing. That if he's around you, he's like what is the thing that the Grim Reaper has? Is it a sickle or a scythe?
It's a scythe.
A scythe. He's got a scythe, and he's going to cut your head off. And he's going to do it in a way that he's not even looking like he's enjoying it. Like, he is every bit as dominant as I think Tiger kind of was, with a much different following behind him. Like, Tiger did this for years, and I think Scotty's got a ways to go in that category. But as far as always in a major, if he's close, he is going to bury the competition. No, he's making par saves. He did one on like the 7th hole when he was 6 strokes ahead. Didn't matter if he bogeyed or not. But he makes his par save and he gives this giant fist pump. And he's really, for years, people have tried to force this issue. Basketball was fortunate enough that right the time that Jordan left, they had this LeBron thing come back in to whether you think LeBron and Jordan are on the same page or not, doesn't matter. The point is they had like this greatest dude who left the game, and there wasn't even like a breath between like who's going to be the next MJ. It was like LeBron showed up immediately and was able to kind of take that for 20 years, took that mantle where once he's done, which you would think would be soon, they're going to have that question again. And my guess is it's not going to be that easy. Like, it's not just going to be like, hey, Cooper Flag, here you go. I don't think it's going to be like that. Golf has been looking for the next Tiger forever. And God, they tried to make so many different people that. They tried to make it Spieth. They tried to make it Rory. They tried to make it, there's a handful of different people that would win a couple of tournaments, and then they would just try and, like, really shove them in your face. And Rory's, like, really good. Rory's not Tiger. Never been close. I'll tell you who is close. Scotty Scheffler. The run of dominance that he's on. And it just doesn't seem that way. You know, again, the NBA, they were so fortunate because Jordan was that and had a cult-like following behind him. And then LeBron became the next guy and had another cult-like following behind him. Tiger was able to win all of these tournaments while being incredibly popular and the reason people tune in. I don't know if Scotty's that, and I don't think he cares to be. But I do know this. As far as pure ability, nobody's been closer.
Well, despite what he said last week, I guess he found what inspires him. It must be the money, because he found, remember he said, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation.
Yeah.
When you win one event, then everybody says you just got to win the next one. No one's ever satisfied. And he was talking about what drives him or what doesn't. Guess he found it.
I suppose. Look, he's... I don't know what he meant by that. If you guys missed it from last week, he was just kind of like... He was getting very existential, or I guess esoteric, with the way he felt about golf, saying it's not fulfilling to him. And here's the thing. I don't know if Scotty Scheffler has ever had a job. So everybody feels about their job. No, unless you're doing like charity work for like, you're helping with cancer research or like little kids or something. Like everybody's job, you think you go to construction, you hit the jackhammer all day. You're like, wow, my life and my job has a bigger meaning. No. You're punching in and punching out until you go get to see your wife and kids again. Everybody has that battle. And I just thought it was weird. It's like the guy's got the job that people would die to have. You get to play golf for a living and be good and be rich at it. That's why I don't say that about I'm sure a bunch of people would love to have my job. I'd never. So I don't know what was going on there. I think he was just having a moment that we've all had at our jobs in life, which is like, yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. But what you could do, Scotty, make all that money, and then you could do something fulfilling with this. Here's all the cash from the Open. There's a lot of fulfilling things you could feel like you could do with that. You know what's fulfilling to me? Firing up like 64s. God, that'd be fun. At a course like that? Sheesh. By the way, do you know, Nelly, is Raj back today? Is he on after us?
Let me check the master schedule.
Or is Raj still on assignment as he was there at Royal Portrush?
Oh, no, he is no longer DFA'd. He will be back on the morning sprint after us.
Man, I wonder if he was there yesterday. That's always a risky play. You want to be one of those guys that takes it like especially a trip across different time zones, long flight, and then show up to work the next day. Risky. But I'm sure Raj will have a lot to, as he was there for it, with the morning sprint right after us. You can always watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast coming up at 7 o'clock. But few different things. In trades, you can get really lucky or really unlucky. We just witnessed a trade that set up the Oklahoma City Thunder for years where they were given an MVP and like 7 different first-round draft picks. You might have, not to that extent, but you might have seen one that kind of played out the same way that I'll explain next. So, in a bit of, I would say, not irony. I don't think that's the right word for it. Maybe poetic. Damian Lillard is returning to the Portland Trail Blazers on a 3-year deal. So the risk and the move that was made when he went to Milwaukee, that was kind of twofold. One was Dame wanted a chance to win somewhere. And two was trying this thing again of trying to pair superstars together and let them figure it out. And both of those things failed. And failed pretty miserably. And now Dame is suffering what probably is going to end up being a season-ending injury this year. And he goes, you know what? I'm going back home. Going back to Portland. And I start thinking about things like this. Like, how much did he want to leave in the first place? You start thinking about legacy, and one of the things I have respect for with him is that he never really ring chased. You know, he went to Milwaukee in part because Portland was like, we're starting over. And there's really no plans of a Damian Lillard when we start over. Like, how do you start over while still having a superstar like that? Because they gave up everybody. Remember, those Portland teams that were pretty good, 4 or 5 years ago, with him and C.J. McCollum and who else was there? They had sort of this rotational cast of, like, decent role players that would come through Portland. The point is, they didn't have room, and they said, look, I think it's better for both you and us if you go find somewhere else to try and win. He goes, all right, fine. I'll team up with Giannis. And it just never looked right. I don't know why, but when he wants to come back now, I want you guys to take this into account. So remember, Dame was traded to Milwaukee. And it was a deal in which they got for Dame Toumani Camara and Drew Holiday, who the Blazers then traded to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, and a first-round pick, and the right to swap 2 other first-round picks with the Bucks. And now, 2 years later, the Blazers have Damian Lillard, Drew Holiday, Robert Williams, Camara, and the first-round picks still. Like, all the guys that they used in this trade are now back on Portland, including the original dude that made it all work to start with.
Nailed it.
I mean, think about you trade one of your best players in franchise history. So you get a boatload of stuff in return, and 2 years later, he's back on the roster regardless. It's pretty nice. I don't see Portland as like a feared team or anything like that. Tyser says Portland looks desperate, like trying to get pregnant to keep the relationship desperate. I don't know if they're desperate as much as it's just want to come back. I don't think Portland has these grand ideas of what they think they're going to be heading into next season. Remember, Dame isn't going to play. I mean, he's hurt. And I just don't feel like they have the necessary stuff to really get after people in a honest, competitive way. I still think they're looking for maybe Scoot Henderson to be a lot better than what he's been there. I mean, this is a guy who barely shoots 40% from the field in his career through 2 years. They had way higher expectations for that. But I think this is just a matter of, sure, why not? Dame wants back at this point. When he gets back healthy, perhaps we'll be a little bit more competitive and yada, yada, yada. So I think that sort of stuff makes sense. But it's just wild that you trade him, and then he ends up coming back a couple years later. Nuts. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So, few other things. As the Nuggets Summer League wraps up, there's this feeling surrounding Deron Holmes, and I don't know what to do with it, and you guys tell me how you feel. So, first of all, they have committed to Curtis Jones. We were all kind of wondering what's happening with that last roster spot that the Nuggets have. And they have given Curtis Jones a two-way. He was the undrafted player out of Iowa State that was signed after the draft, along with Tamar Bates. But in doing that, I have been wondering about what Deron Holmes is going to be for a long time. I mean, we kind of go back to last year and say, well, a big part of your plan was missing when Deron Holmes got hurt. And I always wondered, the assumption that's being made there is Deron Holmes is going to be a guy. And it's an early assumption. Like, we kind of talk about Deron Holmes as if he's this guy who was drafted in the top 10. He wasn't. Deron Holmes was a late first-round draft pick that, yes, seems to have some promise. I'm very hopeful for what he can be. But I watched Summer League, and here's what I found out. He can shoot, and I don't know how much more he can do from here. You know, we do have, Nelly, if you can dig it up, when we talked to John Wallace, he gave us his sort of plan of what he feels like Deron Holmes can be for the Nuggets. But I think just making this assumption that he is absolutely going to be a guy who's in the rotation to start the season is, to me, a little bit early. He's 6'10", but doesn't play a very, big style game. And I think you're going to have to need at least a little bit of that. He doesn't need to be a backup five to be, although they've thrown out that idea before. But here's John Wallace and what he told us last week and his plans or their plans for Deron Holmes.
I think he's going to be a little bit of a backup five, stretch five. I think we're trying to get him into the point of guarding some fours as well and possibly some threes. But I talked to his agent yesterday, and we were sitting as a group. The biggest thing, we just wanted him to come out here and play, just to kind of get the anxiety of having to go through a full year of rehab and kind of trusting his body again in the game setting. So we're not putting too much expectation on him right now, per se. It's just getting back out and getting to the flow and just enjoying playing basketball once again.
And I get that. You don't want to throw too many expectations on him because it would be unfair. And Deron Holmes had times where he looked pretty good. And at the same time, it just looked like he was trying to get his feet under him. He was a little bit, I would say, tentative for a few of those games. Now, in the final game of Summer League, that's the one where Curtis Jones just had a really good performance, put up 22 points, 9 of 16 from the field. Deron Holmes did not play in that game. I don't blame him. They know he's going to be on the roster. But then it's just sort of a matter of how do you implement him moving forward? And I think that if you think it's just going to be a total change from what Micah Malone's thoughts were as opposed to what David Adelman's going to be, I don't think it's going to be just like we're going to throw the rookie out there and he's going to play immediately. He's going to have to earn his way on.
Next question, man.
But I think there's got to be a little bit more of a physicality to his game. I'm not saying he's got to post people up and start hitting baby hooks around the rim, but I think he's just got to be a little bit more sturdy before you really jump into that end of the pool and say, you know what, this guy is going to be in the rotation. Like, here's, to me, what's going to happen with the Nuggets. at least initially to start the year. They're going to go out there with the same starting five from last season, swap Cam Johnson for MPJ. And then the people who will play right away are Bruce Brown, are Tim Hardaway, and Jonas Valanciunas. Those are going to be immediates. You're going to play Peyton Watson. And maybe initially those are the only guys that are everyday rotational dudes, is those four. Then you can start to talk about your Deron Holmeses and Strothers and Pickett's and Zeke Najee's and guys like that. Because I don't think any of those that I mentioned right there are like guaranteed to get playing time out of the gates. If the Nuggets had a four-man rotation that you trusted, if it's the four that I just talked about, in Bruce, Valanciunas, Hardaway, and Peyton Watson, having four guys to cycle in and out of a game is like, it's a huge, huge advantage, especially compared to what they were before. What we're talking about is the Deron Holmes and Julian Strothers and Pickett's and everybody else of that bench. If one other guy could step up to be a consistent rotational piece, then you have legitimate championship-style depth. So that's where I put my eggs in the basket of. I don't need everybody to do something. But of the others, if you give me a Julian Strother becomes a bona fide rotational guy, or Jalen Pickett becomes a legitimate backup point guard, or hell, Zeke Najee finally plays the position properly and a 4 as opposed to a 5 and does well, or Deron Holmes steps up and plays. Like, if you're asking one of any of those dudes just to be one guy who steps up, that is incredibly doable. And that probably goes back to the things that Ben Tenzer and John Wallace talked about when they first got here. Remember before all of free agency and the wild moves the Nuggets made, when they said a lot of this is going to come from inner development? It's going to come from inside the organization. They're going to have to work with guys in the offseason to get better. I think that's what they were talking about. And then, yes, opportunities arose. They took advantage as they should have. And God, am I glad they did, by bringing in actual veteran talent. But let me tell you right now, the greatest thing that I think could happen is a guy like Julian Strother plays so well that they limit Tim Hardaway's minutes. Like, honestly, I think it's the best thing you could have. Because it shows that the young talent is superseding the veteran depth, and you can keep the young talent around for a while. Hardaway's 33. If you tell me 23-year-old Julian Strother is playing better and is forcing 33-year-old Tim Hardaway on the bench, good. But Hardaway feels like insurance in case that doesn't happen, or insurance because of injury. You know, you could roll out there with Jonas Valanciunas being your real only backup big. But God, wouldn't it be nice if Deron Holmes or Zeke Najee was playable, right? And I think that's what you're looking for. Everybody's under the assumption that these guys have to be really, really good. No, you don't. You just need to be fine. The one thing I've begged for going on 6 years now with Jokic, is that when he goes to the bench, I don't need you to extend a lead. I just need you to keep it level. And can you give me a 5-man rotation with Jokic on the bench that doesn't tax other starters, like keeping Jamal and AG in when Jokic is out? Because I don't think that helps a lot either. You're just tiring those guys. Can you give me a bench rotation of 5 guys that in 7 minutes that Jokic is on the bench, you're down, you're a -2 as opposed to a -12? Jokic leaves the first quarter with a 10-point lead. you put in that rotation to start off the second quarter. And by the time Jokic comes in, it's an 8-point lead. That's it. To quote a great philosopher, Uncle Baby Billy, I'm not asking for the world here. I'm asking you to keep it level when Jokic goes to the bench.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
That should be the idea in the plan moving forward. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So there's one thing that I saw that blew me away. I mean, I don't think this is a sports story that's happened before. So I want to get there in a couple of minutes. Also, a very basic question. Whenever we talk about teams in their offseason, whether it's the Avs, Nuggets, Broncos, whoever, there's always a wondering eye that monitors the rest of your division or conference. Because once you're competitive, this is exactly how people have to think. Who is surrounding me and the moves I'm making, does it supersede what somebody else has done? I'm just curious if there's another one of these teams on the quote enemies list that you're worried about, or are you done with it? We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right, first of all, two members of the field in the Open. One, I don't know if you saw this story, Nelly, was a man from Thailand, and I still don't know how to say his name. Saddam Kawik Ayana? I tried.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
I tried. But the story about this kid, he's a 27-year-old qualifier. He won a tournament in Korea, which was part of the Open qualifying series. Nelly, he's a monk. He's a Buddhist monk. He said, I was cut off from the world when I was ordained. That made me feel more calm. I was able to concentrate more, which helped me improve my game of golf. Being a monk and then playing in the Open is a pretty wild way to go about life. So he took a hiatus from professional golf in 2023 to live as a Buddhist monk and practice meditation. And since has come back and at least competed in this tournament. And that's just one of the two people I want to talk about. For they're like, what is my past life leading up to this? Imagine if I just went to Thailand, I became a Buddhist monk, Nelly, and then a year later I showed up on this show. Yeah, I'm back.
Well, the thing is, that makes sense for golf, because for golf, you need to be zen. You need to be one with the ball, one with the universe. But for you to go to a profession where you're silent and you don't speak at all, and then come back after a year and go, yep, I'm ready to crack this mic, baby. I'm a monk.
Well, let's take that to the opposite route. There's a talented golfer who turned pro at the age of 19, but he got burnt out. When he was 21, he joined a motorcycle gang called the Rebels in Australia. Went to prison, had a 5-year prison sentence for serious assault at Hakea Prison in Western Australia. His name is Ryan Peake. And he qualified for the Open from prison. They would let him out to go play golf tournaments. He would come home and sleep in prison. And while doing that, he qualified, which gave him the qualifier to go play in the Open. Two of the craziest stories. Either, I guess, one of two things. If you want to play at the Open, the best prep that you can have is, one, join a biker gang, or two, be a monk.
I'm going to be honest, Brett, I didn't really pay attention to anything golf-related this weekend because I was too busy going to a strip club with the president of the NFLPA in a player engagement event, right? So that's why I was occupied.
Of course.
Which I didn't have to pay for because we expensed it to the Players Association since it was an outreach program.
I mean, yes, of course it is.
Right. I don't know if you saw that story, by the way, but that is crazy.
So
that is insane.
I'm not shocked by it. So again, Nelly, if you got the story up, just go ahead and give a Cliff Notes version, as I'll try and pull up the full article to get this ready. But
yeah, they were talking about it on. I listened to it on the drive-in. Brady Quinn was talking about it on Fox Sports Radio. But the president of the NFLPA,
Lloyd Howell,
he stepped down over the weekend. There was already this scandal, right, where the league was investigating owners colluding against giving players guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And amongst this investigation, it came out that a couple years ago, I think it was once in 2023 and then once back in February, Lloyd Howell he went to a couple different strip clubs
for business,
and he expensed it to the players union and said that they were player outreach programs.
He charged the union $739 on one receipt and another $2,400 during a separate strip club visit. And who hasn't? I know every couple of Fridays, me and Nelly, we take off at 10:30 in the morning, go to the strip club for a couple hours, and we use the company card. It is a way to keep your employees happy.
Yeah, destiny with 3 E's really helps with some team building. Let's put it that way.
Here's the other thing. It's keeping tabs on people that are surrounding you. And I want to know, the Lakers have gotten like these small little additions to their team over the course of the offseason. They get another one. They got Marcus Smart in, who's taking a contract buyout from the Wizards. Is anybody worried about the Lakers? Or the Lakers something that's just so far in the rear view in your head? What is it?
No.
Because I'll be honest, I'm not either. I just think that part of me should have a bigger fear than I do just because Luka is really good. He's taken a team to the Western Conference Finals before. He's done it with a little bit of help, but not a ton. But Luka, LeBron, now whatever you think of DeAndre Ayton, him, Marcus Smart, they wanted depth on that team. They got a little bit of it. Just, are you over the Lakers stuff? Because I am, and I feel like there's a part of me that says maybe I should be a little bit more worried than I seemingly am putting on right now.
I feel like the Lakers are they're kind of like the Cowboys in the sense that no matter who is or isn't on the roster, there are people who are always going to pick them to win because they're the Lakers.
Sure.
And especially as long as LeBron's there, everybody's going to go, oh, well, Lakers always in the mix. And I feel like the Dallas Cowboys, or I don't know, pick any of these dyed-in-the-wool sports franchise, the Boston Red Sox. There are teams like that where you'll always say, oh, they have a chance to win because they are the Yankees, so they're always going to be in it. And that's what it is like with the Lakers. I could be their starting point guard, and Stephen A. Smith would be talking about how they're title contenders because they're the Lakers.
Well, and that's why I don't want to feel like I'm on the opposite side of that, because there's certainly a bunch of people out there that look at them and say, you know what, I think on shows like that, it's more about let's ask, can the Lakers win a championship just to fill 15 minutes? But how I look at it is this. On paper, that seems like a pretty good team. It really does. And if these moves were made by the Nuggets, if the Nuggets, instead of getting Jonas Valanciunas, they had DeAndre Ayton, and they got Marcus Smart in the offseason, would you be happy? I think we probably would be. I think you'd look at that like, hey, 2 veteran players that have gotten a real experience, can step in and play well. Like, I think we'd be happy with it. So I don't want to just poo-poo the moves that hastily, because I feel like if the Nuggets did that, you'd be happy. And at the same time, I just don't have a fear of them. But Luka, Austin Reeves, Rui, LeBron, DeAndre Ayton. Some backups are Marcus Smart and Dalton Knecht and Gabe Vincent and Jared Vanderbilt and Jackson Hayes. It's not like they don't have anyone. But I've been this way since kind of the final sort of touches on the offseason were made. I think part of it is I am so bullish and so optimistic about the Nuggets where, I mean, I've said it already. All of this is, of course, barring health. I really think they're the best team in the league. Like, you've got a team that features the best player in the world. I think at minimum, the Cam Johnson MPJ thing is a wash, and I would imagine Cam Johnson can bring a few things that Porter couldn't to the table. And now you have a Nuggets team that's had what they've never had before, which is legitimate depth. Never. Have the Nuggets under Jokic had depth like this? Not even when they won the title the first time. And so part of me, I just think I'm so beyond excited about what this Nuggets roster is that really nobody, and I don't want to say nobody, but very few teams across the league give me fear. OKC does just because they're running it back with the exact same roster and that exact same depth. And you're like, all right, that makes sense. You should fear them. They just won, and they didn't lose anybody. But Lakers, I'm not scared. Like this thing that the Clippers are doing where they're trying to do the, let me just find every big name possible, put them on the floor at once and see if that works. History has proven that doesn't. I mean, the place Bradley Beal was just at did that experiment and failed miserably. So I'm not scared of that. I'm not scared of the Lakers. You know, I think maybe I should be more scared than I am, but I'm not. But all of that is surrounding the confidence that I have in the team that was just kind of put together. You know, what were we talking about earlier, Nelly? It was, can one of Deron Holmes, Julian Strawther, Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji, that group, can one of those guys step up and be an every game rotational dude? In years past, that was like, they have to, or else you won't have anybody to play. So just a big separation between maybe what we were talking about last year as opposed to this year. Like last year, Deron Holmes was a giant piece of your offseason, despite the fact he hasn't played a minute in the NBA. This year, you're like, it would be nice to have that. So you can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel today. Go to Altitude Sports Radio and hit that subscribe button and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane coming away next. Birdo in for both Vic and Moj today. Birdo.
To hell with you, Kane. If I just spent the entire show just being just aggressively angry at you, would be awesome.
What would you be angry at me about?
I don't know, but I can come up with something real quick.
I'm sure you could. You know what's funny about that? I thought about this in watching the Open over the weekend in which Scheffler dominates again. Imagine walking up to a microphone before the tournament starts and you say to everybody there, yeah, I don't really get it. I don't know why I do this.
It's a trip, right?
It's meaningless to me. I have no passion for this whatsoever. By the way, I'm going to kick your ass over the next 4 days.
It's so
I hate
weird.
you. Goodbye.
It is so weird, man. Scheffler's so crazy. Yeah. How about this? So yesterday when I was watching some of it, did you see the stat where it said between Tiger Woods' first major and his fourth major, winning his first major and winning his fourth major, it was 1,197 days between the first and the fourth. And yesterday, when Scheffler won, it was 1,194 days between his first major and his fourth major. But Jordan Spieth, let me ask you this. Jordan Spieth talking about Scheffler made him sound like Joker. He made him sound like Joker. He was like, listen, man, he doesn't want to grow the game of golf. He doesn't want to go and do these sponsorship events. He doesn't want to talk to the media. He doesn't like any of you people. He just wants to do what he does. And he doesn't enjoy the fame.
No.
All he wants is that, number one and that paycheck. And that's all he wants. He hates everything about the game of golf that isn't just swinging a golf club, which is crazy to me because, like Spieth was saying, he was comparing him to Tiger.
I'm sending it to Nelly right now. Yeah, let's get that over. And Nelly, let me know when you have that. I didn't even put that together. You're so right about this.
Where he's like, listen, man, he doesn't want to play the reindeer games that the rest of us play. And so Spieth was like, he was comparing him to Tiger, where he's like, Tiger was so dominant, but he brought fans in by the bushels because people wanted to watch Tiger. And he said, Scheffler has some of that dominance of Tiger, but he doesn't bring in fans, and he doesn't want to. He wants nothing to do with that.
So let's hear that real quick. Here's Jordan Spieth.
He doesn't care to be a superstar. He's not transcending the game like Tiger did. He's not bringing it to non-golf audience necessarily. He doesn't want to go do, the stuff that, a lot of us go do corporately, anything like that. He just wants to get away from the game and separate the two, because I know that he, at one time felt it was too much, that he was taking it with him. And, whenever he made that switch, I don't know when it was, but, he has hobbies, he's always with his family. They're always doing stuff. So I think it's more so the difference in personality from any other superstar that you've seen in the modern era and maybe any sport.
You said it, though, and
a lot of Joker in him, right?
Totally.
A lot of Joker.
That's wild. Because remember, when the Nuggets won, and Jokic did he have 2 MVPs at that time or one? When they won the title? He had two,
right?
I think so.
Because he won one that year, too.
No, that was the year he didn't win the MVP, remember?
So wait, was it the next year that he won? No, next year he won his third, right?
Yeah, so I think he had 2 already.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing. How can you have 2 MVPs without a championship? It was like the Nick Wright sort of talking point. But I remember the game ends, and the famous clip that everybody's seen before where he's just like, I want to go home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they said, the parade's in a couple days. He's like, he didn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And his whole thing, and I remember this, the rest of the NBA, especially Lakers fans, and this is what made it the best. They're like, he doesn't even care.
Right.
And he's still killing everybody.
Right.
Like, that is the same thing as Scotty Scheffler. He doesn't care.
It got us one of the great quotes, man. Quotes, like, I want to stay on parade, right? I
want to stay on parade.
It's what made it so great.
Although, I think, like with Scheffler had to become this type of person because, I mean, in his younger days, he had some anger issues where he would he would mess up a chip and lose his damn mind, just freak the hell out. So he had to be like, I can't care that much about this stuff or it's going to butcher my game.
Yeah.
So he had to get to this. This is where Joker's been his entire career, right? Like, Joker has not been, like, he does not care about the spotlight. Although he does, I mean, he's getting mad love over in China right now because he's doing his shoe tour over in China, and they love him over there.
Yeah.
They flock to him over there.
China loves basketball, period. Like, if you're an NBA player, even if you're a former washed-up one that wants to play in their league, they're like, dude, come on.
As long as you got a chip. I was watching a Kobe Bryant documentary one time, and they said, they were like, because Kobe hugely popular in China. Like, he'd go overseas and hugely and they were like, why does the Chinese basketball fan love Kobe so much? And in the documentary, it was like, it's not necessarily about Kobe, it's about those championships.
Yeah.
That the Chinese mentality is, if you're the best at what you do, then I respect you. Then I respect you. You got to get all the way, you got to win the whole. That's why, like, when Melo would go overseas, I mean, he's popular, but he wouldn't be as popular as, say, a Kobe or a Joker or a Jordan. Somebody, if you win, if you have won, if you win the whole thing, if you won the biggest thing, then they embrace you. At least that's what it was saying in that documentary about Kobe. And I was like, you know what? And they certainly seem to embrace Joker over there.
Well, here's what's wild. You know, kind of going back to the Scheffler thing, the NBA was so fortunate and lucky that they had this all-time great with this cult-like following that brought eyeballs to the screen. That was Jordan. Like, everybody wanted to watch Jordan play. And then Jordan retired. And they only went through, like, a couple of years before somebody else who was, no matter what you think about LeBron and the MJ conversation, whatever, he's an all-time great that was hyped up to be that, was that, and got the cult-like following that for another 2 decades carried the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, LeBron was he piggybacked off of Jordan almost immediately. And God, the amount of times that, you know, since Tiger sort of took his I don't want to say downfall, but certainly he just kind of fell off from where his dominant
and his body
was.
is broken down
his
now.
Body
he
broke
can't
down.
just physically do what he used to do.
And you still had those moments of, like, when he won the Masters a few years back and it was this miraculous story where he could carry a tournament for you. But the amount of Jordan Spieth's the next Tiger, or Rory's the next Tiger, or this guy's the next Tiger. Like, nobody was the next Tiger. Scotty Scheffler is. Like, this level of dominance is Tiger-like.
But will it raise the sport? Because, like, remember,
but that part he won't.
Golfers during Tiger's era used to get cranky about Tiger's dominance, but they never complained about the amount of money that started coming in, because the purses started to go up and attention started to rise and ratings went up. And so everybody was like, yeah, it sucks that he's so much better than me, but it's a tide that raises all boats.
Yeah.
And Scheffler doesn't do that, because he's not interested in playing those he has no interest in that kind of stuff.
What did Tiger do? I mean, take me back. What did Tiger do that was different from Scheffler that brought that level?
Everything about Tiger was exciting, right? He'd hit it farther. He'd hit crazy shots. He would hit like a 285 cut 7-iron into a green at some wild, but it was something about,
because Tiger's personality wasn't like this super.
No, he wasn't like a charming son of a gun or anything.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I was having this conversation with Sanford last week. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, all three of them seemed like they could be bitter, angry gentlemen. You know what I mean? Especially Jordan and Kobe. Sometimes just felt like you were like, man, those guys were dirtbags, kind of. You know what I mean? They did not treat their teammates well. They were not what you would call a great teammate. They're just angry and just you know what I mean? Like, they're like, I will kill you if you miss this shot.
Like, Kobe's little jokey charisma that he's had when he was doing late night shows all came in retirement.
Right.
During his career.
We forget all that. Like, Jordan relaxed a little bit when he retired.
Yeah.
But even then, remember when his Hall of Fame speech was like,
They cut me.
Yeah.
They cut me from high school.
Like, people think you're the greatest basketball player, and he's still just up there just hammering away at people, just angry. But Scheffler doesn't, he doesn't come across to me like that. Like he doesn't have a chip on his shoulder. He's just like, I just want to love my wife and hang out with my kids and play golf. That's all I want to do.
Here's the thing. We love that about Jokic, don't we?
Yeah, but see, Scheffler doesn't have whatever. Jokic is a charming son of a gun too, right? You know what I mean? Like he's a really funny guy. He gets it. He knows what's up. Like, and Scheffler's just like, get away from me. Don't talk to me.
Just robotic.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't want to deal with you people. And that's not a problem. But it's just like, you know what I see now more than anything on my timeline is WNBA stories. And it's not because all of a sudden the game is taking itself to a next level. It's because there's mad drama in that sport. You know what I mean? And people love drama. People are like, what's Kelsey saying about Caitlin? What's Caitlin doing about Angel? You know what I mean? There's just drama to it that it brings in a certain type of fan that you wouldn't get with just like average, everyday. Like, do you think, how many people watched the Open yesterday and was like, man, this Scheffler dude, he could win the Grand Slam one day. I gotta watch this guy. I gotta tune into golf.
I don't think he does that. I don't think, like, to a casual viewer, I don't think anybody's like, I have to watch Scotty Scheffler. I can't miss
Who's your
this.
favorite golfer? Is it Scotty Scheffler? Who's your favorite golfer?
Right now?
Right now.
I'd say probably Bryson.
Oh, really?
Maybe Xander. I'm a big Xander guy, too.
Okay.
But I don't have, like, my answer is probably still Tiger if he ever gets back on the course.
Yeah,
I mean,
what's crazy? I think like 80% of the people who are considered themselves golf fan would still say Tiger's my favorite golfer.
Yeah.
Tiger's my dude.
I watched a lot of the Open this weekend. If Tiger was in it, I bet I would have watched more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, I bet I would have. Which is sad. Like, I don't want that sport just revolved around this one guy that is literally breaking down in front of our eyes.
Dominance, man.
No. I mean
dominance,
Tiger.
baby.
I mean Tiger. I don't want it to just be that because he's breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't even know if how the hell is he going to play again after this?
He's not. I mean, he
broken leg thing and that now this, and it's like, good Lord, man.
Maybe we see him next year at the Masters. Maybe if something else doesn't fall off or whatever.
But I would love to have somebody that's like, I have to tune in to see this dude. And with how good Scheffler is, it should be that. But when Tiger would beat people by 10 strokes, it was somehow still interesting.
Yeah.
Scheffler can get a little
that U.S. Open, he won
it.
by 20-plus strokes.
Yeah.
And that last round, everybody was just like, this is great, this is great. Because he's just lapping the field out there at Pebble or wherever he was, just crushing.
But Scheffler's up 6 strokes on Sunday, and I'm like, I guess I'll kind of watch, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And maybe it's our fault for wanting. Maybe Tiger is just so one of a kind.
Nah. I mean, sports is entertainment, man. I tune in to be entertained when it comes to this stuff. Who is the single most entertaining athlete doing it right now? The one athlete that you're like, I gotta tune in for this. I don't care what UFC 318, whatever. You know what I mean? Who is it?
I'm biased, but I would watch Joker every single night. I mean.
Yeah, he's just one of those guys right now that you got to watch it when he's doing it because you get a 60-20-20.
If I couldn't pick somebody from, let's say, nobody from the state of Colorado, you have to pick one guy in sports that you're like, I have.
No Hunter Goodman, man. Who is it? You got to look like even like
I have to watch this guy.
Because even like you know what? Kansas City can kick rocks. I'm not tuning in just for Mahomes, man. Other than I think they're going to catch an L and want to see it. I'm not tuning in just for Patrick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But maybe that's a division thing.
Could also be that. Like I was going to say maybe Josh Allen. Josh Allen is fun to watch.
Okay. Yeah.
Fun to watch.
Yeah.
Same thing. Allen. Lamar Jackson would be the same thing.
Yeah.
For you. Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Must-see TV. That's more than 2 words. You didn't say 2 words. You said quick to the point. You just said I got 2 words.
Soon to be on ESPN this year, right? They're moving to ESPN this year? Those chuckleheads?
Yes.
This year? This starting out?
Okay, let me throw out a few names. Would you say this is in the category? Connor McDavid.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in that category.
Would you say Shohei is in that category?
Yeah, he's definitely in that category, especially one of those days where he pitches. You're like, I got to check this out, man. This dude's going to throw 100 and then hit 350.
Who else in the NFL would you consider that?
I mean, who is the single most exciting player in the NFL? Not named R.J. Harvey. It's probably who could it possibly be?
Saquon?
Yeah, listen, man. Anybody who runs for 2,000 is dope as hell in my book.
Yeah.
So yeah, I put Saquon on that list. Dude, jumping over dudes like backwards, just woo, yeah.
And especially, it's the reason why I didn't think the Eagles were going to win last year. Why I didn't take them seriously. Because the Eagles would be like down or like 2 points up on a garbage team, and Saquon would have an 80-yard run in the fourth quarter to break it open. I go, that's not sustainable. And it turns out, very sustainable.
He's going to rush for 2,000 again this year, isn't he?
Dude, he might. That offensive line, he's a special dude, man. Incredible.
How much, man, I keep saying this, I've said this before, but how much do you think, if Sean Payton actually ran the ball more than he threw the ball, how many yards could Saquon get behind this offensive line, brother?
Well, okay, perfect segue, because I wanted to talk to you about that, because R.J. Harvey is under contract now, thank God. All of the draft picks are under contract.
Why'd you hold, he only got 44% guaranteed or something like that, 43% guaranteed of that, and people were getting 80 to 90 to fully guaranteed? What you going to wait that? Why are you agent waiting that long if you're going to bail at the end anyway?
What were they offering before if they finally went
20, just nothing, right?
Yeah.
Just your signing bonus and that was it?
Oh, this is a great answer. I think this is probably the one. It's a little bit of a cheat because I said nobody from Colorado. Watching Travis Hunter in his first year in the NFL.
Yeah. I'm all on that.
If he's going to do both.
Yeah.
How about this? A sentence I've never said before. I'll watch the Jags.
Yeah.
I'll watch them. If that's what it takes, I'll do it,
man.
All right, I want to get to that running game and R.J. Harvey next, though, so stick around. These guys were one of the first geniuses, I'll say, Birdo, of if you're a music artist, make a song that sounds like something that either college football or the NBA will pick up, and then you get royalties for a good 4 to 5 months a year.
Black guy. Right. Fergie is somewhere rich as hell. She butchered that national anthem, but she's just sitting on piles of money, man.
Wait,
just piles. How come you don't have a theme song, man? Like, how come you don't have a jingle for your morning skit? Like, they got a jingle for Dom. I heard that coming in. Like, they should, like, Brett Kane in the morning, or you're listening to Brett Kane.
Talented musicians who listen to the show. How about somebody comes up with one for us?
Brett Kane in the morning. Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Something like that.
You want like a Folgers jingle for like the morning show?
Yeah. I want a damn theme song is what I want. I want like that Friends theme song, but for Brett and the Brett show, man.
You want like a Ska Friday with Kreckman and Lindahl vibe, but for Brett?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the one who's really in like 2 different bands, Nelson, and you come up with nothing.
I was going to say, like, we got somebody here.
I didn't realize this was on your list.
You, in your soul, in your heart of hearts, you are not a sports producer. You are a musician, right?
Well, you know, my soul has room for multiple things.
Doubtful.
Yeah.
It's a small soul, huh?
I mean, I am a radio host, but I should be a professional baseball player. I think everybody knows that.
Yeah.
You know? By the way, Nelly, what was the song that college football used for like 2 years? It was like a Fall Out Boy song or something?
It was Centuries. The Remember Me for Centuries.
Remember the highlight package.
And
light 'em up. You guys were too young for Jock Jams, right? Jock Jams?
No, Jock Jams was that was my era, baby.
I had that on CD, like Jock Jams 1 and 2, bro.
Oh, yeah. hang on. What were some of the classics?
Jock Jams.
Y'all ready for this?
Yeah. It was like CC Music Company, like Shake
that was Gonna Make You Sweat by CNC Music Factory.
Yes.
Like
Let Me Clear My Throat. They had the Space Jam theme song on there. Forgot about that.
Did they have Pump the Jam Technotronic? Was that on that one?
Pump Up the Jam.
Pump it up.
Listen, man, they still the arenas still use all of that, right?
Oh, yes.
That's all they still just use all that stuff, man. Jock Jams Volume 1 came out in 1995.
What about Come On, Ride the Train and Ride It? Woo, woo.
It starts with Michael Buffer's Let's Get Ready to Rumble,
I remember
going
that.
right into 2 Unlimited, Get Ready for This, and then whomp, there it is.
Yeah, man.
Tootsie Roll.
Oh,
Tootsie Roll, baby. Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock, It Takes Two, an all-time great. Hip Hop Hooray by Naughty by Nature, brother.
Oh,
That's a yes. I'm sure. I bet you they play that at Coors Field this week.
Yes,
You
like
know what I mean?
all of these songs, if they were played at any arena right now, nobody would have a complaint. They just be like, all right, cool,
Right.
like this one. You brought up.
There you go.
Wait for that beat. I want the bass to drop. Hold on. Wait. Y'all ready for this? Anywhere in the country where there's a sport being played, if this comes on, everybody's fine. They got no problems with it. It's funny you were talking about RJ Harvey because I have this. It's maybe too simplistic, but it's kind of like my theme for the year.
Okay.
I think I can make a 1-to-1 correlation on Broncos running the ball successfully and the Broncos being successful overall. I think it could come down to something like that easy. And I'm very much in the camp. I've said this to, I think, everybody on this station now. And I might be proven wrong. I don't believe Sean Payton has some sort of adverse reaction to running the football. I don't think so. Because he did it in New Orleans. He did it with a bunch of different guys, with Mark Ingram and Pierre Thomas and Alvin Kamara and Darren Sproles and Reggie Bush and Chris Ivory, and the list goes on and on. He ran the football with an all-time quarterback. I think he hated his running backs last year. I don't think he trusted a single one. He trusted Javonte Williams to pass protect, but when it got to 3rd and 1, they never ran it, and I don't think that was a choice that he wanted to make, was throw the football every time. So now that they've made the investment, a high-end draft pick in R.J. Harvey, a veteran running back that, look, wasn't super expensive, but a decent chunk of money for that position in J.K. Dobbins, I think it'll be different, and I think it has to be. I think their success offensively is directly correlated to how well they're going to run the football.
I agree with that statement. I think you're drunk when you say that there is no way that Sean Payton runs the ball more than he throws it this season. No.
Oh, I don't know how many teams.
Way.
I don't know how many teams run the ball more than they throw it.
How about this? We had last week we were looking up the most pass attempts in a single season.
Okay.
And it was Tom Brady with the Bucks the year they won the whole thing, which was 21, 22, 2021. Was that 2022?
Yeah, was
right.
When? And did they have Leonard Fournette? Is that who they had?
Is that who they had it
I think so.
And Tom Brady threw it 733 times that year. 733 attempts, man. Drew Brees, when he won the Triple Crown in 2011, threw it 600 plus, like 640 or something like that. And we're like, where's Bo gonna lock it? And this is, I mean, we got 17. We got an extra game now. You know what I mean? To do this thing. And there is something in Sean Payton's brain when he gets to a second half of a game, and even if it's like third and short,
yeah,
I put money he's throwing that ball. You know, there's just something in his brain that's like, I got the perfect pass play for this. Now maybe R.J. Harvey or J.K. It's got to. We know what you can get from J.K. if he's healthy, right?
Yes.
So maybe it's R.J. Harvey that shows Sean Payton the light. He sees it and he's like, run the ball. Here we go. And you can just hand it off to RJ. But I mean, what makes you think that he's going to run the ball after you saw what happened last year, man? What makes you think that?
To me, it's because I think he knows that he has to. And last year, well, and maybe it's my own sort of bias coming in here. I did not think Javonte Williams had anything left. I think that knee injury was so bad, it took away all of his explosiveness. And so then you're looking for like, okay, can Audric Estime do something? I guess not. Jaleel was okay, but I don't know how much you can really do with a guy who's 5'6". Like, he's going to have to be a specialty sort of guy.
Well, it's not like RJ is 6'2", isn't RJ is like 5'10", something like that, right? It's not like he's a massive man.
Yeah, but that's normal running back height. Jaleel McLaughlin is
it's like
pint
Earl
size.
Boykins playing football size.
Kind of like Darren Sproles, to be honest.
Yeah.
But they just had no explosiveness on the ground. If you gave me a running back that could bust a 40-yard run, then yeah, maybe it's different. And I think these two running backs can do that now. But just runs over 20 yards, just to see if this will surprise you or not. How many runs over 40 yards that did not include Bo Nix, just from the running backs, do you think happened last year?
Maybe one.
4 guys had one apiece on the year. Tyler Bidet had the longest of 43 yards. Audric Estime had a 21-yard run. Jaleel had a 21-yard run. And Javonte had a 20-yard run.
And Javonte was your leading rusher. He's no longer with the team, right?
Correct. And his leading rushing was averaging 3.7 yards per carry, which is garbage. Like, it's just, that's not sustainable. And this is where I think this can change if he has a guy he can trust in the backfield, a guy that he can trust to make a big play, a guy you can trust on 3rd and 2. Like, if you
How long is that going to take? He's a rookie. Now
well, that's what I think Dobbins is there for.
He's a second-round rookie. How quickly does he pick up pass pro? Because, you know, if you don't do that, Sean's not going to play you. When's the first time he drops the ball? You do that, Sean's not going to play you. Like, I mean, how much are we going to see of Audric this season? How much are we going to see of Audric? How much are we going to see of Jaleel?
I don't know if Audric will be on the roster.
You don't even know if he makes it out of camp?
I don't know what his role is. I don't know what his role would be. Maybe they've said over and over again they really like his potential, and I do too. I mean, he's huge. He feels like the perfect guy on 3rd and 1 to get a first down for you. Jaleel's the interesting one because they really like Jaleel, and Jaleel actually, I think, was the most successful running back you had last year. He wasn't that far off, by the way. Javonte was your leading rusher with 513 yards. Jaleel had 496.
You just heard
on
yourself.
Like 36 or 26 less
Did
carries.
you hear yourself when you said the leading rusher from the running back position for the Denver Broncos was just over 500 yards?
Yeah.
Bro, I need it. I need a 1,500-yard back in the worst couple of. Can I get that? Can I get that? Like, even if you think you can separate those 2,000 yards rushing between your four backs or 3 or 4 backs that you want to use, I need 1,500. I need 2,000 from the backfield, man. If you're serious about running the football,
I totally agree.
And there's no way Sean Payton. There's no possible way. So ESPN today ranked the best. They were like, let's rank teams based on talent.
Yeah.
And they put the Broncos at number. They said the Broncos roster is the 6th best roster in the NFL right now, right below Kansas City. It's the Broncos at number 6, and they say of this great roster, the strength, the one thing you can rely on game after game, is the offensive line. And if that is your strength, lean into it, man. You know that offensive line wants to run the ball instead of pass protect. Run that bad boy, Sean.
So. Can I give you just, again, I could be totally proven wrong here, but I'll just give you an example. Somehow, the Broncos' offensive line last year was top 5 in the league in both pass block win rate and run block win rate. And they couldn't run the football. So the only way that translates is this. Holes were open, running backs didn't hit them. That's the only translation, unless the people evaluating the offensive line are wrong about the Broncos' run blocking, which I guess it's also possible. I don't know how they do that. But, like, I'm just trying to look back through years of like, when the Saints were really good, competing for Super Bowls and kind of what that looked like. Okay, so here's an example. 2009, when the Saints won the Super Bowl, their leading rusher was Pierre Thomas. He had 793 yards. But they also had Mike Bell, who ran for 654. They also had Reggie Bush, who ran for 400.
Yeah.
Like, he spreads it around.
Yeah.
But I think it's more, I know he wants to run the football just for this reason. The better running game you have, the better play action you get. And I know that that's a weapon that he likes to utilize. And Bo Nix was pretty damn good off play action last year. When teams bit, when they bought it. But there's just a whole bunch of hoops to jump through, and I don't blame anybody for being skeptical about Sean Payton running the football.
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe we'll see the exact opposite because, like I mentioned, the strength is your offensive line, and if we're going to point at one weakness, it's probably the wide receiver position, right? Like if they're like the weakest position group on the team is probably that wide receiver room, and even having said that, I still think that Sean's going to have Bo throw the ball much more than they run it. Much more. But maybe that's just recency bias from what I saw last season. Remember the second half of last season where you're like, well, he's going to run it. No, he's throwing it. He's throwing it again. And maybe that's just me thinking about how they played last year. But
I still remember.
Like, the offense was still wonky last year, man. You know what? I mean, we forget because they won 10 games and got to the playoffs. But what'd that offense do against the Buffalo? They scored that touchdown, and then what happened? Nothing. They got locked down and shut down.
It's funny. That Buffalo game was kind of their offense in a nutshell all year. It was, they would get the occasional big play that would, like, put some points on the board. Like, you never felt like years past where the Broncos were struggling to put up 17 points. It didn't feel that way last year. But at the same time, there was a lot of 3-and-outs.
Mm-hmm.
That was really, really frustrating. I still remember when they were at the goal line. I forget which game this was. But you remember this? It was like 4th and goal from the 1 or 2. And I don't think they tried to run the football at all in that scenario. They got to 4th down. And do you remember what play they ran?
No.
A reverse pass to Bo Nix where he had to, like, go over the top of some dude at the pylon to make the catch. And he did. It was a touchdown. But I'm like, are you that unconfident in running the football that you would rather, let's pitch this to, I think it was Sutton was the one who threw it, right? I think it was Sutton. Let's pitch it to Sutton, and he's going to throw it to Nix, who's covered, by the way. It's just a wild decision. And I'm like, is that because you trust that more than your running game, or you hate running the ball that much?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. You're right. He had a problem with those guys last. Like, it wasn't a, I don't want to run the ball thing. At least I hope it wasn't. It was more of a, I don't trust any of these dudes to run the ball.
I mean, just for an example, Audric Estime was on the roster all year. And in the biggest game of the season, the playoffs, you say no for a practice squad guy who had a busted back for like 9 weeks. And then you didn't play him either. And I'm just like, I don't understand what the logic is behind that. Unless you're just like, I don't like anybody here.
Do you keep all these? How many of these backs you keeping? RJ, JK locked in.
Yes, those two are locked in.
Audric, Jaleel? Jaleel's locked in, right?
One of the two. I would say I disagreed on that earlier. I think that's probably the case now. I think Jaleel has the much better case than Audric Estime does. Estime is going to be interesting because I don't think they'll be able to cut him and put him on a practice squad. I think somebody else would pick him up.
Yeah.
So you got to make the decision, like, do you want to carry like 4, which I don't think they do. None of them.
Would somebody pick up Audric?
You mean Jaleel? No, because I was talking about Audric. I think Audric gets picked up if he's cut.
Oh, and Jaleel definitely does.
I think he does too. Like they're those guys that somebody would take them as a third back on their team, sort of guys. But like Tyler Bidet, you're like you cut him, you stash him on practice squad for like however long you wanted to.
I mean, yeah. I mean, with Audric, if you miss on a 5th-round pick, it's not the end of the world, right? Like you still
people talk about him like he's a second rounder.
Yeah,
he's a 5th-round pick.
Yeah,
5th-round picks, they miss all the time.
Right. Because we were talking about that the other day. Like, would you with all these 2nd-round picks trying to get guaranteed money, would you have guaranteed, like if Audric was a 2nd-round pick, would you have what position would you have been in if you guaranteed him 4 years? And then you're looking around going,
right,
man, we still owe this dude money. He can't play how we want him to play.
It's like the Javonte one hurts. That he wasn't just a 2nd-round pick. He was like 34th overall. He's borderline 1st.
Yeah, you got to hit on those, man.
And he was a miss, and that's going to be the same thing with R.J. Harvey. Like to me, that's a big investment. What they did with R.J. Harvey, taking him where they did. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a more concerted effort to run the football because they've made the investment in it with guys it seems like they have conviction on. I could be wrong. I very well could be. By the way, it's funny. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they're set up to win this championship. They kind of fell into it. And I think Sam Presti's the best GM in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But even he would admit, like, hey, when we traded Paul George, I was trying to get picks, and I didn't mean to get picks and an MVP on top.
Right.
There's another team. It's not near the same extent of that kind of fell sort of backwards into a similar situation that we'll get to next. Okay, before I get to this thing I wanted to talk about, can I just say something real quick? Because every time I look on Twitter or on TV, the stupid Coldplay Kiss Cam folks.
Yep.
I'm going to make a PSA for everybody in the world. We're done with the story. It was a cute little thing for a couple of days. This is drug on for long enough for this taking my entire timeline and everybody making some cutesy post about it.
Listen, man, don't step out on, don't roll with your side chick to a massive concert. He just overplayed his hand on that one. If he would have just stayed cool, nobody would have thought anything was going on. But he acted like he got shot as soon as he got put up. Did you see Coldplay is now telling the audience before it happens? They're like, hey, listen, if you're with your side piece, we're about to put fans on the Jumbotron, so duck.
I'm like, can you imagine? I don't know what business this guy had. I guess he's a billionaire.
He's a CEO of a massive company, right? Of astronomer. Yeah.
Yeah, so what? I mean,
well, and the woman,
but
the woman is his head of human resources.
Yeah, no, I get it. Be having an affair with the HR.
No, hang on. Don't get me wrong. Everything about this is like dirty, sleazy, grimy, and he deserves arrows being flung at him. I don't need to see the guy put out a statement. I'm like, it's your life. It doesn't bother me.
Put out a statement.
Yeah.
It's
like, I've embarrassed my family. It's like, you aren't the president. What are you doing?
Right. You're like, no, and you don't have a family anymore. She's divorcing you immediately, man. Are you kidding me? You don't work through that. Yeah, no. They looked like they were having an amazing time until they got put on the Jumbotron. Yep. But listen, man, have you ever been put on the Jumbotron? I think you have. You've been put on altitude. You've been on altitude TV numbers of times.
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So but you've never been put on a Jumbotron. You never been put on the Kiss Cam or anything like that?
I don't think so. No, I don't ever remember. No, I don't remember that. No. Have you?
No. But we should get that done.
I've been on the Jumbotron during Avs games when they promote
Moser,
Jared Bednar
Lombardi.
show.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
The Jared Bednar show, my face is on there. Yeah. So does that count? But anyway.
Yeah, but that one, of all the times that somebody got put on a Jumbotron and it ruined their life, that has to be in the top 5, right?
God. Well, being a billionaire, that's a $500 million decision that was just made for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wife, right. His wife and his 3 kids are like,
Aruba,
2
Jamaica.
Christmases, another house. Yeah, it's exactly what's going to happen, man.
When did you see the?
Don't step out on your girl.
Did you see the apology video that he released?
He released he released
what I'm talking about.
No,
and now he released an apology video.
I have the audio right here.
I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run.
Wait a minute.
And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
There's sleuths on the internet that go back. They find moments like this, and they find out did Castellanos homer that day. Oh. And there's been random times where like a big embarrassing thing has happened,
and Castellanos
just lifts off.
They're like, what kind of voodoo, what kind of witchcraft is this guy dealing in?
Nelly, I need you to find the day of that Coldplay concert, and. Well, you know what? It might have been during the break. They probably weren't even playing, were they? Had to be during the All-Star break then.
Oh, yeah, where nothing was going on, unless it was the actual All-Star game. You're right.
Unless Castellanos played in a AAA All-Star game.
And the games were back this weekend, right? The Rocks won 2 out of 3.
That's right. But do some research on that, Ellie.
Yeah,
let me know.
Worst decision. Dumb, bad decision.
I'm trying to think, has anybody lost $500 million from a Kiss
just by
cam?
put on right.
You know
Getting put on the Kiss Cam. Did it cost you $500 million? I'm sure he's the first one to lose $500 million.
Has to be.
Right? Listen, there has been numerous times where dudes got busted at a game or whatever, and they got thrown on the Jumbotron, and they were with somebody who's not their chick.
Right.
And people are like, wait, what? But not
a billionaire.
Not at that kind of price tag, man.
Yeah, and lose your job.
Yeah.
So he resigned from his job.
Yeah. Listen, when you got that kind of money, I think it's not that big of an issue to resign from your job.
I suppose, yeah.
But it's not like he got fired because he runs the company. He was just like, damn, I got to quit.
Speaking of just moving to another company. So, brought this up earlier, that Oklahoma City, they kind of like just found gold. That they get all the picks for Paul George. And you look back, the Paul George trade has to go down as one of the worst in sports history.
Oh, yeah.
That's up there.
It's a bad trade.
The Russell Wilson trade is a joke compared to what OKC got off of
No,
Paul
it's up
George.
there with the Luka trade, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, whoa, that's one of the worst trades. It's got washed in that trade.
Like, it was, I think it was 7 first-round picks, and the eventual MVP was the player that was taken in that. And you're like, man, think about how lucky you have to be to sort of swindle that and everything works out right. Portland looked at Dame Lillard and said, hey, we're starting over. It's not good for you to be on this team because you're not going to win. It's not good for us either because we can't really rebuild with a guy of your caliber. So go find someplace you want to play. We'll make it happen. He goes, Milwaukee. Cool. Got it. So that's a disaster. The Dame Giannis experience was a mess. And now he comes back to Portland. And here's like the net gain from the Portland Trail Blazers over that. So they first trade Dame to Milwaukee in a deal for Tamani Kamara and Drew Holiday, who they then traded to Boston for Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, a first-round pick, and 2 first-round swaps. 2 years later, Dame, Drew Holiday, Robert Williams, Kamara, and the first-round picks all reside in Portland. Everybody that they traded away eventually is back on the roster and everything else that they've gained from it. And I'm like, I know that Dame's not going to help him this year. I don't know what's going to happen. He's probably just going to play out the rest of his career there.
Yeah, he's just going to walk off into the sunset, right?
But they traded one of their best players in franchise history and literally got him back while acquiring everything else, too.
He just fell off. Damian Lillard used to be one of my favorite players to watch play ball, and now he just doesn't have it anymore. But you're right. Next year, there's going to be no Damian Lillard next year. There's going to be no Tyrese Halliburton next year. There's no Jason Tatum next year. All 3 of those dudes out for the season. Matter of fact, they've already come out and said, like, with Tyrese, Indiana's like, no, we're shutting him down completely. They were like, what happens if he's healthy for the play? No, we don't care. Playoffs, regular season.
Smart from them.
We're shutting him down. You will not see him until the season after that.
To avoid, like, the Jamal Murray thing that we were doing when he was coming back. You remember that postseason that we were like, do you think Jamal comes back and plays? And it's just like that, along with the Landeskog stuff, was sort of the same thing. Avoid that entirely. Be like, nope, he's done.
Yeah,
no matter what
we're
happens.
not going to force him back. No, he's not playing in the playoffs. Nothing. Doesn't matter. Although I wonder if they change their tune, if the Pacers make another deep run. All of a sudden it's June and they're in the NBA Finals and Tyrese's like, I'm feeling great. What are we doing? Let's go. Let's
put me in with 10 seconds left. I'll hit a shot. Trust me.
Yeah, I do not know what the Blazers are doing. Although they are acquiring some talent. The Northwest Division is nasty. I'm assuming the Jazz are going to be better. The Chauncey Billups, did you see Chauncey went at a reporter the other day who questioned his team's defense, and he was like, yo, man, you need to look at the tape. We've got that defensive mentality. We might not be playing great defense, but we got the mentality. We're going to bring it next season. Like, he's like, it feels like the way Chauncey's talking, it feels like he thinks this Blazers team is going to be a lot better than the rest of us think next season. But that's a problem in this Western Conference, man. What does it mean? All right, Blazers, you're going to be better. How much better? You going to win 45 games? You going to win 50 games? You going to be that's how many games the Nuggets and Clippers won last year. Are the Clippers going to be better now that they got Beal and the crew? Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know about they're getting older. Are they any better?
You know what's funny? We talked about this a lot, Berto. That every team in this town, actually, and this includes the Rockies, even though they're terrible. You're surrounded by the toughest, like you're always on the harder side of whatever conference division alignment that you have. Like the Western Conference in the NHL and the NBA is insane.
Yeah, and the Central Division in the NHL, they're gonna have 6 teams in the playoffs again next season. 6 damn teams in that division gonna make the playoffs.
The NFL, there is no question the AFC is just a bear to get through. As
you know what I
the
heard
NFC?
About the AFC West? What you should do is put together a 4-team parlay. Chargers over 10 wins, Chiefs over 10 wins, Broncos over 10 wins, Raiders under 6 wins.
Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So you're going to have 3 teams in the division win at least 10, and hopefully they all 3 win those 10 by beating up on the Raiders, and the Raiders catch 5, 6 L's just from the division alone.
Yeah.
And then you're like, because, right, the Chargers are going to win 10 and more? Broncos are going to win 10 and more?
So is it like 9.5 or 10.5?
It's 9.5. I think it's
okay. 9.5 is a good number.
Take
10.5 is risky.
But I'm telling you, I might take 10.5 on all 3 of those, brother. On all 3 of those, I might take 10.5.
One division did have 3 teams above 10 wins last year. Do you know who it was?
No, who was it?
The NFC North.
Really?
15 win Detroit, 14 win Minnesota, 11 win Green Bay.
It's a nasty division, and that division got even nastier because guess what? Bears are going to be coming for you fools, right? Everybody thinks Ben Johnson is going to, like, the Lions are good. The Packers are going to be better.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings, who knows what the quarterback,
I think
is
the Vikings
JJ
going to make back?
Oh, you think the Vikings take back because of JJ? Because he's not going to be what they had last year.
Dude, it's one of the things. Like, I'm not a huge Darnold guy. I thought he was really good in Minnesota. There's no doubt about it. I thought, though, when they were doing do we give Darnold another contract or not? I was like, think about this for a second. You just remember they entered the final week of the regular season playing Detroit for the winner gets 15 wins, the 1 seed, and the loser goes to a wild card, like a wild circumstance. They end up losing to Detroit. And I was like, man, think about this. They let Darnold go, which they did. He's in Seattle now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And McCarthy comes in, and they win like 8 games. That's going to be tough.
Yeah,
but the guy that you're trying to build as the young QB.
But does Viking fan care if JJ looks like, if he looks like a young John Elway or whatever, where he's just launching balls or whatever it is? Even if he's getting picks left and right, if he's, gunslinging it, don't you think Minnesota fan would be like, oh, I like him a lot more than Sam?
They could if they like have the ability to see, I guess, the bigger picture of like, yeah, maybe we take a step back this year, but it's to let him grow sort of thing.
If J.J. McCarthy is a good to great quarterback, I don't even know. Then we have to rank that quarterback class of 2 years ago as one of the greatest ever. Because, I mean, you know what I mean? Because they're going to be doing it. I guess it's going to depend on what happens this year. Like, how does Jaden look this year? How does Penix look this year? How does Bo look this year? You know what I mean? Like, how does JJ look this year? It's going to depend. But that quarterback class has been insanely good.
So it was hard for me to remember all of them. So Caleb Williams was one.
Yeah, and he's going to be better this year, right?
I think
you got to
imagine
better.
I still have some reservations about him. He just looked like he was really indecisive in the pockets. Got sacked a lot last year, but he should be better. Jaden Daniels is obviously great.
Yeah, he's great.
Drake May looks like he's going to be really good.
Yeah, he's pretty good, right? He's
a
good quarterback.
Looks good. Penix, I know small sample size last year, but do you remember the last 3 weeks, I think, of the season?
Mm-hmm.
And their offense just blew up. They couldn't stop anybody, but they were putting up 30 points a game. And then, it was Bo Nix and JJ. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, find me a bad quarterback on that list. And maybe it'll be JJ. Maybe it'll be JJ. Maybe one of those dudes will fall off. Maybe Penix will just have a terrible season or something like that. But still, man, we're talking about, are you going to go 6 for 6? In the top 12 picks in the NFL draft, did those teams go 6 for 6 at the QB position?
Okay, hang on. I'll ask this question going to break. All those quarterbacks we just mentioned from a year ago, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix. You would put Bo Nix where, as of right now, between all those QBs? We'll get to it next. All right, so again, the players drafted last year in the first round, Berto filling in for Vic and Moshe today, who are still in Italia. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix. Those were the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round last year, and Berto makes a great point. All of them have the ability to be viable, good, long-time starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think you'd be insane not to put Jaden Daniels number 1 just because of what he accomplished last year.
If you're redrafting, Daniels goes number 1, right? Although the way coaches talk about Caleb, like it wouldn't shock me if the Broncos, like if you strapped Sean Payton to a lie detector and was like, you get to choose right now between Caleb and Bo, if he wouldn't lean Bo. Because remember the way Sean Payton was talking about
Jaden and Bo?
No, I'm talking about Caleb or Bo.
Yeah.
If he had to make that decision, if you had to make the decision, Caleb or Jaden right now, it's got to be, right? It's got to be Jaden.
I thought you were going to say, and I would love to see the truth on this one. Because Sean Payton loves Bo.
Yeah.
If he was given the option of Jaden or Bo, who would he take?
He'd take Jaden, right? He'd take Jaden.
He might really like his guy now.
Yeah.
No.
But Jaden Daniels might be generational, right?
Sure.
Bo could be great, but it feels like Jaden might be the next truly great quarterback in this league.
That's interesting because I agree with you. I wonder, like that ceiling. Let's say everything hits its peak. It feels like Jaden Daniels could be like, holy bleep, this is one of the best in X amount of years guy. What is that? And it's been 1 year, so it's hard to judge. I will give Bo Nix this leeway. He was 6th in the league last year in passing touchdowns. 6th with 29. Without really running a game at all, without a tight end, and with one real viable wide receiver threat. It's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
In Washington, they had a running game.
How about this?
Scary Terry.
How about this? The Broncos' defense was miles ahead of the Commanders. Commanders' defense was trash, and it got a little bit better this season, so we'll see what happens. But they were trash, man. That's a bad defense.
Very true.
And so at least Bo, when they went 3 and out, he could just be like, well, at least we have one of the best defenses in the league, and they can give me that ball back.
That is true.
Jaden just had to sit there and watch that defense give up a touchdown, and he had to be like, okay, I got to go score another one.
Like, Jaden had to go win them some football games. Like, they were like, dude, you're going to have to put up 35. Even the playoff game they did win, what was the final score that with them in Detroit? Give me 1 second. Because it was a touchdown every 5 seconds.
It was a high-scoring affair?
Yeah. So last year that was the divisional round. So remember, they opened up the postseason. They beat the Bucks 23-20.
In a close one. Oh, yeah.
They won 45
on the Lions,
to 31.
They put 45 on your Lions, brother.
I know.
And talk about a good defense, right? They were injured. They were injured.
Beat the hell up.
They were injured, right?
They still are playing okay despite the injuries. Never looked like that. But although Washington did get like 4 or 5 picks off of Goff in that game, which helped. But you're right. Like, Jaden Daniels is the top. What is... I've always said this about Bo Nix, and maybe after this year I'll have to amend that to something better. Bo Nix always felt to me like a Goff, kind of, where right pieces around him, you could have a lot of fun with that offense. They could put up some points. I don't know if he's going to be a guy that's just like hop on my shoulders and I'll carry you guys to victory, dude. Yeah. I don't know if he'll ever be that. But right pieces around him, good defense, like you got as good a shot to win as anybody sort of thing.
But Broncos country isn't going to accept that.
You should.
Broncos country is not going to accept that. They never will. Not with the history of quarterback play in this city. They will never take a game manager at the quarterback position. At least maybe they will for a couple of seasons.
That's a dangerous game that you play.
But no. Well, how about, I've heard somebody, I got into a screaming match with somebody who made this argument, and I was like, you are crazy because the QB position is so much more important. And their argument was that the Broncos should have passed on Bo Nix and taken a Hall of Fame tight end.
Oh, and
they
Bowers?
should have taken Brock Bowers. And they're like, that's a guaranteed if you guarantee me a Hall of Famer, you got to take him. And I'm like, you are stupid. There is nothing more important on a football field than the quarterback. And if you don't have one of those, you don't have anything. You could have a Hall of Fame at tight end. You could have a Hall of Fame at wide receiver. You could have a Hall of Fame at left tackle. It doesn't mean a damn thing if you don't have a quarterback.
So where I was on that, I had a different type of discussion. We were talking about this was more of a running back and how they're valued now thing. And I said, if I guaranteed you the reincarnation of TD or of Barry Sanders or of Walter Payton was in the draft and you had the number 1 overall pick, would you take him?
Yeah.
And I think you'd be silly not to, unless you think a quarterback is going to be that.
But see, what level of quarterback, man? What level of quarterback? The greatest running back in history of the game is worth a mid-level quarterback right now. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about a guy who can get me 2,300 yards in a season consistently over the next 5 years. One of the best back in the league compared to Drake May. What's the importance there?
Here's how I'd put it. And the reason why I was one of the dudes after day one where I was like, man, I think I would have taken Brock Bowers. But my reasoning was I just didn't think Bo Nix was that kind of guy. Mm-hmm. Now, he has proved me wrong. Like I'm on the Bo Nix train now, and he's done nothing to make you doubt him as a starting QB in my mind anyway. But at the time, I was just like, this felt like you really reached for somebody because you thought you had to sort of thing. My mind only changes if you feel like the quarterback you're taking is that kind of guy. You know, going back to what you initially said, that Broncos fans won't accept somebody who's not generational or something like that,
They're not
right?
going to, man. I'm telling you right now.
I'll tell you why I think that's...
If Bo Nix is Baker Mayfield, that's great. But Bronco country's not going to embrace that man.
But here's what I'd tell you. Different circumstance, but I think similar situation. When I was in Nebraska and Husker fans were like, we don't accept 9-3 with Bo Pelini, I said, guys, just because you've had your Patrick Mahomes before, there's no guarantee you get that again. And sometimes being in the conversation is what you need to strive for until you get lucky. Because it's what it is. You get lucky. And they said, no, we don't accept that. We have higher standards around here. And they haven't won since. Mm-hmm. They've been terrible since. Mm-hmm. And like the run the Packers are on right now is just unfathomable to me that they've had 30 straight years of, even with Jordan Love, really good quarterback play. If you're looking for a guy that's as good as Mahomes, you're going to be looking until after Mahomes' career is done. Like that's just kind of how it is. You need to find somebody that is viable with the right pieces around him for the moment. Because I don't know, let's say that I used this example before. If Bo Nix is Goff, what do you think happens? You're in charge of the Broncos. What do? Do you not give him a big contract after that or what?
No, you have to give him a big contract. But once again, if Jared Goff is not good enough to be the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. You know what I'm talking about? He is not good enough to play QB1 in this city.
What's your standard
for
quarterbacks right now?
My standard is John Elway and Peyton Manning, man. My standard is you better be one of the top 5 guys to ever play the position or you don't deserve to be here. That's what my standard is, man. It's ridiculous and it's stupid, but that's the truth, man. I'm not here for your average everyday quarterback. Not in this city, man. Bo Nix gets 2 more seasons, and if his ceiling isn't up, if we're not talking about him as being one of the best quarterbacks playing the sport in the game currently, you know what? We're going to start looking around.
Okay, how about this?
Go outside, nerd.
I'll give you another example. If Bo Nix's career mirrors Joe Flacco in Baltimore, what do you think?
Well, that means you win a title, so yes.
And he's a guy that in the playoffs seemed to step his game up.
It does mean you win, but see...
But he did have seasons in which it didn't go very well.
See, this is the cut. See, I hate Joe Flacco, so I don't like the comparison. You know what I mean? I hate that. I hate him as a player. Yeah, I hate him as a player.
Is it just
I hated those Ravens teams, man. I want nothing. You know what I mean? I don't like. Yeah, no. I don't. So that's a tougher discussion. But if you tell me Bo Nix will bring at least one Super Bowl title to this city in a 15-year career, then I'm down. But once again, it still doesn't mean he's going to be put up there with those.
Oh, no.
One, yeah, but if you give me one, then yeah, I'm fine. If one NFL titles is enough for me out of one generation.
And I guess where I'm at is, as long as you're somebody that you could, if given the opportunity, you could seize that to me has got to be the standard. Like, if at a bare minimum, you have to be a guy that can, first of all, put your team in position, get in the dance, and then can you play well enough to grab one?
Right.
Because I don't need, I mean, of course we all want, but you don't need to have Mahomes. You don't need to. It's a lot better when you do, but
you got to be able to win a title. You got to win the whole thing.
And so, like, if you have a guy who's like Joe Flacco level play, you can't just be like, well, he's not getting money from me. I'll find the next one. Like, you could be searching for a long time for that.
But once again, it depends on what we get and when we get it. If Bo Nix does the same thing this year that he did last year, it's a failure. If he does the same thing the season after that he did last year, he's going to be looking for another job. He's going to be traded, because if the Broncos keep going to the first round of the playoffs and get blasted, that's not a success either, right? It was a success last year because we had 8+ years of suckitude. This year has to be the most anticipated season of Broncos football since 2016. If you're a fan of the team, you have to be more excited for this upcoming season than you have been in almost 10 years, right?
That for sure.
So what happens if you get let down? How does Broncos country react if you get let down?
Isn't that, I mean, I really think.
Who's to blame? Bo? Sean?
It's one of the most interesting situations in sports, is the way that people view that. Because I was the first guy when pre-championship Nuggets had, and look, there's surrounding circumstances of Jamal being hurt, and MPJ was also hurt in one of those runs. But when they got swept by Phoenix, and the next year they lost in 5 to Golden State in the first round. And that's when all the hounds were out, the talking heads saying, oh, if Nikola Jokic is so good, then why didn't, like that whole thing. And you cannot base this every year off of if you win a championship or if you didn't improve, because there's almost nobody on earth that every year gets incrementally better.
Yeah, but we don't care, man. We don't care. As
we'll
a
never
fan,
have
we
on here
don't.
ever again.
No, I understand that, but it's how you evaluate it. Like, if Bo Nix and the Broncos this year make the playoffs and they lose in the first round again,
it's a failure.
Like, it's disappointing.
No, it's a failure. You always got to take the next step. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
if the Broncos,
but I guess is there consequences? Is there something on the line? If they don't, then what are you gonna? You aren't gonna fire Peyton over that, over making the playoffs. You aren't gonna.
But
say
I might
Bo
if
Nix
he does
is
it
the
again. If he does it 3 straight seasons, I might.
Could.
I am the richest ownership group on planet Earth. I can do whatever. I can have Sean Payton and Bill Belichick and whoever else on staff, and I'm paying them all $30 million a year. I don't care, man. You know what I mean? There is no salary cap on your staff. You can pay them as much as you want. And if I don't like what I'm getting out of Sean, listen, man, take your Billy or Millie or whatever I'm paying you and go do whatever. And I'll bring somebody else in to do it. But if you give me 3 straight years of why did George Karl get fired? Because he kept getting to the first round of the playoffs and getting knocked out.
Yeah.
We do not accept that. Not now, not anymore. It's a failure if it happens. If you make the playoffs and don't win, from now on, it is a failure because you got to the playoff. That was a win last year.
Get back to that in just a second. Berto said something earlier that I thought was really interesting in comparing two guys who are, I mean, on the surface, I don't think you'd put them side by side, but they are remarkably similar dudes that we'll get to in just a second. Stick around. All right, so Berto in for Vic and Moj today as they're still in Italy. Some breaking news-ish, not huge breaking news, but breaking news from the NFL we'll get to in a second. But Berto made this comparison earlier today, and I love it. And it's just like Scotty Scheffler before the Open starts. He's basically going through the meaning of life at one of his press conferences, and he's like,
golf doesn't mean anything to me. It's an empty life.
And Berto, I was sitting there, and I was like, I don't think he understands that every person with a job feels that way. It's like, why am I wasting?
We're dust.
Why am I wasting 8 hours a day of my life for something that doesn't fulfill me or do anything other than bring home money for my family? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but Scotty, we'd all choose your job.
Right.
We would all choose yours. But for him to say, I don't even care about this, and then wipe the floor with everybody at the Open this weekend is just a special kind of like middle finger to the rest of the league. But you said it. You said he's Joker.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Joker in him, right?
It's very, very Joker-esque of, I'm going to do this. I like to do it. I work hard at it. It's my job. I know the responsibility I'm undertaking. But once job's done,
right,
it's wife and kiddo time.
Yeah, that's what, for Scheffler, it's just a job. You know what I mean? It's not a passion. And then he hates everything else around the sport. Like Spieth was saying, he hates, like he doesn't want to go do sponsorship. Like even though he'd make more money if he just embraced the whole golf sponsorship thing. And he's like, nope, he'd rather go home. He doesn't want to deal with that. He doesn't want to deal with the media. He doesn't want to make commercials. He does not like all the reindeer games around the sport.
Let's hear Spieth again.
Doesn't care to be a superstar. He's not transcending the game like Tiger did. He's not bringing it to non-golf audience necessarily. He doesn't want to go do, the stuff that, a lot of us go do corporately, anything like that. He just wants to get away from the game and separate the two, because I know that he, at one time felt it was too much that he was taking it with him. And, whenever he made that switch, I don't know when it was, but, he has hobbies, he's always with his family. They're always doing stuff. So I think it's more so the difference in personality from any other superstar that you've seen in the modern era and maybe any sport. I don't think anybody's like him.
So he actually went on, this according to Underdog Golf, to say specifically, Nikola Jokic is the only guy I can think of that's a superstar that's equally unassuming in any sport in the modern era. Wait, Spieth
said that?
This is according to Underdog Golf. So
Man,
this was
Jordan, I didn't know he was that much of a ball knower.
Yeah. It was sent to me over by our buddy over at DNVR, Spencer. But Nikola Jokic is the only guy I can think of that's a superstar that's equally unassuming in any sport in the modern era, and I'm happy if anybody else can find another example, but it's very rare.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Although, Joker just doesn't have time for your nonsense. Scheffler has to be this way or he can't win. You know what I mean? He has to, his mental state has to be like, I can't care about this other stuff.
Yeah.
Should he embrace being the number one golfer in the world more? Because that's basically what Jordan is saying. It's he doesn't want to be the number one golfer. He wants to win tournaments. He wants to cash that check and go home and be with his family. He doesn't want the spotlight of being the number one golfer in the world.
Do you think that he should hold a responsibility to be the league rep?
You have to help grow the game. Each one of these, the greats in the game have helped build the game higher, further, fast. You know what I mean? Does Scheffler have an obligation to help grow the sport that has made him rich as hell?
Okay, so here's what's interesting. I just don't think he's got the personality for it. I don't think he could even fake it. Mm-hmm. The Jokic stuff, Jokic has a great personality.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Affable, he's funny, he's charming, he's got all those different qualities. But Jokic seems to save that for a lot of his folks back home and not in the league. Now, if the league was actively trying to push Jokic into whatever that about to be missing LeBron spotlight is, they have that stupid face of the NBA conversation every 2 days on ESPN.
Joker's the face of the league, right? Even over SGA and the defending MVP and the defending NBA champion, right? I think if you ask most people who's the best player in the sport right now, they say Joker, right? Nobody says How many people say SGA? 15%, 20%?
Do you think there's a difference, though, between best player in the NBA and then sort of the representative of the league? A lot of times it coincides with one another.
Yes.
But I think it is different, and I just don't think – I don't know. I think Jokic sometimes gets – it's why he loves it here. He's uncomfortable with that big of a spotlight on him just because his general disposition is having humility.
Mm-hmm.
To be that guy, there's got to be an arrogance about you. I
mean,
and Jordan had it. LeBron had it.
You got to enjoy the attention.
Yeah.
You got to be an outgoing cat. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, nah, man. Like Scheffler just wants to go the hell home. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to sign autographs. He definitely doesn't want to deal with the people from Nike or TaylorMade or anything. You know what I mean? He's just like, let me be.
I think it's part of the reason why the NHL doesn't really, I mean, they've had guys like that before, but it's tough to find that because NHL guys don't want to be the me guy.
The NHL does it to themselves. Like the NHL is always like, it's we, not me. It's we, not me. It's we, not me. And they have great personalities in the league that they don't let shine because, I mean, it's just, that's just from day one when you start playing hockey. It's we, not me. Do not be that guy. Do not be that guy. And so there's just not that guy in the NHL. Like Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon.
Goodness.
Like they don't want those spotlights, right? They just want to play hockey. They don't want it to be about them. But that's the sport itself. I really wish the NHL would allow their guys to have more personality in front of a camera because they got all the personality in the world behind the camera.
Oh, yeah. You'll never find cooler dudes than hockey dudes, honestly.
Right.
They're the best. It's funny, like, even Brady, I know when Brady was in New England, he was like, all business, Patriot way, don't be controversial. Brady was arrogant, though.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example of how I especially know that now. Every time I see a clip of Tom Brady on a podcast, I had no idea that guy had all the answers in the world to life's questions. He's the kind of guy that's like, well, here's what you do. You get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and you do this and you do that. And this is how you be a champion. It's like, all right, I forgot that you know everything about everything, Tom. Mm-hmm. But he's always carried himself that way. And you have to. Like, you have to be arrogant to be that good at something.
Yeah, but he didn't just jump in. He didn't walk into the NFL with that kind of arrogance, you know?
No, it's earned.
Right. He built it up. And like with Tom, I think you're right. You have earned that kind of arrogance. When you've won as much as he did, you can get cocky. You can have some swag. Bill, you can have some swag. Like Sean Payton has some swag. How much of that is based on a Super Bowl title that he won 16 years ago, whatever it was, 2009 or whatever it was that he did it. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But it's still, you got to earn it. Like Scotty Scheffler, if he wanted to, could have some swag, man. He's won 4 majors. Like, you know what I mean? And he's killing it this season. He's just crushing people this season. But that's just not in his personality. And same thing with Joker. Do you think Joker would have 1 or 2 MVPs if his personality was oversized, say as like a Shaq or a Wilt Chamberlain, who was just like, they love the attention. And if they were out there, if they were friends with the media, would they have gotten more votes and more MVPs? And if Joker being like, nah, I'm gonna go back home and hang out with my horses, did that cost him an MVP or 2?
I don't think so. And the reason why, I think the thing that's held Jokic back the most, and everybody's got a different theory on this. You know, I'm sure there are going to be texters and be like, it's because he's white or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's more because his style, the way he plays, is not something that, first of all, is easily replicable, and second of all, isn't highlight reel. Everybody that we talk about as far as like the guys in the league that everybody wears the jerseys of, you know, even go back like the last 2 decades, who are those guys? It's like Iverson, it's LeBron,
Anthony
it's
Edwards.
Curry, it's Anthony Edwards, it's Melo. All of those guys are highlight reel. Go like type in a Jokic highlight reel from a random game last year. Like the 60, 10, and 10 game that he had. The highlight reel is going to be
20 and 20, brother.
Or 60, 20, and 20. It's a baby hook. Let's fade away.
Although
it's a good pass.
Right. It's some insane pass, though. Or it's like it's a full court pass.
Right.
Or he makes a 3-4, court shot or something. Like, yeah.
But I thought forever people look at that and they say, I can do that. When they can't. You can't. But they see that style of game. Like when John Morant jumps over 3 people and dunks on somebody, that catches your attention because you're like, I could never.
Right.
But Jokic doing this?
This generation of the NBA players of this generation, like the young guys who just got drafted, some of them start talking about who their favorite players is. And for the first time ever, I'm hearing these young players mention Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
And then I'm like, I want to see what that the generation who grew up watching Joker play basketball, I want to see what they can do. Just like the generation who grew up watching Steph, and it's just like, I'm jacking. I'm jacking from 40. I'm just gunning, brother. I want to see the generation of Steph kids and the generation of Joker kids coming into the NBA and what they can do to the game.
What's the name of the player that the Blazers took in the first round?
Yang Hansen?
Yeah, that guy. Oh, he idolizes Jokic.
Joker. Well, that dude's a massive, tall dude who loves to pass the ball, too. So you can see why he can be like, ooh.
Wait, that was the dude that was sitting with the crowd.
Yeah.
His name got called.
He just wanted to watch the draft. He didn't think he was going to get drafted, then his name was called. He's like, what? Let's go. Yeah. That's the dude.
Hey, let me give you a couple stories just quickly from the Open. 2 people that were in it. One was a Buddhist monk. Did you see the story?
Yeah.
So this dude went to be a Buddhist monk and
didn't realize
train
they could
in
even
meditation.
you can't. I thought a Buddhist monk can't you can't talk and stuff. Like you just got to sit there and meditate on.
Well, he's not anymore. He took a year to go train to be one.
See, man, that's not a Buddhist monk, man. You gotta dedicate yourself to the lifestyle. You can't just go on holiday. That's like if Moser comes back and says he's Italian. He's like, I'm Italian now, man. I spent weeks in Italy. I'm Italian now, man. Chicken parmesan. You know what? Whatever that. You know what?
that?
You can't just go to a monastery and then consider yourself a monk. You got to dive into that nonsense.
So he said, this is, his name is Sadam Kawakyana, I think. I've tried my best.
All right, good job.
He took a short hiatus from professional golf in 2023 to live as a Buddhist monk and practice meditation. Said, I was ordained because I wanted to return the greatest merit and repay my parents, he said. I was cut off from the rest of the world when I was ordained.
Did his parents send him to monk school like it was college?
I have no idea.
Do you have to pay to be a monk? Do you have to give these monks money to go hang out with monks?
But is it more impressive for him or more impressive for the ex-biker gang member that qualified while still in prison?
I'm sure it's the biker, right? Because how you practice your swing in prison. Talking about don't drop the soap. Watch that swing, man. Watch that back swing. You know what I mean? Take it high and tight and low and slow. You practice in your swing in prison.
So his name is Ryan Peake. He was with a biker gang. Oh, of course, I'm behind a paywalled site now. I just had another one open. But he was in a biker gang in Australia. He said, you know what? Just kind of got caught up in the wrong sort of group, wrong mix. He was jailed in 2014 after an attack on a rival gangster that left the victim with a fractured skull and 2 broken arms.
Woo!
So he was in jail. He eventually got to go out and play tournaments, only to return to prison to go to sleep at night.
See, that ain't prison, bro. That's not prison.
That
if you
minimum
get to go
security
play
thing.
Golf,
well, they have some jail programs where, you get a job during the day and then you come back at night.
Well, playing golf ain't a job. Are you
well,
kidding
for
me?
him it is.
If I found out that the dude who beat the hell out of me is now in prison and playing golf every weekend, I got some issues. I'm like, wait, he punched me in the face how many times and broke both of my arms, and now we're paying for him to go play golf on the weekends while he's in prison?
So he wins.
I got some issues with that.
Wins this tournament to qualify for the Open. I just think it's too. You had a Buddhist monk And you had a dude who was in jail for fracturing a guy's skull and breaking both of his arms.
Right, and I'll tell you which one I'd prefer to lose to or beat, you know what I mean? You beat the Buddhist monk, he just gives you a little bow. You beat that biker dude, and all of a sudden you're throwing hands with a guy who's in prison for breaking this dude's arms, man.
After working his way through the mini tours, he hit the jackpot in March, winning the New Zealand Open, a victory that earned him a place in the Open. Gosh, what a wild story.
Yeah. I mean,
you're right though. Like if you're think about this, man. If you're in prison and you got a bunkmate, that guy's watching you leave to go play golf during the day.
How the hell do you even get that approved? You're just like, hey, warden, you know I'm good at golf. Can I go play golf on the weekends? What the hell? I mean, no, that's not prison. That's not prison. I'd rather do that than my job right now. You just sit there and they just feed, like you don't have to pay for food or nothing. You got your own little place to stay. And then on the weekends, they let you golf?
All right, hang on a second. Hang on.
That doesn't seem like a good idea at a ton. Like being a Buddhist monk seems like it'd be a pain in the neck because all you got to do is sit there and stare at stone walls and think about whatever it is that you think about.
Here's a straw poll. Let's just say you're a single dude or gal. No spouse, no kids, no family. You can take the job you have now with the freedom of sleeping in your own bed every night. Or I tell you, your job is to golf, but you must spend all hours outside of golf in prison.
Right, but you get to play golf for a living.
Yes. Would you take it? Would you make that swap? You sleep in prison, you live your life there, but you leave to play golf.
If I'm just randomly in that prison and this other dude gets to go play golf every weekend, I might jump that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the guy, he's in the lunch line, and he's like, I want some more meatloaf. And the next thing you know, there's 2 or 3 dudes going, beating, just like.
This is what you got to do. The first thing you got to do is say, hey, if I win, I'm going to make some cash.
Yeah.
I'll throw some money on that commissary.
Right. Just cigarettes
you want that
for
commissary
everybody.
money, I got you.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, right. Good call. Get out in front of it.
You got to get out in front.
Of it.
Just be like, I know that you probably are jealous that I'm leaving, but I'm trying to make money for the both of us, okay? We're in this together.
Yeah, that's crazy talk. If you're the warden, I mean, no, man, that's, yeah. If he gets to go play golf, what are these other guys getting to do?
I spin plates really well.
Go to the beach and build sandcastles and stuff? That's not prison.
I'm an amazing beach volleyball player. Trust me.
Yeah, you got to get me out there. I got to get yeah, that's insane. That's insane.
I don't know how he pulled
Chris
it off.
Marlowe
Good
just
for him.
spiking the ball and then heading back to prison. You know what I mean? Heading back to the Hooskow.
Or maybe that's it. It's Marlowe goes and calls a Nuggets game and then goes back to prison.
Right, has to go right back to prison.
Yeah, but he gets to go to Ball Arena. He gets to call the games.
So crazy, man.
All right, so 303-504-0925 back after this. Mark Bertinelli filling in for Vic and Moj all week as they are out still in Europe gallivanting across, different pizza parlors, and
Who do you
Moj
think I am?
finds Peronis that he's probably going to drink. So they'll be out all week. Berto is in. So a little bit of, quote, breaking news.
Ooh.
Not super important stuff, but Titans quarterback Will Levis, who is theoretically battling Cam Ward for that starting job, is no longer battling Cam Ward because he is having season-ending surgery on his right shoulder.
Ooh, Will Levis is?
Will Levis is.
Man, that's tough. That's a tough. I mean, they were giving Cam was going to get that job, right? I mean,
yeah, and so it's solidified. Cam Ward will start against the Broncos week 1.
So yeah, you're going to see him. But that Broncos defense is going to do very, very bad things to Cam Ward in that front of Tennessee, right?
What a horrible start to your career is. Here's your introduction. You're going to play the first snap of the season on the road in Denver against what could be a top 3 defense in the league.
Welcome to getting sacked 6 times in your first game as an NFL quarterback, just running for your life.
Yep. I mean, that's wild. But Levis,
is he ever going to get a starting job again?
I don't think
so. He's obviously so young.
He'll be a guy that's like, he's a backup, so he'll start again. He'll get a job. You know, if a quarterback goes down, he'll step in. And maybe he can do the Baker thing. Like we've seen Baker, Sam Darnold's one of these guys now that people kind of gave up on. He got an opportunity, capitalized. Now he's a starter again. I don't think his career's done. Like he'll be in the league for a while. But I think that, hey, we can give you franchise quarterback money stuff is probably out the window.
Yeah, done with that. Where did they draft Levis? Like
he was like the first pick of the second round.
Okay.
Because they traded up to get him.
Okay, it's not like he's Paxton Lynch where they wasted a first on him. Yeah, he was your second pick of the second round.
I mean, that's still pretty high.
Will Levis.
Still pretty high.
Bryce Young went number 1 in that draft.
That's right.
And then
I'm
C.J. Stroud.
I'm hopeful on Bryce Young, by the way.
Yeah.
Hopeful.
Yeah. But I mean, but you got C.J. sitting there. Nobody's putting, all their eggs in the Bryce Young basket when you're like, yo, CJ's, this is going into his 3rd year. He's got 2 playoff wins under his belt already.
What do you think of the old, people say this, and I think it was kind of obvious. There were some other circumstances last year that I think led to a, quote, down year from C.J. Stroud. His wide receivers got hurt. Everybody did. Nico Collins missed a bunch of the season. Stephon Diggs tore his ACL. Who am I missing? Tank Dell went out with a season-ending injury. He's missing a bunch of guys. But he did not perform as well last year as his rookie year. Now, because they play in the suckiest of suck divisions, it didn't matter.
Shout out to the South.
Do you have fear like that of Bo Nix? That maybe puts his head up against a little wall?
I do, for the same reason that the Texans had an issue. I thought this was going to be a problem for the Broncos last year when they had that massive cap hit, and I thought, you know what, this cost you, not in talent, I thought they had plenty of talent, but in depth. So I thought what was going to happen with the Broncos was late in the season, they start to fade because they didn't have the money to have the depth, and you'd get some injury, but they weren't as injured as that, like there's Riley got banged up for a little while, but there was no huge injury that you missed a guy for a long time. And so I was like, whoo, they made it to that makes me nervous for this season. You're still dealing with a cap hit. It's half. It's what, instead of 60 whatever, it's 30 whatever.
Yeah.
So you still, but I mean, $30 million can get you one of the best players in the league. You know what I mean? That's $30 million will get you the best edge rusher in the league or the best wide receiver in the league. That's what you can do with that kind of money that the Broncos don't have this year. So I am more scared that since the injury bug didn't bite last year, that it might get you this year.
Me too.
And you don't have the depth to deal with it if it happens at certain positions. Can you imagine if Zach Allen got hurt, or if Bonitto got hurt, or if Bo Nix got hurt? You know what I mean?
Quarterback.
And it feels like we were talking about how great this roster looks for the Broncos right now. But man, it's the one problem is the injury, right? When you're like, well, Hufanga and Greenlaw, and you know what I mean? Like it. So like you have these guys that have been dealing with injuries in the past.
Top of my head, the guys, if they got injured, that would hurt the most. And ignore quarterback on this.
Yeah. If Jarrett Stidham gets hurt, bad news for the Bronx is what you're saying?
Well, I think kind of anybody on the offensive line. They have been so remarkably healthy on the O-line.
Yeah, name any one of those dudes.
Yeah.
If any one of those dudes goes down, because that's once again, that's your strength.
If Sutton goes down, it's a big problem.
Yeah, unless everybody keeps telling me that Marvin Mims is going to take the next step. That Marvin Mims is going to be the truth. He's going to be the next great offensive weapon for the Broncos.
I hope so.
And I'm the same way. I'm like, okay, man. I mean, I'd almost like to see an Ingram go off rather than a Mims. Like, I'd rather, you know what I mean?
Okay. To tie this into a previous discussion, this might, I think you're going to think I'm really stupid for saying this. I am far more skeptical on Marvin Mims being a part of the offense than I am the running backs getting more of a run.
Really?
Yes. I think they will have a more concerted effort to run the ball, and I don't know if they'll do that with Mims. There was a quote from Sean Payton when OTAs first started. And when I do the show with Vic and Moser, like, oh, Brett, stop reading into things too much. But the quote was this. He was asked about his wide receiver room. And he goes, yeah, there's guys that are going to have to earn their way into more touches. It said, I don't have the quote in front of me. It's paraphrase. And he goes, guys like Troy Franklin are going to have to earn their way to get more touches. Guys like Mims. And I go,
Mims?
Mims is, in my head, very much of the he's earned the touches category, and he's more of a concerted effort to get the ball in his hands guy in the offense now. But he put him in that category. Like, I thought him and Sutton were like, nope, these two are going to touch the football. These guys are going to get the ball a lot. The other guys got to earn their way in.
Wait. So do you think because he didn't mention Vele that he's like, well, Devon's locked in. Cortland and Devon are locked in.
I can't remember who he did. Vele might have been mentioned in there too. It's basically everybody outside of Sutton.
Yeah.
And Ingram, it seemed like.
Because I don't know. I mean, what are we going to get out of Pat Bryant? Like, I mean, is he going to be a player? Is he going to get some playing time? Is he going to catch balls and make it look good? Like, I don't know, man.
I got a conspiracy theory surrounding Pat Bryant.
What?
If you're going through the depth chart of wide receiver,
yeah,
Sutton, Mims, Vele, Franklin.
Yeah,
that seems to be your top four.
Yeah.
So Bryant's at fifth. At fifth, like at best, going to be fifth.
Yeah.
But he's also the third pick that you took. That's not like a small investment. Third round picks are pretty large investments. I almost wonder if he's like Cortland Sutton insurance for no contract beyond this year.
I mean, Pat is, as soon as he joined the roster, he became the slowest wide receiver on the roster, right?
Yeah.
Right? With his 4.6 40, he's slower than Mims for sure, and Troy for sure.
And I wonder if the Mims stuff is partly because he's just not built like the other guys. The other guys are all 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". They're big wideouts, and Mims not
like
that.
5'10.5".
And Sean Payton loves the giant physical stature of those dudes, so that might hold him back a little bit. But
I just need we need somebody on offense, right, that excites you outside of the quarterback position.
But more than excites, like, provides a threat to the opposing defense.
And that's why we keep talking about RJ, right? Everybody thinks with that kind of speed,
right,
it's going to be like if Harvey is what we think he could be, then he could be the guy.
Right.
But outside of that, I don't know, man. Like, we keep talking about a joker, and maybe Ingram's that guy. Maybe RJ, as long as you can build a mismatch, put RJ all over the field, see what he can do. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Who's the one person on the Broncos offense you want to see touch the ball the most?
I think Sutton's probably still your best weapon. My answer is Mims, though.
You think Sean Payton doesn't agree with that?
I would say I would love for it to be Harvey. If Harvey's good enough for that role, I don't know yet. But I would say Mims just because he seems, and they did a little bit of this towards the end of last year, and coincidentally, that's when Marvin Mims started to break out a bit. I think you line him up in the backfield, you put him in the slot, You move him around. You get him in motion. Like, think about what the Chiefs and especially Miami has done with Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's number one asset is he's just faster than anybody else. And so what do? They put him in motion to give like him a sprinting start before the snap.
Just like, woo!
Hike, and he's already at full speed 3 steps in before the corner even gets his hips turned. I'm like, how can you not think of ways to do that with Mims with how fast he is? So I think, like, as far as guys who can just break a defense, I think Mims is the one. But it's like, are you going to commit to giving him the football? That's what I don't know.
Yeah. And I think I'm leaning right now until I'm proven otherwise that's not going to happen. That Sean's going to rely on Bo and Bo's arm more than anything else next year when it comes to the offense.
Yeah. Can listen to us anywhere, including Italy, if you're either one of my co-hosts. On the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. When we come back, I got a question for you, Berto. You love the Nuggets.
Love them.
Is it one eye on the Nuggets and another eye on everything else? Because there's a team that I'm not concerned about that maybe I should be more concerned about. We'll get to it next. right, so one of the moves over the weekend, or actually what happened, over the weekend, recently, Marcus Smart agreed to a contract buyout with the Washington Wizards. He will sign a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Lakers. So here's what the Lakers look like, by the way, for those who haven't been paying attention. Their starting five is going to be Luka, Reeves, Rui, LeBron, and DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, and Marcus Smart off the bench.
Marcus Smart will come off the bench along with Jackson Hayes and Jared Vanderbilt and Dalton Knecht and Gabe Vincent and a host of others. I am very unconcerned with the Lakers.
Yeah, that's trash, right? That's a trash lineup, despite having a couple of Hall of Famers there in their starting five. Although I will always be concerned about a team with Luka. Luka, you know what I mean? Like,
it's exactly my thought.
It's always concerning.
And that's what I was going to ask you. You did say they're trash, so maybe you agree with me on this. I feel like I am unconcerned with the Lakers, but I shouldn't be as unconcerned as I feel.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Both teams in L.A. don't concern me as much as what else has gone on in the Western Conference, but we should be. We probably should be concerned about both of them. And then aren't the Clippers, didn't I just read this morning that they're going to sign Chris Paul? They're going to bring in CP. Why do I think I saw that? So the Lakers, listen, man, I don't know what Marcus Smart's going to bring to that team, and I don't know if LeBron James is going to be on that team by the time the trade deadline comes around. You'd have 2-3 different starters in that starting five for LA once it's all said and done. But, I mean, is LeBron James, are they going to trade that dude? Are they going to trade LeBron to a contender, hopefully in the East? Is he going to go back to Cleveland? Or are they going to send him to, Minnesota or Dallas or Houston or something like that?
Well, if LeBron was smart, he would want no part of any other team in the West. I don't think.
Yeah, just move with the go back to Cleveland or go back to Miami or whatever it is.
Well, everybody's talking about hey, if he does move, what do you think about him reuniting with Kyrie and AD in Dallas? And it's you know what, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not gonna. I mean,
but Kyrie's out for the year. He's another guy that's out for the year.
Right, that's true. If Cooper Flagg isn't the real deal, then Dallas is in trouble anyway. You know what I mean? Kyrie and AD kick rocks with that nonsense.
So I think what you saw with Chris Paul and the Clippers, at least this is what I've seen, is that he liked Bradley Beal's post about going to LA. So if you're into the social media sort of sleuthing, I guess. I am, you know what it is about LA? LA feels like they're hanging on to, they're a triple option offense in college football.
Okay.
It's
yeah, I get what you're saying.
The way you're going about building a team feels behind the times to me. That you're just getting the big name guys, throwing them together and be like, make it work.
You're 15 years behind where everybody else, OKC is laughing at the moves that you're currently making because you're just not playing the modern NBA game.
Plus, they're old, man. They're old.
Yeah.
Everybody's 35 years old on that roster.
I get it, man. But see, old also means experience. I think when the NHL season starts next year, the two oldest teams in the NHL are going to be the Colorado Avalanche and the Florida Panthers.
The Avs will be the oldest?
I think, second oldest. The average age of an Avalanche starter is 29 years old, I think. Yeah, the future comes at you fast. You go from the youngest team to one of the oldest team quickly when you have that kind of experience on the squad. And then they did get a little older with Brock and the crew, right? But the Avs, I think, are the second oldest team behind the team that's going for a three-peat in Florida, who just locked up all their super vets and stuff like that. The Lakers are old and busted, and they just don't have the assets of these other teams. Do the Lakers scare you? If LeBron, listen, man, LeBron was still great last year. He's still great. At some point, he's got to fall off, though. At some point, he's got to stop averaging 26, 8, and 7 on a season. That's got to happen. But the other problem is that Luka's just going to get better, man. Luka's a top 4 player in the NBA, and he could move up. I mean, he could pass Giannis this season. I mean, I'm a believer in Luka Doncic. This is why I hated that trade so much. But if you're talking about either the Clippers or the Lakers interfering with the Nuggets' run to another NBA title or a Western Conference champ, who do you think stands in the way more, the LA Clippers or the LA Lakers?
I think it's the Lakers because of Luka.
Right.
I mean,
and the Clippers, they're hella old too. Like James Harden is old, man. Kawhi is old, man.
It's like the Lakers with Luka, but also I'm with you. I just refuse to believe LeBron's not going to have 25, 8, and 8 every year until he's done. So it's just, yeah. I just looked up the ages in the NHL, by the way. So the oldest team as of now is Winnipeg. They're almost 30 on average. The Avs are 8th in the league as of right now. So, not that far off. They're 29.05 years. The leader is, or third place is 29.29. Like, they're very close to a whole bunch of other teams. But,
I mean, the Nuggets have to start the Nuggets are an older team in the NBA now, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Joker's 30. Like AG and Jamal, and I still can't believe so much relies on Jamal Murray and what he does for the success of this team. You know what, Brett? Let me ask you this question. I keep seeing videos of like Jamal in the gym. He's grinding. He's going to have, and I do believe that Jamal Murray's going to have the single best season of his career this year.
John Wallace told us that he's stayed here during the offseason. He's working out like every day.
But let me ask you this. If Jamal Murray can't or won't or doesn't, or will not, whatever it is, if he doesn't get to where he needs to be, is there somebody else in the NBA that you can think of right now that can do for the Nuggets what Jamal Murray does? That's because the blue arrow feels so important to what Joker and the Nuggets want to do. Is there another player in the NBA that you can just swap out this guy for Jamal and he could do what Jamal does in a more consistent way?
No.
Does that say that guy doesn't exist?
So it could. All right, let me amend that. It could. You know, the reason why when it came down to like if you're trading a max contract, would you trade Jamal's or would you trade Porter's? They traded Porter's. Okay. It doesn't feel as much of a change because the Nuggets, when it comes down to crunch time, this entire iteration of this team surrounding Nikola Jokic and this core has done one thing. It's always been Jamal and Jokic two-man game. Whenever things get tough, they go to it. And when it works, you win championships. And when Jamal doesn't quite hold up his end of the bargain, you get the results from the last couple of years. But if you were to get rid of him, it fundamentally changes who you are as a team identity.
More so than Mike, right? Because Cam
totally more.
Can do a lot. But let me ask you this: in the NBA over the last year. I think it's over the last year. In the NBA, the Nuggets had two players who averaged the most minutes per game of the top 14 guys in the NBA. The Nuggets had two of them.
Yep.
One of them was Nikola Jokic, and the other one was Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Michael Porter Jr. burned a lot of minutes last year for the Nuggets. Second most behind Joker. Is Cam going to get all those minutes? Or do they go to somebody else?
Here's my hope, Berto. My hope is nobody plays those minutes again. That's what these moves in the offseason are about. It's like Joker he almost played 38 minutes a night last year.
Stupid.
That can't happen. And that's why I'm happy that the Valanciunas stuff seems to be put to rest. I mean, not totally yet, but every indication from everybody who works for the Nuggets is like, he'll be here.
Yeah.
So that's what he takes over. I think with Jamal, that's where Bruce Brown and Hardaway and all these different guys are going to help him out from a guard position. Hopefully, fingers crossed, a guy like Deron Holmes, who I want to get your thoughts on in a second, Deron Holmes or someone can fill in as a backup four, so AG isn't playing all those minutes.
Yeah, that's got to be Deron, right?
Those guys, it feels like they are there specifically to be like, we can't tax that many minutes throughout the course of a season on these guys again because it runs them down. You've seen it the last 2 years. Even Joker doesn't complain about anything. Dude, he's got a NASCAR pit crew the second he sits on that bench. Yeah. It's heat packs all over shoulders and knees and backs and everything.
Yeah. I think he's in the top 5 of most minutes played over the last 5 years. From 2020 to 2025, Joker has played a massive amount of basketball. But it also means, if Deron's getting those minutes and Bruce is getting those minutes and Tim Hardaway's getting minutes and he's gunning, shooting threes, how many more minutes? I mean, does that mean that Peyton Watson takes a step back? Does that mean Julian Strawther takes a step back, or is he going to take a step? You know what I mean? Like, we start talking. I like new, shiny, fancy new things too. That's why, so I talk about Cam Johnson, get excited about Curtis and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But how much are you going to rely on Julian and Peyton? And I guess I got to throw Jalen Pickett in there as well when you talk about the backup point position, because everybody keeps asking Ben and John about that.
Here's the great news to me. The last couple of off seasons have been these guys have to get better and be better players. And now it's like, if you guys don't, then you won't play.
Right.
And I love that.
You're under the apron. So now it's, if you guys don't work, you don't play. Also, we're going to trade your ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now you have the options, and you'll have Jonas in there. You'll have his $10 million. You can do whatever you want. If he doesn't work out, you can be like, let's send him somewhere else.
Yeah.
You got Zeke's $8 million. Can somebody take that $8 million? Or you actually play Zeke? I tell you what, I don't know. Was Adelman going to use Zeke Najee in this new offense?
Well, here's the best thing for Zeke, if we're talking about just strictly playing for the Nuggets. And by the way, that whole can't trade that contract thing is out the window. If you traded Dario straight up for Jonas Valanciunas, you can find a way to get rid of the contract if you want to. Zeke very clearly is a 4. He's not a backup center. And he kept being played at backup center, and it never quite looked right. The best opportunity he's going to have to try and solidify himself is you're playing the position you were built to play now. You get the opportunity, you take advantage. I'm sure there's minutes for you. Because I'll tell you this, I like the potential of Deron Holmes. Deron Holmes didn't show me in Summer League that he's guaranteed a rotational guy right away. Didn't show me that.
But if he's a better defensive player than Zeke, well, here's the problem.
Zeke plays tough defense.
You got Peyton in that spot. Well, you got AG, who's your starter.
Yeah.
Then you got Peyton in that spot, and you got Deron in that spot.
I think Peyton's more of a wing, though. I think he's more of a 3 than he is a 4.
So if you could bring Peyton in at the 3, Deron at the 4, and Jonas at the 5.
Ideally for me, if they just did a hockey line change, second unit thing, Bruce runs the point because he can handle the basketball well enough to do that.
Okay. So you just have Jalen running around taking shots? Or what do you got Pickett doing?
Yeah, Jalen can stay on the bench unless he earns his way on the floor, in my mind.
Okay.
I still like Pickett. I think he could. But if we're just doing hockey line change, it's Bruce Brown's running the point. I got Hardaway at the 2. I got Peyton Watson at the 3. I think Deron would be your best hope at 4, backup 4, and then Valanciunas at 5.
Okay.
That would be my hope. Now, even better than that, I would love this. If Strother plays so well that Hardaway has a tough time getting on the floor. If Strother makes enough of a jump, you want to give me the 23-year-old getting 15 minutes a night as opposed to a 33-year-old? I'm cool with that too. And Hardaway's some insurance for injury stuff. I think that's great. But
Julian has to gun more then, because that's why you brought in Tim, right? You brought in Tim so he can come off the bench and it goes instant offense. And he's like, watch me nail 3 threes in the next 90 seconds. Let's go. And if you're going to have Julian, what game
Julian could do it, though.
Remember when he dropped 15 in the second half of that playoff game? That's what you need from Julian.
Was that OKC or LA?
I think it was it OKC? I think it was OKC.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. But you know what I mean? I need, that's what you need from a Julian Strother. As when he comes in, it's points. Get me points. Make me shots. That's what you need. I don't need anything else. You don't need to create anybody else's offense, Julian. Make shots. Shoot and make buckets. That's all I need from you. That's it. That's all it.
Bert Adamas strikes.
Uh-oh, what happened?
6 minutes ago.
What happened?
Chris Paul went to the Clippers. You called it.
So there you go. So I don't know, man. The Clippers
it's official.
The Clippers are old as hell, but it's a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of talent on that team. But it's right.
If the Clippers, if they could hop into a time machine and go to 2012 with this roster, holy bleep, they're good.
It'd be a truly great roster. But I mean, listen, man, I don't like Paul George. I don't like James Harden. I don't like Bradley Beal. I don't like Kawhi Leonard. I don't like anything the Clippers have done in the last 10 years.
Oh, yeah. I see what
you know what I
mean.
mean? I don't like any of where they target these guys and this is the guy. Nah, that dude ain't the guy. That ain't the guy.
But they have here's the problem. You get those big personalities there. It's much harder for them to just accept the roles on the team. It's part of what Bradley, Bradley Beal was just in Phoenix in the same situation.
Yeah, it's
where
not
he
going
was
to
a
work any
third option.
better in LA, right?
You wouldn't think.
It's not going to work any better in LA than it did.
Now, he's not making $50 million against their payroll in LA. I mean, he's much cheaper, but.
No, Phoenix is still paying. Yeah, they did that
They're footing the bill.
Lillard stretch and cut thing, whatever.
Exactly right.
Man.
All right, get more into this in just a second. Can always join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Back after this.
I miss Marty O.
What's that?
I miss. Don't you miss Marty O, man?
I do miss Marty, but Steve's sitting right there. What do you mean?
Steve, does he ever ask? Is he ever like, I wish you were more like Marty O? Or Marty O used to do this, bro. Does he ever do that to you? Like an ex-girlfriend? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
like,
I see.
My
No,
ex-girlfriend
no.
used to, she used to massage my feet.
Yeah, no, you know what Brett does? He's like the kid that really gives the babysitter the business and goes, Mom puts the peanut butter on the bread before the jelly. Yeah, well, listen, kid, your mom's not here right now, is she?
Exactly right. Okay, so Berto filling in for Vic and Moj. All week this week, a week of Berto in Brett. B&B.
Yeah, they're in Italy for a long time, man.
Long time. Well, it's the only way. Like, if you're going to Italy, you'd have to do it that way. I would anyway.
I mean, well, didn't you just go on vacation? How was your vacation, man? You doing all right?
I went to the beautiful Italy of the Midwest of Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah.
Went back and visited family.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you people who have family do that thing. I had family in town the last 2 weeks. I got nothing accomplished. Nothing. Couldn't watch it. It's just nothing. You know what I mean?
Every time I go back to Nebraska, I come back from that more tired than when I left.
Do they just talk corn football or whatever? Is that all what do they do there?
They
talk
a lot
about-
of them do. Yeah, a lot of them do. Not my parents. My parents went to Kansas State, so they are like.
Oh, they ain't in for that.
I wouldn't say they're anti-Huskers, but I think they get a little chuckle when they lose. Yeah, long-standing rivalry. They still get a little chuckle at it, but yeah, we go back home because we got the kiddo, and because the kiddo lives away from them, kiddo needs to go to everybody's house. So my parents' house, mother-in-law's house, father-in-law's house, boom, boom, boom. You're just going everywhere. Oh, and then we got to stop at my brother's house to see her cousins, and then my wife's brother's house to see her other cousin. That sort of thing.
You need
You're
to
just
take a
going boom,
vacation
boom.
from the vacation. You know what I mean?
Kind of, yeah. I used to go to Mexico, and then I had a kid.
Right. They
And
don't
now
let
I'm-
kids go to Mexico. You can't take the kid to Mexico, man.
Purely in the continental United States for years. Anyway, so few things. We talked a lot about the Open. I just think that Scotty Scheffler is a fascinating character, and
He doesn't make me want to watch any more golf, though. Like, I don't see him and think, "Oh, I got to catch the next tournament Scheffler's in. Got to watch that, man."
yeah,
It's going to be a big hootenanny. It's going to be a party.
the big question surrounding that to me is there a responsibility if you are that level of a player to be sort of that? Maybe not in golf, you have to be a representative for the league, but I guess, I've wondered this for Jokic, and it seems to be changing a little bit as he gets older and more of a veteran in the league. But Jokic didn't seem, now we don't know, it didn't feel like he was very involved early in his career in, I guess, bigger Nuggets overall issues. Like, could he go out and help a little bit more by being making some phone calls to guys across the league if they want to play? Like, LeBron does that. He'll talk to guys all the time like, why don't you come here?
Sure. Is it his responsibility to help recruit to the Denver Nuggets? Or something is what you're saying?
Kinda, yeah. Like, do you need to take a more active role in that part? Because
Great.
there is a fine line between doing too much of that, too.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess you mean like in this city where like John Elway was a legend and you can you still see his name on car dealerships and stuff around in this. He doesn't live in the city, but it's still like, hey, you can go to John Elway Chevrolet and get you a Chevy, brother.
Yep.
And the same thing can be said for Peyton Manning. Like, he lives here. It feels like he's part of the community. He's at games.
For sure.
He's always doing charity events. He's always out. You know what I mean? And Joker wants nothing to do with that. Scotty Scheffler wants nothing to do with that. But there's also been these athletes like, like Tim Duncan is a legend. But Tim Duncan was also not the kind of guy who's going to be like, hey, I want to go on first take. Hey, I want to be, look at me, I'm Tim Duncan. He was always very quiet, calm, cool, and collected, but he's still a Hall of Famer and a legend. But people aren't turning on their TV to watch that man play basketball, right? Even though he's an all-time great.
Here's what's funny. The PGA has gotten really behind Rory recently, and I think part of it's because he's become the face of the league
LIV?
against the LIV.
Yeah.
Right? So he's been their mouthpiece. And here's this quote from Scotty Scheffler when he was asked about the LIV guys. That was their choice, not mine. That's all I said. He's basically like, don't care.
Yeah, I don't want to be involved in that conversation.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I get it, man. I get it. But it doesn't help his sport very much. I mean, it's like in baseball. Remember how the union, wasn't Alex Rodriguez going to take a lower contract to go play for somebody? And the union was like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh. It's not just a contract for you. It's it's a contract for all the guys behind you who are going to sign a contract in years to come. We can't let you take a deal like that because you're doing the rest of our union dirty if you do it.
I wondered, like, for all those years that Tom Brady did that. He did that every single contract.
Right, but see, the NFL Players Association is a craptacular. It is the weakest union in sports. The owners run all over that. And obviously, I mean, look what's going on right now. The dude's resigning. They don't know what's like, you know, that Treader dude or whatever his name is. He's like, okay, somebody else just resigned because this weird collusion thing going on. Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I got no respect for the NFL Players Association. Those dudes can't think more than like 90 days ahead instead of years. Oh, yeah. Just idiocy of the highest kind.
And it's weird because you would think for a sport that's that popular, they would have more of the power there, and they just don't. They just don't.
I think it's probably the people they hire to run that. I think it's, players need to get a mad dog in there. Just like, we don't care, man.
Right.
It's fine if everybody kumbaya comes together but for this right here, your enemy is the owners. We're hiring you but I don't like, this whole collusion thing freaks me out, man. It's the one thing that you can't have in professional sports.
But it's like, for those guys who are, quote, the representatives, some guys want to do it and some guys don't. Like Jokic, he kind of does. Like, I'll give Jokic this credit. You want to talk about a representative. He doesn't do it, I guess, in the traditional way that you would think about it. But the perfect example here is when Jokic goes off for a 60-point triple-double and they lose the way they did, which Westbrook missed the layup and then had the foul at the end of the game, right? That's how you lost a 60-point triple-double game. Westbrook bounced. Didn't talk to anybody. Got changed. Left the locker room. Spoke to no one for a few days, actually. And Jokic was always there.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll answer the questions.
Yeah,
and
he's one of those guys.
He always said something along the lines of, I probably could have done this and this better. It's on me or whatever. He does that. And you got to
respect that, right? Like,
totally.
Like Joe Sakic, when he was captain of the Avs, it didn't matter what happened. He was answering questions. Gabe Landeskog, when the Avs were having truly horrific seasons.
Yeah.
Like that one year where they were just one of the worst teams in the NHL. Every single time he was there, he was answering questions. He was taking those questions.
Yeah.
And you got to respect that. And it's just, I mean, is it just the aspects of a leader that lead itself to that? Or just like because you're exactly right. There are some times like Russ and his emotions, he's like, I'm not answering those questions. And it does come across as a little soft.
Yeah.
Comes
and
across
I don't
a little
respect
soft.
that.
Like,
I feel like you got to answer.
Just answer, like, you know what I mean? Like, just answer the questions. That's all we're asking.
Because those are the same guys that they have a great game. Can't wait to get to the
right.
Sort of
And
thing,
he's joking around. He's talking to him. Yeah.
But I think the line that's different here, and here's the quote, by the way, from Jordan Spieth. Spieth said this about Scotty Scheffler. Because Spieth, I guess, is a ball knower. Nikola Jokic is the only guy I can think of that's a superstar that's equally unassuming in any sport in the modern era, and I'm happy if anybody else can find another example, but it's very rare. That's him talking about Jokic being like Scheffler. Mm-hmm. I do think it's different when you're the face of an organization is one thing. The face of a league is a completely other one. I don't think Jokic would ever want to be the face of the NBA.
No.
I think he's okay doing the Nuggets stuff because it's his team. It's his squad. I think he'd be very uncomfortable. It's like, hey, speak on behalf of the players. And you threw a microphone in his face. He would say what Scheffler said. It's their decision, not mine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just like, there's like basketball is a team sport and golf is an individual sport. So it is tougher for Scheffler where they're like, yo, man, you are the face of the sport right now. Look what you're doing this season. Look at these majors. You're just like, you are like, sorry, we're going to have to focus on you when these tournaments come around.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. You have to answer these questions. But I don't know, man. Like, I've lost some of my love of the sport of golf, but it's because, the players I loved watching, they're at the end of their careers now. And I haven't found somebody else in golf. Like, Scotty Scheffler does not impress me. I do not get excited to watch that man play the sport.
But I don't feel like I have to watch.
Right, we talked a couple hours ago about the guys that you tune in to watch, like the people in professional sports that you're like, oh, they're playing, I got to tune in. Like when Shohei is pitching and hitting, you're like, I got to see what that dude is doing. There's just a couple of guys like that in sports.
You give me a Sunday night football game with Josh Allen, I'm cool.
I got to watch that. You got to check it out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And but there's 4 guys like that in sports, a handful of guys. There's a couple of guys in the Premier League, a couple of guys in the NBA, a couple of guys outside of Shohei in Major League Baseball, is there anybody you're like, I gotta
Skeens? Watch him pitch?
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I'll get on band on that.
It's limited. I mean, it's very limited. Dude, I still remember, and to your point, you were talking about this earlier with the NHL and their lack of maybe how the NBA has gone way too extreme on the let's exclusively sell the individual as opposed to the team thing.
Yeah, there are no teams. They're just individual dudes.
Hockey does the opposite.
Yeah.
I was at, it was a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, Edmonton was in town. And the Avs went down 3 or 4 to nothing. Came back, tied the game, went to OT, Avs end up winning. And I remember watching McDavid and McKinnon on the ice at the same time. I'm like, who could not be just blown away by the raw speed and power of those two guys? But hockey just doesn't bill itself as that. They could easily say, tune in this Sunday and watch Connor McDavid take on Nathan McKinnon, but it's always Avs versus Oilers. They might have the graphic of the guys up there, but that's kind of it.
They'll show their faces. They won't mention them by name because it's we, not me in the NHL. Which I feel like hurts them a little bit because they do have really good personalities in that league that they should showcase more. Like, it is shocking to me that the final of the 4 nations, got double the rating of the NHL Stanley Cup Finals. And it's like that's made up, generated emotion was in the 4. You know what I mean? Like, they just made that stuff up. They came out of and it worked, and people were locked in. They're like, I got to watch America beat the hell out of Canada right now.
What other major sport has that? Like, the Ryder Cup doesn't outrate the Masters, does it?
No, but it is hugely popular.
It's huge.
But you're right. I don't think. But I'm like not out of the 4 majors. I don't think it beats the 4 majors. But you're right. Is there an ancillary event in any one of these sports that crushes? But you know what I mean? Because like the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl is the most watched sporting event of the year.
It's the most watched TV show of the year.
Just massive. But other than that, like baseball, the in-season tournament was not more popular than the NBA Finals, right?
Just out of curiosity, the World Baseball Classic.
The World Baseball Classic, I bet you had much better ratings than a normal Major League Baseball game, right?
I think than a normal game, yes. I don't know if it would break the World Series.
Yeah, I don't even know what those ratings look like for the World Series.
God, it depends on the country. 43% of Japanese households had the WBC final a couple years ago from them in the U.S. 43%.
Just made up of like
the U.S.
The single greatest soccer event in the world is the World Cup. It only comes around 4 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's much more popular than any other event held in that sport.
So I think it says here the game pulled a combined average viewership of 5.2 million, which isn't, for baseball, pretty good number. 5.2.
Not bad.
I think the World Series probably does higher than that.
Yeah.
But not a terrible number.
No.
It's just, God, it's just so rare to find that. I think that stuff brings in, though, hockey's one of those, if you don't have a team, it's like baseball. If you don't have a team that you love, I think it's hard just to turn on casually a game. Mm-hmm. Everybody does that with the NFL and college football, right? It's like, I don't know anybody on LSU's team this year, but if it's LSU Bama,
I'll watch it.
Thursday night football is Jags, Colts, whatever. I'll watch some NFL.
Right. Just
That's
bad football teams, and it's still going to get like 13 million people watching that nonsense.
Yeah. I don't know if the MLB or NHL has that appeal of just, I don't have a rooting interest, but I'm just going to watch the game anyway sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. You speaking of Connor McDavid, did you see both McDavid and Draisaitl was playing in a local beer league?
Were they?
Yeah, I didn't even know that you could do that on your NHL contract. I bet you they had to get approval from Edmonton, but they were out there with a bunch of beer leaguers at some local barn just like playing hockey.
Dude,
can you imagine you drop into a game and there's like Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar? You're like, what the hell is going on in this beer league, man?
I'd almost get like, once I got over how cool it was, I'd be like, okay, but I want to play. You guys aren't going to allow me to play.
Yeah.
You're going to kill everybody. McDavid, by the way, just for a couple minutes, I know this is from a while ago. His quotes about his contract, though, have to make you nervous as hell.
Yeah.
He did this thing. Yeah. We're still working hard. We're going to try and take that next step and win a cup.
They're going to have
they're
going to have to trade that dude this year if they don't think he's going to sign. Like right? You can't let Connor McDavid walk for nothing.
Hey. To a lesser extent, it's what the Avs just faced. It's look, Mikko, if we can't get a deal done, you aren't walking for free.
Right, we can't let you go for nothing. They're going to have to, and Edmonton's going to have to make that. They're going to have a come to Jesus meeting with Connor and his representatives saying, like, listen, are you going to sign or not? We will give you all the money that you could possibly want.
Yeah.
But are you going to sign with us or not? Because it does feel like that McDavid is not 100% all in what Edmonton's trying to do.
That's the difficult thing. The Mikko Avs thing was not about does Mikko want to be here. Mikko absolutely wanted to stay in Av. It was just about price. The thing with McDavid and Edmonton is not price. They're like, here's the check.
Yeah.
Just put a number down.
You're right.
Yes, whatever you want,
take it.
And for them, it's like McDavid's having this, do I really want to do this again? Do I want to be here for another, what's the max years now? 7?
Yeah, 7 is the new max.
Do I want to be here for another 7 years or not? Which is a much different discussion.
And are they relying on how he feels the start of this upcoming season? Because this is it, man. He could walk away at the end of this year with nothing. If you're just like, listen, well, let's just buy in. Let's see if we can get back to the Stanley Cup Finals, and maybe he'll definitely lock in, right?
But if they don't do that,
you have to get rid of him for the trade deadline.
By the deadline,
got to get rid of him.
You're putting all your eggs in this basket. It's very simple. He doesn't have a deal by the deadline. They go, all right, we need to push our chips in on winning the final, hoisting the Stanley Cup, and it feels like that's our only hope. Like, you get the title, and you also get an extension because McDavid would not leave after they won a cup. But, Berto, you know this as well as anybody because you have done this with the Avs and Nuggets over these championship runs, especially the year after. Think about how difficult it is just to repeat as a champion and how hard that was for the Avs and the Nuggets to do. They didn't do it. I mean, still haven't. It's very difficult. Now think about being on the losing side.
Yeah.
Twice in a row.
Yeah.
And still having that motivation and enough energy in the tank to do that again.
And every single team in the league wants you. Like, the rumor is that the Toronto Maple Leafs are being like,
yo, tell Connor we will pay him more money than he's ever seen. Come to
you know what I mean? Like, the rumor is that Toronto's like, hey, we think Connor likes this city and likes the Maple Leafs.
Yeah.
And we'll buy him we'll put a mansion on top of the arena, man. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
And if you're Edmonton, like, you just need an answer. You got to get an answer from him. Because if not, you have to trade him. Can you imagine that trading cost? Hell, man, Wayne Gretzky got traded. So Connor McDavid can get, I mean, you know what I mean? You can, the best player in the game can get traded. But I don't even know what that
But you can't let him walk for free.
No, especially for what he's going to get if you send him to somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good luck, Edmonton.
Pay that man his money.
Well, he's getting that. That is not the question. Can always watch a show on Twitch. And that is the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Fact checker next. All right, listen up. Because last week, listeners had the chance to pick 3 Avs games they would attend of the schedule announced by the NHL. And we have our winner.
Oh, already?
The man with 3 pairs of club seats to all 3 games of his choosing is Troy from Denver. He was selected out of all the entrants. He chose the home opener against Utah.
Troy Franklin?
I don't believe it's Troy Franklin.
Okay.
He chose the home opener in Utah. He chose Minnesota in March.
Okay.
And Seattle in April.
Okay.
So we'll be going to all 3 of those games in club level. And if you want your tickets to the Avs this season, single game tickets on sale now. Visit coloradoavalanche.com/tickets to purchase. So congratulations to Troy. So the few minutes left. Got a fact checker coming up in a few moments. Just overall thoughts, Berto. I don't know how much you were in tune to the Summer League stuff from the Nuggets. They played their final game over the weekend. The player that was selected with that last roster spot for now, he's got a 2-way deal, is Curtis Jones.
Yeah.
If you remember, was one of 2 undrafted free agent signings. It was him and Tamar Bates coming out of the draft. So he got the last 2-way spot. Just an overall question, though. From what you saw, the limited stuff from Deron Holmes, what did you think?
I liked it. I would have liked to have seen more shots. I wish Deron had been more like my man Hunter Tyson is a gunner, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like since day one, you pass him the rock, he's putting up a shot.
He's open all the time. In his mind, there's never a time he's not open.
I would like to have seen Deron get some more shots, but he was basically a double every night. You know what I mean? He's pulling down boards, and if that's what if he's gonna come in and fill that 4 position when Aaron is out, or maybe when you play small ball, he can play the 5. I'm down. And I do appreciate the fact that if you ball out in Summer League, you will get a deal. Like Curtis Jones balled out, and that's how he got that gig. Like the man is a scorer. He was a scorer in college, but then he shows up and maybe he can shoot, maybe he can score, and now maybe he can play that backup 1 if you need it. Maybe he can, if he can create for you, create for other players other than themselves, then maybe you don't sweat that backup point position when Jamal is out. I never really sweat it that much anyway, because when Joker's in the game, that's a ball handler as well. You know what I mean? So, but when Jamal comes out, and if you don't have Jalen in there, is your main ball handler now going to be Curtis?
So here's what's funny. So Curtis Jones, this last game that they played in Summer League, he put up 22 points and 8 assists in 29 minutes. I still think if he sees the floor, then something is probably either 1, gone horribly wrong, or 2, he is
horribly right.
Right.
Yeah.
But in talking to John Wallace last week, what he said, because we asked him, are you still in the market for a backup point guard? And he gave you the front office answer, which is we always got our eyes out for something, right? But he said, we see the backup unit as one that can be ran through Valanciunas. And they didn't seem all that disturbed at the idea of not having a ball-handling point guard.
Yeah.
It's why they think they can
do
it.
Curtis
in there.
can do it.
Like, Bruce it sounded to me like, hey, we need somebody to get it up the floor. And once that happens, they want to run a style similar to when Jokic is in the lineup, it sounds like. Now, Valanciunas obviously is not Jokic, but could he pull that off for 10 minutes a night? Mm-hmm. I think he could.
I want to see I do believe of the 2 sides of the ball, the biggest change for the Nuggets this season won't be on the defensive end. I bet you it's on the offensive end with the new coaching staff and everybody that he brought in. I want to I want to see what this new Nuggets offense looks like. What kind of how much different it's going to be from what we've seen from Coach Malone's offense the past 4 or 5 seasons.
Okay, let me ask you something. And it's really, really weird to me, and I don't know what to do with this. Last year, the Nuggets defensively were atrocious. Like one of the league's worst until the playoffs started. Mm-hmm. And then their defense was great, like really good. Their offense during the regular season was amazing. Averaged I think they were, second or third in the league in points per game? 120-some? And then when the playoffs started, they struggled to score sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to do with that information. Like, what is sort of the weakness? Is
shooting and shot creation, right? For the Nuggets, shooting and shot creation.
What happened to me was they were so good in transition during the regular season because people didn't really care all that much about playing, 48 minutes of tough defense. Mm-hmm. So how many times did you see missed shot, Jokic rebound?
Yeah, and
kicking Christian
out,
Brown on a dead sprint.
Yeah.
They did that a lot. That didn't happen during the postseason. I think that hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of the things about if you watch Cam Johnson's tape, he can be a catch and shoot guy, but he's a creator. Like, he can create his own shot too, which I think brings a little bit of a different flavor to what Porter was. Like, I don't think Cam Johnson's going to be standing in the corner for 20 seconds of the shot clock.
Right. Move more than Mike did.
Yeah.
Mike was a great rebounder. I'm hoping Cam can pull down those boards like Mike did. But like we mentioned, Michael Porter Jr. played a ton of minutes.
Yeah.
And you don't think Cam's going to get those minutes. You think that's going to be separated with the depth more. Like the Nuggets, once the playoffs come around next year, you're hoping that you can do the thing that OKC and the Clippers were doing where you were rolling like 8, 9. Like OKC was rolling 10 dudes.
Yeah.
But you can roll like 8, 9 guys through that lineup and and Joker's not playing 41 minutes a night or something like that.
In the playoffs, he might, because maybe you just feel like it's necessary.
But you don't want him to be exhausted once the playoffs started.
Totally.
Because he was doing that in the regular season.
So the way I see it is this. You got, I think, 4 guys that if you stayed totally healthy and the playoffs started, 4 guys that you could use legitimately in a playoff rotation. And that's Bruce, Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., and P. Watt. I think P. Watt could do it too, because he did last year. And now what I'm asking is, between Deron Holmes, Jalen Pickett, Julian Strawther, Zeke Naji, those guys, could one of you just step up and be another guy?
Yeah, just one.
Because if you could go 5 deep off the bench in comfortable, playable dudes, God, what a difference that would make. And I keep bringing this up. When they won the championship, they had Bruce Brown. Christian, at times, was a big member of that. But
Bruce
was
was closing games. Like, Bruce he was coming off the bench, but Bruce would close those games in the playoffs.
Do you know who the other guy was? Do you remember? Uncle Jeff.
Oh, yeah, Jeff Green.
Jeff Green.
Do you have a super savvy vet?
But that was your depth.
Yeah.
Your depth was that. And I remember a lot of people at the time weren't too fond of Jeff Green, at least the way they talk about him now. We all appreciate Jeff Green, but if you remember, he was missing a lot of threes, all that. Still brought a defensive presence that was necessary, but they were 3 deep. You can give me 5 this year? Come on. Something they never had. And it's part of the reason why I'm so bullish, and I'm just looking at teams across the league, and I'm like, I think the Nuggets are better. Yeah. Like, I do.
But there's probably 6 teams in the NBA right now who think they can win the whole thing. The Nuggets are one of them. 6, 7 teams, right?
Yeah, Nuggets, OKC.
The Nuggets think they can do it. OKC thinks they can do it. Minnesota thinks they can do it. In the East, Cleveland thinks they can do it.
I would say Cleveland, yeah.
Does Boston think they can do it without Jason?
I don't think so.
Or I'll tell you who.
The Knicks.
The damn Orlando Magic think they can do it.
Wow.
The way they're handing out money and bringing in people. Orlando thinks they can do it. You know
I bet
what
the
mean?
Knicks are in that
and
discussion.
You're right. The Knicks think they can do it.
Lakers?
Clippers? The Lakers definitely think they can do it.
Houston?
I see. I forgot about Houston. Houston's one of the favorites to do it.
Yeah.
Houston's one of the favorites. I forgot about that.
There's a few.
And you know what? That's the kind of team the Nuggets are going to end up facing in the first round of these playoffs.
Yeah.
It's like the Houston. You have to get by Houston or something in round number 1.
Yep.
That's how nasty the playoffs are going to be.
So if you miss any of the show, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, how about a fact checker, please, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, Brett, I did a little bit of research for you that you requested earlier in the show. The Coldplay CEO incident happened at Gillette Stadium on Wednesday, July 16th, which means Major League Baseball was still in the thick of the All-Star break. The All-Star game was actually the day before the Coldplay incident, so that means there is no way that Nick
Bummer.
Castellanos could have gone yard in or around the timing of this incident. In fact, Castellanos last hit a homer on July 11th.
Do you think maybe he was playing MLB The Show and hit one?
It's possible. He was listening to Yellow in the background, just hitting electronic bombs.
That's still.
That dude's just like, I don't know how much that Coldplay concert cost that dude for the tickets, but at the end of the day, that's hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
You and me have figured it out.
Yeah.
Nobody has lost
As
half a billy on the Jumbotron
Right,
before.
just be putting, nobody, until this dude, nobody has lost half a billy being thrown on a Jumbotron somewhere, right? Nobody.
And I mean, I know it's been mentioned a million times. You said it. All you had to do was play cool. Nobody knows who you are.
Yeah, but you act like you got shot. You act like, no, you so much.
All you got to do is just be like, it's just, we're hanging out.
Yeah, we're just friends. We're definitely
awkward.
not sleeping together. But no, as soon as you...
It's my work wife. You know what I mean? That's what we do.
Oh, no.
Do you know how many times me and Moj have embraced each other like that? I mean, it's not all that bad. I mean...
Right, and your wife hasn't asked for a divorce?
No. Now, has it been on the Jumbotron during a Coldplay concert? Not yet.
I wonder when exactly that dude realized that his marriage and job was over. Like, I'm sure when he was like, oh no, I'm on the Jumbotron with my side piece, duck down, and then the camera moves on. I wonder if he finished the concert and thought everything was going to be fine. And then the next day, everybody and his mom saw it on Soch, and he was like, oh no.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh no.
He's in the car ride home, and he's
his
doing
phone
this.
starts blowing up.
Well, no. Before that, he's just going, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's going to be fine.
It's totally fine.
Nobody recognized this.
No big deal. Nobody knows who I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just a CEO of a company. I'm a nameless, faceless guy.
Beep, bing, 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 bing. Right, his phone starts blowing the hell up. When did he realize I'm going to have to pay my ex-wife $500 million?
And he's probably, he's probably prepping the what do I say when I get home thing. When the phone's going off. Oh, boy.
Nah, I bet you he was already home. I bet you his wife. Think about his wife's
Even
phone.
worse.
His wife's phone. Because if I find, I'm not texting him, man. I'm texting his wife immediately.
Yeah.
If I see that, I'm like, oh, Susan.
Yeah, I got $1 billion. How do I wipe this from the internet? Somehow. All right. Have a great Monday. We will talk to you tomorrow. Love you very much. See you then.
We're back. Happy Monday, people. How are we? Alex Ryanemi alongside Rob Trigilio. Coach Sanford out, chilling for just a little bit.
I'm here to do the sprint, just slower and sweatier.
Slower and steadier?
Sweatier.
The turtle and the hare. We'll do that today. I'm back. I'm juiced up to be back here after taking a few days off. I was out in Ireland up for the Open Championship to watch Scotty Scheffler go out to a stunning 4-shot lead for his 4th major championship. And what we've seen, man, I won't wax for 2 hours about this guy. He's the closest thing that I can see.
Don't do it.
That we have
Don't
seen.
do
No,
it.
it's true.
Don't do it.
It's true. There's no two ways about it. I watched both. I loved both. If you ask me who my favorite athlete of all time is, Tiger Woods is number 1.
Okay.
He's as close to Tiger as I've ever seen. He's a quarter of the way there on majors. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's going to get to 15, but in terms of inevitability and dominance, and this is the first time that I've seen Scotty do it up close, in person, at a major. It was
Before
amazing.
we fight on your show that I am guesting on here, you, I mean this respectfully, you look tired after your trip. Now, most of the time people get a bye week when they go across the water, right? Like if you go to London and play a game, you normally get a bye week afterwards. And you're just right back to
6 hours.
And not even, because like coach is out, so you have to drive the show like you normally do. But so is KJ. So like you're the Raj father today. Like you're the only standing member of the show.
I'm here. I'm keeping us afloat.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I do.
It's a lot of responsibility, but you look tired for somebody who just took their third vacation in 4 months.
All right, hold on. I see what you're doing right there. Because the guys in the morning give me crap for this too. I know we're having the kid in a month and a half, and I'll be taking a little bit of time off when baby girl comes in the middle of September. I've also got a lot of PTO that's just sitting there in the clock, and if I don't use it now,
was it Hawaii?
It goes away.
Was it Hawaii?
It was Hawaii.
It was Hawaii. It was Ireland. Wasn't there a Mexico in there?
Not this year.
Was that last year?
It was last year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying. Hold on. It is part of the compensation. You got to use your PTO. If you don't use your PTO, you're an idiot.
We know what people in radio make. I work in radio. I know what people in radio make. What does your wife do? I mean, good Lord.
She does not work in radio.
Yeah, clearly.
No, I am tired. I slept in a closet for the better part of the last 5 days. It was a golf trip with my pops and his 2 Finnish cousins, and there were not enough rooms, and I am not sleeping next to my 70-year-old, 6'3", 220-pound father in a twin bed. I slept in a dog closet, essentially. My back is in shambles. My ankles hurt.
So you're getting old, too.
I drank my weight in Guinness, so I'm kind of still a little bit hungover.
Okay, but you went to the Open. I mean, give me the experience.
It's something that every golf fan, you don't have to be a golfer, but every golf fan should go do. The culture around the game is something that we don't have here. It's much like watching a football game, an American football game here in the States. You can only appreciate it so much if you are a foreign watcher of American football until you get to step into the confines of Empower Field or you go to a game at Lambeau. You don't truly, get it until you're there. And the people are uncommonly kind. Everyone's your best friend. And the reverence that people have for what Scotty Scheffler has been doing over the past 3 years.
Don't do this. We're having a nice conversation about your vacation.
while it's not Tiger, and I get that. Tiger won 15. He transcended the sport. He was a black dude playing a predominantly white man's game. He was an in-shape, fit athlete turning an out-of-shape man's game into a sport. But the amount of dominance and inevitability that I saw from him, and I followed his group on Friday all day. I saw him play on Saturday. I was not able to see him play Sunday because I had to drive back and then get on a flight. Every time he hit the ball, you knew where he was going. Every time he hit the ball, you knew there was no chance. And there was this aura in Northern Ireland, which is where McIlroy is from. And Rory played well this week, and you could hear it. The chance, Rory's coming. They said it all day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and certainly into Sunday. You heard on the broadcast. And you could see this little smirk out of Scotty's face. When he heard that, he goes, no, he's not. He's not. I'm so far ahead and so much better than everyone else in the field that when I have my control, when I'm on 10-2 driving down the highway, nobody's passing me.
Okay, but you're just talking so a couple of things. One, I don't even think it's fair to compare them in golf terms. I heard on Fox Sports Radio on this station, I think yesterday, they were talking about how good Scotty's been with the 54-hole lead.
10 out of 10.
Yeah. You know how many times in a row Tiger did it? You know what the record is?
37?
39.
Yeah, it's something crazy like that.
39 times he had the 54-hole lead and won. So, we're not in the stratosphere yet. No.
You're not, but you are as close to. And again, it's an eye test thing for me. You can always go back to the numbers, and Tiger's going to have those numbers that are so overbloated and expanded that you'll never be able to reach those. Likely, especially because Scotty turns 30 next year. He's only a quarter of the way to the major. It is part of it. It is a counting stat sport, much like Major League Baseball is. You have to get all the way to those high numbers to be considered one of the greats. From an inevitability standpoint, I haven't seen anyone like this. And I covered 5 straight PGAs, and 3 of those 5 PGAs, Brooks Koepka won them. And it always felt like Brooks was going to find a way to get it done, but it didn't feel inevitable. And I got close to it. I watched Belle Reve. I was there walking with those last 2 groups, and with Brooks Koepka and Tiger Woods in 2018. And that was the biggest crowd that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the cultural thing, which is just totally different, the impact that Tiger had than Scotty.
Yeah.
But we'll leave that aside, and we'll just talk golf right now. Because, Patrick Mahomes, the reason that you can compare him to Tom Brady is because you can say, well, in their first X number of years, they've done this. He's not even close to Tiger in that. And what he's gotten done before 30? Come on. He's in a different, I understand we don't have anybody like Tiger right now.
So you're always trying to find Tiger.
Right. So the first person who even remotely can be on the same sheet of paper as him, you say, oh, yeah, man, it's not even close. Then you add in the fact that he entered the cultural zeitgeist. Tiger in the red shirt. People knew that was a Sunday thing. They didn't even watch golf. You know what I mean? Scotty doesn't have anything. He's not even close.
Tiger's got a clothing brand that's called Sunday Red now.
Right. Listen, to be fair to Scotty, he's not, well, at least it feels like he's not really interested in being that either.
See, I was in the media tent on Friday, and I was trying to get the sense, because I missed the comments on Thursday and on Wednesday in the practice rounds, if he's like, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I'm good. Being the best at golf is something that's really cool. And I appreciate it, and he loves the history of it. People don't ask him the right questions. He's a golf nerd. He's not a guy that when you ask him, oh, how's it feel to be number one? How's it feel to win? He doesn't give a damn. If you ask him about the game, it's funny. If you're not a golf guy, you know what you should be? He is Nikola Jokic, man.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
That's who he is.
I'm not saying he doesn't care about golf. I'm saying he doesn't care about being a celebrity. He doesn't care about being as culturally relevant as Tiger Woods.
Yeah, but Jack Nicklaus didn't really care about that.
Well, but that was a different time. That was a different time. Rory absolutely cares about being the face of the PGA. Absolutely cares about it. And Scotty just doesn't. And so, I'm not saying he doesn't love golf. I think he does. I don't think he likes all the stuff that comes along with it. And if I was to ask you, aside from being a golf nerd, what is a clearly definable attribute of Scotty, his personality? If I asked you that about Tiger, you'd say his competitive nature, his will to win, his drive is out of this world. It's elite. It's with very few other athletes. What is that for Scotty?
Scotty is what so many people wish that they're, the term never meet your heroes? It doesn't apply to Scotty Scheffler. He is who moms and he is who fathers want their kids' heroes to be. He's the person that puts his family, his faith. You don't have to be a faith person, but it puts his family and his faith first, and his career third. He cared more. There was nothing more poignant than him putting down the claret jug on Sunday afternoon to go pick up his kid who was struggling to get up the hill on the 18th green. It was hilarious. The kid face planted down. He's a year old. He's just toddling around out there. That's the thing about Scotty's persona and his personality is you always want that guy. Why can't you?
I don't think the PGA wants that guy.
Oh, I think they love him.
I think you're right. I should rephrase that. The golf hierarchy is probably very happy to have some milquetoast, just boring person as the best player in their game. But when you look at what Tiger did in terms of bringing eyes to that sport, Scotty's never going to be able to do that.
No one ever will be. Tiger was the perfect storm. He was that perfect hurricane of cultural relevance and athletic prowess and dominance in your field. There will never be another Tiger Woods. What I'm saying from a pure on-course dominance perspective, Scotty's the closest we've seen since Tiger. Is he Tiger? No, but he's the closest we've seen. He's better than Spieth at his peak. He's better than Rory at his peak. He's better than Brooks Koepka at his peak.
Is he better than Mickelson at his peak?
He's better than Phil Mickelson at his peak.
So if I put Woods and Scheffler and Nicklaus in a threesome in their primes together, you're telling me he's not ending up third? Because I think he's
he probably ends up third.
A distant third.
You're right. He probably ends up third, but it's
but that's what I'm saying. Like he's not Tiger. He's not Tiger.
I never
Woods.
said he was. I say he's the closest thing too. No. And it makes me so excited, man. It's the closest thing that we've seen since Tiger, broke his leg and then had his car window smashed in by his ex-wife. We haven't really seen the same way. It's too good. Stefan says Tiger made me watch simulator golf. Right. There's no one that's ever going to touch him. I didn't think, and I was the guy, because I'm a Rory McIlroy guy. I went to that course not expecting to be wowed by him, to be enthralled by Scotty, but there's an energy around him on that course, man. There's an energy around him.
Okay, but you said you went and watched Tiger play too.
Nothing will match it.
Yeah, you had to go every 3 holes if you wanted to watch Tiger because there were too many people at each hole waiting for him to get there. You couldn't do it.
So again, I told you I've followed Tiger on a march to what should have been a PGA championship at Bellerive. And those galleries were between 8 and 14 people deep from the line. Rory on Saturday, and certainly at Sunday, I didn't get to watch Rory. I had to leave early enough.
in his home country.
In his home country, 30 minutes from his hometown, 15 to 20 people deep on the line. It was insanity.
How much more fun would it have been if he wasn't 4 strokes back?
Well, that's the reason why I was coming in. I know I'm talking a lot about golf right now. When I came in, the reason why I had this thought of Scotty's the closest thing I've ever seen. And I know it's the easy thing to talk about today. The reason why he's the closest thing I've ever seen, that leaderboard was so damn good on Sunday.
Yeah.
And you walked up to number 1 tee going, it doesn't matter. Yeah. And the last time I remember that happening in this sport was Tiger. The leaderboard being so good. We remember Tiger's crazy wins back in the 97 Masters, the 2000 US Open, the 2000 Open Championship, his 2005 Open Championship. Listen to the names on the leaderboard. He won the 2005 Open Championship by 5 shots. Colin Montgomery was 9 under, 5 shots back. No chance to win it. Montgomery, Couples, Olazabal, major champion Michael Campbell, Sergio Garcia, Retief Goosen, former world number 1, Bernard Langer, Jeff Ogilvy, Vijay Singh, former overall number 1. Those were 9 players within 2 shots of second place or holding second place. They had no chance to win the tournament. The 2000 Open Championship, when he set scoring records at 19 under at St. Andrews, Thomas Bjorn was 8 shots shy at 11 under. Ernie Els, former world number 1, was 8 shots back at 11 under. Tom Lehman, David Toms, Fred Couple, Masters champion. Paul Azinger, Darren Clark, Open champion. Were all 6 players who were top 10 players at one point in their careers within 2 shots of second place. It didn't matter. The 1997 Masters, when he set his crazy scoring record at 18 under par and won the thing by 12. All of the guys behind him, Tom Kite, Tom Watson, Freddie Couples, Bernard Langer, Justin Lehner, Davis Love III, all top 10 players or former master champions within 3 shots of second place, had no chance. And that's what Sunday felt like. It felt like it was this amazing leaderboard. Look at these names.
All right, hold on.
English, Goddard, Clark, Fitzpatrick, Lee, McIntyre, Scheffler, McElroy, DeChambeau, all within 3 shots of second place. And it didn't matter.
Okay, but how far away was second place?
4 shots, as many as 7.
4 strokes. And Tiger, when he's finishing there in 2000, it was 18 to 11. Like, he's doubling up Scotty. So I appreciate you saying that it feels the same, but it only feels the same because it's like getting back together with your ex. Like, it's kind of close, but it's not really the same thing. Okay? You guys, it's a totally different relationship now. And so just because you had it before and it was amazing that first time doesn't mean the next time is the same thing. It's not. It's just reminding you of something else.
All right. Scotty wins the Open, his 4th major. He's one away from being yet the next player to win golf's Grand Slam. He can do that next year at Shinnecock at the U.S. Open. Rob Trujillo is hanging out for Coach Mike Sanford today. On the other side, ESPN ranks their best rosters in the NFL. The Broncos are way higher than you would think. We'll get into it next. Before we get into where ESPN ranks the Broncos in their top starting lineups list, and again, it is way higher than you think. Some news out of the NBA this morning. Chris Paul reunites with the Clippers as he goes into his 21st NBA season. That came out this morning just about an hour and a half or so ago. So big news there. You get a veteran point guard back on a team that still thinks they have enough to compete in a really difficult Western Conference.
Sure, a 2015 All-Star team.
It does feel as though the Clippers have been trying to recreate that for many years. He would have been a guy that would have felt nice here in Denver if you had swung and missed on any of your backup options.
Okay. I heard a lot of people say that. I don't know. I mean, he, to me, you're getting him more for his leadership skills.
Yeah.
And that was always kind of a question with him. Like, he kind of complains a lot on the court and has like a bad attitude towards the refs and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I mean, of course, he's an effective point guard. So that skill set ages well, but I just don't think it helps the Clippers.
Speaking of age, like you do have Brooke Lopez, it's Bradley Beal, it's Chris Paul. That is an aging team that has to stay somehow healthy and hope that other teams get injured, right? The Clippers are all of that group in the Western Conference on the outside looking in terms of like true contention. Can they win a playoff series if they get matched up properly in the first round? Sure.
Not to spend too much time on it, but for me, it only comes down to if the Clippers can be healthy during the playoffs. Harden, Kawhi, CP3, like, are these guys all on the floor and 85% healthy? Because they were last year, and that was what was scary about them. They got healthy going into the playoffs. They went on that run late in the season. It was the healthiest they had been in years. And that's why the Nuggets were afraid of them. That's why they were a tough out. That's why it was a great series, is because they were finally healthy. And I find it hard to believe that they're going to be that healthy again.
And that's the issue with the Western Conference, though, right? They got healthy at the right time. But unless you're a top 3 seed, you can even make the argument top 4 seed, right? That's what the matchup last year between LA and Denver was. It was the 4-5 matchup with Denver being at home. You have to be a top 3 seed if you are that older team that needs to be healthy to get the right matchup, right? If they're a 6 seed, they're likely matched up against Denver this year, maybe Houston, probably. If they're a 4 seed, do they have to go and see the Minnesota Timberwolves or rather a 5 seed seeing the 4 or flip that around?
Yeah.
And if they're a 6, 7, or 8, you get Denver in the first round. You get OKC in the first round. Like there's some issues there.
The West is going to be brutal no matter where you land. If you get anywhere in the top 8, even if you're a play-in team, I mean, the West is just stacked. So you're going to have a tough matchup in the first round. Like, I don't think there's going to be any sweeps. I know OKC just absolutely disembodied Memphis this year, but I think it'll go 8 deep, no problem. So, because like that 8th seed could be a Dallas team that has been missing Kyrie for most of the year, and he's back for the playoffs, and it's Kyrie, Cooper Flag, and all of a sudden Anthony Davis is healthy, and they're the 8th seed, and you're the 1, and it's like, cool, that'll be a 6-game series.
You think they're going to allow Kyrie to come back?
Yeah.
Because Indiana's already come out and said Tyrese Halliburton ain't playing even if we get on a deep run in the playoffs.
Yeah. I feel like it's different for Nico. He can't have another year where he
you can't afford a one and done in Dallas.
Right. Yeah, and you have Cooper Flag, so you're good for a little bit, but I think they'll be more apt to let him play if he's healthy enough to play come playoffs.
Man, the West is just absolute insanity.
Brutal.
And that is a comfortability signing for Chris Paul rather than a chase a championship signing, right? If he's chasing a title, he goes to the East or he finds a way to get on to, again, I don't know if they could have fit him, but he finds a way to get onto an OKC roster or a Denver, or you go East to New York.
These are the moments where you'd love to talk to the insiders, because I would just love to know, how many teams did he call? How many teams did his agent put in a phone call to and say, like, hey, listen, vet minimum, he's willing to come there, just because on his resume he wants 1 ex-NBA champion. You know what I mean? And there are teams that, especially in the East, like you said, if you go and add him and the consistency that he brings, there's not a lot of humps you have to get over in the Eastern Conference.
That's a sneaky team that if they're injured and they're looking like they're going to be somewhere between the 6 and the 10, right? The 6 and the bottom side of the play-in, that you could look for teams to try and poach some players at the trade deadline just because of how old they are.
It'll be interesting who decides to try to make a run.
Yeah.
Because there's space for it there. It's funny. Someone on Twitch even brought up, hey, like, don't forget about the San Antonio Spurs. Wemby.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, why not?
De'Aaron Fox, like, I mean, come on. Like, the West is just absolutely loaded, and it doesn't matter if you're talking about Ja Morant in Memphis making them a playoff team, or Wemby, or Dallas. There's just stacked top to bottom.
Speaking of loaded and speaking of stacked, ESPN believes the Broncos are stacked going into this year. They've gone through their top 10 players at every position over the last week. Most recently have come out with their top starting rosters in the NFL going into training camp. We'll be out there starting on Friday. Like the rookies are like, it's here, right? Rookies report tomorrow, right? At some point.
No, I thought it was tonight, but it might be tomorrow.
Either tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah.
One of the 2 days. The rookies are here. So it's right around the corner. The Broncos coming in at number 6. They trail the Kansas City Chiefs at number 5. They are ahead of Washington at 7. The Rams are at 8. Bengals 9, and the San Francisco 49ers at 10. Again, this is best rosters in the NFL. They have their biggest weakness, and I think it's very clear. I agree with this. The biggest weakness on the team is wide receiver, and the only reason why is because you don't have that step out, without a doubt, far and away number 1 wide receiver. Now, is Cortland Sutton that guy for your team? Sure, but you don't have the big time Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't have the rising young player like a Marvin Harrison Jr. Out there in Arizona. However, I do think it's incredibly deep. And it's while it's the biggest weakness, I do think it's also the most underrated position group on the team.
You know, DMac and I spent some time talking about this, and it's so weird because when you look at training camp, there's not really that many battles. It's not an interesting training camp. And it speaks to your original point, which is the team as a whole, top to bottom, has good talent. But I think the reason that we all kind of comb over wide receiver over and over again is because when you look at the team and like, where can they take a step forward from last year to this year? Wide receiver is like one of the few places that you feel like they can get better. I don't think they can get much better on the offensive line. I think the defense as a whole can't really get much better. Might get a little bit better, but can't get like a ton better. Running back, they're going to...
Inside linebacker, I could see an improvement on. They tackle
Cody
well
Barton
inside.
Played so well last year.
Right. It depends a lot from what you're going to see from the middle of your your larger secondary in the middle, like what Hufanga and what Barron bring to the table, I think can certainly help your ability in the inside linebacker.
But it draws you to the wide receiver position, like you're saying, because it's
wide out in tight end.
It leads you to like how much better can Evan Ingram make the tight ends?
Yeah.
And can these developing players at wide receiver be? Because Vele had a great preseason in camp. He had an injury he dealt with at the end of it and kind of became like a non-factor until later in the year. And then later in the year, you saw some stuff from him and you're like, yeah, he's a legit NFL
He's
wide
Tim
receiver.
Patrick. He should be Tim Patrick.
They believe they have to believe he's more than that. With everything I've heard from them.
He's a 7th round pick.
But
it's the same thing.
But once he gets in camp, they have to believe that he is starting number 2 wide receiver in the NFL. Because you didn't do anything else to fill that spot. And for as much as we all think of Marvin Mims and everybody wants to talk about him, he is like, he hasn't for them stepped up and been a number 2 wide receiver.
I think it's a lot to ask for a guy with that type of draft
But
pedigree.
that's what they're asking. That's what's crazy about it.
Pat Bryant at 3rd?
Listen, if you think he's going to come
pedigree.
if you think he's going to come in as a rookie and unseat everybody and be a number 2 wide receiver.
I think your 1 and 2 are set. Your number 1's Cortland, your number 2's Marvin Mims.
Yeah, I disagree.
If you're looking for your number 3, they drafted Pat Bryant to be your number 3 in the third round.
See, I disagree with you. I think it's Vele. I really do. And I do respect to Marvin Mims. They tried to move him around, but did you see how quickly that experiment ended last year? They tried putting him in the backfield. They did some stuff with him. They threw him screens and stuff, and it was good, but it wasn't. I don't feel like they ever totally invested in Mims being the guy. And if they do this year, then I think it'll be refreshing, but I just don't think they think of him that way.
I do believe that part of unlocking Marvin Mims as your true number 2 or gadget type of wide receiver is the ability to commit to a run game. Now, if you're going to bring an undersized receiver down into the backfield and use him in the screen game, use him as a running back by handing the ball off or pitching to him, that tunnel screen game that they absolutely love with Mims when he's on the field, you have to have at least some sort of threat to run the ball or to dump a ball off to a running back in the backfield when you do it. And they just didn't have it last year with Javonte. They didn't have it with Audric Estime. They didn't have it with Jaleel McLaughlin. Now they're banking on that with a second-round draft pick at 60 overall in R.J. Harvey.
That's as much play calling as anything else.
It is.
As evidenced by what he wrote on his play calling sheet, right? Run the ball.
I don't think it was funny. It was a very funny thing to look at that play sheet and go, yeah, he's trying to tell himself. He was trying to convince himself that he had to do it when he just didn't have, and when I say Sean Payton, when he didn't have the personnel to have a solid run game. The offensive line was fine. The running backs were crap.
You want to know why the offense was so good the first 5 minutes against the Bills? He ran the ball. He ran the ball. They had a few effective runs, and what do? Hit Franklin deep.
And then they couldn't run the ball for the rest of the game.
Broncos!
They couldn't run the ball for the rest of the game.
I was in a bar with Broncos fans. I heard y'all.
It was awesome. That was the coolest thing ever.
You had your moment.
It was great. I felt wonderful about it.
But
it erased like 8 years of crap.
And Broncos fans absolutely deserve that. But that's what the run game does for you. Can the play caller commit to it enough that you can get that on a regular basis? Because that's a boring offense. Run into a wall, run into a wall, run into a wall. You get sick of that, but you do it so then you can hit that deep shot. Can he be that patient? I'm not sure. So you're saying it's going to affect the way that these wide receivers work.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you he's got to be patient enough to call the game like that, and I don't know if he is.
Wide receiver, again, your biggest weakness, your biggest strength, the offensive line. It depends on who you ask. Many people think it's the number 1 offensive line in the NFL. I tend to agree. The unbelievable injury history that they've had over the last 2 years in terms of being really healthy on that offensive line is, honestly, it's what the season hinges on. Now, can you be completely healthy like you were 2 years ago? The answer is probably no. Can you be largely healthy like you were last season? That's the hope. Now, because if there's an injury to Garrett Bowles and he goes down for 8 games, you're not making the playoffs. If there's an injury to Quinn Miners and he goes down for 6 games, you're likely not making the playoffs this year. You are banking on complete health because, again, over the last couple of years, and then certainly prior to the Sean Payton era, when you drafted like complete crap, this is where you look at the depth. While the offensive line, the starters are awesome. Your depth as a result of trading away picks, as a result of having bad draft picks during the Vic Fangio era and the Vance Joseph era, the Nathaniel Hackett era. Now you have to go, I hope to God, all of these aging offensive linemen stay healthy, because if they don't, Bo's running for his life.
We have a picture of Bradley Chubb that sits in one of our offices. Do you know who he's playing for?
Isn't he a Dolphin?
He was. I don't know if he still is.
I think he just got paid by the Dolphins.
I just feel like could have made a better draft pick in 2017.
Bradley Chubb is on a 3-year extension through 2027 with Miami that's paying him.
And when's the last time you heard about him in the season? Not contract news. Right?
Yeah, it was a bad pick.
But I will say this. So Levi texts in, oh man, the media is setting the Broncos up for such a disastrous season. Why is there so much praise before anything? Before anything. They won 10 games and made the playoffs last year. What do you mean before anything? That's what has everybody so excited about this team. 86% of your roster is coming back from a team that won 10 games and made the playoffs and lost a couple games that we looked at and said, they should have won that one, Kansas City. So it's not like this team hasn't proven anything yet. And so when ESPN is ranking them, what was it, 6 you said?
Number 6 in terms of overall rosters. They sit behind Kansas City at 5, Buffalo at 4, Detroit at number 3, Philadelphia at number 2. Their Super Bowl ring has wings on it. And number 1, Baltimore Ravens.
This is interesting.
Overall rosters.
Okay, so let's go down the list. Are the Broncos the first team that you would hesitate to put in Super Bowl contender territory for that? So yes. Ravens are 1, Super Bowl contender.
Contender.
Eagles are 2.
Defending champs.
Super Bowl contender. Who's 3?
Detroit. 15 wins last year. Super Bowl contender.
4.
The Bills. MVP. Super Bowl contender.
Who's 5?
Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Until he's dead and in the ground. The Chiefs
Super Bowl contender.
Super Bowl contender.
So I think that's actually huge. Like, think about that. And don't get me wrong. 4 of those teams above you, 3 of those teams above you are AFC teams that you're going to have to go through if you
have to go
want
through
to
at
get
least one.
And that might be the reason that we're hesitant to call them a Super Bowl contender. But to be the first team on that list that you wouldn't say, no doubt, 100% Super Bowl contender, I mean, that is a huge move from where this team was literally 12 months ago.
We'll continue getting into this. Put a pin in it for a second. Getting into that second apron, for lack of a better term, of
don't use that
contending.
Term. Don't use that.
I'm
term.
trying to make it a better term of contending teams. The Broncos, are they at the top of this list when you look at the second bubble of playoff contention teams? Denver, Washington, the LA Rams, the Cincinnati Bengals, and the San Francisco 49ers. Are they at the top of that list? We'll continue. Last week, listeners had the chance to pick 3 Avalanche games that they'd attend ahead of the schedule announcement by the NHL, and we have our winner this year. Congratulations, Troy from Denver. You were selected out of all of our entrants, and you chose to go to the home opener against Utah, the Mammoth, Minnesota in March, and you'll see the Seattle Kraken come to town in April. You'll be going to all 3 of those games up in club level. If you guys want to get your tickets to the Avs this season, single game tickets are on sale right now, and all you have to do is visit coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. That is coloradoavalanche.com/tickets to purchase them right now. We've got 77 some odd days till hockey season.
Can we just spend 3 minutes about how stupid the Utah Mammoth name is? It's not your name.
Be my guest.
It's not your name. It's our name. It's been our name for 2 decades. You sound stupid. Your colors are stupid. Your team is stupid. Your schedule release video was stupid. I don't care what people say. I'm just mad about it.
I'm not so mad about the name. The name's fine. The fact that they used the same hashtag is very derivative and lazy because they used Tusk Up.
The name is great. It's ours.
Yeah, but there's multiple Tigers.
No.
There's multiple Jets.
Are you really defending them right now?
Kind of.
Let me ask you this, because there's talk about 2 new NBA teams.
Yeah.
One in Seattle, one in Vegas.
Yeah.
Seattle's going to be the Supersonics. Good name, good logo. Fine. You know what I mean? You recapturing the history. Fine. What's the last expansion team that you really liked their name and what they did? In terms of the branding, the logo, right? Go as far back as OKC, the Thunder, Kraken.
Right. The Thunder
Knights.
The Thunder I thought was crap. Golden Knights is great. They knocked it out of the park.
That's the only one that I've liked.
They knocked it out of the park.
And then they went to those puke gold jerseys.
Terrible. The ones that they had, the black jersey with the glow-in-the-dark numbers, phenomenal.
When they wore gray and white jerseys, it was the best I've seen.
Vegas knocked it out of the park with the name. I think the wanting to choose a plural name without an S at the end is something that teams need to get away from. It's very in vogue to call yourself the Kraken or the Mammoth because it is a plural name, but it doesn't have an S at the end. I know the Avs were one of the first teams to do that in terms of they were a relocation.
And what
franchise.
Do we call them all the time?
They're the Avs with an S. I don't know, expansion franchises that knocked it out of the park. The Sharks were really good. Ugh. That's a great brand. They sucked in the 90s, but it was a great brand.
No, I did not like that. Teal
rocks. There's not enough teal in sports,
on
bro.
The nose of the shark, too.
Heck yeah, man.
I know the original logo didn't have it, but that teal on the nose of the shark now, so dumb. Panthers, their logo was ugly.
Now
that
it's
cat
great.
leaping. Yeah,
now it's good.
Better now.
The Lightning, I thought, is meh.
Just why can't we get this right? Lightning, Thunder.
Where
Kraken.
Utah screwed it up is that they went with powder blue, black and white as their colors when they could have gone crazy exotic. You could have done a lot of red Rocky colors. You could have thrown in some purples from the Utah Jazz and tied it in that way. The colors are crap.
The best jersey the Utah Jazz ever wore was that sunset jersey that they had where it was all different reds and oranges all the way
bad.
down.
I like the sunset jersey. Not quite the Stockton and Malone jerseys, but close to it.
I'm sorry to sidetrack us. It's just the Mammoth, the whole thing. I don't like the logo. And I know there's people are like, oh, but look at all the hidden stuff in there. There's the mountain ranges in there and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's stupid looking.
You know what? You know what they've done a really good job of? You hate them now.
That is true.
And you know who you never thought of last year? Utah.
No.
As an Avs fan, you never thought about the Utah Hockey Club.
I thought about them because I hated that they were the hockey club.
You never thought about the Arizona or the Phoenix Coyotes, really, ever. They were never a thorn in your side. They were always an afterthought. And now, the Utah Mammoth, just because of what they did with their name and their hashtag.
When you say it.
You hate them. So, you know what? Give them some credit.
I will not.
Give them some credit. You now hate them for a reason. You will now hate watch a Utah Mammoth game.
Our Mammoth logo is better too. The M with the tusks. Way better.
Nevada Putnam says the correct answer is the Mighty Ducks. I agree. Very good jerseys, very good name, and then they screwed those things up.
That was great execution in the 90s. It was in the
Perfect 90s jersey.
Yeah, it was it was good. It was very good.
Perfect 90s jersey. Avs don't get on the ice for opening night on the road again in LA for another 78 days, but it feels as though that team is starting to. I feel they're itching on trying to get another player in here, because if you look at the bottom six, and we'll get back into the Broncos and where they sit in that second bubble of NFL teams in just a couple of minutes. And as Rob pointed out, when ESPN ranks the best rosters in the NFL, having the Broncos at number 6 means they are the next best team after legitimate title contenders. We'll get into that in a couple of minutes. With the Avs, they're not done. That bottom 6 simply isn't good enough. And they have a lot of cap space to weaponize throughout the rest of the offseason. Like, is your fourth line going to be Nikita Prishapov and Matthew Steinberg? Is Ivan going to be on your third line? I would have to anticipate.
On your third line?
The answer's got to be no.
I mean, come on. I don't know. Listen, you're the hockey guy. That's why I've been excited to be on with you about this. But, like, Ivan on your third line, he was fun. It was cute. He had 2 of the same names. We told a story about it. He scored a goal. Like, it was, on your third line? They got to find something here. Even if it's like a young player who's not quite there yet, who's, maybe just signed a bridge deal to get from RFA to UFA, somebody like that. I don't know. You can't. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you can go into the season with Ivan on your third line.
I would hope not. There's a player in Columbus that I would like to see them try and go out and trade. He is upset with his usage with the Blue Jackets, and that's Igor Chinikov, who's 24 years old. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. He's a right winger. He is asked out of Columbus. I think that's a guy that you could look at right now, that if he's really upset and he's trying to force his way out of a place that likely won't be a playoff team this year. I know Columbus was a really, really heartwarming story last season. I expect them to be out of the Eastern Conference playoff race this season. Chinikov is a player that I would like here in Colorado just because he's cheap. He's $2.1 million. He only has 1 more year left on the deal.
Give me a comp for him, though. Is he a Druid? Is he
He's a... who is he? He is... I think he's a poor man's Ross Colton.
Okay. Ooh, but I want 2 Ross bigger. Coltons on the third line.
At $2.1 million, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Not at $4 million for Ross Colton.
Right.
He is a little bit stronger skater than a lot of people think. He likes to throw his body around. He's not going to put up a whole bunch of points. Like, he's a guy that's going to cap out at 25 points is my guess in a full season, maybe 35 points in a full season. So you're not paying crazy money for him, but you do need to fill out a bigger bodied checking winger with some sort of scoring upside. He scored 16 goals back in 2023 in just 50 or 53 games. He has a little bit of scoring upside. He's a bigger winger than Yoel Kiviranta is. And I would think that if Kiviranta hasn't gotten a deal yet, they might try and bring him back on another veteran minimum.
Okay.
There's not really sexy things that you can do right now, Rob.
Well, but that's why I asked, like, who can they trade for who is unhappy? You know what I mean? Where can you find that? Just a little bit extra. Because if you, to our discussion about Ivan on the third line, if you bring in whoever and he slots in at that wing, then your third line is Colton, Drury, and whoever that is. And I'm okay there. I'm all right there. I don't necessarily love it, but I'm okay living there.
Your other guys that you would have to look at for trade candidates are, like, you want really sexy names like Jason Robertson, Nazem Kadri, those type of guys. Brian Rust in Pittsburgh, Ricard Raquel in Pittsburgh.
Here's the problem with sexy names. They're generally older and past their prime.
Yeah.
And that's why we all know their names, is because they've had their prime already. And because of that, you get less for more money. It's what you end up getting when you know what the person's name is. And so I don't want the Avs to do that. They cannot afford to tie up cap space. Like, it's what scares me about the Brock Nelson thing. We going to get 3 good years out of him? I hope so. Next year, you better cash in on it, because it's probably the last year of his prime. It might not even be the last year of prime. Last year might have been the last year of his prime. And you're paying him because his name is Brock Nelson.
Right.
And so you better hope that you get enough out of him. Now, listen, hockey, the life cycle's a little bit longer. But yeah, no, that's why I want to talk to you about it. Because who are these young guys in the league that you can go after? The name that I knew was JJ Peterka. It's because he was in the wasteland that is Buffalo.
Too expensive.
It wasn't, though. You could have gone and got him at the time. You had $7 million. You could have made the trade for JJ Peterka and put him on your third line and tested him out with Nate every once in a while. Like, he's a good enough winger that you might have been able to put him up there. That's what I'm talking about. Because, like, if you need to go in a blender with these lines right now you got Lecky, McKinnon, Natchez is your top line.
Yep.
But there were problems with McKinnon and Natchez on the same line towards the end of the season and in the playoffs. It didn't work great.
No, it didn't.
So if you need to throw that into a blender, are you okay with putting Drury on a second line? Are you okay with, obviously Landy can float. He's played with McKinnon for long enough.
He can play anywhere.
Yeah. But you moving Val up because that second line is huge. It's your physical line.
And from an analytics standpoint, I know they didn't score in that 7-game series against Dallas.
They were great.
At 5-on-5, they were far and away the best line on the ice. They were one of the best lines in the NHL.
That was I went to the first game back for the captain. Like, when they put that line out
works.
there, you could see it. Like, you could just visibly. So, I don't want to break up that line necessarily. So, if you're, and Bednar likes to throw it into a blender. If you're throwing it into a blender, you sending Ross Colton up there? You sending Jack Drury up to the
Yeah, there's issues. There's a little bit of depth issue. The good news is they have space. I don't think you're going to get a young guy. I do think you're going to have to find a way. Maybe Chinikov is that young guy, that 24-year-old that you could trade for.
Yeah.
I think other older dudes that you would have to look at, the Rusts, the Ricard Raquels in Pittsburgh, because they want to continue to get some draft picks or younger players. The other one that I think you could get, and this is a familiar name to people, who now has 2 Stanley Cup rings on his finger. And this is a team that currently is over the cap.
Yeah, they haven't fixed it yet?
The Florida Panthers are minus $3.725 million over the cap.
Go get Evan Rodriguez.
You can do it. You can do it. That's Rob Trujillo is filling in for the coach today. Alex Ranami back from Ireland. Had a fun time watching Scotty Scheffler go out there and win the 153rd Open at Port Rush. Join us at 303-504-0925. Hour 2 is coming up next. You can watch Altitude Sports Radio every single weekday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on both YouTube and Twitch. Follow us on Twitch at AltitudeSR, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, brought to you by our friends at Safeway. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway mobile app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. Rob Trujillo filling in for the coach today. Alex Ryanemi. It's the morning sprint with Jesse Trujillo behind the glass filling in for KJ Granderson.
Is that how you got your Guinness delivered to you in Ireland?
How so?
By Safeway? Did they send you? Or did they deliver right to your door?
They should have. I should have done. I actually should have tried that when I was in the closet. I slept in a closet for 3 days.
Did you do any Jameson stuff while you were up there? I know their thing.
The Bushmills distillery is like 30 minutes away from the front gates at Portrush, and I just ran out of time. I went down.
So it was more Guinness than whiskey.
Oh, I actually didn't. I had one little sip of Bushmills, and Jameson made a special like Portrush edition of their Irish whiskey. I don't know what was different about it, but they were like, "Oh yeah, this is the official 153rd Open." They were giving out free shots, so I said, "When in Rome or when in Ireland."
And that's why you slept in a closet?
I slept in a closet because I was mainlining Guinnesses. As Coach says, 1 beers, 1 draughts is what we were having that evening. Dude, that place was, if y'all haven't gone, man.
Well, I mean,
everyone's your best friend up there.
Not all of us can just flit out to Ireland for a weekend, Raj. So
I had miles. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm just saying that's not typically how we get to live our lives.
Also, the other thing was, have you heard of their sport hurling up there in Ireland? Those people are psychopaths.
Yep.
If you haven't seen the sport of hurling, we were down there. My last day was yesterday in Dublin, and I had flew out like just as the All Ireland hurling final was going on, and this place was absolutely bonkers on Temple Bar, all that area. People were going nuts and then walking to the stadium. This sport is like lacrosse meets field hockey if you could swing the field hockey sticks at neck height.
Yeah.
And what I realized is that the All Ireland hurling final is like Ireland's Super Bowl. It's the biggest thing every single year. But what I didn't realize is these dudes don't make enough playing hurling to just have that be their job. They go to an office Monday through Friday, and then they practice with their teams either early in the morning or late at night.
All the sports that are big time sports in Ireland are psychotic.
Psychos, dude.
Rugby.
Yeah, crazy
Let's not
sport.
have pads on and just run into each other.
Gaelic
as hard as
football,
you can.
crazy.
Gaelic football,
Soccer,
hurling.
but let's beat the crap out of each other.
And they're one that is like normal, golf that they love. Also crazy. Taking this little tiny ball, hitting it into what's the Robin Williams skit? Hundreds of yards away. You know what I mean? Like, they're just, that whole peninsula, you're all psychos.
That was, if you guys haven't watched that thing, hop on YouTube and go take a peek at it, because it is absolutely mental what those people are doing. Been talking about the Broncos and how high they were rated by ESPN in terms of overall rosters this year. This is not their power rankings, but this is going into training camp that's starting in just a couple of days, what they think are the best rosters in the league. And they have the Broncos sitting at number 6 right now. And why that's interesting is the 5 teams ahead of them are legitimate Super Bowl contenders. In order: Baltimore, Philadelphia, Detroit, Buffalo, Kansas City, which I think that's your group, right? If you're gonna have tiers, do you even want to separate those teams? I guess you could put Philadelphia and Kansas City in their own bubble.
No, I don't think I would.
No?
I don't think I would. In terms of like, do they have a roster to win a championship? I think I would put all 5 of those together. I agree with them.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
You either have an elite quarterback or you have...
I think the weakest team in that group is Kansas City, and they are at 5th on that list. I think their roster is not as good as it has been in past years, but they've taken rosters that I've said that about to the Super Bowl before. So
biggest weakness, according to ESPN, for Kansas City: offensive tackle. Their X factor is wide receiver Rashee Rice. Non-starter to know, they say edge rusher in Onedike Azuma. I agree with you. That is the weakest roster, but they have the great equalizer in all of sports, and that is the which Patrick Mahomes. When you go into that next group, that you can't call them contenders, but yeah, you can call them dark horses. The Broncos are one of, if not the best dark horse team in the league right now. And if you look at these next 5 teams, it goes Denver, Washington, LA Rams, Cincinnati Bengals, San Francisco 49ers in the top 10. If you get outside the top 10, tell me when the bubble stops.
Okay.
All right, dark horses is where we are right now. San Francisco, LA Rams, Broncos, Bengals, and who else did I throw in there? I think that was it.
I think that was it. That's fine.
Yeah, that was your 5. Oh, Commanders is what I threw in there as well. Next team on the list is number 11, Minnesota.
No, that's
so your bubble ends at that
works.
5.
Yeah, that tier works. Top 5, I would call legit Super Bowl contenders. Next 5, I would call dark horses. I'm not sure I would put them in that order. Now, again, the article that you are reading from is purely about how good is the roster. So it's not saying
look like on paper
the Broncos are the 6th most likely team to win a Super Bowl. It's saying they have the 6th best overall roster. But so I'm not sure I would put them in that order if I'm ranking Super Bowl contenders. But the fact that the Broncos have moved their name into that tier a season after their win total was 5.5, 4.5, 4.5.
In some books, 4.5, and they exceeded it by 5.5 or 4.5 wins, depending on where you got it.
Somebody bet over 8.5 and put it out there for everybody to jump on board. And, all you had to do was follow my social media and you could have made some money. No, but I mean, Vegas, to tell you what they thought of their roster last year versus what they think of their roster this year. I mean, that's crazy.
It does hinge on health, because once you look at wide receiver is without a doubt your deepest position group, right? Outside of secondary, because you can kind of mix and match secondary anywhere, especially with that drafting from Jahdae Barron. Maybe edge rusher.
What do you want to call deep, right? Like, how much
they have
quality
a bunch
is
of
there?
dudes. If other than Courtland Sutton, if someone goes down with an injury, I don't think it affects them.
I think corner is actually their deepest spot.
Sutton, number 1. You didn't get a guy who received votes in terms of top 10 in Riley Moss, but a top 15 corner probably in Riley
Surtain,
Moss.
number 1. You said Sutton.
Oh, I apologize. Surtain, number 1.
You brain farted and said Sutton.
Number 3 is a first-round pick in Jahdae Barron, who's looked at as the overall best secondary player in his draft.
Yeah. Chris Abrams-Drain's depth is not terrible. Yeah, I think corner, I would probably say,
okay,
is their deepest
I can
position.
Take that.
But and this came in on the text line. We're not sure about their weapons, but they're the 6th overall. Well, yeah, there's a whole lot more to constructing a roster than just looking at the weapons. And when you have that good of an offensive line that you paid for, but I don't know, you called them number 1. I don't know that I would do that, but clearly a top 5 offensive line.
Pro Football Focus has them ranked as number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Pro Football Focus.
Very data forward.
But you want those, that should make your weapons better. Whether it's your running game or giving your quarterback time to find the wide receivers, to let the wide receivers get open. Same thing with the tight ends. Like, I really think that if you're looking at the entire roster, because the offensive line is so good, because the defensive line is so good, you get to say the rest of the roster is a little bit better than they really are. I just don't know that I agree with you that the wide receiver room is the deep portion of it.
It's deep because I don't think that the ceiling is through the roof. I think they have a bunch of dudes that are better than average, or a bunch of dudes that teams would be like, yeah, I would like to have you on my team as wide receiver 2 through 4. I think they have a bunch of that guy.
Yeah.
It's the reason why I hope next year in the draft they're selecting a wide receiver, or they're moving up to get Bo Nix his true, get him a Ferrari. Get Bo Nix a toy. That's all I want next year. It's funny looking at Bo and looking at this second tier of teams, right? We have the true contenders that we talked about 1 through 5. Your Detroits, Kansas Cities, Buffalo, Baltimore, those teams. Your second tier of teams: Denver, Washington, LA Rams, Cincinnati Bengals. You can throw San Francisco in there. I would argue I'd take San Francisco out of this list. Denver's what's the one thing that they don't have comparatively to those others? When I talk about Cincinnati, when I talk about LA or Washington, the one thing that brings those teams from, yeah, I guess you're okay, to, yeah, you can do something scary. It's the guy throwing the football. You don't think about the Broncos with that when Bo Nix, do you?
It's so weird because you just don't know. I guess you don't really know about Jaden Daniels either. Because 2 years ago, we were having this conversation about C.J. Stroud. And
C.J. Stroud made the playoffs and won a playoff game last year.
Well, and guess who we haven't mentioned in top 10 rosters or when we're talking about quarterbacks who are dark horses?
Houston.
Haven't mentioned Houston once. So the fall off can happen. You know what I mean? And I don't think C.J. Stroud is any worse of a quarterback. I think there were some tough situations in Houston when it came to wide receivers and offensive line. So to be able to elevate your team, like I think C.J. Stroud did that with a beat-up team last year, elevated them to the playoffs, got a playoff win.
Obviously had the benefit of a crap division in the AFC South.
He still got him there.
Yeah.
Still got him there.
I'm not going to take it away from him, but you do. If we're talking about the whole picture, you have to talk about the fact that it is arguably the worst or the second worst division in football.
So Bo's in a tough division, granted, but it's becoming less and less a part of your schedule. Like, it's only 6 games. There's 11 other games. So, I don't know. I mean, his numbers that he put up, he would have to put up a similar year. But if he does, do we put him into that realm? Like, what does he have to do for you to where when you list off Matthew Stafford and when you list off Jaden Daniels as quarterbacks who can possibly elevate from playoff contender to Super Bowl contender, what does Bo have to do to get there for you?
He has to throw. So Bo last year was what? His
numbers are
29 passing touchdowns, his 67% completion rate, or 66, something like that.
Okay, and when you match it up,
he only threw 12 picks. He had 3,700 yards.
When you match him up against Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, like,
yeah, he was a top 15 quarterback without a doubt in the league last year. He needs to get to, I need you to get to 4,000 yards. I need you to drop the interceptions from 12 to 8 or 9, and the passing touchdowns need to go from 29 up to 33, 35 at the most. Right? I'm not asking for the world, but in order for him to get into that conversation of when we think about the second tier of teams from Super Bowl contention, when I go, the reason why we talk about them in terms of being a dark horse is because they have the quarterback. Cincinnati, they have the quarterback. LA, while they do have a good team and a great head coach, you think about what can Matthew Stafford do? Can he get back to throwing 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns or 25 touchdowns in a year? He does have a Super Bowl ring. When you think about Jaden Daniels, why is Washington so good? They have the Rookie of the Year, right? They hit that out of the park in terms of draft picks. That's where I need Bo to get for the Broncos to go from dark horse to true contender.
So let me just throw this out there then. With this ESPN calling them the sixth, why can't I not say that?
6th best.
Thanks. Roster in the NFL. Is he better than Jared Goff?
No, absolutely not.
Is he better than Jalen Hurts?
No, you can't say that.
Can't you?
No, you can't say that.
Because the Eagles roster,
the guy just beat Kansas City, man.
The Eagles roster is slam dunk better than the Broncos roster, and slam dunk better than the Chiefs roster.
They are. The Eagles do so many things so differently, and they ask so many different things of their quarterback in terms of, like, you don't need him to be a true passer. Bo needs to throw the ball far more than Jalen does. The answer is no. They're very. It's not apples to apples there.
I mean, I think it's, but that's the thing. So I think it's within the window that he's better than both of those guys next year. I think it's possible.
Jared Goff threw for 4,700 yards and almost 40 touchdowns last year.
He was great last year. So that doesn't mean he's going to.
Bo Nix has no chance to throw for 4,700 yards and 37 touchdowns.
Take a step back. what did Jared Goff lose last year? Offensive coordinator. It's entirely possible that Jared Goff does not have as good of a year as he has had last year. And if Bo is going to elevate, like I said, his numbers are
good.
Good.
Really
and
good.
So if he elevates, then yeah, he can get, but like that's this world that we're living in where the Broncos are constantly, what are they? Because we just don't know what Bo's actually going to bring to the table next year.
Give me a modified version of what Sam Darnold did last year. Darnold had 4,300 yards, 35 scores, 12 picks. Give me 4,100 yards, 35 touchdowns, and 9 picks. And you go from being a dark horse to going, the Broncos are an AFC championship team. Those are the numbers.
All right. I'm with it.
I'm telling you. I'm trying not to be painted as a Bo hater. I was a Bo hater painted very, very early on. I like him. I think he's very good. But he needs to be great for them to be better than Kansas City,
There's
Buffalo, and Baltimore.
A whole bunch of great quarterbacks in the AFC. You need something a little bit extra.
Rob's filling in for the coach today. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. The Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, hanging out with you guys up until noon today. PhD from noon to 3. Nate and Andy will take you guys home on your Monday drive, 3 to 6 p.m., and then we'll wrap it up with a little bit of the Blitz. Rookies reporting tomorrow. Broncos training camp starting At the end of the week, football is back, just like you heard in the bump there. Rob Trujillo is filling in for that man that you heard in the bump. Coach Mike Sanford out for the next couple of days. Alex Ryan-Emmy joining you guys today. Watch us on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a thing. Just hit that red subscribe button. You guys can listen and watch the Altitude Daily, which is a recap of the very best stuff, so you don't miss anything from the very best shows in Denver. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. You asked me what brings Bo Nix from having the Broncos in playoff contention to being true AFC championship contender. I'm not saying that Bo is not good enough to do this if you get the same season you did last year. I think if you get the same season from Bo that you had as a rookie with 3,700 yards and 29 passing touchdowns and 12 picks, you're probably still a playoff team. And that's me putting so much faith into what you did in the second round this year. They believe in R.J. Harvey to be that savior of the running back room that they haven't had since the rookie year of Javonte Williams, when we all thought he was going to be the next best thing coming out of UNC. He can be the same quarterback he was last year, which was very good. Like, you shouldn't scoff at a top 15 season from a passer, right? Think about this. In terms of passing yardages, he is ahead of Josh Allen from last year, ahead of C.J. Stroud, ahead of Jaden Daniels, ahead of Caleb Williams, who went number 1 overall, ahead of Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts. Like, as a true passer of the football, he is right now, without a doubt, in his rookie season at 24 years old, a top 15 to top 12 passer of the football. I would like to see him take a step forward, but if he has the same year, it's not a sophomore slump.
I can see why people say you're a Bo hater.
What? Because when you ask
top
me
15
if he can,
to top 12,
he is. That's who he is right now, and that's okay.
No,
that's okay.
It's a little bit of a backhanded compliment, don't you think?
No, I'm just not going to sit here and tell you that. Like, I understand what you're trying to get out with Jared Goff, but like, people, is he as good as Jared Goff? The answer is no.
Okay, but so you said you would love Bo to have 4,100 yards and what'd you say?
4,100 yards, 35 touchdowns,
35.
and 9 picks would be a season that the Broncos are winning the AFC West.
If Goff had that year, what would you say?
It would be a step back from him. It'd be a good year, but it's a step back.
Sure. But I'm just saying, like, totally within the window that is a year that he has, right? Like, That's not a bad year from Jared Goff.
It's 4,000 yards is a great season. 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns in certain years in the NFL could win you an MVP.
Yeah, well, and it matters what you do. So Josh Allen, his passing yards are low. You want to know why? Because they were killing everybody. So they're running the football. He's sitting fourth quarters. Like, yeah, of course, no, he doesn't have that many passing yards if we're just looking at stats. They were murdering fools, and it was because he was incredible. Yeah. So, let's not get too caught up in the numbers, but like when those yards come matters. And in the games down the stretch, Bo had a couple real good ones where he had games that you needed. Like that Cincinnati game, I know you ended up losing it, but like, he was so good bringing that team back and tying that game up. Like, it matters when you get those yards, not just what the yards are. So when you say, "Oh, he's a 12 to 15 guy," you're calling him mid. It's legit. It's literally mid. And I just think I understand where people are coming from saying you're a little bit of a hater, because if we're talking about the Broncos taking the next step, which is what we're talking about.
Yes.
You need him to be a top 10 guy. And you need him.
I think he needs to be a top 7 guy.
You need him to be as good as people like Herbert, Hurts.
Yeah.
Goff.
Yep. Well, again, I think people look at Jared Goff and go, he is a product of the places he's been. And I go, you don't throw for 4,700 yards by being a product of a system. Jared Goff's a freak right now. He's got great tools, don't get me wrong, but he's a freak right now.
I like Goff, but I think it has a lot to do with your head coach and your play caller. Both of who were roll the dice. By the way, our defense is terrible because they're all injured. Remember, I'm sure you guys watched quarterback. Like, they just said, like, we're just going to slang it all day.
Just going to win games 48-37.
And we're going to get scored on in 3 seconds. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to go out there and score another touchdown. So, like, Goff going for 4,700 yards, I think is as much a product of that as, you know, his talent level. And so, I don't know. I mean, we can have conversations about like what his ceiling is and what his floor is, but they're kind of useless because the range is so huge.
I think Bo's ceiling is like what Jalen Hurts did in the playoffs. I think he can be that guy with a greater chance to do damage with his arm and just a little bit less to do damage with his feet.
Well, so that's why I'm saying, like,
but I can't say he's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts because Jalen Hurts just beat Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl, and there's not really a long list of dudes who can do that.
But if you think
there's like 2 of them,
if you think he's got, like, do you think that's more likely or not? Do you think it's more like, let's phrase it this way: at the end of their careers, when we're sitting here 20 years from now,
well, this is going to be a good one,
and Bo and Jalen Hurts, and we're sitting there talking about the golden age, right, of quarterbacking in the NFL, which this might be. Who had the better career?
If Bo doesn't have the better career, it's a failure.
Oh, God, I'm sitting down for this one. What? Tell me.
If Bo doesn't have the better career than Jalen Hurts because of where he's playing, it's a failure. And that is the byproduct of being a quarterback in Denver. You have to live up to greatness. Unfortunately, as unfair as it may be, you have to live up to Elway. You have to live up to Manning to a certain extent. Like, you have to live up to Jake Plummer. Like, that was a really good quarterback who had you on the precipice of getting into a Super Bowl in the mid-2000s.
I don't necessarily disagree that the Denver fans have high expectations. But, I mean, like you said, Jalen Hurts already has a ring. So if he has a better career than Jalen Hurts,
you got to have at least a ring.
You got to win a championship at some point. And you think that's, yeah, I mean, your face right now is, go ahead and say it out loud. It's radio.
Because right, so Hurts has been to 2 Super Bowls now? 22 and 24?
Yep.
Oh, damn. That's a big hill, Rob. That's a big hill.
Well, and it goes back to how good that roster is. That roster is incredible. Howie Roseman is a magician.
Oh, yeah. I want Devonta Smith. I would love that.
Oh, I mean,
I would love A.J. Brown.
Right. And we're not even getting into Goddard at tight end or the train of good running backs that they've had go through there, which, like, yes, you can talk about Saquon Broccoli. Saquon Barkley. But also, you know, DeAndre Swift.
The VeggieTales version of the NFL.
DeAndre Swift is a great running back. Like, they do an excellent job. So, I don't know. I mean, so at the end of their careers, now do it with Jared Goff. Because you want so bad to tell me about his numbers.
Goff has been to a Super Bowl with L.A.
Mm-hmm.
He is on the verge of going to one with Detroit. Last year, my choice for the Super Bowl was Buffalo and Detroit.
Right, and Buffalo and Detroit fans can tell you that when you're on the verge of it, it doesn't count.
Going into it this year, that will likely be my choice again, is Detroit and Buffalo in the Super Bowl this year. I just think that Detroit, if healthy, is the best team in the NFC. They will find a way to get through that 2-headed running back.
Well, I don't know if they're healthy, if they're the best team in the NFC. You think they're better than the Eagles if they're healthy?
If healthy.
Well, I don't know
if that defense is healthy, I think they've got a great chance to do it, man. Like, you give me Aiden Hutchinson for 23 games, 22 games, whatever the maximum you can play is, I'm very happy with that. If David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs stay completely healthy, Goff throws for another 35 touchdowns plus, like, that is a scary football team, dude.
Okay, so
terrifying
at the end
team.
of their careers, if you crystal ball, who do you think you're going to end up saying?
Well, it depends. Like, what are you? What
I'm trying to get from you is, do you think Bo Nix over his career can be better than Jared Goff?
It depends on how you view the overall career. If you go from a pure passing talent evaluation and passing touchdowns evaluation, the likelihood of him catching Goff is very, very small. But if you go from team success, there is a very good chance he can have the same amount, if not better team success than Goff has had up until this year, right? Goff's going into his age 31 season. He's been to a Super Bowl. He may very get 2-1 or win one this year with Detroit. Knicks has a chance to do that, right? Like the coach is there, the roster is in place right now, and he's at the beginning of his career. He's got a chance.
Okay.
It only took Goff 3 years to get to a Super Bowl with LA.
I just, because when we're talking about these teams being Super Bowl contenders, we're talking about ways to elevate that Broncos roster from just outside of that bubble, 6th, as ESPN put them, into that championship tier. And I think the two most attainable quarterbacks in that tier are Goff and Hurts. So if you're looking at, what we're hoping for Bo to turn into, I think those are where the conversations have to start. Now, there's guys who are below him that I think
below him. What? Stroud, Daniels, Williams, Love.
Hello, we haven't gotten
to
Joe Burrow yet. I'm saying on that list, on the roster list that we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Because the Broncos are 6th. Below him is Matt Stafford, who can take the Rams with a
Matt
worse...
Stafford, Jaden Daniels, and Joe Burrow, your next 3 quarterbacks of those teams.
Right, and they all have technically worse rosters than the Broncos.
Yes.
But those quarterbacks, we would say, they can get them there.
Yes, they are. The reason why those 3 teams are in the same tier in terms of like dark horse category teams, the reason why they're there is because of the quarterbacks. The reason why the Broncos are there is not because of the quarterback yet.
And Stafford almost beat the Eagles in Philadelphia in the snow.
At 37 years old or whatever he is.
And if he does, they play Washington in LA to go to the Super Bowl and probably win that game too, right?
Probably.
So it's that's why I'm just talking about, like, what do we need to get from Bo Nix? Because it's the only thing in my eyes, and I've fought with a couple of different hosts about this, but in my eyes, him elevating is the only way you can get into that championship tier. You are not going to build a roster that's good enough to fight these other teams in the AFC who have better rosters and better quarterbacks. Did you see what happened when you went and played Baltimore last year? Did you see what happened in the playoffs versus Buffalo? Like, if you want to elevate into a championship contender tier, which is fair to talk about, and that's amazing that the Broncos have gotten there. But if you want to elevate into that tier, you're not going to do it by just having a better roster than the Ravens, a better roster than the Bills, a better roster than the Chiefs. You also need to have a quarterback who can be on tier with them. And that's why we're talking about Hurts and Goff, right? Like, if you put Hurts on this Bronco team, do you think they're a Super Bowl contender?
I think the game against Buffalo is way closer, but are they getting past the Bills in round 1? Probably not.
They're not a Super Bowl contender with Hurts being the quarterback of this team.
Probably not. So
you just spent a whole bunch of time loving on Jared Goff. I'm seeing it on the text line. Oh, he threw 37 touchdowns last year.
If Jared Goff is a Bronco,
you think they're a Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, I do. He threw for 4,700 yards.
I mean, listen, I like him a lot. I think he's a good quarterback. I do not think that this Broncos team is a Super Bowl contender with Jared Goff at quarterback.
Okay, so all that being said, over under 9.5 wins at -110.
Oh, over. I just wouldn't bet it because there's no value there. But definitely over. Definitely.
By how many?
I would probably... Now, listen, this is gambling, right?
10 got you in last year.
Yeah. But this is gambling, right? Like, you put up money that you are willing to lose, right? So I'm not saying slam dunk. But I'd go look at the total for 11.5. It's probably plus a couple hundred.
How do you get to 11.5?
I think you play the AFC South. That's how you get to. That's how you get to 11.
Right, you should be 2-0 after 2 weeks, right? Tennessee should be a walk in the park at home.
I do think it matters how teams start, right? Like, can you get a little bit of momentum going? The fact that they've got a good start, like I do think this team can win 12 games. They almost beat Kansas City in Kansas City last year. They struggled with the Chargers for some unknown reason, but I think they have a better roster than the Chargers do. So can you get one from them this year? I like this team a lot. I think they can win 12 games. The question is because they have a third place schedule still, Raj. Like, they made the playoffs.
You're right.
But they were the third team in the AFC West.
That's a benefit.
So
I haven't heard anyone talk about that. That's a really good point.
I'm not saying that I think they're a slam dunk 12-win team, but if I'm looking for value while betting, I would go look at what the 11.5 number is, because I think it's within the realm of possibility if the defense gets a little bit better with Greenlaw and Hufanga, if Bo takes just a tiny step forward, if you get more out of the running game, if Cortland doesn't fall off a cliff, if Zach Allen and Nick Bonitto, who need contracts, come back highly motivated and play really well.
There's a lot of ifs to get to
a lot of ifs.
Wins.
A lot of, I mean, but 12 wins is a lot.
Oh yeah, 12 wins, you win the AFC West.
A lot of wins in the NFL. I just think it would be value-wise, that would be the bet that I would look for.
The way to get there is you start 2-0 against Tennessee and Indy. You have to win 2 of 3 between on the road, at Chargers, at Philly, home against Cincy. That's probably the meat of the schedule, where if you want to get up to that 11-12 win territory, you have to win 2 out of the 3 of those rather than just getting 1 of the 3, which is probably what's going to happen there. That's a brutal stretch. Now, does Cincy start the way that Cincy always starts? Are they crap at the beginning of the season? Then you can beat them at home and you'll be fine. That's a Monday night game on ABC.
Yeah, but isn't the Greenbrier trip in there?
The Greenbrier trip is...
It's an automatic win.
Where's the Greenbrier trip?
I'm not
at
sure.
Philly?
I'm not sure. I did remember it being early in the season.
It might be the one that's at Philly.
Oh yeah, because then you're going to New York going to London for New York.
There we go. That's it. That's the Greenbrier trip.
I think you're staying.
So you're beating Philly in Philly. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. You know what I mean? It's the Greenbrier trip, so they have to win, of course.
I've got them sweeping the 3-game set of Jets, Giants, Cowboys all at home. I don't see them dropping a game. Win.
Cowboys are probably your biggest test there, but
guarantee they are.
But that's 2 home games with the Cowboys and the Giants back-to-back that you should win.
So at that point, if you're winning 2 out of 3, we're giving them the Greenbrier win at Philly. I love that. I absolutely love that.
They're probably not.
So you're looking at, you'd have to be 7-1 through 8 weeks.
I think you can beat Houston. I'm not afraid of you playing the Texans in Houston. Not worried about it. Vegas, I think you probably end up splitting with Vegas, but that's your home one, so you can call that a win.
Vegas doesn't scare me. I got them sweeping Vegas this year.
You got a home game against the Chiefs going into the bye. You get the Commanders coming off the bye. That's nice, even though it's on the road. I mean, gives you an extra week to prepare. I think that's a winnable game for them. We said they were going to split with the Raiders. I'm still not convinced on the Packers, and that game could mean a lot for both teams. That game might get flexed, to be honest with you. But a 2-25 game versus the Packers at home, that's a game they can win. They can win that game.
Yeah.
Then you get Jacksonville.
Should be a win.
At home, should be a win. You go to Kansas City, especially if the division's on the line. That's probably a loss. But then you get the Chargers at home.
Short week at Kansas City, or you're losing the game. I think there's no chance that you can beat Kansas City on Christmas Eve or on Christmas night.
I feel better about it because it's a short week.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You like a short week to prepare for Patrick Mahomes?
He doesn't get to put it. Andy Reid doesn't get to do Andy Reid things there. You only have a couple days.
Yeah, but he can just. Andy Reid has the benefit of just going, hey, Pat, go play football like you're in a schoolyard and go win the game, and he can do it.
I mean, give me the better defense.
Okay.
On 3 days. Because the defense is running the same thing. It's not like the defense is changing what they're doing.
12 wins is so many wins.
It's a lot.
It's so many wins.
I'm not calling for them to win 12 games.
I know.
Hear me,
just
guys.
that's your value.
No, I know, but it's coming in on the Twitch and the text line. I'm not calling for them to win 12 games.
We are positive people here.
He asked me if I'd bet 9.5, and the answer is absolutely not, because it's minus 110. But I would go look at what the number is for 11.5, because I think it's within the realm of possibility. You know what else is within the realm of possibility? And I've said it on this station, that Bo Nix turns into Mac Jones and you win 6 games next year.
Oh, I hate that thought.
Everybody does. But things are within the realm of possibility.
Live from the Backus and Shanker studio, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. We'll wrap up things in the morning sprint here and then hand it off to PhD Rob Trujillo filling in for the coach, Alex Ryanemi, and Jesse Trujillo in for Mr. Granderson today. We'll take a quick time out, wrap things up on the other side. Trying to find a way to get the Broncos to an undefeated season next year is what we're trying to do.
Y'all got to calm down, man.
Yeah, I don't think 11.5 wins is the number for me, but if you like the value, go take a peek at it. Bo needs to take a big step to get there. In terms of winning, man, you and I kind of yelled at each other about this morning as we wrap things up here on a Monday after the Open Championship. Scotty Scheffler, as I've said, and I don't think this is a very outlandish thing to say, certainly this morning, he is the closest thing, at least I have seen in my lifetime, to Tiger's level of inevitability that he had at majors. It's the closest. It's not the same. It's the closest we've seen. Now, does closest mean it's from here to the other side of the Grand Canyon, or is it from me to you, 6 feet? It's probably somewhere in between it. Scotty's major championship win percentage is just north of 16%. He's won 4 majors in 25 starts. Tiger's win percentage, when he got to 15, where he sits right now, when you go back to the Masters of, what was that, 2019, when he won the Masters?
God, I don't remember.
I think it was 2019 Masters when he won it, and he got number 15. His win percentage was just north of 18%. He's really not that far off. If you continue to go and see what his win percentage is now, it's just north of 17% because he's played in more majors since winning that one. He's close in terms of when I get there, I win. He just wins big tournaments, and that's the reason why I think that he is as close to Tiger as we've seen. Will anyone get to the level of mania that Woods was able to bring around the game? The answer is no. But just because he isn't Tiger in terms of bringing that energy and that craze to the sport, I don't think should turn you off of flocking to the television to watch him, because he cares.
Do you want to know why I think people want to do this? Because you're bored. Because yes, Scotty is that good that it's
He's
just
that good.
over, right? Like
He's that good.
There's no point. There really was no point in watching on Sunday.
No,
right?
there was not.
There was not a reason to watch. And so what people are trying to do is create something to talk about, because he doesn't even have a good rival. Like Rory.
Well, that's the reason why the conversation is the same as Tiger, because you went,
right,
there's no reason to watch on Sunday.
You're just bored. But that's what, so that, like, don't call him Tiger because you're bored. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm bored because he's dominant.
But I just don't think in the same way. Like, the way that Tiger was dominant was so different. I don't know.
But we get upset about this with Nikola Jokic too. Like, everyone here in Denver gets upset because the rest of the world doesn't appreciate Nikola Jokic like Denver does. Because he's not as flashy as Kobe. He's not as outlandish and outspoken as LeBron James. He's not as look at me, I'm Michael Jordan, as MJ was. And we get upset here about it. Scotty's the same guy as Nikola Jokic.
Well, and remember, like when we're having MVP conversations about Jokic and SGA or Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, we're not calling the other guy trash. You know what I mean? Like, calm down. We are talking at levels of greatness here. Where do you want to insert this person, right? And that's just how I feel about Scotty. He's not on the level. He's great. And he's way better than anybody else that you had now. But he was just so much better, not only than everybody that he played against during his era, but also, I think, than the majority of people who have played golf ever, right? And I'm not willing to go, like I said, if you put Nicholas and Woods and Scotty in a Thursday threesome, Scotty's coming in third. You know what I mean?
He's coming in third.
He's coming in third. And so he's just a tier below. Now, if he continues this dominance, he's a little bit older than Tiger was.
On pacing.
Yeah. So, if he continues this dominance, if he doesn't have problems with waitresses and
it doesn't feel like Scotty's going to have those issues.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. So, there's an opportunity for him through his 30s and early 40s to make up ground where Tiger lost a whole bunch of time due to injury and poor choices. You know what I mean?
Scotty's got a better chance of losing a tournament. I can't remember the golfer that this happened. He was messing around in like the hotel or the house that they had rented with his family for a tournament and was going into Sunday and was in contention, but he was messing around at the house with his son, chipping and putting in the living room.
Mm.
And he accidentally put his son's club, his son's putter, in his bag. And it got lost underneath his wedges and his irons and his driver covers, and they never saw it. And he showed up, and he played a couple of holes and realized when he went to go pick out a wedge that he saw the extra club. And technically, that was too many clubs in the golf bag.
Mm.
And he had to assess a penalty on himself, and he ended up getting knocked out of contention. Scotty Scheffler has a greater chance of like his kid leaving a plastic Fisher-Price club in his bag and him losing a major that way than getting chased down the driveway by, I think his wife's Meredith or something like that. Meredith coming after him with a 7-iron.
Right. We're not. Now, listen, that doesn't mean injuries don't catch up with him, right?
There's
that
a possibility.
Was part of it, what it was with Tiger, too. Those, again, were a lot of his own doing. So you don't know what's going to happen to Scotty in his 30s. But he has a chance to make up some ground on Tiger in terms of just pure numbers and Jack to get into that conversation. I'm not saying that he's not there.
Yeah.
It's like the conversation we were having about Bo with Hurts and Goff. When you look at it at the end, yeah, you might say Bo is better than them. Yeah, when you look at it at the end, you might say Scotty's better than Tiger. I'm just not willing to go there now. I don't think he's earned it yet.
Are you...
You're bored. You're bored. You want something to talk about. He's too good for the rest of the field, so you start comparing him to all-time greats.
So did you ever feel that way with Mahomes? Did you ever feel that way with Joker? Have you ever felt that way with Connor McDavid?
So yes, no, and no. Because Mahomes, he did so much so young. And we had just had a guy who we all do consider the GOAT, whether you like him or not. I don't like him. But Tom Brady is the best quarterback of all time. And so when you started comparing Mahomes' numbers at ages or seasons started,
you saw the pacing.
The pacing's there, right? And I think you can have the conversation. You know, when he won the third one, I was in here the day afterwards. And when he won the third one, I said, okay, you can start talking about it now. Right? You can start talking about it now. If he continues on this trajectory, you can start talking about the comparisons to Brady if he continues doing this. Scotty, I don't know that I'm there yet. I don't know that you can start talking about it now. You're close, but I don't know that you can start now.
All I know is that the Euros are terrified of the Americans for the Ryder Cup this year, and it's because of that guy.
Yeah, and how long has it been since they were really afraid of us?
It's been a while.
Yeah,
because they always go, oh, the Americans they had Tiger for all those Ryder Cups, and I go, it's different. People like playing with Scotty Scheffler,
right?
Like they enjoy being around that dude. Tiger was the MJ. You had to really, really enjoy being around MJ to feel like you were kind of one of his buddies. Most of those guys. I mean, we watched Last Dance. There's a lot of those dudes that were like, we didn't feel like we were part of the team, but we were really good.
It's interesting, though, because that Ryder Cup roster from top to bottom, I felt like just wasn't as good as the Euro roster for a long time. And now
the Americans are good.
Yeah, man. Like
I cannot wait for
that. It
is
pretty stacked. And finding those international players that you feel like, or European players, that you feel like are on that tier, there's just not a lot of depth there.
No, there aren't. Rob will be back tomorrow. We're hanging out for the next couple of days. Rob Trujillo filling in for the coach. So for Rob and Jesse Trujillo, behind the glass today, filling in for KJ Granderson. I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy PhD is coming up tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. They'll hang out with you until 3 p.m. And then Nate and Andy will take you home on your Monday. Rookies report tomorrow. Football is back.
moving fast. Start here. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota.
Celebrating a love of many years.
We have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day, more
Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe. From the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey Denver, it's Moj. What's up? We've got Brett Kane at 6 in the morning. Then it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 7. You're locked into the station for all Denver sports.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you ready?
Revitalized Health presents Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Darren McKee, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. This is the Big Noon Build-Up. Now, here's PhD.
I'm holding Raj over here for a second because I can't believe what's going on here. You went to Ireland with your dad for the British Open. Is that
Just
right?
Me and my pops, we've been talking about it for years.
Yeah.
Go make one of these trips, play some golf, go watch the Open Championship, and figured since the kid's coming in just under 2 months, now's as good a time as any.
That's amazing. Who paid for it?
I paid for the flights out. Dad paid for the golf, and then we have a Finnish cousin who's a member of the RNA who found a way to cover the ticket, so it was cost effective.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow.
That's cool.
I slept in a closet for like 3 days.
I'm sorry, huh?
I slept in a closet.
Harry Potter.
It's essentially it.
But when you go over there, listen, I've been over there twice. I went to England and Scotland once, and I went over there for Ireland once. And when you go there, it ain't about really where you stay, other than you hope that there's a pub in the little R&R, B&R, B&B, whatever
Stumble
it is.
distance.
That is near you.
Airbnb.
Yeah, but you hope there's a little pub in the place you're staying. But, dude, it's really – I mean, you sleep. You sleep and you drive and you play golf. And the first time I went there, we went to the Ryder Cup.
Whoa, what an experience.
So we were there in England for 3 or 4 days. Played Birkdale, which is next year's Open.
Yeah.
Played – St. Anne's, something like that. St. Anne's, which has had 2 or 3 Opens. We've played the big one, obviously,
St. Andrews.
St. Andrews. So, and it was a kick. And then we watched the Ryder Cup for 4 days, that's real golf.
You went with your dad. I can't even get my son to come visit me from downtown Denver. It's
But you spent time with your dad.
Spent time with my pops, man. I was gonna have to share a twin bed with a 6'3", 220-pound Finn, and then realized that's not gonna happen.
The closet's fine.
The closet's more than okay. My back is young enough that I'll regret it in a few years, but right now I'm good.
What was the most poignant moment with your father on this Cats in the Cradle trip?
We went out for a couple of pints after Friday's round. We were supposed to meet up with his cousins, and we just missed them. We had no idea where they're going, so we ducked into a pub and started talking to a group of like 4 brothers and friends for nearly 3 hours. And
that's what's the beautiful part about it.
The people are uncommonly kind.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
And that was the best part, is that we just went and talked and chatted about life and golf, and everyone that found out that I was having a kid in a month was over the moon about it, trying to tell me family remedies for a crying baby, how put
many
a kid
free
to
drinks
sleep.
you get by having a kid soon?
Countless.
Yeah.
Countless. Why do you think I slept in a closet, Scotty?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he didn't really sleep in the closet. He was hanging his jacket up and passed out. It's probably the rain was dripping off of him while he was sleeping.
How many times did you tell your dad you loved him on the trip?
3 or 4.
There you go.
Now, do you read?
Yeah.
So you like books?
I do.
I don't give you a lot of advice, but when I do, it's usually pretty good to take.
Sam Gerard 3 years ago, I should have done that.
Thank you. Look at, there's a book called Final Rounds.
Oh, boy.
Final Rounds. And this guy was a golfer, a golf writer for like, whatever. Remember the big golf digest or whatever it was? Or maybe even Sports Illustrated ones. Big writer.
Finish the story.
Wait. He goes to England.
James Dodson.
Yeah, James Dodson. And he takes his dad with him.
Right.
Because his dad hadn't been to England since World War II. And so he takes his dad with him to go play golf. And they end up going to the town he was stationed and and same type of story. Ends up going to the pub. They remember that group there. And all of a sudden it was like, reunion time. So, but if you had a great time and a memorable time with your dad, it's called Final Rounds. Second one, he wrote a second book. Can't remember what it was, but it was about him and his daughter taking a trip like that. But go read that book, and if you have a dry eye, I'll give you $5.
And the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man on the moon. When you're going home, I don't know when. Well, that sounds amazing. Were you bored to tears of Scotty Scheffler in person as I was on television?
Wow, really?
Oh,
Thursday, Friday.
You have no sentimentality in your body at all.
This guy is the best boring golfer of all time.
I think he's beautiful.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I was not bored with him. He made me bored on Sunday because he's that much better than everyone.
Now, when you say bored, you mean his personality or how he plays golf?
Yes. He's too good.
Down the middle,
he's
down
so
the green, down
boring.
the middle, on the green, down the middle.
Yeah.
He's not 4 under.
Yeah, I got it. I know. He won easily. He won by like 4 strokes.
Yeah, but then he throws the claret jug off to the side and grabs his kid because he face planted on the turf.
His kid's trying to run up to the green and face plant.
Hilarious.
There's nothing better than that. That was the best moment the British Open's had. Maybe forever.
And everyone thinks he's boring because he's not Tiger. He doesn't have that flair. He doesn't have the
flamboyant.
he doesn't have the dramatic, the grab the crowd.
Think how excited we were when a security guy jumped on his car.
Right.
And that guy gets fired because
we've all wanted that, but you know who Scotty Scheffler is? The old saying of "Don't meet your heroes." It doesn't apply to him. He's the type of guy that every mother, when you think about your favorite athlete of all time, every mother wants that athlete to be Scotty Scheffler. And now we're bored of him because of it?
Oh, I'm totally bored.
He has no sentimentality.
So boring.
And he wants drama. He wants club throwing.
Oh, it's not in my heart to be a great player.
Hatton's his favorite player because he throws clubs and cusses a lot.
Scotty Scheffler, 2022 to 2025, 81 events, 20 wins, 4 majors, 2 players. Tiger, 2002 to 2005, 79 events, 18 wins, 4 majors, no players. I don't know if they had that back then or whatever. They didn't win it. So arguably Scotty Scheffler has had a better
4-year period
than Tiger's prime. So why does nobody really give a crap about Scotty Scheffler?
He doesn't have the same transcending the sport. No one ever will because
he's
of Tiger.
Boring.
No.
Also, he's doing it a little bit later. He's 30, and Tiger was in his early 20s.
Tiger's doing it as a man of color in a white, what was looked at as a white-only sport forever.
So you don't think Bryson DeChambeau is entertaining?
I think.
It's got nothing to do with that.
Bryson DeChambeau was absolutely boring until social media.
What?
And whoever leads him to social media, he
was
they
never
were picking
boring.
Koepka as the hero and Bryson DeChambeau as the villain. And then you realize, whoa, wait a minute, we got to turn that around a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau made himself, I think, lovable by social media.
I tried with Scotty Scheffler over the weekend, guys. I tried to be interested by him.
But you're negative.
I'm not negative.
You didn't love the story about him talking about how he can't sit down at a certain Chipotle because it's too crowded, and then he goes to another. He goes, I'm not going to tell you where this one is. He wants to.
No, I'm not interested by that story.
He wants to hang out with his wife and his kid, go to church on Sunday, and happens to be the best golfer in the world. It's okay.
Yeah,
He's Nikola Jokic. He's the same guy.
There you go. And I totally disagree with you on that. And I've heard other people use that example, that he's the Nikola Jokic of golf. That Jokic doesn't really care. Well, you're playing right into all the Jokic stereotypes if you're going there. Jokic doesn't care. It's no big deal to Jokic. He'd rather be doing something else besides basketball. Do you really believe that?
No. I would say this. I think people misassign Joker with the I don't care. Joker, when you get him in between the white lines, wants to compete harder than anybody out there. He cares about winning. What Joker does not care about, which is tied in with Scotty Scheffler, he doesn't care about the media covering him and coming to his house and making exposés and stuff like that.
Ever Jokic say anything. It's not in my heart. There's bigger things. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, he's done that a lot of times.
Come on,
he's done that a lot of times.
He said things like Scotty Scheffler said over the weekend.
I think if you listen to him, yeah.
All right. So do you think he's the same thing? Do you think Jokic is Scotty Scheffler of basketball?
I think as far as greatest player of their generation. And
you think Jokic is boring,
and doesn't care about no, I think he's funny as heck.
Okay.
It doesn't care about the limelight. I think those are very similar.
You think Scotty Scheffler's funny?
Yeah.
Come on.
I think he's probably really funny.
I think he's endearing.
Lord.
He's endearing.
Ugh. Listen, I'm not debating the guy's a great golfer. I mean, but nobody wants to hear the number one golfer in the world talk about how this isn't in my heart and I don't really care.
So you don't want the number one player in the world saying, once I think that this sport would affect my family life, I'm done? That's not endearing to you?
It's definitely not endearing to me. It's easy to say when you got hundreds of millions in the bank.
Oh, see, there we go.
Oh, I got 100 millions in the bank. I guess, I'll spend time with my kid now.
So
give me a break. I mean, to me, I tried to give him a chance. I did over the weekend. I swear to God. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I listened to his diatribe after winning when he tried to explain what he said before winning. And it was like, you didn't really clear anything up there, Scotty.
I think in between the lines, like Scotty was saying with Joker, I think he is determined to win and determined to be the very best player in the world every time he tees it up. And if he isn't, I don't think it matters to him. And I think Joker is kind of the same way.
I think it's crazy different, but okay. I've heard that comparison over the weekend, and I was like insulted. Insulted. I thought it was an insult to Nikola Jokic.
Ooh, that's tough.
Insult to be compared to somebody as boring and drab as Scotty Scheffler. I saw Jokic racing a train in China. I saw a video of him racing a bullet train. I saw him shooting hoops against his brother in some sort of, I don't know, outside playground in China. Jokic ain't boring. And he cares about basketball.
That's true.
Scotty Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler cares about golf. Otherwise, he would say, I love practice. I love being out there hitting. You don't love the sport if you're willing to do that. Guys that get done and they start losing love for the sport, they ain't practicing. Go look at Bruce Koepka. Would you say Bruce Koepka loves the sport?
I can't stand Bruce Koepka. Not Bruce Koepka. What's his name?
Brooks
Koepka. Brooks.
Yeah, one time he was.
Yeah, I can't stand him. I think
you picked him over DeChambeau back.
I think he's a pud. Yeah, because I didn't know as much about DeChambeau. Now I know a lot more about Bryson.
And how do you know about DeChambeau?
Because of social media.
There you go.
Yeah, because I'm breaking 50 and I'm doing fun stuff and I'm hitting long drives. And by the way, I'm setting records at Portrush on the final day to get in the top 10. And Keegan Bradley, even though you were a trader and you went over to live, was like, all right, you're on the Ryder Cup. We got to have you.
I followed Bryson on Thursday. I followed his group and Rory's group on Thursday. And Bryson he hit the thing all over the park. Couldn't find a fairway whatsoever.
Yeah, I had a bad day
I didn't think he had a chance to make the cut. And then I also followed him on Saturday and then went, that's the third best player in the world.
You know, I like DeChambeau amongst a lot of reasons. It looks like he cares and he's having fun while he's doing what he's doing out there.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
All right. And Scotty Scheffler just looks like, I mean, is that what Jokic looks like? Like, I'm bored?
Yeah, when he plays? Yeah.
Kinda.
All right.
I mean, he just
that's not what he looks like to me, but if that's what he looks like to you, fine.
Joker plays like I want to drive a stake through your heart and kill you. And then let's go and let's get something to eat and I can FaceTime my kid.
All right, well,
that to me is Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, man.
You don't think? I think when Scotty Scheffler plays, he wants to drive a stake through your heart. Dude, he's 8 under over the weekend. Who does that? Who does that in major?
He looks like he wants to go to like Village Inn and get like an omelet.
That's the serial killer in him.
Yeah, that's a serial killer in him. All right. That guy is boring as hell, man. You guys are Scheffler fans. I got it.
I am. I like him.
I was pulling for anybody but Scheffler, but he's too damn good. When he's on a roll, and he's had, how about that? He's had the same run as Tiger Woods. And how about the craziest stat, 1,197 days between when Tiger won his first and his last, or his fourth, and the same amount of days with Scheffler. That is like one of those bonkers stats of all time.
Except Scheffler's got 2 Players' Championships. But you're trying to make the 5th major.
If you're
they're doing their best.
If you're making an argument that Scheffler has had a better run, it just goes to my boring quotient. I mean, the world's not caught up in Scotty Scheffler. He's not that interesting.
Now, if he wins, let's say he does this same thing over the next 3 years, and he gets to 8 or 9 majors, maybe it changes. It might change. He's never going to be Tiger. No one will ever be Tiger. You can't be the black dude who turned a fat white guy sport into one for everyone that athletes play.
Hip, cool, and athletic. And Scotty Scheffler benefited from that because go back and look at the tour before Tiger Woods got. These are beer drinking, bourbon drinking, good old boys who just want to go out there and just play golf. All of them overweight.
Does Scotty Scheffler get you fired up?
He will with the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, I
doubt it.
I think he's fun to watch.
Does he get you fired up to watch golf?
Sure.
All right. Well, okay. If he does, he does.
I'm not the right guy to ask that question. I just like golf.
I just like to watch golf too.
Why aren't you the right? Why aren't you the right guy to ask that question?
Because I watch golf even if Scotty ain't playing.
Yeah, I'm not questioning whether you're going to watch golf. We're all going to watch golf. I'm asking if it gets you fired up. You sit there on Sunday and you're on the edge of your seat. You're like, come on, let's go. Like you're just dialed into it. Like you're like, sorry, I am not helping out around the house right now. I got to watch this right now.
Well, here's another thing.
That's that's fired up about golf.
That Scotty and Tiger has, and everybody talked about it. He has never given up a 72-hole lead going into Sunday.
He's 10 of 10. Tiger ended up going 55 of 57 at one point.
Yeah, and so that's where I'm thinking, boy, I hope he holds on. I want him to keep that record. And same thing, he gets in there, and the rest of the field. Listen, when the rest of the field goes, okay, and that's what they did with Tiger. There was people were playing for second and third when Tiger played, and it seems like when Scheffler's on, they're playing for second or third all the time.
Well, at least I know who Harris English is now.
Is he on the Ryder Cup?
Talk about a guy that doesn't get you juiced up.
I know he's another. Came in second. Is he on the Ryder Cup?
He'll be on the Ryder Cup team.
I guess he will. Actually, the Americans did amazing over in England. I mean, Ireland rather. They kicked ass.
That got her up kid.
Got her up. Okay. I don't know. They're all pretty. I'm sitting there like rooting for Rory. I don't even like Rory.
That was the craziest thing I saw all weekend.
Hey, by the way, how about you go pound sand, Oakmont? Like, really seriously, get over yourself, Oakmont. Like, Wyndham Clark has to do therapy and has to, offer some. How about Kevin Kistner on the broadcast basically calling the USGA out for leaking photos of the locker that Wyndham Clark beat up? Like, oh, I thought this was a sacred place. Slipped that one in there, didn't he, Kevin Kistner? Good for him. What the hell was that all about? Wyndham Clark's fine. I'm sure he'll pay the freaking, $5,000 to get some sort of overpriced locker fixed at Oakmont, which is off the highway outside of Pittsburgh. Why don't you get over yourself? You rip down all your trees. You want to be Ireland links course. You're not even that great, you stupid Oakmont. You have to rig up the course ridiculous measures to make it interesting because you're off an interstate outside of Pittsburgh. And now what? Our guy from down the street is banned for life because he took a 9-iron to your stupid locker? Up yours, Oakmont. I hope he never plays there again. I got your back, Wyndham. That's an interesting guy.
As if you needed to get juiced up about
That's my
golf.
guy. Wyndham Clark's my guy. Who brought the U.S. Open trophy into the Avalanche locker room for Kale and all the guys to take a photo of? That's my guy. When's he going to be back beating the crap out of locker rooms? That's my guy. You, Oakmont. Can you believe how arrogant they were? Did you hear all that?
Yeah, we talked about Friday.
Yeah, but they kind of played it up more over the weekend. With the whole, he apologized already. What do you want? He's going to go to, therapy and what's up yours, Oakmont. He's got to go to therapy. When's the Open there? 2033? He'll miss it. So what?
Hey, hopefully Scotty Scheffler will be there.
Yeah, he'll be there. Freaking paint drying. Winning by 5 strokes.
Hey, I finished quarterbacks.
Snooze. Finish quarterbacks?
Yeah.
All right, you want to get into football next? We can. Get into a lot of stuff. Thanks, Rush.
Bye, guys. Love you, Dad.
Appreciate it. Tell your dad.
We want to go next time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go to the 27 Ryder Cup in Ireland.
All right, well.
Limerick.
Maybe one of your kids will take you like Raj.
I doubt it.
Right, because your kids, my kid doesn't. All right, why does Raj have to be so nice? Maybe that's what's pissing me off.
Because you nicknamed him Good Raj.
He is Good Raj. It's PhD on 92.5.
It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac on the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And there's more PhD next.
Zero. That's what you're going to pay up front and for 90 days at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Mark Moser here, and right now at Silterhar, it's 0 down, 0 payments for 3 months on your new purchase. Plus, they've got 0% financing on almost all new Fords, Lincolns, and Mazdas. You cannot lose on over 1,100 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. So get the 0 at Highway 36 in Wadsworth or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, neighbor. Oh, my gosh. Is your energy bill sky high again? When is it going to end?
Not anymore. My old windows were so drafty it felt like I had one open all the time. So I upgraded to Champion Windows.
Champion Windows? Are they really that good?
Whew, they're fantastic. Energy efficient, super durable, and backed by a lifetime guarantee. And right now, it's Champion's anniversary sale. They're celebrating over 72 years with 40% off new windows.
Wait, 40% off? That's a serious deal.
I know. I just went online and booked a free estimate. So easy.
So if I need windows and act now, I can save 40%?
Yep, but you gotta hurry.
Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit ChampionSaveNow.com to schedule your free estimate. Champion's 40% off anniversary sale won't last long. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit ChampionSaveNow.com. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
PhD back in 60.
Hey, if you're a journeyman electrician in the state of Colorado, I'm sure you're proud of what you do. And you're probably ready to make more money. Be a part of a winning team. Call my friends over at the IBEW Local 68. Guys, you can earn at least $46 an hour plus over $20 an hour in benefits. It's time for you to get paid what you're worth. Call my friends at International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 68 or go online at IBEW68.com to learn more.
My Outdoor TV is America's most watched streaming service for hunters, anglers, and adventure seekers, featuring 20,000 on-demand episodes.
This is why we do it. This is adventure.
Plus, thrilling just shot and just caught content, fresh from the woods and waters.
You can't ask for a better experience.
24/7 live streaming channels and live Major League Fishing events.
Look at the size of this beast.
Subscribe today and get a 30-day free trial. Go to myoutdoortv.com and use promo code ALTITUDE30.
We've always known Redbird Farms for being the fan favorite chicken at home or in your favorite restaurant. Now you can find it behind the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market. You can choose fresh, hand-picked cuts of flavorful chicken breast, the wings, the thighs. Get the perfect portions for any occasion when you're cooking by yourself or feeding the whole team at home. It's perfect for grilling, roasting, any way you crave your chicken. It's gotta be Redbird. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market.
Redbird Farms.
You've got Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Presented by Revitalized Health. Optimize hormone levels, PRP, peptides, and more. Visit revitalized-health.com. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. I think we're check. Oh, no. Same problem. Here, come here for a second.
Yeah.
Take it here.
Oh, you know what? Mine's the same thing. Yeah.
So we got a couple little weird technical difficulties, and you got it.
Yeah, mine's doing the same thing. It's a little bit repeatable.
Yes.
Like.
All right. Well, Scott, just take your headphones off, I guess.
Well, that's
I don't know if I could do a show without my headphones.
Why?
I don't know, man. I'm just weird with the stupid headphones and radio and the whole thing. It's just my thing. Oh, by the way, we'll get to Nick Bonitto here in a second. Dan's back. You have anything to say to Dan? He's back from his walk around the moon.
Yeah. Did you go to Revitalize? Maybe get you a little IV for
peptide therapy.
Get a little IV to hydrate yourself.
I sure did.
Did you take 2 weeks off?
Yeah.
Can I say something? I have never had 2 weeks off since I retired from basketball.
You could have taken it over the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, but when I got on the radio, they frowned on 2 straight weeks off.
Yeah, not anymore.
You know, Tyler always gives me crap when I take time off, and I'm like, Doug, you know we all have the same amount of vacation time.
Yeah, it's kind of on you.
Yeah, but his name's on the brochure, so he's probably thinking he should have a little bit more time.
I don't know, dude. I think if you wanted to take the time off, it wouldn't have been a problem. Not now, though. I don't want to hear about it now.
Now some people are taking this week off.
Well, I'm not us.
Not you and me.
Not you and I.
Hey, I told you during the break, I finished.
This is the start of talk show year this week.
Yeah, right here. The football Wednesday.
Football.
Is it Wednesday, the first practice?
Yeah, but they're back enough. The rookies are there. The vets report, I think, tomorrow. Camp gets going Friday for the public.
Oh, it's not till Friday?
Yeah, but I mean, there's all sorts of amping up to camp. Camping up.
Camping.
Yeah.
Vamp camping.
Vamp camping. Like, we're here. It's football time. We made it. We made it,
should be
folks.
ramp camping.
We're ramp camping.
Yeah.
We're the summer of dumb is now over.
Yeah, ramp camping is
started.
started.
We're here.
I finished, and I did it because my wife goes, are you still watching that? Well, first of all, it gets intriguing.
Okay, what'd you like
I thought
about
it gets intriguing. Everything you said pretty much was right on, maybe except for one, and this might have been a caller that wrote in. Joe Cool is Joe Cool.
He's something else, man, isn't he?
Dude, he is
something else.
He's something else.
There's really nobody like him.
I think he's also smarter than you realize. I think he's really, when he goes, listen, he had MVP numbers. He goes, no, I lost that back then. He said, they're going to look at the record. And he had better numbers, I think, than the MVP.
He
right?
might be smarter, but he's definitely like a mama's boy. He definitely is like, he likes people taking care of him, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but
he's cool. He can play. Can he play, though?
He can play.
He can play a little bit.
And he doesn't sweat anything.
I thought on that.
That dude does not get nervous. It does not matter what the situation is.
That whole thing, I thought his head coach looked a little sketchier than the quarterback.
Why?
I don't know. I just, like when they had Dan Campbell, when they sit down and talk to all the coaches about what's going on.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, you can tell it's used to it because he did, the receivers last year. And so he just sits back and he stays Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
The other guy, what's the guy that coaches Cincinnati? it's like he's almost nervous. I'm like, dude, you're a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Oh, what's that guy's name? Gosh,
Zach Taylor.
Zach Taylor.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like he's, well, yeah, and I think he's really good. And I'm like,
yeah, he's got a little bit of Nate Hackett in him.
A little fanboy into it.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then Atlanta, I really found myself with some empathy for Cousins.
I know.
But it also goes, here's what I say about Cousins. And we said this on the show. Dog, if you're hurt, you need not play.
Right.
Because
right.
he's 6-3, playing pretty good.
Yeah.
Gets that nasty sack or hit when he's throwing the football anyway. Yeah. And, dude, he probably should have missed a week or two.
Yep, and he never really recovered. And then he just kind of sucked. He went 3 straight games without a touchdown.
Yeah.
His touchdowns and interceptions
four in a row, I think.
His touchdowns and interceptions were brutal. Like, he wasn't a good quarterback by his own admission.
But he was okay before that.
He was. I mean, more than okay. They were doing great.
Yeah. I mean, they were, like, praising him and jumping up, and they were high-five. It's two things that show
how quickly it changes.
3-game
losing streak can doom you.
Yeah. How when you're hurt, you probably shouldn't play.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted at the end, he goes, yeah, but I was told if you can get out there, you should try to get out there. If you're a quarterback, and the way they throw it in the NFL now, if your shoulder and elbow are messed up, you probably shouldn't play, dog.
You're not doing yourself any favors.
And that's where he finds himself, I think, in the position he's in right now, is because he tried to play hurt. It'll be interesting to see if Atlanta watched that and went, ooh, we didn't know he was that banged up. But I found sympathy for him a little bit. And then our guy in Detroit, I think he's just, I don't want to say mama's boy also, but
he's a goober.
I think he's just a goober that loves football. But what surprised me is he's a better leader than I realized.
Yeah, he's a little bit more rah-rah. He's got a supermodel girlfriend. So she's a little nerdy too, but they found each other. So
it's like two goobers in a pod.
It's two goobers.
I mean, they're like two goober peas in a pod.
They're the best looking goobers you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, unbelievable.
They're both kind of goobers.
But they seem pretty real.
Yeah,
I mean,
they do. They're very likable. And Detroit's likable.
Yeah.
The whole Detroit thing is very likable.
Did you not find yourself? You know what I started looking at when I saw the Detroit debacle at the end of the year? One, their defense. I think they had 13 players on the defensive side hurt for that game.
Yeah.
That reminded me of the 96 lose at home to the Jaguars after having to bye the week 1 and then losing to Jaguars at Mile High Broncos, and then they came back and won it the next year. It reminds me a little bit of that team.
I've heard interesting things from ex-Broncos from that team about that loss. I've heard from multiple guys, if it wasn't for that loss, we wouldn't have won 2 in a row. Meaning it was that big of a motivator and bonded everybody together. And then they picked up Neil Smith, too. So they had a significant addition, too. I'm like, okay, what do you think would have happened? And I go, I think we would have won 1, and then we would have got it wouldn't have meant as much, that they were actually better in the long haul. Okay, I mean, I'm talking to guys who played on the team. So if they feel like that, I'm not about to debate them.
Right.
That's how they feel. You would hope, if you're a Lions fan, that is the case. Because last year was an unbelievable season.
Yeah.
And you lost to a rookie quarterback at home.
By giving up 41 or something like that.
Now, this does appear to be, and I think it was
like 41-28 or
something like that. Yeah, it was, Now, I don't know. Jane Daniels, maybe he's a generational quarterback, man. Maybe he really is that guy. It kind of appears that he is. So, cool. But you got to be better than that. You got to be better than that. Now, the next year, the Broncos faced the Jags, and they blew their doors off.
Right.
They absolutely killed them.
Blitzed them.
Killed them. So is that what we're about to see with the Lions?
See, that was
and the Commanders?
Watching the Lions thing, I took from that, okay, they had to go through that like heart-wrenching pain, broken type thing because, they were heavy favorites. Broncos were heavy favorites for the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
And then just got a bad penalty. I remember called that you would have had a pick 6, I think. Instead, it came back and they went down and scored. And it's funny. Who was the quarterback of the Jags team that beat Denver in 96?
Brunell.
Mark Brunell, who's the quarterback coach in Detroit.
That's crazy. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, Mark Brunell.
Okay, that's funny.
So think about that. So, yeah, I took it from that. I looked at Atlanta. They didn't do a lot with Penix, but I thought, and it goes again what we said, if he wanted to, and you've got to eventually get in your mind, I'm a backup, But would there be a better backup quarterback to have than Kirk Cousins?
He'd be a great backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's his destiny. So if he wants to stay in the NFL, he can just sort of accept that role. He'll have to bounce around a little bit, and so be it. But yeah, but I think Kirk Cousins could be in the NFL for 5 to 7 years if he wants to accept that role. Yeah, I'd love to have a guy like Kirk Cousins as a backup.
Great quarterbacks that went to their backup role and end up like Bernie Kosar was a great starter for a long year, a lot of time in Cleveland. Ends up winning a Super Bowl with Dallas as a backup quarterback. So
whatever your path, like Flacco has accepted it, Dalton has accepted it, Carson Wentz has accepted it. I don't know. I mean, if you can lean into it, you can get more years there. So if you find that satisfying for yourself, and if you don't, you don't.
Well,
if you want to Scotty Scheffler it up, then just go home with your kids. You got plenty of money.
And it seemed like Sam Darnold was getting to the, okay, I'll back up, whatever. And all of a sudden now he gets a start in a year and gets paid again.
What you don't want to do is you don't want to go old Coldplay.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on.
You do not want to go Coldplay. Dude, is that the funniest thing? The memes and the videos.
Well, you see what all the baseball arenas are doing, right?
Phillies mascots had me dying. Don't get Coldplayed out there.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on.
The greatest thing ever. Did both those people lose their jobs too? Or
the one guy resigned.
Oh, he did. Did he resign?
He got suspended and he resigned.
Did he resign?
2 days later? Yeah.
Okay. What'd you think when you saw that, bro? There's the Mahomes and the referee. That's a good one. I mean, there's 10 million of them out there. I don't know why the Phillies mascot, the Philly Fanatic and Miss Fanatic cracked me up the most. I have no idea why I found that one the funniest.
Oh, look at these two. All right.
It's amazing how some people's pain is hilarity for other people.
I don't know how you can't find that funny, dude. Yeah, here's the Phillies one. Yeah, we're kissing, we're smooching, we're having a good time.
I always like the kiss cam when the dude has no clue what's going on.
Well, now they're just putting up on these screens Coldplay cam, and so everybody gets the joke. This is still the kiss cam, and everybody was surprised because there you go. There's the Phillies Fanatic and the Miss. Get out of here!
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay.
Now it's a sports thing because it's a sports stadium.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be on Coldplay. By the way, over the weekend, this is going to feel crazy. George Karlaftis. I feel like I'm saying that name wrong.
Yeah.
Karlaftis.
Galifianakis.
George Galifianakis. Is that how you say it, Dan? Karlaftis.
Karlaftis.
George Karlaftis gets a deal with the Chiefs. 4-year, $93 million contract. $62 million guaranteed. Same draft year as Nick Bonitto. Are you ready for Nick Bonitto to be one of these guys?
No.
Why?
Because
you know he is.
Well, I know that.
The numbers are the same. Position is the same. Draft year is the same. He's one of these guys. What's your hesitation on Nick Bonitto?
Because he really kind of only just was dominant 1 year.
Not really. His numbers add up the same.
He had 13 and a half sacks last year.
He had a huge year last year.
What did he have the year before? 8?
Like 10 or something.
10.
I got the numbers here somewhere. I'll get them. Or maybe, Dan, you can get them. But his numbers with Galifianakis are almost identical. As I find them. I'll get them. I know I got them there somewhere.
You want me to get them for you?
Yeah, maybe. All right, now here we go. Here we go. Nick Bonitto. Both 2022 ticks. Bonitto has 23 career sacks. Galifianakis has 24.5. So he's got a sack and a half less. However, he had 13.5 last year. A sack and a half. Less than Karfalafalafidis, who just signed a $93 million contract with $62 million guaranteed. So is Nick Bonitto a $20+ million a year player for you?
I don't know, man. On the surface, I say no. I just say no. He's played in 47 games, got 21 starts.
I mean, Karfalafalafidis does have some better numbers, for sure. Bonitto has 23 sacks. Karlafidis, 24-5. 49 games played, 44 for Karlafidis. 47, 20 starts for Bonitto. Karlafidis has more passes deflected, has more tackles, and quarterback hits. So there is more. He has done more, but you could absolutely make the excuse, well, he's got more because he's just on a better team. He's had more opportunities, so okay.
Well, Bonitto's 3 years, 1.5 sacks, 8 sacks, 13.5.
All right, and you're not sold on this yet. So do you want to wait a year on this?
First of all, it's not my money, so I don't care if they do or don't, as long as everything fits in the cap. And if they think he's that guy, I'm not going to sit down and break every single film down. I just know his first year and a half, at least, as a starter. I mean, even the year he had 8 sacks, they were running at him. I think he got better setting the edge, just like Von Miller got better setting the edge because he was horrible his first 3 or 4 years.
Well, here's what Bonitto said about apparently there's negotiations going on right now.
Those type of talks are happening right now, but I kind of just keep that with my agent, just let him handle that. My focus is just, winning and trying to, get a championship. I mean, no time period. I know these things can, happen tomorrow or happen months from now. So, I kind of just keep it day by day and just keep the focus on football.
I think what feels weird is because he wasn't a breakout star right away. It was kind of a slow build for him here in Denver. So it just feels weird.
Well, his
that
rookie
he's like
year
one
was
of those
Hackett
guys.
year. So do you almost take every guy's stats in the world, the Hackett season, and just throw it away?
You might wanna,
right? I mean, and he had 8 sacks 2 years ago in Sean Payton's first year, 13.5 last year. Listen, I think he's a good player. It's just I still see him. He had a breakout year last year.
I got you, but these guys don't grow on trees. They're hard to find. Not every team has one, but every team wants one.
Well, who would you say was more valuable, him or Jared Allen?
Not Jared Allen. Zach Allen.
Zach Allen. No relation.
Probably Zach Allen, but you need outside pass rushers. You got to have these guys, and they're hard to find. And how about this young man staring down the barrel of like a $60+ million guaranteed?
TJ Watt and Miles, and what might happen with guys like Micah and Aiden.
Yeah, the edge market is kind of crazy right now, just, knowing that, everybody's getting these big deals and it's only getting bigger and bigger. And, luckily for me, I'm in a good position right now where, the market's kind of in my favor.
That's exciting, man. Good for him. Sign him up. Listen, you either sign him up and you save yourself money now, or you just pay more the longer you wait. Look what happened to Pat Surtain. He signs his deal, like 4 guys are past him now.
Right. And not everybody, but a lot of people say, well, that's a lot of money. What are you doing? And now he's like 4th or 5th highest paid corner.
At some point, you just have to decide, are these guys your guys? And you go for it. And that's it. So.
Well, you don't want a Malik Jackson.
You don't want a Malik Jackson situation.
Where he turned it down. You never really got anything going, and then you lose him
just
for nothing.
Lost him. Yep. Yeah. Lost him for nothing.
And he was a good player for a year. He was a really good player for a year.
It hurt losing him and Danny Trevathan from the 2015 team.
Yeah.
No doubt. All right, quick break. We have Jonas news. I'm almost a little bummed Tyler isn't here.
Oh, really?
Find out why coming up next. It happens all the time. You're listening to a compelling conversation.
The Denver Nuggets, from what I'm told, boys, have had many conversations with...
And then you have to get out of the car to go do life things. But now you don't have to miss all the best stuff.
It's a matter of life and death for this club.
Just circle back later and see it all on our YouTube channel at Altitude Sports Radio.
Now it's not the time to be loyal to a guy who had the job for 3 weeks.
If it was good enough to almost make you late for that meeting, which should have been an email, it's on our YouTube page.
Here's my first hot take before we stepped out on a hot day to watch training camp.
Subscribe now at Altitude Sports Radio.
What's going on? It's your boy DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. Summertime is here, and when you're getting out and having a great time, and I want you to go to your own version of training camp, where you get stronger, healthier, and you perform better in the game of life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they work when the pills or herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So get with them today. Your initial visit, that's only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We've always known Redbird Farms for being the fan favorite chicken at home or in your favorite restaurant. Now you can find it behind the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market. You can choose fresh, hand-picked cuts of flavorful chicken breast, the wings, the thighs. Get the perfect portions for any occasion when you're cooking by yourself or feeding the whole team at home. It's perfect for grilling, roasting, any way you crave your chicken. It's gotta be Redbird. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market.
Redbird Farms. Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T&Cs apply.
Do you know where to find your favorite tobacco products and accessories at great prices? Well, I do, and I'm telling you, it's smoker friendly. Hey, it's Moser, and you know I can always find my favorite stick at Smoker Friendly. They've got more than 50 locations in Colorado, including right by my house, and multiple cigar lounges. Family owned and operated, part of the community, and they offer great discounts and exclusive deals with their loyalty program. So stop into one near you or find locations at smokerfriendly.com.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
We do sports talk. Altitude will be right back. What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, here to tell you, opening July 30th and closing August 6th. Roller Auction is hitting you with their August 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, and anybody and everybody can bid online. Guys, for almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find government fleet vehicles and equipment, SUVs, sedans, pickups, vans, UTVs, utility trucks, dump trucks, and so much more. If you're looking for well-maintained vehicles and equipment, go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally
built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day, more couples say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Yo. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safeway.
Hey! We get everything fixed? It sounds good. Yeah. Marky was scrambling in here because Scott was going out over the air during the break. Did you know that? He had a little hot mic action. Hot mic.
Dan used
it's all fixed. Well, check. Oh, it's not fixed. Oh, it's not fixed.
Hello. No, it's not fixed.
I know. It's just when I talk over music, I can't hear it. It's actually not fixed. Yeah.
Well, Dan's first day back too.
How did things like this get screwed up?
Dan came back and he probably pushed the wrong button.
Dan, did you press the wrong? It's still messed up. Does Jason know it's messed up?
I will
let him know. Let him know. But how is this just messed up now? This is most of how it sounded the whole day, right? Wow, do you think Dan could have come back instantly?
I told you, Dan came in there, came back put his phone on a button, and there's some
button that's pressed.
I came back and broke it.
Yeah, it's just a bad button. There's something that's pressed.
There's a bad button.
Yeah.
That's a good way to point it. So you wish Tyler was here today?
Well, if Tyler was here today, then he could
would he feel better?
He would feel better.
Because he was crying last week that he wanted Valanciunas to basically kiss up.
Yes.
Kiss the ring.
What would be appropriate music for kissing the ring? For Valanciunas to kiss the ring?
History of the World theme song.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on.
I don't know if that's right. We need love music, Dan. Can you have some sort of love music?
Maybe a Love Boat?
Love Boat would be.
When they're all on the ship together now?
I guess I wouldn't think of Love Boat, but any love music. Well, I mean,
Barry White?
Barry White would be good.
I put a little Barry on the other night.
Did you? How'd that go? I don't think you put Barry on unless you know things are going to go well.
Well, all I got the comment was, really?
I mean, do you need to say anything else?
No, really, baby.
All right. Ooh, a little. Oh man!
Told you.
All right. But this is gritty. This is a little
presumptuous.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is we'll see you in the alley or the backseat of the car. This isn't exactly like rose petals on the bed.
Could be.
All right. I love you, baby. Jonas Valanciunas spoke to Donatas Urbanus, who's legit. He is a VP of Media and Partnership at basketnews.com.
So European kind of basketball.
It represents the biggest basketball website in Lithuania.
Well, there you go. Because there's only one.
Well, there's only one, but.
So they what you're saying, this guy is the DNVR of Lithuania.
Perfect. Up yours, Mile High Sports.
He's the muggle. He's the muggle.
He's the main muggle.
He's the main muggle in Lithuania.
He's the Adam Morris of Lithuania.
There you go.
He's Adam Morris and Ryan Blackburn all rolled into one.
Right.
I want to be clear. This is a direct quote. I want to be clear. I want to clear the air about my playing situation next season now that Denver has made their decision to keep me. The idea of playing for Panathinaikos closer to home was very exciting to me, but that will have to wait. I am fully committed to honoring my contract with the Nuggets this season and will give it my all to compete for a championship.
Hit the post, too.
Oh, big JV, baby. No more sewer rat. No more Buttercup. None of that.
Hey, could you email this segment to Moser in Italy?
We love you. Suck it, Greece. Oh. I'll give it my all to compete for a championship. I'm reluctantly a Nugget. No, he didn't say that. I am fully committed to the Nuggets.
Fully committed.
Direct quote from Jonas Valanciunas. Done. So much for that. Now
think of the consternation certain people had that I've been okay for a week and a half.
Could he have milked it a couple of days until training camp really started? Sure, that'd have been better for us. But if you want to wrap it up today,
Well, you got rookies there. Come on.
Oh, and by the way, congratulations to Curtis Jones, who gets a 2-way contract. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So filling up that last spot. So there you go.
He played like it, though, right?
He earned it.
That last game,
he
was
earned
pretty fabulous. He's a scorer, man. Do you realize he led the nation in points off the bench last year at over 17? I'm like thinking,
that's crazy.
How good is Iowa State if a dude's averaging 17 from the bench?
That's awesome. So you filled up your spot with a guy who earned it. Does that mean Liddell not so much, like he just hits the skids?
Well, you still got roster spots for the gold. And I think he's done enough that maybe the gold will.
There you go.
We'll sit there and say, and how about our boy P.J. Hall?
Yeah, who did he sign with?
Carolina, and he killed it in the summer league, and so they signed him to a 2-way deal too.
Yeah, I like PJ. He's a good kid. And Chris Paul's playing one more year.
Which goes back to what he told me.
Yeah.
He said, I just can't be away from my family. It's killing me.
Yeah,
and he signs with the Clippers.
There you go.
So now he gets to stay home.
Boy, Clippers,
On
Beal, Harden.
On a video game.
Okay. All right, fine. I think they got better, though.
Well, I do too.
But our story is Valanciunas saying, direct quote, I'm all in with the Nuggets. Moser need to hear that. Tyler need to hear that. I didn't really need to hear it. I thought it'd be nice if he did it. Cool.
So that was nice. You feel better though too.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I was fine with grumpy Jonas. I didn't care. I didn't care if he was a grumpy Jonas. Didn't bother me at all. You signed a contract. This is it. There was no wiggle room for him. And if you really paid attention to this whole situation, Panathinaikos was staying quiet.
Because they knew they had no leg to stand on.
Correct.
So, I mean, they can offer and say, we'd like to do this happens. But they had no leg to stand on.
None. The last thing they want is to mess around with the NBA and have the NBA just pinch some of their guys for no reason whatsoever. So I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure everybody's relationship is just fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know where this gives him in terms of wiggle room with the Nuggets to get more out of a contract. I don't know about that. Maybe nothing. Maybe you know what? Maybe he doesn't really want more to do with the contract. Maybe he really seriously, I'll play for the 1 year. Then,
But then again, if Denver picks it up, it becomes guaranteed and you got 2 years.
There you go.
But Denver could sit there and say, hey, listen.
It's the club option, not his option.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. But if they pick it up, then he's stuck here again. But they could also go, listen, you're fantastic. We're going to tear this year up, and we're going to offer you 2 years at 12.5.
I just want all the people who are ripping on him, I want to hear what they've got to say today. Everybody good? Everybody's feelings okay now? We're all good? Oliver, are our panties unwadded?
Well, Moser's panties are in Italy right now, so, wonder if he should be close.
Are you watching some of his posts on social media?
No.
I mean, she married you, dude. The amount he has to suck up to the bear is like, she already married you.
But don't you feel when you like overachieve?
Boy, that is ripping through the websites.
So what's he saying?
Oh my God. Could I be in a better place with a more beautiful woman? Look at the beauty of Italy and the bear. I'm having coffee, the two best things, the bear and coffee. It's like one post after another. I get it. You love each other. That's awesome.
Which means he's a kept man, or he really did.
She is way above. She is
he's
gorgeous.
Really done something stupid though.
She's smart. She's talented. She's beautiful. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Black and white. That's exactly. What's it like to hang with a total babe in Italy? Yeah, not so bad. Look at this black and white photo of my wife with an empty wine glass. It's like
he got to hook up with Vic.
Oh, he's been on vacation with Vic.
Well, Vic told me he's only going to let him stay a couple days.
All right, anyways. When you post a black and white photo of your wife, like, because it's you're freaking in art school, you know what? Calm down. We're glad you're all having a nice vacation. You don't need to shove it in our faces. All right, I might sound a little bitter here.
I think I went to Italy for 9 days, and I don't know if I posted anything, to be honest with you. I was thinking Joe Burrow's. I was thinking Joe Burrow's in Dallas. I didn't want to,
You might think, hey, I'm on a cool vacation. No, I got it now. Nobody wants to hear about your cool vacation. I'm quite convinced about that.
Exactly.
Nobody really wants to be. Look at me on my cool vacation guy.
But isn't that the same thing when he's posting is what people used to do when social media first blew up? He goes, look what I had for lunch. Look at my picture. Yeah. And everybody after a while realized,
I get it.
We don't care you went to Shanahan's last night.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Way to go. You're better than all of us.
You're in Italy and you got a hot wife and you're having fun.
Right.
Good for you.
Super. How do we know
story, bro?
Yeah, I mean, seriously. Save us the cool vacation pictures.
Yeah, or I would sit there and look at the picture and say, why don't you upgrade the room and get a bigger balcony?
Yeah, that's right.
Probably had to crawl out the window to sit on that thing.
Just make sure, Moser, you're careful.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? What?
It's PhD on 92.5.
You've got the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5.
Hey, get ready to rock your career and future. It's Moj, and my friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air are looking for hardworking, skilled individuals to join their awesome team. Join and make a positive contribution to a family-owned and operated company. They offer great benefits, super competitive pay, comprehensive training, and an opportunity to work in the best home services business. Learn more and all about this incredible company at rockheating.com/careers. That's rockheating.com/careers. Get on a path to future success today with Rock.
Sick of the hassle when buying a car? Shift gears with the More to Move You sales event going on now at Champ Mazda. Explore the future with the 2025 Mazda lineup built with style, power, and smart tech to match your drive. Car shopping has never been this easy. Thanks to our one price, one person, 1 hour promise, you get convenience and confidence. No games, no haggling, and zero dealer handling fees. Ever. This isn't your typical dealership. It's car buying redefined. Visit Champ Mazda in Aurora today.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to King Supers shoppers. You never compromise. King Supers. Fresh for everyone.
Now's a great time to save on cherries. Washington red cherries are on sale for $2.99 a pound with your digital coupon. King Supers, fresh for everyone.
It's officially summer in Colorado, and that means barbecues, backyard hangs, and open windows. If your windows stick, your siding's fading, or your doors let in hot air, now's the time to fix it. This is Brett Kane with K&H Home Solutions, and don't wait to create the home of your dreams. Upgrade your space with energy-efficient windows, stylish doors, and durable siding, all with the expert installation you trust. Call K&H Home Solutions today or visit knhwindows.com to schedule your free consultation.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
We're talking about the sports you're talking about. Altitude Sports Radio.
I watch college football because I love football.
Hey there, this is Dolly coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only to beat cancer.
Every day from every corner of this country, we lose 1,670 people to cancer. But we can end this heartache by supporting Stand Up to Cancer.
Together, we can stand up for our family and friends and everyone who is battling this disease.
We are going to beat cancer because we are stronger when we stand up together.
So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together.
Because of you, we're making the impossible
possible.
Together.
Together.
Together. When we stand together, cancer doesn't stand a chance.
If we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
This is Vic Lombardi.
This is DMac. Hey, Colorado, it's Brett Kane.
You've got the station for all Denver sports.
This is Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Columbus, Hastings, and DMac. Presented by Revitalized Health. Optimize hormone levels, PRP, peptides, and more. Visit revitalized-health.com.
I don't know. We'll see here in a second. Maybe. Might be all right. I can't tell until the music's over, but I don't want this music to be over. Did you watch any of the WNBA now?
No.
Oh, sorry. Did not work. Dan, Jason, didn't work.
Yeah,
it's all right. I'll plow through it. I'm a pro.
It's kind of like you complain about your headphones. My headphones not working. It's kind of like Moser posting pictures of bear in Italy.
Nobody cares.
No one cares.
No one cares. Did you watch the WNBA All-Star game?
No,
okay.
I didn't.
Did you see Caitlin and everybody wearing the "Pay Us What You Owe Us" T-shirts?
Right.
Okay.
So I heard because of those T-shirts, there will be a reduction of salary to get to the level of what they actually owe them.
Oh, okay. All right, hold on a second. NBA players make 50% of league revenues. WNBA players make 9% of league revenues. You got a point?
From that standpoint, yes.
Okay.
But what
other standpoints are there?
Loss of money. I mean, how do you sit there and say we're going to get 9% of revenue and supposedly the WNBA loses $20 to $40 million a year?
I don't know.
So if that's the case,
but I don't know where that comes from, and the WNBA is owned by the NBA. First of all,
I thought
there.
they started giving part of that away back.
Well, I think they're still part of the same coconut. But
there for a while they
talked
about they were going to let the WNBA walk on their own, and maybe they realized it wasn't viable, and so they've had to step back in.
When I first saw the T-shirts, I rolled my eyes, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But it was interesting. I actually saw a bunch of NBA type of guys be like, yeah, this is kind of ridiculous here. And then when I saw the stat, NBA, and I didn't know this, NBA players make 50% of league revenues, WNBA players make 9%. I mean, that doesn't seem right either. So, But if I thought the same thing at the beginning. Like, but it was pointed out to me, hey man, everything's up for the WNBA. I think I saw Dave Portnoy of all people kind of advocating for the WNBA. Like merchandise is up, attendance is up, TV revenue's up, everything's up for the WNBA. Mostly because of Caitlin Clark, but so what? Now it doesn't mean like I'm rushing off to watch WNBA games. I still don't really care. I saw Shaq say you should lower the rim so you can dunk. Like, it's not the worst idea. He was like, look what they do in golf. Look what they do in some other sports. Lower the rim like 6 inches so you can throw down. Make it more interesting.
Well, according to this,
that's a good idea.
The NBA generates around, this is 23 numbers, $10 billion a year, and I think that number's gone up since 23. It's over $10 billion a year. The WNBA generates $200 million. The WNBA has never been profitable since its inception in 97. The NBA subsidized WNBA with estimates suggesting the NBA covers losses of over $10 million.
Big deal. That's a drop in the bucket.
Well, I understand for the NBA, but how do you want 50% of the revenue if you're already losing?
Yeah, but 9%?
I don't disagree with you, but you're talking about. I'm talking losses, though.
I gotcha.
So
I'm not suggesting 50%, but 9%.
How do you raise it to 40%, and you're already losing $25 million a year? What now? Now, how much do you lose?
I don't know. You lose a few more million, I guess, but you keep the league floating. You generate interest in it as you are right now. It gets
if Caitlin
lower the
Clark
rim so you can dunk more. It's a good idea by Shaq.
Clark or
Angel
Reese made another $1 million each year in salary. Would that make you watch it?
No, I wouldn't watch it no matter what.
Yeah.
Listen, I said,
I agree with you that from a standpoint of if you don't have players, you don't have a league. And if you go, the real women's basketball league is in Europe. And if you go back and look what these guys are making when they play twice a year, right? They play in the good ones play here for $75,000 a year, the top ones, and then they go over and play in Russia for $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow they're able to generate some pretty good profits. But I don't know. I think the key is I'm all for paying them more money. They're the athletes. I agree with you 100%.
How'd you like the protest at the All-Star game?
How do you generate and get them out of the red?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if I care.
But then they got to be in the equation to pay your athletes?
I mean, start with paying your workers first, then figure out the rest later. I mean, they're well or not, I guess. I mean, something's going on if they're all wearing T-shirts, Scott, at the All-Star game.
I understand that, comrade.
What's going on? Hey.
but let me just throw this out at you. But seriously, I agree with you. I think they should be making 40 to 50% of the total revenue.
All right.
I want to know
why
if we can pay them 40 to 50%, then how are they losing $25 million at 9%?
I have no idea. I don't know why businesses make money or lose
money. 12
Got
times,
no clue.
12 times, gosh, I don't know how much, times $2 million per team. So there are how many teams? 16 teams? So another $32 million in salary.
I'm just saying they all wore T-shirts at an All-Star game, dude. Like, that's a pretty significant form of protest. So I was
according to one of the girls, the one team didn't want to wear them.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what the peer pressure was on that.
They stayed in solidarity.
You think Caitlin Clark is dying to wear that T-shirt?
Well, and
she probably makes $10 million a year in endorsements. What does she want to throw that T-shirt on for? I'm sure she did not want to wear that T-shirt.
But she did. She said, according to the one lady, the lady played in Phoenix. I think she plays. I don't know where she plays it now. Hume. She said no one on no one on the Clark team wanted to wear the T-shirts.
Yeah. But here we go. I guess I got to put it on and run around here at the All-Star game.
Well,
they sure did.
And Valanciunas is going to play for the Nuggets.
So it's all good.
Right? So it's all in solidarity.
And Scotty Scheffler
but I still,
has love in his heart,
why
not
no
just
one
golf.
wants to talk about that. How do you make it a profitable pro league? Because, and I'll say this.
Lower the rim so they can dunk, Scott.
And that's going to make it better?
Yes, it'll make it much better. It'll make it much more interesting. The ability to dunk a basketball is really, really important to watching entertaining basketball. Yes. Dunking is the most exciting thing that happens in basketball.
They'll tell Steph Curry that.
Okay, fine. There is nothing more exciting than a poster dunk. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, the lady that won the 3-point contest. I understand, but who also beat Steph Curry in the NBA's 3-point shootout?
Sabrina Ionescu.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about her?
That girl could shoot.
No doubt about it.
So, is she the best shooter in the history of basketball, or is it Steph Curry?
It's Steph Curry because he has to do it under much more stringent conditions.
Then they play it in a competition against each other, and she won it?
It's like you're asking me questions you already know the answers to.
I mean, she beat him heads up, didn't she?
I gotcha. Steph is draining shots in the Olympics and in the NBA Finals. And
she was doing the Olympics last year.
Oh, does she have people like that are 7 to 8 inches taller than her guarding her?
Yeah, probably.
Really?
For her, yeah.
Right. Well, then she's the best.
But see, listen, how do you make the WNBA? I'm asking this legit question. How do you make it a profitable pro league?
You probably don't. If you can't have dunking, you don't got nothing. Nobody goes to NBA games just to see you hit. Dude, the most boring Nuggets game, I've been at a lot of them. Not all of them, but over the past 4 years, just about all of them, okay? That's a lot of games. The most boring game I've been to maybe in 4 years was that Nuggets-Cleveland game, which was like 148 to 136, whatever it was. Because it was two teams playing basically half court because you just went from one 3-point line to the other, just hucking up, what are they, 42 threes in that game by Cleveland? You remember that game?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous,
I think they
right?
shot more than that, yeah.
It might have been more than that. That was, to me, the most boring Nuggets game of the year. The Nuggets really weren't in it. They really didn't play that bad. They put up over 130 points, and they could not stop Cleveland from jacking up threes. I was bored to tears in that game. 3-pointers. How about this for a big hot take? 3-pointers are boring. 3-pointers are boring the hell out of NBA games. I'm not even joking about this. I'm for some sort of limit. Like, you get X amount of 3-point shots a game.
Like a red dot ball in softball.
Something like, exactly.
Yeah.
Get 2 home runs a game, fellas. Other than that, keep it in the ballpark. What was that game? 149 to 135. What were the threes?
23 of 48, Cleveland.
23 of 48. Nuggets 15 of 31.
So 79 threes in that game. Out of 190 shots.
I mean, that is ridiculous shooting for Cleveland. Yeah. 48% from 3. They shot 48% from 3 that game.
And so did Denver.
Snooze fest. You were probably broadcasting that game.
I guarantee it was.
Yeah.
The Joker was 27, 14, and 13.
Great. A triple-double from
Joker. And
what
didn't make it 3-point. Both teams were shooting 49% and 48% from 3.
What was the difference? Turnovers? What were turnovers? 13 for the Nuggets.
But remember, it's points off.
And 10. I know. I don't know if we have points off turnovers, but obviously the Nuggets had a bunch more.
Because ESPN's box score sucked.
Yeah, I know. The Nuggets obviously had more turnovers, and every shot by Cleveland was a 3-pointer. So points off turnovers must have been disproportionate. That's how they must have lost.
half of their shots, they shot 96 times, so half their shots were threes.
Yeah, we don't have points off turnovers.
Denver had 68 points.
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, there you go. That's the difference. 23 points off turnovers
so minus 10
to
right
13.
there.
So minus 10.
So now it's 48, 148, 145.
Now it's an interesting game.
Yeah.
But
now a 3-pointer away from winning it. Come on, Joker, 0 for 3.
Dude, that game was so friggin' boring. How can I watch a basketball game that is actually bananas for 284 points and I was falling asleep? Because the 3-pointer is boring compared to a slam dunk. 3-pointers can really get you going. There's no doubt about it. But not like that.
It can keep you in the game late.
Not like that. How about you get 30?
But that's where everybody's going. Boston's doing it. They're doing it.
I got you.
Sacramento, Cleveland, everybody's starting to do that.
How about she get 35 3-pointers a game?
You think changing the height of the rim, make it 9 foot?
So for the sure, why not?
Is that what it is?
No, it's 10 feet. It's the same.
No, I know that
the
now,
ball's
but
smaller. Their basketball's smaller.
I coach swimming.
All right, okay.
So, but I mean, move the goal down to 9 feet. Would that make it a profitable league?
Would women be able to dunk at a 9-foot rim?
I don't know.
In play, like regular play.
I don't know. There's a handful that can dunk it on a 10 foot.
There's a couple, yeah. But it always has to be like a fast break or some. At what level can you throw an alley-oop to in the WNBA? So whatever that number is. Because that's an awesome play. That's an exciting play. And a putback dunk. So you tell me, when can the most athletic women do a putback dunk or an alley-oop? Never mind like a breakaway dunk, which can already happen now. Which is exciting, but, you know. It is funny when you see a dunk in the WNBA. I mean, it's like, wah! Like, kind of weird, man. Like, it's still just 2 points. I don't care about fixing the WNBA, though, but they're all wearing T-shirts. That's all I'm saying.
Caitlin Clark Ripple coming in last year saw the biggest rise in attendance and popularity on TV. That's why Fever's on there. That's why they're dying probably this year because she's been hurt so much. And you went from losing $40 million to only losing 20.
There's a ranking for the Broncos that is very, very appealing. ESPN is telling you who the best teams are. Details next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac on the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And there's more PhD next.
All right, guys, if you're looking for a car, do yourself a favor and go over to my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado. I built a long-term relationship over there my rookie year in the NFL, and that's why I continue to buy cars from Phil Long Ford, because I know him, I love him, I trust. And you're going to do the same thing. When you go to Phil Long, you'll become a customer for life. Number one, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, because whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot at Phil Long Ford right now. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Number two, you're going to get the best price. When you go to Phil Long, you're not going to have to haggle for it. You're just going to be given the best price. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And with an award-winning service department, you're going to want to remember to keep your car serviced over there at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, this is Brett Kane from my friends at Zero Res, and the month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. And because of that, Zero Res is giving you 3 rooms starting at just $109.75 off your air duct services. I've had them to my house multiple times, and if you're like me, you take your dog for a hike. You take him out to the reservoir. And maybe some of those paws are a little dirty, dragging in stuff that you don't want in your carpets. Well, the only way to truly clean them is to get my friends at Zero Res out. Vacuuming is not sufficient enough to maintain that cleanliness and lifespan of your carpet, period. And it's not just the carpets. Do not forget about your air ducts, which are vital to the air quality of your home. Trust me, they took care of mine, and I couldn't be happier. So get Zero Res out because they can handle it all, whether it's carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home. With a 4.9 rating on Google with over 11,000 raving customer reviews, schedule your appointment at ZeroResDenver.com or call 303-471-5150 and ask for the Altitude Special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe. PhD back in 60.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other. Access details.
Health.com. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, it's out. It's out. It's a list. What would we do without lists in the summertime as the Broncos get ready for training camp? We'll get to the Nick Bonitto thing in a second. How much would you pay Nick Bonitto? But Scott, ESPN has ranked the top rosters. Dan's kind of giving it away, but the Broncos rank 6th. Who do you think don't cheat? Who do you think the best roster is?
I read the article and I don't remember.
Good.
They had the Chiefs up there too, like 5th or 4th or 5th.
They got the Chiefs at 5.
Yeah.
4, Bills. 3, Lions. 2, Eagles. And they got the Ravens at number 1. Who is the worst roster? Just for fun, right?
Yeah. That's one of those where you got to go all the way in the end of the article.
This feels like I'm
doing something after the Broncos.
Doing something about the Rockies right now. Rockies, 2-1, Scott. 2-1 since the All-Star break.
4-6 in their last 10. We said they got to go 3-7.
Hey.
You're still alive.
Hey. Got Nolan and the Cardinals tonight.
That's a win, right?
Could be. They're kind of struggling. Worst football team roster-wise is the Saints. Yeah. We talked about that. You know, they seem to be happy just losing every game this year.
I'm unlike a lot of people. I'm still leery of the offensive line.
Well, that's about the Broncos.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you say that, my fine feathered friend, because according to this survey, the offensive line is what the Broncos' biggest strength is.
Well, according to this guy.
Right. Well, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I think we said something with Leggy last week. He didn't disagree. Here's my thing. What's the old line? There's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
There you go.
Your quarterback had one of the quickest releases out because guess what? He threw short more than any other quarterback in the league this year. He had more passes behind the line of scrimmage than any other team in the league, which means you're probably getting the ball out, boom, 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 boom. And that's the beauty of what Sean Payton did. I thought he really played to what Bo Nix's strengths were, and it ended up really working out for him for 10 wins. So how long, and they said pass rate was 100-plus snaps. Their passing rate was great. Okay, that's good. So they had to pass block for 1.5 seconds. So I don't know. And again, I keep throwing this out there. If there's such a great offensive line, why did their running game suck? I think they were 27th or 28th in running the football last year. Was that because your personnel really wasn't that good as far as Running backs,
part of it.
Did Sean Payton not really rely on that as much?
He wasn't all that committed to it. Yeah, part of it.
Are they great run blocking team? So I like Quinn Miners.
Well, it's definitely like there's not any wiggle room here with Bowles, Powers, Wattenberg, Miners, and McGlinchey, unless there might be some center wiggle room, but I wouldn't count on that. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure about the running game, like why it struggled so much. I don't think they were all that committed to it. I think, listen, they got J.K. Dobbins. They got Harvey. They're definitely more committed to it on paper this year than they were last year.
So then maybe we see really what this offensive line can be. Because I know I'm from an old bygone era. When I started watching football, you kind of you looked at your offensive line and what you could do running the football, right? the TD era, right? And I know they were able to cut block and all sorts of crazy stuff, but that offensive line dominated all the time. And for this one right here, I'm like, I don't know. If you're not throwing short on 90% of your passes and you're going to take 3 and 5 step drops, will this offensive line hold up? That's my biggest question.
In this particular article. But, I mean, what do you think about the Broncos being ranked the 6th best roster in the league?
But it's
how about
cool.
that?
But their biggest strength is offensive line.
Okay.
So if I'm more correct, and they're not taking into account the dropbacks and the passes behind the line of scrimmage, the quick passes, how hold-uppy are they?
I think,
and they didn't do anything about running.
No. One thing that is a weird one, that's kind of surprised us all, is how often Bo Nix could just take off and run for first downs.
And probably saved a ton of sacks.
He did. There's no doubt about it. He was way more mobile than any of us thought he could be. And it was great. It was great to watch. It saved their bacon in a million different cases. They definitely were lacking in that department with Russ. Wilson would just take a ton of sacks, as a lot of kind of pocket guys do.
Yeah.
And Bo would just scramble around. Okay, so he's completing passes behind the line of scrimmage. Whatever. He's keeping plays alive. He's producing 10 wins for him. Okay, one was against the JV Chiefs, but, come on, man. The Broncos had that game won in Kansas City for the, crappy blocking on a kick.
Do you think they edited out some of Burrow's watching that Chiefs Broncos game at the end of the year, edited a little bit of stuff out? Because he did say, tough to win when you sit all your starters. He did have that comment in there.
They edited all sorts of weird things out. Like I told you, he's in a mansion. He's watching a game by himself eating Doritos. Really? Or is he sitting down there for 15 minutes because Netflix wants to, or Peyton Manning or, whatever. Peyton Manning Productions with executive producer Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and how about your executive producer decides to sit that game out?
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, what are you doing here? Come on. It's still a reality show. There's some, manufactured moments here.
Right.
And how about, like, in quarterback, your house got broken into, and they don't go into any of the details. Like with the maid, who's really a girlfriend, and then maybe there's a girlfriend there, too, and we get none of that. Zero of that. And we just see Joe, putting on clothes with his, clothing designer. That's all who's in the house? That's it, Joe? Just you and that guy? I got to move now. Oh, geez.
So let me ask this. Let's go back at the top with the thing, because they did go to biggest weakness.
Yes. This is a funny one. They say the biggest weakness is the wide receiver position. Now, this is not what the Broncos coaches will tell you. If we learned anything in the draft, it's that the Broncos, as an organization, love their receiving options. This was the I told you so moment of the entire draft for the Broncos. And, yes, they drafted Pat Bryant. And it's funny, on this, they have him listed as the third wide receiver. He's a long way from being the third wide receiver. He's got Vele in front of him. He's got probably Troy Franklin perhaps in front of him. He's got, I guess just those two. Because I think those are the 5 wide receivers. Sutton, Mims, Bryan, Vele, and Franklin. I think those are their guys.
Now, I was told by somebody who was out there that they do like Pat Bryant and what he showed in OTAs.
Of course they like him. Listen, they don't like him. They love him. They have overdrafted, according to experts, both Bryant and Harvey. So they don't just like these guys. They love them. They're going to do everything in their power that those two dudes in particular will succeed. And I have no problems with that. That's good. You're committed to your guys. But, dude, you passed on a lot of really high-level wide receivers and running backs to get those two dudes. But you did it, Scott. You did that because you were convinced Jahdae Barron was worth it. So, again, was he worth it?
Well, if Barron's a starter from day one, is he worth it?
Oh, my God. He's got to be. It would be a disaster if he wasn't the starter on day one. That would be a disaster. Unless he gets hurt, I have no idea how he doesn't start on day one.
Are we sleeping on Riley Moss?
We're kind of pushing Riley Moss or Jaquan McMillan, one of the two, to the side. So, but hey, I'm okay with it too. What's crazy though is everybody was, well, first of all, nobody predicted Barron would be drafted. Nobody. But then everybody's sucking up to the Broncos, so everybody was like, oh, what a great pick. Even though nobody had predicted it. Okay. We weren't like that. We were different. We were more real around here. But, okay, you earned it. You made the playoffs. You had the winning record. You were in Nuggets? I trust you. I do. Avs? Okay, let's see how it goes. Still trust you to a certain degree. Rockies, don't trust them at all. Nobody trusts the Rockies.
No.
Despite they're a stellar 2-1 since the All-Star break.
Top of the league.
Right there. Not undefeated, but damn close. But this is what the Broncos have done. They've earned our trust. We'll see how it goes. But we're not just talking. It's funny. I was listening this morning to Birdo with Brett. And, Brett, unfortunately, was on the wrong side of the quarterback argument with Bo Nix. He was a Brock Bowers guy. But he admits he was wrong, which is good. It's a way to man up, Brett. Appreciate it. But he said one of the classic things that's such a mistake is like, well, I'm for a quarterback if you know he's going to be great or you're. That's like, nobody knows. Yeah. Nobody has a crystal ball. You don't know.
Your whole thing was, and Bo Nix happened just to be that guy. Your whole thing, though, as I get to know you a little bit, was you've got to commit to a guy and stick and find out. And if he doesn't, you got to commit to next year.
Rinse and repeat.
Until you find somebody who sticks.
That's it. If you either got a guy or you don't. That's why you got to get a little lucky in this process. Luck factors into it. But taking a tight end over a quarterback when you need a quarterback is preposterous.
Right.
And that is the argument with Pat Surtain.
And that's no knock on Brock Bowers.
Of course
probably going to have a Hall of Fame career.
A Hall of Fame tight end is like the equivalent to a middling quarterback. Seriously. Same at corner too, Scott. These guys just don't change games by themselves. I will make the argument football is the most disproportionate position value sport in the world. I can't think of another team sport where one position is so disproportionately more important than everything else. Can you?
Well, I've always said this. When you won in 2015, the backfield got a great nickname in the no-fly zone. That's great.
Yeah.
Go look at those 3-4 dudes that were putting pressure up front that either bought you more time or got bad throws coming in your area. To me, that's got to coexist, which once again, if you're going to do Barron and Bonitto and Allen can be your guys, you need to tie them up. If you don't think that was a one-off year and those guys can be consistent for the next 3 or 4,
there you go.
Then guess you know what's going to help Barron? Pressure on the quarterback.
See, here's the problem with great defenses, and you can win with a great defense. There's more than one way to skin a cat, no doubt about it. And I'm not saying there's not. But the problem is, Scott, it's practically impossible to keep a great defense completely together because it's just too many dudes. And at the end of the day, there's going to be expiring contracts, and inevitably, because it's so many guys.
In offense, you want to keep your quarterback
it's
around.
One guy.
Yeah. And unless you got a Jefferson or somebody who's Amon-Ra St. Brown or somebody like that, you probably want to keep that around with your quarterback.
I guess, but at the end of the day, once you get the quarterback, you just have to accept the fact you're going to have to build around this guy for the rest of his career. But with the defense, the whole defense can fall apart. A great defense if you lose the wrong guys, and it's just not the same. And that was kind of the arrogance with the Broncos in 2016. That's where Elway really dropped the ball. He was just like, our defense is so good, even though we lost Trevathan and Jackson, which were much bigger losses. Right. It doesn't even matter. Look what we did last year.
Well,
and that's why the Broncos were foolish. Two things: to not sign Brock Osweiler up earlier, or three things: not sign him up earlier, move on from him if he's not your guy, although you don't win a Super Bowl without that dude. He was that good at that year. Or not sign Peyton Manning, have Peyton Manning.
For another year.
Beg him to play another year. Beg him to play. If Peyton Manning plays one more year, they're back in the playoffs. They're back in the playoffs in 2016. Now, he might have missed a couple of games here and there along the way. But at the end of the day, he would have been good enough to get you back to the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, and again, you go back and look at that no-fly zone and the pressure you put in and the cohesion that I think good backfields defensively are tied to what you're giving on the pass rush. And they had that year, the no-fly zone, they had monsters.
They were awesome.
I mean, they had monsters up front. You've got guys who look like they're pretty talented. Moss,
McMillan, Barron, Surtain.
I mean,
and then, if you're going safeties, I mean, we're talking about...
You had two great safeties on the no-fly zone, too.
Ufunga, who's an addition, and Brandon Jones.
And now you've added a Greenlaw. If in fact he stays healthy, you look like you ordered a great linebacker, too.
It looks great.
Yeah. But you know what? You still got to put points up. See, it's just the opposite of what watching quarterbacks for Cincinnati. Dude, they're getting beat scoring 34 points.
It was crazy.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
Their defense sucked.
I mean, they're getting beat scoring 34 points.
Joe Burrow was unbelievable.
42-9.
And healthy.
And 4,500 yards.
And losing. I mean, but they clicked at the end. They won their last 5 games in a row. Yeah. They beat the Broncos. Kind of forgot about that game, but they, took care of business. It was close, but they won. And then the Broncos got lucky. Let's face it. The Broncos got lucky to play a Chiefs. They got lucky and unlucky. They got unlucky because they really should have beat Kansas City. They really did what it took to beat Kansas City in Kansas City.
Right.
And the blocking stuff, which got 2 special teams guys gone from the team, by the way. That happened. That did happen. And then you got to beat the JV Chiefs who didn't even try. But whatever, man. I mean,
It's a good building block to start next year, though. I listen, you're talking about all these different AFC teams and what they're going to do, I still think Chiefs could be going the other way. They do have Patrick Mahomes. But listen, I think Cincinnati's like the Nuggets from last year. Have a hotter start.
Right.
Have a hotter start, and let's see what happens.
All right, no dumb questions, 303-504-0925. On Twitch, we see you. On YouTube, get after it. It's PhD on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, no dumb question for DMac.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. By the way, during the commercial break, just got the Broncos schedule for training camp. It's acclimation period. So we have training camp, but we also have acclimation period, which the public is not invited to. You got to park over at the jail. They're doing all that construction. You got to jail it up. I don't know if I can trust leaving my bike over in the jail parking lot.
Well, you probably ride your bike over and just
put it. I don't know.
Lock it up in front of the building.
I guess I could, but then I got to walk over to the jail.
No. If you lock it up in front of the Broncos facility.
No, I get it, but then I got to walk like around the building and stuff.
Well, where are they letting you in at?
That like north lot, like where the players come in and out.
For the big.
I guess it's not that far. You're right. It's not that far. I just have to walk around the building.
Or lock it up by the gate somewhere.
Yeah, sure.
There's a fence over there.
Yeah, just put it on the fence.
Yeah. Or put it on the gate, and then every time it opens, it
comes out. Or who gives a crap, T-Mac? Stop riding your bike so much.
Oh,
there's that too.
Well, but then that's worse.
Why is that worse?
Because then you got to park way over to the jail.
Well, that's right. Anyways, and some of these, it doesn't matter because it's too close to our incredible show. Unless we're broadcasting out there. Which was weird last year because they let us out there, but what was it? We
had to leave by like 1:30 or something.
Yeah, like when they're like off the field and they get the mowers out there. You got to amscray.
Which in the past you just stay out there till 3 and.
Oh, it's in the past.
Yeah.
And we're going to the past. The past you could stay out there all day.
Yeah,
you could stay out there all night. I did a show out there with my guy Oren Lamena from 7 to 9 p.m. back in the day. 7 to 9 p.m. We had Brett Kern stop by. It was dark. And Brett Kern came by. He's a punter, so, that goes back a ways.
Yeah, they had nothing else to do.
So, acclimation periods, 11:30 players, then practice. Acclimation practice, 10 to 11:30 a.m. on Wednesday and Thursday. And then we'll hear from Sean Payton on Wednesday. Love your best buddy.
So this coming Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday, 2 days from now. So here we are, man. It's training camp. Broncos is this catching everybody by surprise, by the way? Do you think people are a little like, whoa, wait, what's going on here? This is happening a little quick.
Well,
I guess that's my first no dumb question.
But hadn't there other camps already started?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like I was watching some or reading something this week. I feel like there's camps already started. The Hall of Fame game guys have already been in camp, right?
Yeah. Things are going. I don't know. It's training camp. Here we are.
Yeah, I don't get into real football mode until like second week of September. After Labor Day.
We may be positioning you in front of
No.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
No.
Here we go.
No. You had me on walking. I did that parked at the volleyball fields a couple times last year. No.
First thing I do leaving a jail is steal DMac's bike.
Getaway bike. Of course, there's not a lot of people probably, hey, when you checked in, sir, here's the stuff. We'll give it back. Your wallet. You got a watch. You had a chain cutter. You got to take that with you.
Can you imagine the first thing you did when you left the jail was to steal a bike? Ooh, look at that.
Whoa.
Wonder
how much it cost that guy.
Yeah. Well, I was going to steal. I got caught again.
Now, did you get your good bike stolen? Was it the Trex bike that got stolen?
Yeah, and I got another bike. I actually spent a bunch of money on a different lock this weekend. Like I spent a nice chunk of change on a lock. I had another lock, but it's so big and so heavy. The only way I could roll around with the lock is to wear a backpack. So I was constantly wearing a backpack, and my back is killing me. My back is killing me. It's been killing me for 2 weeks.
Like high or low?
Low. Like right above the butt.
Yeah.
But it's probably a neck.
Maybe you get one of those big saddle saddle seats with the gel on it.
I'm getting. Well, I'm working on all of it. It's so hard to justify spending money on my stupid bicycle to my wife. Like, it just feels so like, honey, this is better than a tank of gas. But really, and she's like, oh, don't you want all sorts of other stuff? And I go, yeah, I do. I want all sorts of other stuff. So why don't you just get it? I'm like, well, that's $400. That's $300. That's whatever dollars.
But when you say, hey, this bike lock, $75, okay.
Bike lock was $135.
Oh, my gosh.
Because it comes with a mount and a thing and a deep.
All you got to do is go to
I know. Hey, I know.
Harbor Freight. Is it hard? Go over to Harbor Freight, buy you about 8 feet of chain and a big old padlock.
But how am I going to carry that? Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha.
$21.95.
No, I get you. How am I going to carry that around?
Backpack.
That's what I've been doing. It's killing me.
Haven't you seen the weighted vests or like the new exercise workout
Well,
thing?
then I must be in unbelievable shape because I've been wearing this stupid backpack with the lock for the past 2 years.
I'm thinking about pulling out my ankle weights.
Okay. No dumb question. Oh, another one. Why are you worried about walking outside the jail? Outside the jail isn't when their bad guys are. All the people are living inside, bro. Well, not necessarily. I mean, there's a process in getting inside.
Yeah. And who's picking his boy up when he gets out?
All right, I'm open for no dumb questions. You got anything from over the weekend? I don't know what's going on in your life.
No, not really. Other than you don't like Scotty Scheffler?
I can get back into that if you want me to.
No, I'm just going to say, do you have a better appreciation for the Open, especially in those first 2 days, windy and rain? Because you're not just trying to beat the course; you're beating the elements when you play.
It's all right. Listen, at least it didn't look like the worst place on earth over the weekend because they had some nice weather. But then you saw what the nice weather did. It softened up the course, greens, and it's all right. Would you rather?
How about Wednesday though?
It was harder earlier in the week when it looked like the worst place on earth. And you realize quickly that these guys are so good. Yeah. If you don't trick up the course or it's the worst place on earth, it's too easy. And okay, so would you rather watch the Open like it was, where the course played way easier, or snooty Oakmont off the interstate where they tricked it up to make it more difficult? What's more entertaining to you?
I'd rather see guys able to make shots. And have the capability, even when there's guys still hitting them in the heather and stuff like that, and still able to roll up some pretty good shots. I don't want to see a guy in the junk and advance at 5 feet. That's my game. I ain't going to pay anybody. I'm never going to pay anybody to watch my game. Right? I'm not even going to sit down.
So you'd rather 17 under rather than 1 over to win a tournament?
More times than not, because the course is tricked up enough that that affects the golf. This is just in the Open, it's the course.
Mm-hmm.
Go play. And oh, by the way, if a wind by the sea comes up at 40 mile an hour and it's rainy and drizzly all day, good luck, bro. Good luck, bro. And isn't it funny? Here's no dumb question: why are there always these lightning delays in the United States? And there's never a lightning delay, it seems like, in Europe.
That's not a dumb question. That's a great question. I'm going to guess it's got something to do with nature and science. I'm gonna guess.
That might be the biggest. That might be the no dumb answer of the year right there. That's like a no dumb answer.
No, I think it's just. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but something tells me an island just has different weather than,
But as much as it rained on Friday, wouldn't you think if that was the United States, there was going to be a lightning delay in there somewhere?
There's never a lightning delay.
It doesn't seem like it, does it?
I can't even remember one. They got fog, rain, and all that crap, but there's no lightning there because they just have crap weather, period. So when we have crap weather... Boy, we really are getting into science and nature here. But, I'm sure Chris Bianchi could tell us in 5 seconds the difference between an island weather and, Pennsylvania or Colorado.
Right.
So when we have bad weather, it's end of days. When they have bad weather, it's a day. That's just what they have because they're on a stupid island.
You live with that.
Yeah, because they live on an island. We don't live on an island, bro. We live around cornfields and mountains. Mountains on one side, cornfields
here's
on
another thing.
the
So
other
I told
side.
you I played when I was over in England first time. I played a course called Royal Lytham St. Anne's is the name of it. And that's one of the open stops is Royal Lytham St. Anne's. You got on one of the greens, and I think it's a par 3. The commuter tracks are basically from me to the front door. They got an old, stone wall that's built.
Yeah.
It's like rough and a stone wall, more rough, trained.
Yeah.
And these guys will be playing that hole, and all of a sudden you'll see a commuter train go by, 30 yards from the green.
Yeah.
I just think that's fabulous.
Yeah, you like old stuff. You're into the old stuff.
Well, yeah, they built the course. They just built golf around,
I know what you're into. You're into
the topography.
You're into old boring people and old stuff like Scott Scheffler.
I
boring,
like him
old.
Having to beat a natural course.
And make sure when you do it, you're the most boring guy that's ever existed in the face of the earth.
He's not boring.
He's so boring.
I think he's dad of the year.
I think he did the same thing every dad of a 2-year-old would do.
I hate kids in press conferences. I absolutely loathe bringing up little kids. If you're bringing up your kids, why don't you bring the mom up with you?
Okay, and
I hate that. But now seeing this little boy see his dad trying to climb up and now, by the way, did you get a feel when that little boy tried to climb up the thing? How big of a burn that is?
Quite the slope.
What a slope.
I'm glad they were just willing to watch the 2-year-old nosedive right into the green.
It was in front of the green, right? Yeah. It was kind of hilarious.
It was funny because he like into the green, into the rough or whatever, the hill.
He got up,
but hold on. They waited a little bit. They waited a little bit. Like
they wanted to see if he can make it.
He can pick himself up here.
Yeah.
That's just hilarious.
But then when he got up, the one guy kind of caught him because he was going to go back down the other way when he stood back up. And then the guy goes, "Here, let me pick him up for you."
Then he's standing over the trophy. I was nervous the kid was gonna like
headbutt into the trophy.
Go into the trophy,
And he had a binky in the whole time. Didn't lose the binky when he face planted.
He was like Ethan Holiday taking grounders when he was 3. Binky firmly secured. Big question of the day is next. So here we are. It's Broncos training camp gets going officially tomorrow as they're going to have some players available and the lunch. So it's the media lunch, which is on exactly when we're on the air at noon.
Well, maybe you can ask if they'll box it up and send it to you.
That would be nice. They did do that for my ice cream. What are your biggest questions for the Broncos going into training camp this week? What are your biggest questions?
Will the offensive line hold up?
Boy, you're fixed on that, huh?
According to the ESPN, that's their biggest strength. Clay, some guy named Clay.
Nothing with Bo Nix, huh?
No.
Pretty confident about Bo.
I told you, I firmly believe this. I think Bo Nix was the perfect quarterback for Sean Payton to draft. And I think Sean Payton will do everything again to make this thing work. I believe in him and Bo Nix together.
George Karalaftis got
who I never heard of, really.
Got a big deal. Same draft year as Bonitto. Going to get 62 guaranteed, 93 over 4 years. Is it time this week to get a deal done with Nick Bonitto?
One or two-time Super Bowl winner.
Oh,
at least
I guess one, yeah. Well, who'd they lose to? They lost last year.
More deflections, more tackles. Into Super Bowls, 1-1.
Into 1-1, yes.
I don't know, man. Listen, if George Payton thinks it's worth it, then he needs to pay him.
If George Payton,
Zach Allen,
George Payton,
well, whatever, because he's got to do the budget.
Not Sean Payton.
Sean Payton can say, "Well, I want him," and George will go, "Okay, where?" Now it may come down to this: we can pay Zach or Nick. Which one you want? It may come down to that.
Mm-hmm.
Now what do you do?
Great question. Nick. I'll take a great outside pass rusher before I'll take a great inside guy. I want both.
And he's younger, a little younger, too.
And he's younger. I want them both. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to chase Zach Allen out anywhere. But at the end of the day, there's more value having a great outside pass rusher than inside, in my opinion.
See, and I think having a great inside guy makes the life easier for a great outside guy.
Little Sophie's choice here. Both are important. Both are a big deal. Love them both. But if you're asking me either or, if you're making me make that decision, I guess I'll take an outside guy.
Wasn't the one step led or was right up there? Wasn't he like one of the top guys in quarterback hits from the inside?
Oh, he could be. I mean, he had a great year last year. But I'll tell you this, though. The market for Zach Allen won't be the same as it will be for Nick Bonitto.
Right.
The value for Zach Allen for other teams won't even close what Nick Bonitto could get. And that's the truth, Ruth. As much as we love Zach Allen personally around here, he didn't have that kind of year in the NFL. He had a good year, and so did Nick Bonitto, but it's just the value that these guys are going for. You saw what TJ Watt went for. Now George Galifianakis, you saw what he's going for. It's a great market for Nick Bonitto. And guess what? Nick Bonitto knows it.
TJ Watt and Miles and what might happen with guys like Micah and Aiden.
Yeah, I mean, the edge market is kind of crazy right now, just, knowing that, everybody's getting these big deals and it's only getting bigger and bigger. And, luckily for me, I'm in a good position right now where, the market's kind of in my favor.
His timing's unbelievable. Good for him. Wish him the best. Any other big questions here on the eve of Broncos training camp as it kind of gets going tomorrow?
Here, let me just give you some of the things Zach Allen did.
Okay.
And see, he had a career year. 61 tackles, 15 tackles for loss, 40 quarterback hits, 8.5 sacks, second team All-Pro. He had 67 quarterback pressures, which were the most by NFL interior defensive linemen. So you got to, if you can only pay one, I like to keep them both around together. I think as a tandem, maybe I think a good interior guy and a good edge guy feed off each other. I really, really do.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be nice to keep them around. But you're right. disproportionately, the outside guys get paid a lot more.
Well, we'll see. Nick Bonitto says they have been in contract negotiations.
Those type of talks are happening right now, but I kind of just keep that with my agent. Just let him handle that. My focus is just winning and trying to get a championship. I mean, no time period. I know these things can happen tomorrow or happen months from now. So I kind of just keep it day by day and just keep the focus on football.
Well, we'll have you covered top to bottom here in Altitude Sports Radio as camp gets underway, and it's open to the public starting on Friday, but they start media sessions and the media lunch. God, maybe we can get some food to go.
Do you keep guys happier in negotiations by at least letting them and legitimately negotiate in good faith?
Say again?
Like Nick said, I know this could take. First of all, let me say this. I think Nick Bonitto's attitude on that interview that he was doing was pretty good. I like hearing that. He's not disgruntled. He's not worried. Yeah. He's not saying, I'm skipping camp. He's not doing all this different stuff.
Yeah.
He's going, listen, I know this take a little while.
He's okay.
I think he won that press conference.
Okay.
I think he squarely hit the ball back on the side of the Broncos court.
Okay. All right.
Don't you? Would you not agree with that?
He's in great shape.
Yeah.
He's in great shape. There's no bitterness. There's no bad blood here. If he says they're working on it, I believe him. They kind of got to work on it. Listen, at one point or another, I know you don't care about the Tour de France, but
well, what's his name ran away with another mountain thing?
Yeah, Pogacar he's unbelievable. Rest day today. So I'm watching the Tour as I do every day. And then I'm also watching the Netflix special, the Tour de France, which is about last year's tour. It's kind of the behind this. It's like quarterback of cycling. It's just like quarterback, except it's cycling. Scott, what do you think it's like when you have a team, and in the Tour de France, every team, say there's 20 teams that have riders in the Tour de France, which is probably about right. Well, one team, you can only have one guy, like that's the guy, to try to win the whole thing. So you see like 184 riders, but that's not really what it is. Yeah. It's really like 15 dudes. Because some teams are just about sprinters, not even about riders. So there's really like in every Tour de France, 15 guys who are racing to win the whole thing. Now, out of those 15, there's, probably 4 teams that are like got a really legit shot. But imagine this. What if there's one guy, and Tadej Pogacar is that guy, by the way, for UAE, who's just better than everybody. And the best you can do with your guy is second place. But you still got to go for your guy, right? So
that's what Zach or Allen, the quarterback in Buffalo, feels.
Maybe. But that's Buffalo. Like, so you still got to pay him. Like, it's frustrating as hell.
He's still going to get paid.
Nick Bonitto's, he's kind of your guy no matter what.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's the best, but he's the best you got, and you can't get anybody else because the really good guys get snatched up and kept by their teams.
And with quarterback Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, Mahomes may be the best for the next 8 years.
Doesn't matter.
Those guys may always be second best.
They may be second best the rest of their careers. You still got to pay them.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, what else do you do? And then you have to say, well, it's really, really hard to even get the second best guy, Scott, or the third best guy, or the fourth best guy.
And the fourth best guy, guess what you're doing? Still paying him.
You still got to pay him. You're just going to be really frustrated because it kind of sucks having the fourth best guy. So I'm watching this Tour de France, and there's this guy, Jonas Vingegaard, however you say his name. He's the second best guy, Scott, and he's won 2 times before, but he has stepped back. He's the second best guy. He's always the second best guy. Can you imagine how frustrating that must be?
Yeah. Karl Malone says hello.
Karl Malone, I thought of the same exact thing. That's got to be the most frustrating thing as a fan, to know that you've got a great guy, but he's the second best guy, or third best, or fourth best guy. It has got to be the worst as a sports fan to kind of know both of those things. I can't imagine being a Jazz fan with Karl Malone and John Stockton. That must have been unbelievable. That must have been so damn frustrating. If you're a Bills fan or a Bengals fan right now or a Ravens fan, you must be pulling your hair out. Like, as a Broncos fan, we're coming up. It's exciting, I think.
But it could eventually be, hopefully, don't you hope they eventually get to where they're the Bills or the Bengals?
Well, or, the Chiefs, or we get into some world where it's not so clear that there's just one great guy. It can be kind of like, the NBA is kind of like, let's be honest about the NBA right now. I mean, you've had 7 different winners over 7 years, right? And no even like 2 out of 3 or anything like that. You've got this kind of amazing parity in the NBA right now, which is actually, I'm rolling my eyes, pretty cool. It's frustrating as Nuggets fans because we want to be there more often. But at least we're one of those teams.
Yeah.
But it's at least you got a shot. Can you imagine just have no shot? Like, that's it? And yeah, Patrick Mahomes has dominated everybody, but he's dominated the Broncos when the Broncos kind of sucked anyways. We weren't knocking on the door. It'd be way worse, in my opinion, to be a Bills, Ravens, or Bengals fan. But at least the Bengals got to the Super Bowl. They did. They at least got there.
Beating.
They did beat them, and they did get there. And there's reasonable arguments from people like you and others that just say, no, our guy is actually better than your guy, and here's the proof. Whereas the Bills and the Ravens, they don't get to say that.
No. Till you win the postseason. Real fast, going back to our inside-outside defense line.
Yeah.
Give me the by position highest paid positions.
Quarterback, number 1.
Number 1.
Wide receivers, number 2.
Number 2.
Probably left tackle. I don't know how you're...
Edge rusher, number 3.
And then tackle?
Defensive interior lineman, number 4.
Really?
Yeah.
More than left tackle?
Quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, defensive line, cornerback, offensive line.
Wow. Offensive line is 5th, huh? Or, I'm sorry, 7th.
Top offensive lineman.
Cornerback is 6th? Cornerback is 6th.
Cornerback is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
5th.
Offensive line is 6th.
Corner's 5th. And receivers 2nd. And the Broncos pick 2 in the first round?
Corner. Well, guess what? Then we ain't got to pay him as much.
Okay. What that's telling you, though, is who produces the most. What's the value of those guys on the field? So just for the record, the Broncos prioritized the 5th highest paid position when on paper they had a need at the 2nd highest valued position.
Maybe.
Not maybe.
No,
definitely.
Maybe. Because I think in Sean Payton's idea, he likes his receivers room.
Oh, for sure.
So in his mind,
hey, I got you.
To me, I don't disagree with your premise, but in my mind right here, Sean Payton likes the receiver room, didn't like the defensive backfield.
Not enough. It's the I told you so draft.
Yeah.
But that's who Sean Payton is.
And you know what else he told you in the second round? I don't like our running backs room. And free agency.
It's the I told you so draft.
Yeah, I didn't like my defensive back rooms. Moss is a great player, and we lost him. We sucked.
Dude, you realize they didn't even have to take Harvey in the second round. They could have waited. Now, they might have lost him in the third round, but they didn't have to do what they did.
No, but they garnered a pick and still got the guy they liked.
Oh, they sure did. This is the biggest I told you so draft.
Right.
With Barron, Bryant, and Harvey. And the rest of it, who cares? They drafted a punter, for crying out loud. Oh, then they had another I told you so moment with Caleb Lohner, the basketball player who has like 4 catches for 4 touchdowns in his career. Now he's a NFL player.
Well, for the next 2 weeks.
By the way, did you see? I don't know, bro. Sean Payton he's had warm feelings about his draft picks. He has had warm feelings about his draft picks.
He obviously liked basketball players that played football.
The Jimmy Graham says hello from the North Atlantic, or wherever he's rowing. He finished that trip. That was unbelievable.
From Alaska, did he finish?
Did you see that? Arctic Circle or Arctic Ocean or something? Yeah.
They finished.
It was unbelievable.
That's crazy.
It is insane.
That'd be something on the bucket list you ever want to do?
No. Who even has that bucket list? Who has that?
Jimmy Graham. Hey, can I say something? Yeah. What kind of shape is he probably in coming out of that thing?
He's a good rowing shape, no doubt about it. Let's Football Go comes next. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summer's here. You want to feel great with everything you're doing. You want your workouts to feel great. You want your love life to feel great. You want everything to feel great in the summertime. And that's what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can do for you. If, you got that brain fog and you're just like, I don't feel right. I'm just logy, the whole thing. It could be low T. Guys, early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of that testosterone production. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help take care of business. Take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's 10 questions. Yes or no. It just takes a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood and have the result within 30 minutes. You get those results. The cost of the appointment is only $99. You get the medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So go say hi to my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, no need to wait. Let's go. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. told them. Yeah, seriously. Stuff it, Oakmont. You want to come after our guy. Come after our guy, Wyndham Clark. He said he was sorry. He'll pay for your $10 locker. By the way, who's the rat fink that was, sending out pictures to get that in the first place? Thought that was kind of a private thing there in that locker room.
Probably
Thank you,
DeChambeau.
Thank you. Easy now. I'm on the Bryson train as well. I mean, he's hitting golf balls over his house. He's breaking 50 on, Kennedy Golf Course. I actually cannot get enough of Bryson DeChambeau. I really can't. It's all awesome. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find him at mountainhighappliance.com. Scott, it's Dan. Dan is back.
It means you don't have to do it today.
I do not have to do it today. Go ahead, Dan.
All right, fellas. Couple of things here with the Broncos. Obviously, we've been talking about all day. Nick Bonitto and the Broncos are currently in contract negotiations for an extension. Bonitto confirmed that in an interview over the weekend. But listen to this, fellas. A.T. Perry has been placed on the PUP list to start training camp.
Yeah.
He's the only Bronco that will start training camp on the physically unable to perform list. Everybody else, knocking on wood here, is good to go. How about that? I don't think I've ever seen as healthy of a Bronco team entering a training camp as this one.
Quick, Scott, what position does A.T. Perry play?
A.T. Perry plays linebacker.
Yeah. Dan, what position does A.T. Perry play?
Long snapper.
Okay, he's a wide receiver.
He's long snapping?
No, he's a wide receiver. And so, to Dan's point, the one guy that's not practicing is somebody that we've barely ever heard of. The Broncos are in good shape. That's your point, right, Dan?
Oh, I've never seen this healthy of a Broncos team entering a training camp. Pretty wild. So,
and they're going to go acquisition, or what's it called? Activation week or whatever.
Acclimation. It's acclimation
week.
Getting
acclimated to the altitude and conditioning.
The media is going to be acclimated to free hamburgers tomorrow. See, that's going to be our mission tomorrow because we can't be there. We've got to send somebody there with one mission.
Bring back hamburgers.
Bring back hamburgers.
I mean, Scott, you can attest to this. That pretty much was his first job here, getting us food.
That's true.
We need to send Grizz there with like a bag and then a bucket and just take as much free food as he can and bring it back here. You think Grizz is up to that challenge?
He better be.
How many hamburgers can he stuff in a backpack?
Oh, that would be fantastic. We just got to get Grizz to bring us back as much food as humanly possible. And interview players. But, we can always
That's
get that.
secondary.
We can get that from other places. There's no other way we're going to get hamburgers, free hamburgers. You think Grizz is up for that challenge, free food? Bring food back for the crew?
I don't know. While you're at it, can you pick up your laundry?
Is that a good way for us to get in trouble on the first day of acclimatation?
We're not going to be there. Why would we get in
That's
trouble?
true. I don't know. I guess it would just be Grizz. All right. Well, that's our mission tomorrow. Be really into training camp and bring back as much free food as humanly possible. Yeah. It's the only day of the year that they actually give lunch to the Muggles. That's it.
Well, I wonder if they're having somebody cater it.
Well, they usually do. Yeah, usually it's unbelievable. It's fantastic.
So, like we have to find out who's catering it. Is it in and out?
But a couple years ago, do you remember? A couple years ago, they just brought in a bunch of Chick-fil-A sandwiches. Like, here you go. It's which are good. I mean, who doesn't like a good Chick-fil-A sandwich? But they just wheeled in 300 Chick-fil-A sandwiches. Here you go. Here you go, guys.
And Muggles were taking 2 or 3 extra. Take home that night.
You stick Dan? One. Sure. Of course. No, I definitely did. Yeah, there's for sure. I brought them in. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, we've been talking about this as well. ESPN has their roster rankings for the upcoming season. The Broncos are, according to ESPN, the 6th best starting roster in the NFL. But their biggest weakness, according to this article, is wide receiver. So I was reading something over the weekend, fellas, an article suggesting that the Broncos should bring in a veteran wide receiver. And they mentioned 2 vets, Amari Cooper and Keenan Allen. Would you guys be interested in one of those 2 guys getting a shot in camp?
Not really. Keenan Allen is a big possession receiver. So he does the same thing that Cortland Sutton, Bryant, and Vele would essentially do. Amari Cooper, I don't think Amari Cooper could play football anymore. I don't think it was very good.
I thought one of those guys announced a retirement this year. Last weekend or something.
Amari Cooper ain't what he used to be. I'm going to say...
Mike Williams retired.
Okay.
He did.
In only 8 years.
I'm going to say no on both. It's just not the direction the Broncos are going. You guys have any interest in either of those guys?
No.
Do you think they need to bring in a vet wide receiver?
No, I do not. I think they need to pay Cortland Sutton, which they'll get to. No, I don't.
think what Sean Payton has showed what he wants to do with Bo Nix in this offense, he needs possession receivers. You've got enough speed in Mims and Franklin, who showed out late.
Yeah.
One or two times you're looking deep. I mean, you go back to that Cincinnati game you mentioned a while ago. Mims had two big, long plays in that game.
Yep.
So you've got your big, long threat. I think, unlike Tyler, I think Mims is going to be even better this year.
Yeah.
And now you bring in one more big possession receivers, and I think they want to keep possession, move it down the field, and let's go.
Well, I don't mean to steal your thunder because I'm not sure what your third story is. But you know who's available if we're talking just a big possession sort of guy? Perhaps it's Noah Fant. Was that your third story?
Yeah, well, yeah. The
Go ahead,
Seahawks
hit
released Noah Fant, and I was going to ask you guys, obviously drafted in the first round by the Broncos.
Yeah.
Any interest in bringing back Noah Fant? So
I have a lot of interest in that.
Seattle will take on $4.5 million in dead cap money.
Oh, fantastic.
He's in the final year of a 2-year, $21 million deal. $10.5 million average, 12th amongst tight ends.
So what are you getting for?
Well, if they cut him, you don't have to pay him anything.
If he passed, he's got to clear waivers.
He's got to clear waivers. Right. Yes. Correct. Because if you claim him, you're going to take his contract off.
Well, I guarantee his agent
I wait him to clear waivers. I don't spend $10 million on Noah Fant.
If he clears waivers, then I have no problem bringing him in.
Yeah.
I will say I bet his agent has one stipulation if he signs with Denver. No tight end reverses.
First play ever. Nathaniel Hackett.
Tight end reverse.
Who will ever forget the first play ever of Nathaniel Hackett's career? Unbelievable. You finally get to do things the way you want. Jet sweep to Noah Fant for a loss of 5 yards. That was unbelievable. But that being said, I don't know where it's gone wrong. Maybe it's a money thing there in Seattle. Seems like a weird time to cut him. But I don't know what their tight end situation.
Maybe his contract became fully guaranteed.
Maybe who knows? Who knows who they want to re-sign or what they want to do? They've guys get cut for money reasons that you're not sure of. Noah Fant, I'd be curious if it's relatively affordable. Why not?
I mean, him or Adam Troutman as your backup tight end.
I get you. Yeah, man. I'm okay.
Bring in another tight end that can't block.
Well, I mean, right. There's that too. Or you could just move on. You got Evan Engram. And you're right. Troutman's, Fant's not a blocking guy. But he's a big possession receiver. He's one of those types of dudes. Listen, I'd bring him in if you can. If it doesn't cost you that much. And if you got to cut him loose, you cut him loose. Whatever. Yeah. Next up, Dan.
All right, lastly, fellas, forgive me if you talked about this last week, but Von Miller did agree to a 1-year deal with the Commanders. $6.1 million for the season. He can make up to 10.5. So let me pull the Broncos schedule up here behind you guys. Is the Washington, it's a Sunday night game. I believe it's week 13. Is that the most intriguing game to you guys on the schedule? And if it's not, what game are you most intrigued by?
Oh, gosh. A lot of good games, man. I mean, you're hosting Joe Burrow on national TV on Monday night. That's kind of fun. That's an intriguing game. I think you're going to play Houston in the playoffs in Houston, so to me, that's pretty interesting. I mean, Washington's a non-conference home game. I don't know. It's just kind of
Yep, okay. You got Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, both in year 2.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't know. Every game's awesome. It's the NFL, dude. Every game is, unbelievable. We'll make a big deal about every single game. Did you guys see that? What's his face there for the Titans is Mayo guy, Will Levis, is out for the year. So, yeah. So Cam Ward's, did we have any doubts Cam Ward would be the starter? So all the games are awesome, dude. It's the NFL. What game sucks? How about that? What game isn't interesting
Yeah,
on the Broncos
Jets in
schedule?
London.
The Jets in London's not interesting? Watching Justin Fields in London with Darren Muji, who used to be with the Broncos?
Less intriguing than the other games. I'll put it that way. I'm still intrigued by it.
It's awesome. They're all awesome.
Scott, you intrigued by the Jets in London?
No, I hate those games.
7:30 in the morning kickoff.
I hate those games.
Dude, that is awesome.
I hate those games.
That's a no excuses Sunday. The honeydew list is going to be strong on that day.
That'll be a recorded watch later in the day game.
Oh, no way. I'll have my crumpets and tea. I'll be up live. Me and Dan will be sitting on a couch. Just like...
Dan ain't going to be up at 7:30 in the morning on a Sunday.
We're going to be in London. I'm sure the station's going to fly us over there.
Talk to Raj's dad.
Yeah. We're going to go hang out with Raj's dad. Raj agreed to go on a trip to Ireland with his dad.
That's
I
awesome.
can't get my kid who lives in downtown Denver to have lunch with me.
Well, that means, Raj likes his dad.
I know.
So that's more on you than...
No kidding. It's been just 3 hours of self-doubt and aggravation of my own parenthood.
So if you called up or texted up your kid here in a little bit and say, hey, come out for dinner tomorrow night. Yay or nay on that?
He might say yes out of guilt. And about a half hour in, I'll realize he'll have something better to do. That's not the point. I want him to ask me.
You want him, hey, Dad, come on down. Let's have dinner at the Palm on
the Palm. Sure.
On Wednesday night.
Sure.
Is the Palm still around?
Yeah, I don't know. Cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. My younger kid's just counting down till when he starts to see you again in the fall.
Biggest game, though, is week 11.
Home against Kansas City?
Yeah.
Could be big.
That'll be a monster game. You got back-to-back home games against Raiders and Chiefs.
When we host the Giants, who's their quarterback? Will Russ be the quarterback of the Giants in
week 7?
Week 7. Will Russell Wilson be there, or will it be Jackson Dart? What do you guys think?
You got Jameis Winston, too.
Oh, that's right.
He could be the guy.
I hope it's Jameis Winston. What do you say? I pray to Lord. My interception.
Jameis Winston, you'll have an automatic win.
What was it?
I pray to the Lord. I stopped throwing pick sixes.
It was something like that. You're close. It was something like that. I can tell you something awesome about every freaking game on this schedule, except for maybe at Indy. That game might kind of suck. Like, what's interesting about that game? That's a rough one.
Well, it's an AFC team you need to beat.
No, well, yeah, okay.
Although you never seem to
you
play
gotta give me a little
in Indianapolis.
Story juice, bro.
You never seem to play well in Indianapolis. Turn the tide.
Keep going. I need something better.
Well, I have nothing for you.
That might be a rough one.
Well, what's the Chargers in the very next week?
The Chargers is always Herbert versus Bo Nix. Interdivision, like what do we got? Harbaugh.
Well, so you're looking for just interest.
Yeah, like what's the story? Burrow, of course, is Burrow. Philadelphia Super Bowl champs. Muji and London and Fields.
You're in London. That's
in New York.
Yeah.
Giants is Russ, maybe. I mean, if Russ is the quarterbacking for the Giants right there, you got that one. Dallas.
Is Dak still standing on his feet in week 8?
There you go. I'll take that. Houston could be a playoff preview. Raiders are the Raiders. Raiders, Kansas City Chargers are always just interesting, period. Bye week at Washington. Will they be the Commanders? Or seriously, I don't mean to go political here, but by the way, how about it? Congress does control the budget for the District of Columbia. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, they can hold things up. Congress is in charge of the city budget in Washington. Vegas, Green Bay, Sanford will be all over Jordan Love's jock that particular
Jacksonville will
week.
be big.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's back.
Are you kidding me? That's awesome. Kansas City Chargers. They're all awesome. Indy kind of sucks. Indy may be in week 2 the least interesting game of all the awesome games this year.
How about your preseason games?
Snooze fest, top to bottom.
How can we always play Arizona?
It's close, I guess. Who knows? San Fran, they're traveling to. So the Broncos, in terms of training camp, they're gone for a week, basically. So they're just not here. They're in
San Francisco, New Orleans.
New Orleans is the worst team in the league. Who cares? That game's meaningless. Preseason sucks. Boring. San Fran's somewhat interesting, That's somewhat in Kyle.
Just to see what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Shanahan, the whole you got some stuff there. But Arizona, New Orleans,
well, you got to believe August 16th, the second game of preseason against Arizona, is the most you're going to see the starters, right?
I wouldn't bet on it. That'll be, we'll see. I mean, you are playing the worst team in the league with a rookie quarterback at home on week 1. Like, you probably could get away with barely playing your starters and sort of, we're going to get up to speed in a real game here.
Yeah. That's what Hackett did in Russ that first year.
Well, hey.
And you were so unready for that game.
They lost that game, but they won the next 2. People forget that with Hackett. They were 2-1 after 3 games.
It should have been 3-0,
though. Sure. You're paying a guy $50 million. It's 4th down. The game's on the line. You don't trust that guy? Or
What does Campbell do?
What are we doing? Oh, well, I mean, come on now.
How about the one where Detroit goes for it with only 12 seconds to pass up the middle of the field? How about that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was pretty amazing.
That takes a lot of guts.
Right?
Yep.
And they had to get no timeouts. They had to spike it.
Yeah, you like quarterback. It was fun.
It was good, man.
It was good.
But that's a hell of and they basically spiked it with 1 second.
We have good news about Jonas Valanciunas. We got good news about I got nothing but good news.
Considering how grumpy you started this thing is off.
And good news, DMac. I'm in a great mood now.
Good news, DMac.
Last week, Scott, listeners had the chance to pick the 3 Avalanche games they would attend on the schedule. My wife wrote every Avs game down on the calendar and circled the Vegas games and says, we got to go.
Oh, really?
She wrote down every single Avs game on our calendar.
Is there any of them on the weekend?
Yeah, there's plenty. There's loads. There's 18-day games.
No, but I mean with Vegas.
Oh, I don't know. Who knows? But I'm just telling you how psycho my wife is.
I was told we're going to Vegas to see Backstreet Boys in the Sphere.
Who would we be?
Warden, Little Warden, and me.
Can't hit on that. It's probably freaking amazing. Wait, are they doing like a residency at the Sphere?
Yeah, the residency on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
They're doing a residency at the Sphere?
Yeah.
They were playing when I was out there at the Sphere.
Katie Wingy went to it while she was covering Summer League.
Did you go to see the Backstreet Boys while you were there, Dan?
Come on.
See, you probably had the most boring Vegas trip of all time.
He went to Down Under.
Thunder from Down Under ain't no joke. Did you go see the cat show?
The cat show?
No, it's a real cat show. This guy in the Venetian, there's like a mall underneath the Venetian, and there's a theater, and the guy's trained cats. You didn't see it.
I think I'd rather go to the Backstreet Boys.
Dan, let me ask you this. When you're in Vegas, did you actually leave your room for more than like an hour?
Oh, yeah.
I bet Dan had the most boring Vegas vacation of all time. Tell me the craziest thing you did in Vegas when you were there.
Yeah, Dan.
Blow me away.
Yeah, Dan. Blow him away.
We did a party bus.
To?
A bunch of different places. Point da Blue, whatever that's called. There was a club there.
Did you see a show?
We just went to clubs. But it was awesome.
Watch this.
And Fremont.
You went to Fremont?
Yeah.
Would you get lost? Okay, you went to Fremont. So you drank. Okay.
Yes.
Did you gamble at all?
Yeah. Blackjack?
What's the most you put out on a blackjack table?
Well, the minimum was 25.
Oh, okay. So what's the max you put out on the table?
25.
What's the most you've ever had on the table?
Well, we're splitting and doubling down. It's one of them deals. So I probably had, I don't know, 800. Because it didn't start that way, but it starts at $50 and it was one of them, dude. It was crazy. It's an 8-8, split 8, another one, split 3, double, 2, it went like that. It was crazy. And I looked out on the table. I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
I did that.
You know what? I don't think it was. I think I might have won like something like that. But that's small potatoes. I know that's small potatoes compared to most people.
That's big for me. I had 2 8s. They had a 6 showing. Split the 8s.
Easy. What'd you get?
Got a 3.
Double.
Got that. 19. The other 8, I got another 8.
Split.
What
are the cards then?
2.
Double
that one.
What's the third one?
Third 8. I want to say I got another 8.
Split. You really 4 8s on the table?
And then I got a 10.
10 stay.
And an ace. 19.
You probably stay, but that'd be tempting to double that one too.
I was tempted, but already now I got $600.
You just hit that or stay there.
She has 2 6s.
Oh,
Flips
man.
over 2 6s.
And
pulls a 3.
15's in your favor.
Yeah.
Bust out.
Pulls another 6.
You gotta be.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No, I swear.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I got like 600 on the table.
Are you kidding me?
No. Pulls out a 21.
I would jump off a bridge.
And I had 2 20s, a 19, and a She pulls 3 6s with a 3. And you know what I did?
I'd step in front of traffic.
As the last time I gambled on that trip.
Yeah, well.
Anyways, it was on a boat. I took 3,000. I said I'm going to lose it if
if you're comfortable losing it.
I lost 600 on the first hand.
Sure.
Left. Didn't gamble the next 7 days.
We have our winner. His name is Troy from Denver. Way to go, Troy. He chose the home opener against Utah, Minnesota in March, and Seattle in April.
What the hell is Keeley's doing?
It didn't go well. I mean, he had a couple of good battles, but that was the end. And love did him in. He'll be going to all 3 games in club level. If you want to get your tickets to the Avs this season, single game tickets are on sale now. Visit coloradoavalanche.com/tickets to purchase now. Why everybody should love Jonas and Andy Lindahl returns from parts unknown. Coming up next.
I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
All right, training camp for the Broncos gets going kind of tomorrow. It's acclimation periods, and the media lunch is tomorrow. So we'll see if we can't get our boy Grizz to steal us a couple of chicken sandwiches or something. That'll be the Grizz mission for tomorrow. Starts at noon, or, I'd steal him Dan for myself. I would try to steal you a sandwich, too.
I know you would.
The best I could. These guys
wouldn't even think about it.
They wouldn't even think about it. Scott apparently has just left. It's just outside. Kind of get lost. Is he just hanging out? Is he just sitting down? Oh, here's Andy. Andy's like wicked early. Let's see if he comes in or not. He doesn't have to. If he comes in, he's in big trouble. He'll immediately have to be on the air if he walks in the door. Oh, nope. He's turning around. What is Scott doing? Tell me. I can't see him.
He's talking to a sales rep. Oh, here he comes.
Take your time. No rush. I don't know. Don't leave me in charge by myself. I might be tempted to tell you about the Rockies over the weekend. No Nate here today either, so I don't have anybody to talk Rockies with.
By the way, just real quick,
yeah,
Ethan Holiday. I know you guys probably talked about it.
Yeah,
but
we talked about Ethan Holiday.
I was off that week.
You're excited about that?
Well, yeah, he was the projected first overall pick.
Yeah,
I see he slips to 4th.
I know.
And the Rockies get him. How
so
cool.
If I told you your team in 3 years was Holiday at 3rd, Tovar at short, Ritter at 2nd, Tolia at 1st, Veen in left, Goodman catching, Condon in right,
and 5 new pitchers,
and Jordan Beck in center,
and 5 new pitchers
with Chase Dolander as your stud. I don't know who the rest of your pitchers are.
Well, they drafted Gabe Hughes in the first round the year before Dolander, I believe.
Okay, wow, you're going deep on me there.
That's
just
on
paper. You like that lineup 3 years from now?
I like it more than this lineup.
Do I have multiple guys hitting 300 plus?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you've got one guy hitting 300 right now, Tyler Freeman. But
You'll remember. Dan will have no clue. But you remember the one time with Whitey Herzog, they called it Whitey ball. And basically, it was slap hitters and stealing bases, right? They were getting on bases and advancing guys.
Yeah.
But they had like 4 guys hitting 300.
The Rockies team would theoretically be loaded with guys like that.
Well, and everybody wants bashers, and I'm all for that too in Coors Field.
Yeah.
But if they don't change the configuration of the field, if you got a bunch of slap single and double hitters, look at Todd Helton early in his career. He was leading the majors in doubles almost every year.
He was incredible.
Yeah.
So he got to the Hall of Fame on base on doubles.
Get a guy that's hitting, it's a gap hitter. Give me those guys.
But let me tell you, that lineup that I don't know about Condon, but Veen, Beck, speed, Ritter, speed, Tovar, speed, and power. Ethan Holiday, probably not the fastest dude, but will have power. No speed from Tolia, but power. Hunter Goodman next to Cal Raleigh, who's unbelievable, has been the second best, or right up there, best power hitting, home run hitting catcher in the National League, at least. You're going to have a team theoretically in 3 years that's going to be loaded with power and speed.
Theoretically, how many of those guys will be actually members of the
team?
Rockies in 3 years?
In 3 years, probably all of them. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Probably all of them.
So you're talking about a playoff team.
You get to 89, 90 wins, you go to the playoffs. You got a shot. But probably all of them will be on the team. Like, there's no expiring contracts. The only guy, I guess, that you're going to have just, a little eye on, I suppose, is Tovar. But I don't know if you caught it over the weekend. He's back from injury, hit a home run. First home run coming back. Dead center. The guy is just a total stud. And it was nice seeing him and Ritter be in the middle infield. It worked well. And by the way, congratulations to our guy Drew Goodman, whose son Zach Goodman, who I've known for years,
right,
and our kids played ball together.
My daughters used to babysit him.
Got to call a Major League Baseball game on radio.
Oh, good.
How about that? So one of them, Jerry or Johnny or Jippy or whoever, was off. And Zach got the call up from AA to do a game.
So he's your announcer in AA.
He's a full-time announcer for some AA team, the Mud Goats or, whatever the AA team is.
No, he was at the Sod Poodles.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Good to see you back. Coming on strong.
He's got a lot. Listen, he's got a lot.
Just take your time. Just get ready. Take your time.
He's got a lot of vacation energy coming right now.
Yeah.
No, I drive in and I got to hear the guy that hates a first-round corner more than anybody in the world.
Who's that?
You.
Oh, we're gonna have this conversation.
Oh, I heard the rankings, and why would you draft the best guys available at the position? At one point, you said in that first segment, I hate it when you're the second best, but you're not the best, but then you want them to draft like the 5th or 6th wide receiver.
It wouldn't be the 5th or 6th wide receiver. It would be like one of the top 3 or 4 guys that year. At 20?
Literally this year?
I mean, I go back and look at it, but, you had a listen. I don't care. Well, you're getting me wrong there, my bro-ham. Nice to see you back here.
You wrong. You hate Surtain despite the fact he's the best at his position in the league.
It was a terrible pick at the time.
It was not a terrible pick. It proved to be the right pick. Justin Fields on his 3rd team.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the plan was this is great.
My man, you're hearing. Holy cow.
Yeah, I know. There's all sorts of things. Scott, Andy's plan. Check out Andy's plan. We're going to draft Surtain, fire multiple coaches, use a first-round pick on a coach, give Russell Wilson the worst contract ever because we didn't draft a quarterback. Because if Fields sucked, we could just move on. But we're going to do that. And that was Andy's plan because of Surtain.
No, you got the right player, and Justin Fields has gotten plenty of other people
I know,
fired.
It's messed up.
Something going on?
Yeah.
It's not just me? Okay.
It's not just you. We're trying to fix it for 3 hours.
A whole lot of me all of a sudden.
Yeah,
a lot of everybody. Okay.
I know.
All right. Thank you for that. No, I'm just saying he's gotten plenty of coaches fired himself. He wasn't the answer. Now, you look like you're going to be right about Bo Nix, but you weren't right about Justin Fields. So
Dude,
it's okay.
It's not about the player. It's about the position and the need at the time.
No, but again, you don't accrue good players doing it the way that you're talking about.
Andy.
Guess what? Now you're set up to actually have a good defense to help your good quarterback.
Andy, you
and everything's together.
Andy, you could have drafted Sauce Gardner the next year and been just fine.
How do you know that?
Because
you don't know where you would have picked that year.
Well, you could have moved up. You could have done a lot of things. Corners fall off trees, bro.
You could have got Matthew Golden at 20th.
That's right.
But ask Leggy about that because Leggy will tell you Mims is a better Matthew Golden. They just have to choose to use him.
Andy,
I agree with that.
I'm fine.
You don't need him.
I'm trusting the organization on this one, bro.
This is nuts.
Yeah, I know. 3 hours.
Is it better anywhere else?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
No, I got. What do you think? Look how I'm wearing mine.
All right.
You see how I'm wearing mine? I'm wearing mine up like this, so I just
By the way,
hey, for the record, you have already complained about it more than I have.
I know, but it just is because it's really weird. Dude, I was gone too long. I love what we do. You don't even know. Now,
what are you
last
doing?
week
What'd
in
you do
San
on your
Diego was
vacation?
awesome. Dude,
San
San
Diego?
Diego's a place. You inspired a topic for me, by the way, on the way in, which I appreciate because I'm not caught up in anything. But the week before, when the Valanciunas Willie Woney was going on, I was like, man, I just need to go in. I'm not accomplishing anything here. I just need to go in, and we need to talk about some angry foreign player. Just come on by. Now today, I know he said I love you, and I did think it was interesting. I'm going to honor my contract this year.
Correct.
That was slipped in at the end, which maybe they won't care
Well,
about
that's
next
the only
year.
one that's guaranteed.
Yeah, but you got to understand, like Tyler was having a conniption
heard.
fit about
Not as bad as Moser, but
and Moser was calling him a sewer rat.
I heard
or
about that.
or worse than a sewer rat.
I was like, bro, you realize this might be your guy.
That's what I was saying.
Training camp, you need to get the show out there, and Moser needs to sit down with Big Val and not the hockey one, and just have a chat.
Is this me? Is that my phone?
Your phone always
What am
rings
I
whenever
doing?
people.
You and I both have had a bunch of people call us as if they don't know what we're doing every day about this time.
Well, you've been on vacation.
Sorry about that.
Fair enough.
For 10 days.
Hey.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Hey, what?
Let me ask you.
Hey is for horses.
This is what you kind of inspired with me. I didn't plan on opening with this, but I don't know what you guys were talking about going to Vegas and all that kind of stuff and going to see the Backstreet Boys. And you spurred a memory, so we drove to San Diego because I like to bring a lot of the stuff.
Wow.
Like we brought stuff to do in the ocean. We brought stuff to do, like a canopy for the beach.
That is
the whole deal.
That is a drive.
Yeah, it
Let's
is.
see America.
Trust me.
Okay. Did you bring the dogs with you on vacation?
We brought the pug. We had to. Our boy Rob. Rob saved the vacation, first off. So shout out to Rob Trigilio.
How so?
We did not have a dog sitter. what I thought was going to happen fell through bad.
And Rob took over.
Because you've not been around a boxer. My boxer people understand.
I'm
this.
not around dogs.
My boxer
is about what you're about to say.
Scotty knows my boxer. Remember the Mike Myers character, the hypo. That's my boxer. When he gets the candy bar in him and he pulls the jungle gym all the way, that's my boxer at all times. You walk into the room, he doesn't even know who you are.
Okay.
He's so psyched that a life form has walked in that he goes into like a gymnastics routine. He becomes Mary Lou Retton.
Wow. God forbid
and
God forbid you pet him when you do walk in.
When you do pet him, then he's licking every part of you. I mean, it's nuts.
Gotcha.
So if you aren't used to this, like, I can't just have anybody. I find out who's really a big dog person and who isn't.
Yeah.
By entering am I wrong?
Yeah.
And then we got the other one who's a rescue, she's terrified of everybody.
Yeah.
So she's gonna bark and charge you once.
Sounds
you just
great.
gotta let it go.
Sounds amazing.
So Rob is the only one that could do it. But we had to take the pug with us. So the pug was all over the beach. The pug, I feel like he's Frank Costanza. The pug was in the sauna.
Wow,
the
so
pug was at the shuffleboard.
You Clark Griswold this one up, huh?
The pug was actually he behaved, so it was fine.
You
But
didn't,
anyway,
you didn't put the pug on the back bumper on a leash
no,
and
the
forget
pug
about
was
it.
in the middle of the truck bench seat and back. I got a huge
all
cab.
right.
Somehow my F-150 has a bigger cabin than any of the room I had in those Land Rovers I was doing.
Andy, low-key flex on this car.
I
right?
missed that Land Rover deal like you wouldn't believe.
So did you drive it straight through?
So yes, and
No,
we're driving.
you did not.
Oh, we did, dude. It was only 16 hours one way,
Really?
and then it was 14
only
on the way
takes-
back.
It only takes 16
Dude, the
hours.
speed limits are like Autobahn style everywhere you go.
Wow. Okay. All
Now,
right.
the cops are paying attention on the drive home Friday. I'll say that. But out there, nobody cares. Dude,
Okay.
in Death Valley, you think the cops are going to stop you in 110 to write you a ticket?
Is that what you're doing?
Dude, it was 110 as we went through. I'm like, we did not time this out right. Anyway, on the way home,
Yeah.
so I've got an AV sticker on my back of my truck, and we're heading through Nevada.
Yeah.
And this car just like I got a couple of cutoffs from the car, and you guys know the road trip, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I am the dad in that meme where when we stop at a gas station, I just sit there and count all the SOBs I work so hard to pass because you're clogging up flow, and it upsets me. Well, I kept wondering what's this guy deal? You know, I'm hanging out. Then I realized he had a Vegas Golden Knights plate. And I think when you mentioned the Golden Knights, I think Golden Knights boy tried to cut me off as much as he could.
Are you kidding
I
me?
finally because I literally was just
You
driving.
think we had some road rage Avs Golden Knights hate?
He kept trying to, like, again, I don't know what happened. He pulled off for gas or something, you know.
Wow.
Then he comes hauling up again. And every time he wanted to make sure, so I gave it back to him a couple times, I won't lie to you.
Sure, of course.
But I got
makes sense.
I've got the Avs sticker on back.
Nice.
Hey, man, you want to get out? I'll hockey sweater you. Let's stop at the next gas station. Vegas Golden Knights guy. Let's go.
Love it, man. Were you screaming?
I
screaming LTIR? Matt Stone up yours out your window? What were you doing?
Yeah. No, quite honestly, it just hit me later. It wasn't really that dramatic, but halfway through, I'm like, "What's this guy's deal?" It's like 3 or 4 times in front of me, and then I noticed the Vegas Golden Knight plate.
Where did you guys stay in San Diego?
It's called the Catamaran. I highly recommend it.
Oh, a good place.
It's a great place. One side they've got a Mission Bay view.
You didn't go low budget.
Well, I mean, trust me, they got a kitchenette. We went to the grocery store right away. I told the family, I go, we're not doing 3 meals a day out here. But there's the beach just on the other side. City Tacos.
Look at you.
Breakfast Republic.
Both kids?
Yeah, but my daughter's 22 here in a month.
Did you take both kids?
Oh, yeah.
You took a 22-year-old wanted to go on vacation with you?
My family loves each other, DMac. I don't know what to tell you. My son hangs out with me. He enjoys it.
We got a place up at Copper for 8 days. Either my kid could have driven 90 minutes in their own car to see us at any of the nights. No visits.
No, my son and I went stand-up paddleboarding, and then Pacific Ocean. We saw a big fish. I swear it was like
your family likes to vacation together, even with the kids that old.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Dude, my son, you'd be impressed. My son dug a hole. My son, this is the first time, I don't know when you guys had it happen to you. It's the first time where he walked down to the ocean with his sister, and I'm like, my God, that's my kid. He's a massive human being. I'm like, what? He didn't. I was like,
what does your kid go these days?
I was sitting on my chair.
6'3",
Dude, he's like
260?
6'2". He's already 240. every coach in my neighborhood, and we're right in the trifecta of Chatfield, Columbine, and Dakota Ridge. Every single one of them has wanted him to come to their offensive line camp.
And
dude, he wants to play music, and he loves to watch sports. He's got no interest in showing up to a practice every day. Every year, he's
lacrosse.
He's asked me last year. He goes, "Dad, you want to show me lacrosse?" I go, "Yeah, you got to do it every day." He goes, He was out.
Hearts.
I was like, it's not like a Mammoth game. You're not just going to show up once and do it. Dude, half the Mammoth players have offered to work with him.
What year in school?
Half the locker room knows it.
He'd be unstoppable as an attack.
Dude, he'd be a defender. You kidding me?
Oh, is that okay?
Listen, you want to know I guess I should say this. The first time he freaked me out, we were at Disneyland a couple years ago for the first time ever. He's a freshman in high school. And for whatever reason, we're walking around Disneyland. He wanted to hold my hand, I guess, because it was crowded. And I was like, all right. But I felt like, give me your hand. This is what it feels. Yeah,
I'm not
give
doing
it to
this.
me. Come on,
All
I'm
right.
not going to hurt you.
Here we go.
I got one of these. I was like, who's grabbing my, his man paw came around my hand. I thought some random dude, like some Turkish prisoner, was trying to come and grab me because of the meat hook my kid had.
You're holding hands with baby Shrek?
I was just like, what is happening? Yes, that's pretty much what it was like. And then I look up and I see his back, and they're down at the ocean. I'm like, who's hitting on my daughter? I was like, oh, that's my son.
Well, that's weird.
Because he's gigantic. So, yeah.
But at least he loves you. That's good, though.
And then,
By the way, did you tell him you could be a long stick defenseman? You don't even have to run. You just more or less stand there and hit people?
Again, don't show your ignorance. Long sticks are the runner. Those are the middies. The long stick defensemen are the defensive midfielders. You got
really?
You did not know that?
Did not know. I thought the long stickers were the defensemen that just don't
understanding
move.
why your son had struggles. You should have called me.
He was a varsity lacrosse player at Smoky Hill.
I could have helped him.
No, you could have helped a lot of people as lacrosse at Smoky Hill. It was not good.
Well, boys, what'd I miss? Okay, if I were to ask you, seriously, if I were to ask you, because I could not have been more unplugged last week, and it was fantastic.
Officially your show.
What was, over the last 2 weeks, because I want to talk about it with spring, is the Valanciunas thing the biggest deal? What would be the biggest deal of what I missed the last 2 weeks?
The drama that unfolded initially, probably. And then it was last week. What did you leave on, a Sunday?
Yeah, Saturday. But yeah, close enough.
Yeah, so I think it was announced official, Sunday sometime?
Something like that, yeah. Yes.
And then
that the trade was.
And then Monday he's flying into Lithuania training camp, and he says, well, when it's all done, it's done. And Tyler took it. And I said, listen, you're over there. They may not even made it official. You may not even know it yet. So, yeah, I mean, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then it was.
Well, you got people around here, maybe rightfully so. Scott took some umbrage with it that just said, hey, listen, if you want to be here, why don't you at least say it? And he said it today.
So we're good?
Well,
would you still sign Al Horford? Because Al Horford's still out there. Did I miss a signing?
No. We had Tenzer on. We asked him about it. No Al Horford.
Oh, really?
Well, what did he say? He was.
Okay, no, I trust you. That sounds pretty definitive.
Here's what you got. They've got one roster spot open.
Right.
And I think it hurt them last year because they wanted to add somebody back when you can sign 10 days or somebody for the rest of the season, and their rosters were full last year. So I think they want to go into midseason with the roster spot open.
Get a taste for what they got. Now, Spring was not psyched.
Somebody.
Spring was a little disappointed that Chris Paul wouldn't take $3.5 million from the Nuggets. Did you think that was ever a possibility?
No,
would you have liked that?
Never a possibility.
No, they weren't interested.
I had a conversation with Chris Paul. I talked to him last year when he came into town, and I said, "Man, how you doing? How long are you gonna play?" He goes, "Man, I think this is it." He said, "I've been away from my family for 3 seasons." He said, "I can't do that anymore." He said, "My kids are growing up. I want to be around my family." Well, he lives in L.A. So
there you go.
So he signs with the Clippers, and so now he gets to stay home. So now he's going to play another year, but he gets to stay home with his family. So
good for him.
He would have had a better chance.
He wasn't going to play somewhere other than L.A.
He'd have a better chance winning a championship in Denver than he would with the Clippers.
He just said they would have a better chance. He would have a better chance winning a championship.
He'd have a better
but
chance
it's about
to
being
win
with his kids.
Championship, but again, he
another
told
year's
me,
service, all that.
I think if one of the L.A. teams wouldn't have asked him, he wasn't going to play.
Okay,
he was going to be done.
All right.
If what he said to me was legit.
Well, it's good to see you, my friend.
Good to see
you.
Can't
wait to podcast Wednesday night at 9 o'clock.
You blew me off Wednesday for the beach.
I did. You know what? I did.
You didn't get as tan as I thought you might.
I'm Irish. I'm Irish, and I'm Scandinavian. I am all the countries where we burn, we peel, and then we're just as white as when we started. So what do you want me to do? Why are they so angry? Well, here's part of it. You can't get a damn tan. The Swedish in me doesn't tan. I'm sorry.
But you had fun.
Oh, I had a great time.
Now, did you go out to any good restaurant you would say, okay?
Oh, yeah. We went to a bunch of the little spots. A place called City Tacos. Now, there's a taco truck here called Machetes that I want to try that looks real good. And there's one in my old neighborhood called Kike's that has some great tacos that you can buy individually like this place. But my daughter took a bite of her birria taco and she said, I almost cried. That's how good it was.
Wow.
So, yeah. And then have you ever heard of a place called Irv's Burgers?
No.
Well, apparently it's there. And I went
I've
there.
heard of Bob's Burgers.
They, yeah. Anyway, they've got celebrities. Hey, not Bill and Ted. Wayne's World was there. Wayne and Garth had shown up there during filming, and Tia Carrera. They got pictures of them
back
having
in the
an Irv's
day?
Burgers. Yeah.
Oh, really? There you go.
Better than some of the other ones.
No. Well, have fun. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah.
This place has been quiet. When you say spring, place has been very quiet without Andy.
Too quiet.
I'm not sure anybody else missed me. Normally you see stuff. We'll see. This may be the end of my run. Who knows? Good to be with you.
Hey, King of the world.
The world. Yeah. Anyway, there goes Scott Hastings. All right, he's Mark Springer. We're hanging with you today. I'm back. Nate's on his sabbatical now. Everyone's taking their turn, I guess. I will tell you this before you leave real quick, Scotty. Would you go with Tyler or DMac to any other country and just post pictures as an actual vacation? Not as a broadcast crew.
No.
Yeah. Spring, I mean, you and Kreckman weren't like out lunching and posting pictures, were you, last week? Did I miss that? Because I know Moser did that
so
today.
get this. Me and Nate went to a Coldplay concert last week.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But we didn't want to be seen together. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Would have been, what are these two men doing together?
Sure. The Coldplay thing is that.
Oh, it was great. Me and Nate had a blast with it on Friday. I'm sad you missed that. You would have had a field day with it too.
Well, I got to shout out the Colorado Department of Wildlife, who we've had them on in the past to tell people about how to avoid these bears. It all got kind of loose during COVID. But, yeah, did you see they'd put out immediately, hey, if you want to get out of cell range and not be bothered by people, we offer a lot of parks.
That's a safer place to have an affair. Would be a national park.
Yeah, all
right.
No
cameras.
I got a lot of things planned, but so we keep things. Let me ask you this. 303-504-0925. We'll utilize the text line here. Again, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Pleased to have you along. What's the worst sports decision ever made? Because apparently, that was all time. And the other thing was, your decision in the moment wasn't, you got to just kind of hang there, don't you? Like, the decision to go dive out of the camera, that is not handling the pick six right. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Don't you just kind of sway and act like we're normal? And I don't know how many people figure out there's a problem here, because I didn't know who that dude was. But you draw attention by both of you ducking for cover. Right?
Yeah, well, it's lack of, they didn't discuss before, and they didn't have a plan. And in the moment, the reaction was terrible. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Not thinking on your feet and any moments in sports like that. You saw the meme I put out there today, though, right?
Yeah,
Getting to sports. I am Andy, the CEO, and my head of HR is Dick Monfort. I love Dick Monfort. I'm so happy that the Rockies took 2 of 3. They won a series, Andy. The Rockies won a series.
Can you believe that was their first home series win of the year? When Drew said that on the broadcast yesterday, I about fell off my couch. I knew there's not much left to surprise us all, but I was like, hold on a second. It's July 19th.
Post All-Star break. Usually they're good at home. They're decent at home. Not this year. They're terrible at home. Until this weekend.
Yeah, they were all right. Do you feel all right? Are they
back?
Are we not back?
Are they
They're
back in the
never
wild
gonna
card
be
hunt?
back,
So let's see.
honest.
They
No.
are 30 games back.
Do you feel like they're finally playing something akin to Major League Baseball?
Well, Tovar's back. He's their best player, so that helps. Like, he's like an actual legitimate competent major league player.
What was the feeling when Dolander got sent back down? I get that the guy was struggling, but part of me is like, dude, the season is what it is.
Well,
is it not? Why is it not?
There's no rush. There's no rush with Chase Dolander. They just, when you were gone, Andy, they drafted Ethan Holiday,
I saw that. Who's a shortstop, right?
18 years old. It was shortstop / third baseman. And, Jackson, his brother, got up like at 20 years old. So 1.5, 2 years for Jackson. But I think Jackson is a little better. And Ethan's a good prospect, but Jackson even better. And he tore up the minor leagues. We'll see what Ethan does. But you're looking at least 2 years. I mean, at least 2 years until Ethan's up, and then Charlie Condon is up. He'll be up sooner. There's no rush with Chase Dolander. He's part of that group, that core. If he's got some things he needs to work on, have him do it at AAA. There's no need for him to be working on it with a team that's not going to help him at all right now.
All right. I'm not sure I totally agree, but I understand your points. If you had better pitchers to put in his place, then I would completely agree. But
they don't want to feed him to the wolves,
No, I get it. You got to be careful. It's like a young quarterback. You don't want to completely wreck the confidence and never have him come back from it. It can be a delicate thing. I get all that, but there's just a part of me that's like, man, just let the kid go through, see the major league hitters, figure some things out. But hopefully he's back up in September.
They will ruin him. They will ruin that man.
No, I know. But I mean, again, the criticisms of what I've heard about the problem with the team and how we got to this point from the former players that I know, many of them former pitchers, is that they don't have a singular philosophy on anything from the time you hit single A all the way up to the big club. So when Walker Montford gets his hands on this thing in the offseason, that would be my request. The first thing I'd like to see you do is figure out how to get one unified philosophy on some things that you're going to go ahead and pass up at every level. Because I hear just every stop you go to, it's something different. And that's why you end up where you're at. All right, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. Happy to be back. We've got a lot to talk about. Got some Bronco potential signings coming up. They all start to report to camp tomorrow. We'll get our first taste of some interviews tomorrow. Got some nuggets to talk about. Plenty ahead here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, it's Andy Lindahl here to talk to you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, I've been gone. Have you been hearing the warning? Have you been wondering about maybe your sexual health? Have you had on some of these long summer nights and the longer days, maybe went on the vacation like I did? Have you been avoiding date night because of erectile dysfunction? Don't let this ruin the rest of your summer. Don't let it bleed into fall. If intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. But more importantly, there's people that can help, and the help is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can get you set up with the right treatment for you, and finding the right treatment is so key. You don't want to just get back to mediocre or just fine. You want great. They can help you find great again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and sometimes they can combine those treatments if need be, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men, which means they know what they're doing. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you schedule your first consult. That initial visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose isn't working in the office, if it doesn't have you feeling like your old self, the appointment's free, so you have nothing to risk. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including up north in Fort Collins and in the Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. And we welcome you. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy Lindahl here with you, along with Mark Springer. You know us. Nate Kreckman taking his turn. As he gets a little vacation time in. You know how it is. It's the summer. This stuff is going to keep happening. And we're almost done, though. I think we're almost through because training camp's starting. I'm excited about that. I'm excited. Matter of fact, that's one of the topics I want to talk about as we go through the day today. We're going to have Katie Wingy on to talk a little bit about it. I've got some reasons as to who you should be excited about, but we want to talk about the team you're most excited for here in fall as we get ready to. I think it's going to be a very exciting fall here in the Mile High City when it comes to the sports coming up here.
Who are you most excited for, Andy?
Well, I'm super excited about the depth the Nuggets have added. And with Valanciunas saying today, if you missed the tweet or you missed the story, he did tell, right, one of the foreign reporters, right, Spring, that he initially wanted to be overseas. He's not going to deny that, which I like that. I'm glad. We know you wanted to be overseas. He's not trying to retell the story or blame everybody in the media for getting it wrong. But he said now that he's talked to Denver, he's excited to honor his contract this year. Maybe excited wasn't the word, but he's going to honor his contract.
Let me read the full quote. This was tweeted by Donatus Urbanus.
All right.
Does
he know Arvidas?
That's so close to Domantas Sabonis. Yeah. This is the VP Media and Partnerships at basketnews.com. His name is Donatus Urbanus, not to be confused with Domantas Sabonis. But either way, quote from Jonas Valanciunas, I want to clear the air about my playing situation next season now that Denver has made their decision to keep me. The idea of playing for Panathinaikos closer to home was very exciting to me, but that will have to wait. I am fully committed to honoring my contract with the Nuggets this season and will give it my all to compete for a championship. I found a couple things interesting about that. Number one, now that Denver has made their decision to keep me, wasn't their decision clear from the start? This was never he's making it sound like he was waiting on Denver's decision.
Well, I do think he wanted to let his agent massage this situation, shall we say, and see if Denver would let him out of the contract. And then it became pretty clear Denver was like, no, we traded for you. We're not going to undo the trade either, right? Because I know some people, I tweeted it out, when this news broke, none of these contracts or trades or anything were official till Sunday, July 6th. So I did wonder, were the Nuggets saying, we're not going to do this then, even though then it became pretty clear they would save a significant value. Double the money that they gave up, right, by getting rid of Saric. And so they were going to stick with it. I think they tried to work it behind the scenes. I think everybody was adult about things, and then the adult conversation led to, no, we traded for you for a reason. We see your role, and hopefully he's down with the role. And honestly, what I hope happens is he plays well, and I hope maybe he wants to stay for that second year of the contract too. Who knows?
It is a team option, which is tricky because like that.
But it's not guaranteed money.
Yeah, but if he plays well and it is a good value for the Nuggets, they're going to want to exercise that team option.
Yeah. And then we do it all over again.
And then we do it because that quote does kind of read like, now that Denver decided they wanted to keep me, I have no choice.
But
I'm going to play there. But I think he'll end up enjoying it.
I do too, because I could see a clear role for him. I think he's going to be a big part of what this team does. I think we all feel the same, right? Not because, again, I talked about this on the last podcast I did with Scotty a couple weeks ago. And Scotty had laid this out too. And look, Spring, I know you guys talked about it. We talked about it. This won't just be a backup center role. You and Jokic, I could see both of you playing at the same time.
Yeah.
I could see him still getting plenty of minutes because he's going to be used in different roles. I think this is the first time in forever that this team actually has some possibilities to have interesting lineups, flexible lineups, throw different looks at teams, go big, go small, stay somewhere in the middle. And I hope he enjoys it. And ultimately, if he does enjoy it, then hopefully he sticks around and there's no problems if everybody wants to keep things going in that second year.
Well, he should enjoy it. Like, once he's here and once he's playing, because he's going to be playing for the best team he's ever played for by far in his career. He's going to be playing with the best player he's ever played with, one of the best players of all time, who he's the greatest European player of all time. You got to respect that as a fellow European. But no, once they're on the court and they're winning, I think he'll dig it. But clearly he does want to go play for Panathinaikos. So next year will be interesting, but we'll get to next year.
Yeah, worry about next year, because again, it's $10 million freed up for the Nuggets. If they want it to spend on somebody else, maybe there's another option. The cap goes up a little bit. Maybe it's valuable in a trade at some, who knows? But, I'm going to take the positive point of view right now until we see what happens. I also say this for Valanciunas. I am not upset that the guy wants to be a star. I think it says he's made up of the right stuff, okay? I get it. You don't want to be a bench guy. You've been a starter. I'm not psyched to go be a starter. Or a bench guy. I don't think I'm old. I think I got still plenty left, and I want to start, and I want to be cool, good. I'm glad you want to be that good. Come out there and put that energy into this thing. Guess what? If you're good, this town's going to love you, because you're on one of the favorite teams in this city right now.
I think it is more. I think there's probably some to that, the wanting more minutes, and I agree with you. He'll get more than he's anticipating. He's a good player. They're not going to minimize his. This isn't going to be, in Hartenstein's in his run here, he barely played. The backup centers here have barely played since Mason Plumlee, just because they haven't been very good. But Jonas is good. And he will play, like you said, alongside Nikola from time to time. I think it is more about him wanting to go to Greece. The atmosphere, the money is comparable. I don't think it's as much, but it's comparable. Being closer to family. I think it is about more of those things. But, is Denver Greece in the winter? No. But Denver is a city, when you come here, you sleep on it. Like, you sleep on it, you're like, Denver. But then you get here, and you're like, this isn't so bad.
Well, because it's not Cleveland, it's not Detroit. I think a lot of people have a misnomer about how the fact, and I remember Mark Stout talking to me about this once upon a time, but people think this is like the East Coast where it snows, and then the snow doesn't go away in certain parts of the country for 3 or 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
We actually get sun. We get a lot of 50, 60-degree days. The snow doesn't stick around. We got to get a real whopper of a blizzard for anything to hang around for 5 or 6 days, unless your house sits in the shade wrong, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, it snows and it goes away. Whereas I've heard parts of Chicago, parts of the Midwest, like I said, Detroit, many places like that, it snows and there's snow on the ground literally until April, March, whatever it is. So I think he is going to enjoy it. I think this is going to be a fun team to watch. I think they're going to, I'm very excited for them. But I'm very excited for the Broncos for the first time in a long time. I will admit it. Now, I think there's a lot of hype, and we'll get into more of that hype, in particular of an ESPN article a little bit later on in the show. But I think there's a lot of hype right now. Can they live up to the hype? The Broncos have the challenge, and you'll know this well. I think we can all remember the Matt Nagy Bears. And hear my full statement. I'm not saying this is what they're going to be. But the Matt Nagy Bears are the last team I can think of where they'd had the rookie quarterback. Who's the guy?
Who was it even?
It's the third of the North Carolina guy.
Oh, Trubisky?
Trubisky, thank you. Mitch Trubisky had a decent rookie year. Now, I think Bo had a far better year running the system, far better than Mitchell Trubisky ever did, okay? So I'm not going a one-on-one comp there. But my comp is rookie quarterback that people were excited about in a market that loves its football. Matt Nagy was the new coach. Now, it's not really the same as Sean Payton, but let's be honest, Sean Payton's year one was last year. The whole thing with him and Russ, complete waste of time. Complete waste of time.
But that's the last time we were excited. I forget about it. Like, I was talking with Tyler about it last week. I'm like, when's the last time we were excited? Oh, yeah, we were excited for Russ. We were.
I will tell you this. Here was the only thing that I had in the back of my head. I was wondering how the whole West Coast offense was going to necessarily fit with him because, again, I knew some people like Tyler and some other folks that had watched Seattle that had said he's not going to be a great fit when it comes to the read. But I figured we'd see Magic Russ. Like the first time I was really, well, we all were, but I was really let down. There was no Magic Russ at the end of the Seattle opener, his very first game, because I thought it would be a little bit like the early days of John Elway, where when the play calling restrictions came off and he just got to do what he wanted to do, we would see some magic happen. Because I'd seen Russ do it to the Broncos before. I'd seen Russ do it on national TV before, right? And there was zero Russ magic at the end of those games. There was zero pulling something out of his backside and getting you a win. Yeah. So that's where I was not happy about it. But the Broncos are the challenge of not being that Bears team that ended with the double doink. Had the big record, I believe, won the division, and then lost in the playoffs on the double doink. Remember that?
Oh, yes, I do. Cody Parkey. In fact,
because, again, the Broncos are now the team everybody is literally taking seriously. Nobody is overlooking the Broncos anymore. Nobody is just circling it as a sure win when you come in here. Whether it's Bo Nix and what this offense can do, and do you have the people to get to him quick enough to make him uncomfortable, or this defense and the way they're going to play, hopefully with a loud crowd behind it? I would ask you this, Mark. You know what else we've seen? We've seen a number of seasons, and I never thought I'd see this, but the Broncos, and tell me if I'm wrong, 303-504-0925. I don't attend a lot of games. You kind of get spoiled when you get to be the sideline guy. I'm never going to sit that close again. I just don't go to games as much as I used to. I enjoy them on TV, quite honestly. I enjoy the commentary, all that kind of stuff. But I never thought I'd see a day where it felt like the crowd was split. It was a Rockies crowd where they're like, you know what's crazy about this Twins series over the weekend? I'm watching Saturday and I'm doing that thing where you're kind of listening. The game's on, but you're getting other things done, right? You're cooking, you're doing whatever you're doing. And every time the Rockies did something good, there was no crowd reaction because apparently it was a bunch of Minnesota people there to watch the Twins, right? I'm not saying that the Broncos, I'm not saying Empower got to that level, but how many times did you hear almost as much noise for the other team as you would for the Broncos? And I think this fall, with the excitement back, I think this defense with the home crowd hopefully returning. I've heard from more people lately they've got to get to a Broncos game this year than I've heard in a long time. And I think it's going to lead to just a great environment there again.
Yeah, no, there's legit hope, excitement, hype around the Broncos. The fans will come out. As far as that Bears team you're comparing them to, and just Matt Nagy to Sean Payton, that was Matt Nagy's first rodeo.
And he surprised a lot of people. A lot of people weren't sure what they were going to see out of Nagy and the Bears. And they won a lot of close, ugly games, frankly.
Yeah, and former Chiefs offensive coordinator, that's how he gets that gig, fine. You know, but Andy Reid runs that show, and Mahomes makes you look good. Sean Payton, is he a little bit of a bag? Yeah. Yeah, he is.
But he can coach football.
But you know what? He is a hell of a football coach. He is. And I think Bo, and I talked about this last week, man. I am optimistic. It's amazing the 180 I've done on Bo Nix, and Sean Payton was right, and I am wrong, and I am stupid, and he is smart because he took this aging college quarterback who, you know, thrived in an Oregon system, and now he's thriving in Sean Payton's system. And he's bought into Sean's system, and I was a little disappointed to see a lack of sexy weapons come in, the sexiest being RJ Harvey, who is not, you know, one of the top 5 running back prospects in this draft, but he has a skill set. He's fast. He's got massive quads. That's awesome. But there wasn't that big name. They could have taken Matthew Golden, the receiver out of Texas. No, they beefed up the cornerback room, went Jahdae Barron. But Sean's going to try to do the same thing he did in New Orleans. Marcus Colston was an unheralded draft pick as a wide receiver out of Hofstra, I believe. Whether that's going to be Devon Vele, whether he thinks that's going to be Pat Bryant, he is going to develop these more unsung draft picks with skill sets that he likes that are going to fit into his system. And I expect the offense to execute his system very well this season. And as you mentioned, the defense is going to be huge. The defense is going to help make up for some of the growing pains. It's still going to be Bo Nix's second year with young pieces around him. Good offensive line that's veteran as well. Dude, this is not Matt Nagy, Mitch Trubisky, and the Bears.
I agree.
This is Sean Payton trying to recreate the Saints system. I don't know if Bo Nix will ever be the pocket passer that Drew Brees is. I think he's going to surprise some people, but Bo has legs. You know, Drew couldn't move. Bo can move, and I think we're going to see that a lot more again this season.
Well, but see, I think what you say it's a key point that everybody has to remember. I think in a perfect world, yes, Sean Payton would recreate his fantastic offenses that he had in New Orleans. But I think they could have a fantastic offense. Doesn't mean it's going to look like the New Orleans one. I saw that one up close in 2016. They were incredible. Matter of fact, I saw them in 2008. The first year I was on the sidelines, Drew Brees rolls in with Darren Sproles, and I don't even remember all the people, but I mean, it was an amazing offense. And if you remember, the Broncos with Jay Cutler and Scheffler and Eddie Royal was on the team and Brandon Marshall, was Shanahan's last year, man, they went punch for punch with them offensively. And it was a fantastic game. By the way, Darren Sproles on a swing pass. I've never seen anyone go from what looked like a standstill to full speed that quickly in my life. It was unbelievable to watch that dude run.
You talk about Darren Sproles and those dump-off passes. I expect to see a lot of that, whether it's R.J. Harvey, Jaleel McLaughlin, is that there are backs who can run the halfback screen game. And that's been missing from this offense.
It certainly has, and that could return. But again, I'm positive, to your point about Sean Payton and why he's proven a lot of the people that doubted him and Nick's wrong, he's showing that he's not trying to, he's the coach. He's doing what coaches say they're going to do, but rarely do. Hackett was the king of it, frankly. He actually is adjusting his offense to what all his guys do well. Not just I'm telling you, I saw things out there with what he was doing with Pat Bryant. I don't know that Pat Bryant's going to be the get down the field speed guy ever. I don't know if he'll turn into the Michael Thomas comp that people wanted to throw on him, but I saw stuff they were doing with his quick get off and quick win rate in the red zone where, dude, he could be a nightmare. A nightmare. Now, it's just camp. I always, I'll admit, I got the Bronco heart in me. I get excited by some of these things. We could get to regular season and he could take a big old fat stab, punch to the sternum and not win as quickly as he was. But the dude was getting open fast in the red zone. And Bo found him a few times. And if they recreate that, this offense is going to be a problem in the red zone. It was not necessarily always a problem in the red zone last year.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Thomas is another one, right? Like, he wasn't...
What about Marcus Colston?
That's who I mentioned. He was the late round pick that, Michael Thomas, second round pick, 47th overall. Probably, more speed than a Pat Bryant or a Devon Vele, but not a burner. But what does Sean like? He wants big possession receivers on the outside who can run. How much with Drew Brees did you see the 10 to 20 yard down the field, whether it's an out route towards the sideline or a dig route over the middle? It's all about that downfield in or out. Possession receivers with size on the outside. You got Sutton on one side. You got Vele and or Bryant on the other side. Mims in the slot. He can be a deep threat. Troy Franklin can be a deep threat. No one's overly versatile, but they fit roles well.
Yeah, and look, Sean knows what he wants. This team has not had it since Gary Kubiak. Sean knows what he wants. He knows the profile of what he wants. They draft what he wants because he and the GM talk. I'm very, very, very excited for the Broncos this season. I'm not telling you they're going to win the division. I'm not ready to go make plans for the Super Bowl route.
Well, we don't have a crystal ball, but they can, right? And mighty Chiefs, I get it, but they could.
Listen, and I want to throw it out there, react in the break, because I want to bring up some of the hype for the Broncos coming up next segment. There's officially national hype out there, and it's a complete 180 from a year ago. So we'll tell you about that next segment. But I'll ask you, Mark, and people text in 303-504-0925. The Chiefs, I think the Chiefs, for the first time in a while, may have a hangover. They've been an incredible machine. You can't deny it in the Patrick Mahomes era. And no matter good or bad in the Super Bowls, they seem to have come back. But they choked away a chance to go for 3 in a row. And they'd have to,
Sure.
You don't get that chance easily again. That's the first time in 5 years that team has let something go when it was in their grasp. And I think the Chiefs could have a hangover this year. I'm not predicting it.
There are signs.
But I could see them finally, again, you could win this year. You'd still have to go win next year and then get there again for the 30 in a row. You know what I mean? That's got to feel a little daunting, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Division's tougher than it has been. It's not just the Broncos. It's the Chargers are going to be competitive with the Chiefs as well.
And the Raiders are going to be a pain.
They're going to be competitive.
I'm not saying they're going to win, but they're going to be a pain.
And that's going to hurt everyone in the division, including the Chiefs. I think the Rashee Rice situation He's got to serve 30 days of jail time. He might get suspended.
Oh, I bet you he will.
So
the NFL's been waiting for this to get handled.
Appears he will. That'll bite you. That bites you right there. You think, oh, it's 2-4 weeks to start. No, he's supposed to be their guy, their outside wide receiver. Like, I like Xavier Worthy. I love his speed. I worry about his hands. There is a reason he was a late first-round pick despite all that speed. And Travis Kelce, man, he's getting older. He looked old in the Super Bowl to me.
Yeah, I was a little surprised he came back. I thought maybe this guy's ready to go Mary Taylor and go on with his next phase of his life.
I think that's a thing, man. Look at Travis Kelce.
A lot of money, a lot of rings, a lot of success.
A lot of off-the-field stuff going on in his life.
A lot of podcasts. So, all right, we'll come back. There's a national outlet that has flipped a complete 180 on the Broncos. From this time a year ago, you got to hear this. It's pretty fun. We'll tell you who that is next. Every time the Blink 182 bumper comes up, it's breathing. You just need to be ready. Good job by Marky there. All right, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Andy Lindahl. Nate will be back here. We're eventually going to get the band back together, and that'll happen next week. And then we'll have training camp in full swing. They get going on Friday, so I'm very excited for that. I always look, guys. I'll just tell you, I always get juiced for football season. You're not often lucky enough to get on the broadcast crew of the sports that you love. My first true pro love is football. It may be my first true love, even though I played a ton of lacrosse. I love football, so I always get geeked for football season. Now, the thing that kind of is bad about it is the minute the 4th of July is up, you kind of feel like summer's probably over because you know training camp's coming. But they get going. The rookies are there now. You probably know that. The vets are going to report tomorrow. From what I understand, there's the media barbecue, and we'll hear from a couple of the vets tomorrow, and then probably a couple other days, and everybody's there Friday. And I guess this weekend, from what I saw in tweets from Ian Rappaport and the group of national insiders, it's back to football weekend or back together weekend or whatever they're calling it this weekend. So it's really going to be going. As we get ready for this time last year, one of the things that's really fueling my excitement is a year ago in the ESPN poll, I believe it was, the Broncos got ranked 31st as a roster. ESPN has their football analysts. I'll break this down. Mike Clay, Aaron Schatz, and Seth Walder are the ones to make the list this year. But they did this survey last year. Jeff Legwold, it's the famous quote. They thought that the Broncos had the 31st best roster in the NFL a year ago. Well, let's tell you how far the Broncos have climbed in the eyes of ESPN's football analysts. The number 1 team is the Baltimore Ravens, as far as strength of roster now. The number 2 team is the Philadelphia Eagles. The Detroit Lions, the number 3 team. Buffalo Bills at 4, and the Kansas City Chiefs at 5. When you get to number 6, ahead of the Cincinnati Bengals, ahead of the Washington Commanders, ahead of the LA Rams, ahead of a lot of teams that you would probably be putting your money down on the Super Bowl for, are the Denver Broncos.
The Broncos!
There you go. Thank you, Jim Nantz.
He's excited.
So
we're going to get more Nantz in our life this year, right?
I think so.
And therefore Tony Romo.
We're going to get so much more of the number 1 and number 2 crews than we've had in the past.
That means we're going to get spurned because CBS is so good to me, but whenever it's Nantz and Romo, now like Vic has connections, they'll be nice to him, but they're not going to be so nice to me. I'm sorry, man.
No, well, look, we'll just have to swing by there.
We get Tracy Wolfson. Maybe they'll give us Tracy. You like Tracy Wolfson?
I know where he has to hit the John.
Okay.
He could go and hang out if you want to be creepy and just be like, hey, Mr. Nancy, you got a minute? Now we'll wait till he gets done and he's on his way out. There's some bathrooms at the Rose Bowl. There's the Keith Jackson bathroom in the broadcast booth in the Rose Bowl. Like if you're lucky enough to get the home TV booth, you get the key. Like there's a bathroom in the back of the booth. Not every booth has that. Where the broadcast, the play-by-play guy is the one who's most worried about it. Like the color guy, the side, like everybody else can be covered for it, but the play-by-play person has to be ready to pick it up and bring it back and drive the broadcast. So yeah, they get their own bathroom.
You could be standing next to Nance in the bathroom and be like, "Wow, I've really been enjoying streaming the NFL on Paramount Plus." Speaking of streams,
yeah, how was yours?
By the way,
yeah, can we stream you via Zoom on our radio show later? All right, so the Broncos moving up to 6. You buying this hype?
You know, it's crazy.
It's not like they flip. Here's what's crazy, Spring. Remember, they retained 85% of the roster. It's like unheard of how much of this roster they kept, and now all of a sudden they think it's the 6th best instead of the 31st.
They got the Texans 13th. I like that roster. They got the Chargers 16th. They have the Broncos 6th, but the Chargers 16th, and there's like a lot of debate, assuming the Chiefs will win this division, but that's no guarantee. It's just assuming. Who's finishing second? Well, people can't agree. Is it the Chargers? Is it the Broncos? But this group of ESPN writers says there's a big difference. But okay, they had the Broncos 31st last season. They were dead wrong. You're going to be dead wrong sometimes, but I get why. I don't disagree having the Broncos.
We did not
6.
love the roster a year ago. At least this show. How about I say that?
And it checked out. Like look at that thing. Look at the roster a year ago. You'd look at it and you'd be like, well, I like Surtain. Nick Bonitto hadn't proven anything, and he proved a lot last year. Sutton's a good receiver, but there was nothing. Yeah, 31 was fair. It was fair.
I thought it was fair, but it also tells you I think Sean and his staff have coached up this team.
They really have.
Because Courtland Sutton is a legitimate number 2, although I think a lot of us thought that. I don't know that he's a number one when you talk about the likes of Justin Jefferson and the guy in Cincinnati, Jamar Chase.
But I think he's underrated.
Let me ask you this.
He's a good receiver.
Is he ahead of T. Higgins? See, I don't think I'd put Courtland ahead of T. Higgins, even though I love Courtland.
Yeah, but that's that. So the Bengals with the 9th ranked roster, but their defense is trash. But it's because you have Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. That's why. And assuming Trey Hendrickson plays gives their defense some juice. T. Higgins would be a 1 on so many teams in this league.
Hey, I told you, remember last year, I was campaigning, go ahead and trade for T. Higgins. Now, you'd have had to pay him a lot of money, which I'm glad they hadn't. But I don't know. I can't say that. If T ends up being the same number 1 as he was a year ago, then yeah, if you spend the money and you get the return, it's great, right? You don't always get the return. See, that's the scary thing about the second contract. That's why I'm okay with Nick Bonitto, but you and I talked on the phone earlier. I think they need to keep both Bonitto and Zach Allen. And I said this to Scotty on the podcast a couple weeks ago. I will always remember Von Miller talking about how special he and Derek Wolfe had the connection. He knew from a look, he and Wolfe could almost like just with a tap on the hip or whatever, they could just communicate, you're going to do this. I know Wolf's going to do this. I know Wolf's going to eat a couple blockers, and I know Wolf's going to give me the lane to go get the guy. Vaughn has a number of times praised Derek Wolfe for his success in Denver. And Bonitto, if you go back, and maybe I'll go find the clip, but the NFL Network did it different this year. They broke down the top 100 players. Zach Allen, I believe, was number 90 or 91, and they put a tweet out, and everybody started talking about Zach, and there were a bunch of opposing offensive linemen that were talking about what a pain this guy is to play, but then they popped in Nick Bonitto, and Nick Bonitto started just praising all the things Zach Allen does that help him, just like Von Miller, get to that quarterback, free open that edge, get his rush lane created, if nothing else. And on top of it, then when you take that away, you got a Derek Wolfe or a Zach Allen that can get to the quarterback. So
both those dudes are legit, man. I'm a huge Nick Bonitto believer now. And
you know why you should be? I'll tell you why you should be. He's starting to be what when they said what he could look like in the scouting reports,
exactly.
That's what he's becoming.
And I'm an OU guy. I watched him play all the time at OU. He was a little bit of an undersized guy. There's a reason he was a second-round pick. But there was a profile there, and he finally grew into it. You don't know if they're going to grow into it, and he did. Zach Allen was a great free agent signing coming over from the Cardinals. And it's funny, we were talking on the phone earlier today, and I'm like, but man, isn't Zach Allen like getting to 30 years old? I don't know. It's tough to keep track of everybody. No, he's 27. They still got some good years of football left.
It's why I just signed them both.
But here's the tricky part, Andy, is, and especially with now the cornerback market being reset, thanks to first Derek Stingley getting paid, and now Sauce Gardner, and now Pat Surtain is like $6 million-ish beneath both those players, and he is the best cornerback in football. Does he want to raise before his 4-year extension even kicks in, which starts next year? Okay, well, here's the problem. In the final year of, Surtain's this upcoming extension, and even more so, should he get that raise? Now you're paying Bonitto, now you're paying Zach Allen, and like the final year of those contracts is the first year Bo Nix is going to make big money. Yeah, now, that's a problem for like 4 years from now.
But think about this. That's where you can start to make less guaranteed money. And then if you need to shed them, you shed them, especially if you're not getting the return anymore. See, I'm glad you brought that up, because yes, you do have to start thinking about when you're going to start resigning some of these offensive players, key among them Bo Nix. But I'm just telling you, if you get the defensive deals done now and let Bo, because again, Bo still has some growing to do. Bo's going to have some ups and downs this year. We can't expect perfection, okay? But I do believe that if he's ready to get paid by year 4, whenever that time comes, and you don't want to play the franchise tag game and all that stuff, Get these defensive deals done now.
Well, and I think, and we will talk about this at the very least in the high five today at 5:00. The longer you wait, and if you like a player who is directly in their prime, and that's what Nick Bonitto is, that's what Zach Allen is, it's what Surtain is. If he gets a raise, the longer you wait, the more the market goes up. And that's exactly what is happening with Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones, and the Dallas Cowboys right now. You don't want to be like Jerry Jones.
No, we're going to talk about Jerry Jones at 4:45.
Oh, we're going to do it even before the high five.
We got Leggy next, right?
Yep, Leggy's next.
Leggy next. 4:45, we got to get into the Jerry Jones extravaganza that went on today. And you got to hear some of these cuts, including, Mark, I pointed it out to you because I heard it live. I was like, I did one of those things where you rub your earlobe or your ear hole there where you're like, did I just hear that okay? Did he just call the star player he's trying to negotiate with by the wrong name? Listen, what is happening here? You're not Mad Dog. You know what I mean? It's probably key you get the names of your star players right and not do one of those. We talk to Leggy, though, next. It is the 4 o'clock hour on Kreckman and Lindahl. Pleased to have you along. Just the Lindahl. Kreckman off this week. Spring along as well. Of a variety of fill-in hosts, but it's probably going to mainly be me and Spring this whole week. We may spring some surprises on you. Pun intended. One of those guys we're going to spring on you right now is our guy Jeff Legwald, our insider from ESPN. He's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and end with a career. All right, Jeff, in your career, have you ever seen a national sort of change of opinion like we're seeing right now as far as the Broncos? We pulled up the article on ESPN today where they ranked the rosters, and I believe we had talked about this last year, right? And help me out. Was it ESPN that ranked them 31 or the GM survey that ranked them 31? But either way, your ESPN guys have them up at 6th this year. What led to that change, do you think?
Well, I think some of it is you make the playoffs, you're immediately in the, you're in that mix of returning playoff teams. And frankly, retention this year, I think, has a lot to do with what people think. That they have the highest retention of any team in the league from last year, which is, rare in the NFL. And it's partly a factor of having a starting quarterback on a rookie deal and being in a situation where they do not, for whatever reason, they don't have many contracts that were up this year. So their retention rate for a playoff team is very high, and they had one of the league's best defenses already. And I think the assumption is Greenlaw or Hufanga will be healthy at worst. One of them is going to be healthy, I think, is the general perception. And if they get lucky and both of them are healthy, you've added those two and Jahdae Barron, the rookie, to one of the best defenses in the league. And I think that's where the optimism comes from.
Leggy, what about the Chargers being ranked 16th, a full 10 spots below the Broncos? Because if you go chalk, everyone's forecasting of this division, and I'm not saying it's a guarantee by any means that the Chiefs win this division, but if you were to go chalk, that's what you'd say, and then it's a battle for who finishes second between the Broncos and Chargers. I think the Raiders can be plucky. We've talked about it on this show, and maybe they surprise even more so, but 16 for the Chargers. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I think that's, I think some of the rankings, Mike Clay does is from a fantasy perspective. So he's sort of working from the skill positions in when he does that. And, I think the Chargers are in a situation where they've not handled some depth issues very well. They've already had some injuries, they've got to deal with. And, I think that's about right for them. Now, again, if their starting 22 stays healthy, they could be a little bit better than that because of the quarterback. But I think a lot of this preseason stuff is kind of, who did you keep from last year? And if you had to add people, is it an improvement or are you just maintaining status quo?
Leggy, Nick Bonitto said at his camp yesterday, they're talking about an extension, so on and so forth. Do you think they get that done? Do you think we get any news? Then Bonitto doesn't sound disgruntled in any way, judging by tone of voice and the answer that he gave. But are you getting any vibes that they're close to anything with he or Zach Allen?
I think Cortland, too, is in that mix. And it would shock me if there isn't something done with Sutton as well. I think, Bonitto is certainly on the front burner, but the urgency isn't quite there for that yet. Now there's always a chance, they come to common ground on top of market money. And, if I'm Nick Bonitto, I'm pretty confident I'm getting paid somewhere, in Denver or somewhere else. So I think they want to get it done, Andy. It's just, when you're dealing with top of the market money, it takes everybody to say, okay. And, that's always going to be the guarantees that are going back and forth right now. And ultimately, when that deal is signed, it will be an agreement. If an agreement is made with the Broncos, it will be the guaranteed money that was agreed to, and it will be hefty. Or Nick Bonitto and his reps aren't going to agree to it.
What about Pat Surtain, Leggy, Sauce Gardner, resets the market. Derek Stingley right behind him. Surtain is now $6-7 million behind both those guys. Do you think he's going to want to raise before his extension even kicks in next year?
There's certain rules about when you can redo guys and all that. I think he would be on the edge of that. I don't think. I think Surtain and his representatives were smart enough to know that his deal would. This would happen. It's what happens in the NFL. It's Mahomes' quarterback deal. When he signed it, it was a record deal, and now you look at it and it's not at the top. So it's just a fact of life in the NFL. Guys know it. Now, I will be shocked if they don't do something before the extension is out, especially if he has, over the next 2 or 3 years, more years like he's had. But like I say, it was a true extension when he signed it. That was the favor he did the team. And it's hard for me to believe it didn't come up at some point in those negotiations. If I make this a true extension, let's leave the door open to some discussions before it runs out, if this happens. And I think that will be the scenario going forward.
All right. I know as a journalist, you don't always love these, but you've done the talk show hosting with me too, Leggy. So I'm watching all the NFL programming on ESPN today, of which there's plenty because we're officially in camp. And I don't know. We always say that this could be the year that the Chiefs get a hangover. Someone had texted in and talked about this. And, I don't know. They're just so good. You got Mahomes, they're a machine. But let me just throw this at you as just trying to figure out how this season could play out, assuming health for everybody, because that's what we always have to do. Injuries can derail anything, especially if Mahomes is out. But I feel like this is the first chance for them to really taste a bit of the hangover, because it's not like you lost the Super Bowl, but you just go back and get it the next year. You know what I mean? You're good enough to get back there. You blew a chance to be the first team to do it 3 times in a row. That means you've got to be good enough to get back there 3 years in a row. Do you think somehow that could maybe add a little malaise to the proceedings?
I think I didn't think I'd see another guy whose competitiveness could pull his team along like Brady for a while. But Mahomes is that guy now. He's already proven no matter who you surround him with, they're going to be in the mix because he's that much of a competitor. He isn't just good at his job. He avoids what you're talking about. The complacency of success doesn't seem to interfere with him when I'll be honest, over the last few decades, the thing that derails good teams, in my opinion, more than anything, is the complacency of success. And if he doesn't let it in the room, like Brady didn't let it in the room, it's not really good for anyone else to have it in that locker room. And as long as he's like that, I don't think anything but catastrophic injury things would take them out of the playoff mix. Now, you're going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl. It's really hard to win the Super Bowl. And we often underestimate how hard it is to win the Super Bowl, let alone get there. But as long as he doesn't let that in the room, no one else can have it. And that's why guys like him are so coveted and so rare, is because they don't even let that thought creep in to anyone else. Or everyone else is just afraid to think that way if the best player doesn't even consider it.
All right, how about this prognosticating for you, Jeff? And I know you don't like to do this, like Andy said, but when you look at these same rankings that we referenced earlier in the interview, and last year the Broncos were ranked 31st, and now they're all the way up to 6. Who in the AFC could be the surprise like the Broncos were last year? You got the Browns at 31, assuming that Broncos spot from a year ago. The Jets at 29. The Broncos' week 1 opponent, the Titans at 28. Will Levis is going to be out for the season, though that really doesn't matter, assuming Cam Ward stays healthy and is good. And again, the Broncos will see them at Mile High week 1. Colts 25. That's the Broncos week 2 opponent. Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. What a quarterback competition. Dolphins at 24. Raiders at 23. Jaguars 22. Patriots 21. What do you think of that group, Leggy? Who's going to surprise?
I think those last 3 are in the mix because Vrabel's a hell of a coach. And I think I always look for the teams that settle things down with proven, legitimate coaches. Like when John Fox came to the Broncos, their roster wasn't much better that next year, but the simple act of having a coaching staff and a head coach who knew what they were doing immediately improved things. So Raiders, Titans, that's the mix for me for the surprise teams, because you've got proven, established ways of doing things and rosters that aren't terrible. I think Jacksonville could surprise, but that coaching situation is a little different, but they have talent on that team and it just hasn't been put in a position to flourish. And if Lawrence even plays remotely close to his best year, then they're improved. But that's the profile I look for is sort of the Raiders Patriots profile, because those guys have done it with success. They know how to do it. And even if the talent is sort of the same, they'll be better than they were last year.
We're talking with Jeff Legwald, our NFL insider. One more before we get you out of here. Read his stuff at ESPN.com. Oh, it's training camp league. You can't wait for all the stuff you're going to be cranking out. So we just get this. Your guy Adam Schefter just tweeted this out. Phillip Rivers officially retiring a Charger, surprising nobody. You're a Hall of Fame voter. You've been on the committee. You've done the whole thing. How are they going to remember Phillip Rivers? Does he get the Dan Marino treatment? Is it going to be hard for him to get in the Hall because no championships? What happens?
That's always hard, Andy, to get in the Hall with no championships. And, even if that's unfair, because in the NFL, there are so many moving parts, but quarterbacks in particular are sort of graded on, that title trophy profile. And, you just look at when he's coming up, you've got some other people at quarterback coming up, and it would be hard for him to crack a class when people are talking about Brady and Breeze. Those are 2 right off the top of my head. And all of the other sort of finalists that are still in the queue from previous years. So I think he gets discussed. I think that might be a battle or a wait over the years. That I think the Eli Manning debate is going to take up a lot of the air in the quarterback situation, but he certainly will be discussed. I covered the game, the playoff game he played on a torn ACL. To me, that will sort of be my memory of him, beyond all the stats and everything, was just the toughness he showed in those moments. And like I say, titles are important to the Hall of Fame candidacy, but a lot of the time there's so many moving parts in the NFL. It's really hard to penalize guys for big resumes, but I do think it will be a discussion and a battle over the years. And, if he gets in, it will be because of the body of work.
I need a 30-second answer from you real quick. I'm sorry. We got Katie Wingy coming up.
Give 30-second
answers.
But
do the best you can. What was the true thing? What was the true start of the beef between him and Cutler, and was it squashed? Do you know if they ever squashed it? I know it was him jawing at the sideline and Jay didn't like it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to it. I think a lot of players just thought Rivers was such a trash talker, but acted like a goody two-shoes. It was trash talk with no cuss words, but he was an all-time no cuss word trash talker in league history.
Dude, Kevin Vickerson told me point blank one time, don't you talk trash to me and then have another man stand in front of you the next play. If you want to talk to me, you better come deal with me. And I was like Kevin, he brought out a side of Kevin. I don't know. You felt Kevin was the nicest dude ever. Yeah. I mean, I loved Kevin, and he brought out a side in Kevin that I was like, there's the scary football player that I don't see in the locker room.
He had a high irritation factor among defenders. I'll just say that.
Leggy, you're the best. Can't wait to talk training camp with you this week. We appreciate it. Hear Leggy on all the shows again. He's always brought to you by the the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Katie Wingy next. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer, rocking with you here. I hate that term. I'm sorry I said it to everybody.
Rocking and rolling. You sound like Russell Wilson.
Dude.
That's a Russell Wilsonism. Ready to rock.
I had a host that liked that term that I didn't enjoy working with, so it'll never be muttered again. So we're going to go ahead and just cleanse the palate and welcoming Katie Wingy from Altitude Television. Of course, you hear her on the sidelines. You hear her on the color commentary. You hear her before and after games. You hear her everywhere. Katie, thank you for joining us today. First off, how's the summer been? How was Summer League for you?
I'd have to say it was rocking and rolling, you know?
There it is.
Yeah. You know, one day I'll tell you the stories about who I used to work with. All right, so Katie, one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on, you're as dialed in as anybody on this Nuggets team. And Mark and I have been talking about today who you're most excited for this fall. And I can't decide. I mean, I'm leaning Broncos right now because we're in that, season. It's going to get going. all that. But honestly, with the moves they made, with the trades, with Valanciunas looking like he's happy, with some of what I heard about what Deron Holmes did during Summer League, give us some reasons why the Nuggets maybe should be the team you most look forward to getting things going this fall.
I think the thing that makes me most excited, and like you said, being as close to the team and around the team as often as I am, is how excited they are. That has made me excited as somebody that covers this team, and that's what should make fans excited as well. They are so pumped about the new guys that they're bringing in and how they're going to fit within the system. It genuinely feels like there is this refresh, this reinvigoration, and it has this buzz about it, this energy about it, this aura about it that is almost indescribable, but you can tell that there's a certain level of locked-in focus that these guys are using this offseason for and will head into the new season with. So I think what's making me most excited is the potential, but also what it feels like when these conversations are happening, when players are asked about these new moves, when you're talking to the new coaching staff, when the new coaching staff has been around, all of those things. I think there's just this refresh that makes me so eager, not too eager, but very eager to get the season going.
But Katie, it's the depth, right? It's the veteran depth and having Jonas Valanciunas. It appears based on the quote today that at the very least he has accepted his fate, that he will be a Denver Nugget this season. But you add Jonas Valanciunas to Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown, and Cam Johnson, assuming the MPJ role. The depth is night and day from last season.
It's unbelievable what this front office was able to do this offseason in terms of, okay, we realize that we need to make sure that we have a substantial bench based on how last season went and how much we've been playing our starters over the past couple of years. Okay, we're just going to go out and do that. And that's actually what they did. They made it happen. The Michael Porter Jr. move, I think, gave them a lot of options, a lot of opportunity. They did a great job of targeting certain players based on their skill set and selling the Nuggets in this Nikola Jokic prime era to the free agents that they picked up. So I think that that's going to be really big. I think, when you consider the amount of run that starting group has had over the past couple seasons, can you give Nikola Jokic a night off here or there? Can you limit his minutes in certain situations and put Valanciunas in there for him for longer runs? And then on top of the pieces that you added, I think there is a lot of excitement around the younger players taking that next step as well. Like, what is Jalen Pickett doing this offseason to better his game? Julian Strawther has this renewed hunger within him. Peyton Watson always has that hunger within him. So how are the younger players on this Nuggets roster, how are they also getting better? And how are these new players maybe motivating them in a way that they didn't have before? Because now you have all these options, right?
Yeah, look, speaking of those options, Valanciunas makes the statement today and says he's going to honor his Nuggets contract and so on and so forth. Now that we know he's officially in the fold, how many roles do you see him playing? I'd mentioned a spring earlier. It wouldn't shock me if maybe we see some Valanciunas and Jokic minutes together, and maybe he comes in for Aaron Gordon. Maybe he is the key center. But how many different looks could this roster just in general, but him in particular, give other teams as far as different positions?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they try and utilize them, and I'm sure that they'll mess around with it a bunch early in the season. Talking with both Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, haven't had a chance to talk to David Adelman about it quite yet, and I think ultimately he's probably the decision maker in this scenario, but both Ben and John have talked about him playing alongside Nikola Jokic isn't off the table. You could go two bigs in a lot of situations, and I don't think that'll be the first look, but that definitely is there if they want to explore that and mess around with that a little bit more. I think what you get, and David Adelman did say this, in Valanciunas, you have a starting NBA center that you have the luxury of using as your backup. Like, that's how good his skill set is. That's how talented he is. So he can do a lot of the same things that Nikola Jokic can do, obviously not to the Nikola Jokic level, but getting him in offense, having him bring the ball up, having him initiate different sets. He's a great screener. He's great in dribble handoffs. And then you have all this depth around him that will, get used to playing with him and feeling that out as well. So I think for the most part, what they wanted him for was to back up Nikola Jokic. That's first and foremost priority number one. And that will be a much more seamless switch. When Nikola Jokic needs a break, Valanciunas goes in and you can still run some of the same stuff that you do with Jokic on the floor.
Katie, last week we had Ben Tenzer and John Wallace on the station. I think it was on our station where John Wallace was asked if the Nuggets could still be looking to add a backup point guard. Now, they have Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown is back, and he would run some backup point a couple years ago, but I'm not sure he's quite a true backup point guard. You mentioned Jalen Pickett. I'm a big fan of his. Maybe that's something that develops over the course of the season, and I am optimistic about that. Katie, I'm a little disappointed that Chris Paul signed a one-year, $3.6 million deal with the Clippers. I know he was never truly connected to Denver, but when I look at that number, I'm like, dude, you should have come here. I don't hate that Clippers team, but I think this Nuggets team would have given him a better chance of winning. Regardless, backup point guard, what do you think happens there between Bruce and Jalen? Do you think they bring anybody else?
So I think what John said is probably true. I don't think they're necessarily, and they actually talked about this a little bit at the Camden intro presser as well, both Ben and John. And they just were like, we're not in any rush to fill that spot. And I think that's probably the best approach you can have, right? Like, see what some of these players have done this offseason in terms of development, see how things are fitting once training camp starts, once you get to your first couple games. And you'll have plenty of time, like as the trade deadline approaches, to kind of reevaluate and say, okay, is this really a need that we need to fulfill in order to make the run that we want to make in the postseason? I think about the Nuggets rotation already, and everybody's like, well, who's going to be the best? Jamal Murray played a lot with the second unit. Like, Jamal Murray was the point guard because Nikola Jokic was the point guard in a lot of situations with that first unit because Jamal Murray came out first. So there are ways around it. And I think Bruce Brown is not a true backup point guard. Can he handle it? Yes. Do you want to put him solely in that box? No, I don't think you do. Jalen Pickett is much more of a true point guard in that sense. So, I'm excited to see kind of what he adds to his game, how his confidence grows. But I don't think you necessarily need a true backup point guard position because so many of these guys, and depending on the rotation, they can initiate the offense. Aaron Gordon has done it. Obviously, we have a point center in Nikola Jokic, and then Jamal Murray has played so much with that second unit that I think they'll probably just flush some of those things out as well.
Katie, what do you take from Summer League play? You know, obviously I think a lot of us are conditioned to watch NFL preseason, but when you're around a team, you realize most of the dudes you're going to count on aren't playing, and a lot of these guys we worry about, if they are playing, we're probably in trouble because that's how far they're down the depth chart they're going to be. Yeah. What do you take from Summer League action and what you watch with it?
Given the Nuggets roster in particular, I don't take a whole lot. I'm watching and I'm evaluating based on, okay, do they have the basic skill set? Do they move? Are they comfortable with the speed of the game? But even that is like the speed of Summer League is so much different than the speed of an actual NBA game. So you have the college level, Summer League is a bit of an adjustment, and then the actual NBA is an even greater adjustment. I was watching almost solely for Duron Holmes and how he responded and how his body was moving, not necessarily the stats or the production or anything like that, but how did he look rhythmically out there on the floor? And I liked what I saw. I think there is, and obviously there's going to be a transition period with him, right? Like, you were out for a whole season. Your body might feel good, but your mind has to trust that part of your body again, going through an injury like that. If Duron Holmes gets some real NBA minutes, great. Like, what a bonus if we're in a situation, I guess, where the Nuggets are up by a lot and you throw in Duron Holmes and see what he can do. I am not thinking that he's going to be a part of the regular rotation, especially with the depth that the Nuggets added. If he makes that leap, amazing. That would be, the cherry on top in this situation. But I think you let him be young, you let him have his rookie season, you let him kind of fight through some of those mistakes, but you keep your expectations low. The most important thing with him is, hey, can you continue to make that adjustment in terms of speed of game? Can you continue to be a sponge? And can you stay healthy and learn to trust your body again?
Speaking of bigs, Katie, and I have seen you posting on Twitter a lot of Nikola Jokic in China content.
I can't get enough.
The dude's he's popular. He's popular internationally.
He's living it up.
He's popular in China. How popular, Katie? It doesn't seem like he's like Kobe popular, but he's pretty damn popular.
He's not Kobe popular. And also, like, there just hasn't been anybody that's been Kobe popular.
Sure.
But I have been amazed with the turnout of fans over there for him. But more than that, I've loved watching him be so pure, wholesome human on this tour. Like, him playing his brother in a shooting competition, him hanging out with panda bears at the zoo, him racing a high-speed train was the last clip that I saw. It's fun to see Nikola Jokic being the Joker and joking around and having a good time during the off season. I feel like so often, and rightfully so, he goes into hibernation mode in Sanford and recharges and refreshes and is around his friends and family and is hidden away from us. And so any of these moments where we get to see him in real life, traveling, experiencing a new culture, doing something that's like that relatable for us. Again, I am so thirsty for this content. It's content I didn't know that I needed until I saw it. And now I'm just constantly refreshing, wondering, hey, what great Jokic clip are we going to get today?
It's funny. It's great to see that more, the world embrace him. And maybe it wakes up some of the NBA, and maybe not even the NBA, but the ESPN heads will just say to maybe put this team on a little bit more. All right, last one for you. I'm a little surprised, and maybe I shouldn't have been, but I feel like we've left the era of the super team where you need more depth. I think the Nuggets offseason is a perfect example of that. But I've got to ask you, being around the league, I know you got to sign your stars. Are you surprised OKC committed the big money they did to their 3 guys this year?
No, I'm not. I think they had to. I really do. You win a championship, and they have been about, for lack of another option, investing in their young guys, making sure that they're happy, making sure that they feel like they're the ones that are establishing this culture. I think when your window is open, like their window is, you have to capitalize on it because there are so many teams chasing you. So you want to make sure that those guys are happy and deal with those actions when you have to later down the road. Obviously, it's not sustainable. I think they'll have to do some things later on, but we live in the present, right? And their present motto is they want to go back to back at this point in time. So they rewarded their guys for doing what they set out to do. They know the rest of the NBA is chasing them and trying to figure out ways to make sure they don't do it again. I wasn't shocked. No. I think that, some of those bigger decisions and those repercussions financially will have to be addressed later on.
Katie, appreciate the insight. Enjoy the rest of your summer. You'll be back in that gym before you know it, as you know.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, guys. Great talking with you.
Good to talk to Katie Winge of Altitude Television. Follow her on Twitter. Follow her on all the socials. I believe she's literally on all the socials, and you can see her content. By the way, did you like the Shane Gillis? I know the Shane Gillis on the ESPYs. Wasn't totally involved in it, but it was at the point in my vacation where I opened Twitter again, if you will, just to see what the real world was up to. And I know some of his jokes, I guess, didn't land, or maybe they landed and just bothered people in the audience. But I did see the one that I thought was pretty funny about everybody being in foul trouble at the table around SGA. I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, I missed that one. But yeah,
he pointed. He goes, so and so are all sitting around SGA, and they're all in foul trouble.
That's good. That's good.
So
yeah.
Did you watch the ESPYs?
No.
Do we need the ESPYs?
No.
Here's what I also don't get. Okay. And I'm not.
Well, they need content. They need All-Star MLB All-Star Week content.
No, I get that. I understand the need for it. But I feel like all award shows, Ricky Gervais comes to mind. Don't invite the edgiest person in the room to show up and then get shocked when they deliver edgy material. They aren't going to become like, how many late night shows, Green Day and Blink and you name a band, a punk rock band, a rock band. I'm trying to think. There's been some rappers have done it. I think Eminem did it, where they said, matter of fact, there was one Somebody help me out, 303-504-0925. There was some band, and maybe it was the Beastie Boys. Nate would know this. This is where we need Nate. Some band was told on Saturday Night Live, you're not going to play this. You better, I think Nirvana did it to him too. You better play this song. It's the hit. And the band said, oh yeah? And went and played the song they wanted to play because they're a rock band. Rock and roll and music in general is not about following the rules the last time you checked.
Sure. No, I get. Here's my problem with the ESPYs overall. Does anybody ever reference the ESPY win? Like,
No.
like Nikola Jokic, 3-time MVP, should be 5, whatever. He's never won an ESPY, right? It says Jokic is, but even if he did, would we be like, and a 1-time ESPY winner?
No, you're right.
You know what I'm
it doesn't go in
saying?
the career accomplishments when you're putting somebody in the Hall of Fame. You know, the 98 Broncos were the team, or maybe it was the 97 Broncos were the team of the year for the ESPYs that year. They won the Super Bowl. Team of the year.
I don't care.
There's no team of the year ESPY winner hanging up in the Broncos facility that I've ever seen.
Like when anyone goes into the Broncos Ring of Fame, Alan Roach, or Connor McGay, whoever it might be, whenever they're, and it's not Roach anymore, he does Vikings games. They're not going to be like, and a 1-time ESPY winner.
Yeah. As they get the big voice out there, people are saying Rage Against the Machine and Elvis Costello both did that.
Well, look,
I swear Nirvana did it too.
Look, they rage against the machine. That's what they do. That's advertised.
I loved Rage.
It's right there in their name.
Okay, people seemed it was Bulls on Parade.
Don't get shocked when Rage Against the Machine.
They went to. Oh man.
Lorne Michaels?
No, they were supposed to play Bulls on Parade according to this texter. Thank you,
Okay.
texter. And I'm trying to remember the name of the song that has the famous line that just repeats over and over with the unsavory word for television.
Nice.
I won't do what you tell me. Why can I not remember the name of that song? Anyway, that was all the rage. Pardon the pun that time. Yeah, a bunch of guys have done it. So, but again, my big point is network TV people, don't invite edgy guy on for the younger audience or edgy gal and then get upset when you get edgy. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think anyone was upset. Just the audience didn't love the jokes, which is fine.
He also, you take jabs at a lot of the athletes and the athletes aren't like, all right, well, they're, not all of them got good sense of humors. I got news for you. Tom Brady didn't seem to know what he was getting into in his own roast. Do you not know what a roast is? They're not here to compliment you. What do you mean you're shocked that your marital situation came up? It's the point of a roast. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
Good rant.
Who needs to be roasted? You know who's going to be roasted probably? Our guy, Jerry Jones. Hey, the camp opened, and of course, Jera was front and center with the media. But does he know his star player's name? And how does he feel about paying guys? That seemed to be the theme of most of this. The hell with Brian Schottenheimer being your new coach. We got to talk about Jerry's checkbook. You're going to love classic Jerry coming up next. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Good poll by Spring. So this is the song they were supposed to play. And by the way, God bless the text line. We're all of the same generation. Everybody, it's Killing in the Name of is what they ended up playing. And if you went to Deadbeat or 1082 back in the day, it was a regular song. What's funny is they made a radio version of that song and literally had to cut out half the song. I don't even know why you bothered. You know what I mean? Spring. It gets to a point where I feel like if you got to take out like full verses, what are you even doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think they knew they weren't going to get radio play when they made the song, so we can leave it alone. But anyway, it's awesome. Appreciate all you guys texting in. And it just, like I said, lets me know we're of the same era. All right, 303-504-0925. Continue to tell us, who are you most excited for this fall? I mean, again, because we're on the cusp of it, and I'll tell everybody, I was explaining to my son today, because I told him, well, the summer's over, and he laughed. He goes, Dad, it's July 20th. And I'm like, or 21st or whatever it is. And I was like, yeah, you don't understand it. When you do what we do, especially when you were on the broadcast crew, like I've been lucky enough to be, man, come August, it doesn't feel like summer anymore. It's just football. It's just work, right? So I'm already kind of I feel it's almost like it's fall, even though it isn't. But I love this time of year. I absolutely love it. But if I'm talking about teams that I just am excited to watch play, I'm very excited for the next step of the Broncos. I really am. But I'm telling you, the Nuggets are right there. They're right there. And really, if you talk about championship aspirations, if both teams stay healthy, the Nuggets, they've done it. They've got the best player in the world. And so there's our likely greater chances of them having the championship than the Broncos, although anything's possible.
Well, and I could take this conversation in a few directions. We are leaving one team out. Do we want to get into it right now? Or do
I want to get into the Avs later. You know me.
Do we want to get into Jerry Jones?
We got to get into Jerry Jones because we promised it. I want people to hear this.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
At 5:20,
the man likes raccoon.
Avs, okay.
5:20. Well, not just Avs, but I'd say the conversation of who you're most excited for. And we talked about this morning, and you omitted the Avs, and you love the Avs, but it's. I understand.
But I've told everybody I am not logical with the Avs. I am deeply emotional with the Avs.
So we'll get into it at 5:20.
I'm angry right now.
Sure.
I'm not angry. I'm antsy. You know what? I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Spring. I'm disappointed. So anyway, we'll get into more of that. All right. I'm going to let Spring take you. So let me tell you what's going on. I started making myself a little bit of lunch. I got NFL Network on, and it was supposed to be Good Morning Football. And they tweeted out a couple of good bits. I missed it the very first, and it was one of the replays. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to rewatch some of these bits, right? And instead, I pop on the TV, and what do I see? Jerry Jones opening Cowboys training camp. Now, we'll all be out at Broncos at the facility powered by Common Spirit. I don't know the full tagline yet, but we'll be out at the Broncos facility. Sean is not talking till Wednesday, so we won't hear from Sean, but we will hear from a couple players. Wednesday, Thursday, there's a couple of practices we can observe as media, but those practices it's that ramp up, the walk through their real light, and then Friday everything gets going, and there will be a handful of fans. You had to get tickets. Don't just drive out there. There was a whole process, and they were all gone in like 8 minutes. But anyway, Jerry Jones is opening camp today. Let's start first. You want to start with the cut? I want you to kind of orchestrate this. I'm going to let you be the conductor, Spring.
We only have a few minutes here, so I'll save one for the high five. Let's go with the three most important ones here, okay?
I want the one that made me laugh.
Okay. Well, I think this is an important one to start with. So Jerry
I'll trust you.
He'd already talked a little about Micah Parsons. Now Stephen Jones is talking about it. Now Brian Schottenheimer's talking about him. And unprompted, Jerry adds this.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
So before that, he's kind of just rambling, but there he's antagonistic towards Micah Parsons. He's contract negotiating with him at this press conference saying Micah Parsons missed 6 games last season.
Yeah.
And using that as a negotiating tactic.
Right. Well, and again, I want everybody to know the theme, because I watched 35 minutes of this thing. Jerry is not wrapping it up. And you heard it too, Spring. The entire theme basically is, whether it's Parsons or anything, he does not want anybody suggesting remotely that he's cheap. He's basically saying, I will pay players, so don't suggest that.
But here's what, players are going to get hurt.
Yep.
Edge rushers get hurt. And so a question that was asked shortly thereafter, a reporter asked Jerry Jones on the narrative of media fans saying that ownership has overcomplicated, the Cowboys ownership has overcomplicated the Micah Parsons extension. And I don't know if this reporter was alluding to the fact, but I kind of took it this way, that TJ Watt just got paid. So the market just got reset. Maybe if you paid Micah back in the spring, that now you don't have to go north of what TJ Watt just got. Now TJ would have had to go north of what Micah Parsons just got. But here, I think Jerry does try to take back a little of the antagonism that he just had towards Micah. He praises Micah, but Andy, he also, and you referenced this earlier in the show, called Micah the wrong name.
Of all of the people that I've sat down with as a player, of all the players that I've ever negotiated with, Michael Parson is as savvy and knowledgeable and understanding of his financial business relative to football as any player I've ever been around.
John.
Now, he's smart.
He's smart.
And I think everybody was waiting
that Michael
for him.
Parsons is very smart, that Michael Parsons.
There's a new one, right? That's the Kevin Freeland. I mean, come on, dude. This is your star guy. Your star guy.
Your best player.
Your best player. And you just called him Michael Parsons.
See, Jerry's 82. He's going to be 83 in October. He looked old.
Oh, he did today. Did you also hear he gets asked about Landman? I don't think we're playing this one, obviously. He gets asked about Landman. I think he called, who's the guy from Mad Men?
John Hamm?
Yeah, I believe he called John Hamm, what's his name? Because he had some scene with him, and he said they cut it. And he goes, I was up there talking to what's his name. I was like, what's his name?
You mean John Hamm?
I don't know if it was John Hamm or Billy Bob Thornton that was laying in the, because I haven't watched Landman, even though I'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
But he just called him what's his name. I'm like, they're both really accomplished actors. So
well, and I get it. Michael, they're close.
Yeah, but again, you're in negotiations with the guy. You can't get his name right.
And you're supposed to be very business savvy. I mean, I do. And look, he was never a good GM. It's the thing with him that he's put his hands where they shouldn't be, and I mean that just in a executive standpoint, not a personal life standpoint. But have football people run the show instead of you running the show. And now he's getting older, and things that come with that.
Well, supposedly he's turned the team over to Steven, yet he's at everything.
He can't. People like that, they can't give it up.
He also, go ahead and play your last cut, too. I want you to play this last cut.
Okay, so now Jerry is going to talk about, like, what if we give Micah Parsons a 5-year deal? Well, so, again, Micah was hurt 6 games last season. What if he gets hurt? What if he gets hurt again on the field? What if he gets hurt off the field? Here's Jerry.
The other thing I would say is contracts are 4 or 5 years. Okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car. Seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. And of course, there's a siren in the background as he's saying.
Hey, look, to his point, like, how many times do you see guys sign extensions and then, like, they get paid? and then they maybe slack a little bit. But you can't operate like that, especially for a star who's in their prime. You just have to assume that they're going to continue playing at all pro levels. But getting hit by a car, you're afraid that airplane debris is going to hit Micah Parsons on a walk? That he's going to get attacked by a mountain lion? There's any given thing can happen at any point in life. You don't worry about that, though. Get struck by lightning?
And look, to your point, man, you should know whether he's going to shut it down or not. You know? You've had the guy. You should know his work ethic. You should know his motor. You should know his love for the game. And if you're afraid to pay him because of those things, then trade him.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
But that's the more tangible. You pay a guy, but Andy, anything could happen off the field. He could get hit by a car.
Well, it's very Kyle Shanahan. We don't know if we'll be here next week, which is fair.
I can't pay this guy because he might get hit by a car.
He might get hurt and get hit by a car. Yeah. Them's the breaks. Anyway, there's your daily dose of daily, but Jerry Jones. He's going to be back in our lives soon enough because you know he's going to be doing that show again, right?
I love it. He's going to top himself. I don't know what it will be, but he will say something in a few weeks that'll top this, and it'll just keep coming. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great season of Jerry Jones.
Will he call him Dirk Prescott or something? I mean, I don't know what's next for the guy.
Dirk Nowitzki?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, we need another Get Your Damn Act Together. I wish he could hear this show because he might drop. Yeah, together. He dropped that on us.
What's your point?
My point is,
I've eaten a lot of raccoons.
Jerry's a gift that keeps on giving. We've got a wrap up of the 5 biggest stories of the NFL. That's coming your way next. Oh, we're pleased to have you along. It's 5 o'clock. It's football season. It's time for the football high five. And he brings it to you all the time. It's our guy, Mark Springer.
All right, let's jump right into the high five. Nick Bonitto is entering the final year of his 4-year rookie contract, second-round pick, so it's just 4 years. He wants to get paid. Quite frankly, he should get paid. He had a great year last year. He is entering his age 26 season. He'll be in his age 27 season if he should hit free agency next year. Nick Bonitto hosted a youth football camp over the weekend, and he was asked about extension talks with the Broncos.
Those type of talks are happening right now, but I kind of just keep that with my agent, just let him handle that. My focus is just, winning and trying to, get a championship. I mean, no time period. I know these things can, happen tomorrow or happen months from now. So, I kind of just keep it day by day and just keep the focus on football.
Yeah, you know what? I love the attitude, love the answer. But the Broncos need to pay him. You just kind of talked about it right there with, I think anyway, when it comes to Micah Parsons and TJ Watt and guys that get to the quarterback, I know one day I want to sit down and have a talk with Tyler. Tyler is not fully all in on Nick Bonitto. He doesn't seem to have a great vibe about him. I'm not quite sure why, because to me, as you and I talked about earlier, Spring, Nick Bonitto is he's coming into his own and reaching the potential everybody said he could have if you could coach it out of him. And so to me, I wouldn't wait another year until the price is only going to get more steep, right? Even if he's not the best, but he's the best available, you're going to pay out the nose for that guy.
Yeah, well, so 13.5 sacks last season, half a sack behind Myles Garrett, and 4 sacks behind Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL. And it's not just the numbers. I disagree with Tyler. He looked great. I mean, Nick Bonitto was a beast last season. Former second-round pick. There's a little bit of development that goes along there. It seemed, and you never know, it could have not panned out, but man, it looked like it panned out. It looked like it clicked. What if he goes and has an even better season, which I wouldn't be shocked, and then that number goes up. You don't want to Jerry Jones this thing. The longer you wait, the more that number can go up.
Well, and look, evidence to point that it may go up. You could have one of the best secondaries in football with Hufanga and Jahdae Barron.
Sure.
And all of a sudden,
additions
if you
of
put
those
together,
two.
if it's no fly zone 2.0, he's going to get more sacks, and then you're only going to owe him more money.
Jonathan Cooper on the other side, it's when you have another capable edge rusher across from you, that helps open things up as well. Who do the tackles double team? Are they going 2 tight end sets? Who are they going to put the focus on with Zach Allen on the end as well, and an overall good defensive line? Everything's right there for Nick Bonitto to have as good, if not a better season. I think this thing gets done. I really do. Before the season starts, and if not before the start of the season, first couple weeks of the season.
Yeah, you would hope. Look, he gets through training camp. I think this is one of those, that 2-week period as we wait for the season to get going, or they announce a couple of these. At least I hope.
High five.
All right, I'm going to go with this one second because an obvious Broncos tie here. The Seahawks have released tight end Noah Fant. This comes 2 days before veterans were due to report to Seahawks camp. Saves the team $9 million in cash, $8.9 million in cap space. The Seahawks will take on $4.5 million in dead money.
Yeah, I want to talk about this in a bigger scope because I do think it's funny. All right, first off, let's do this.
Look, Noah Fant, Drew Lock. I think Noah Fant had more value than Drew Lock, young tight end. I know Lock's a quarterback, but he kind of got exposed there towards the end of his Broncos run. There wasn't a ton of true faith in him. This was all about the draft capital that went back to Seattle.
Yeah, and they got 3 good picks out of the deal, right?
Yeah, it is highlighted by Devin Witherspoon, who is a 2-time Pro Bowler. A couple decent offensive linemen they drafted as well.
Well, we could talk about, was there even a winner of this trade? I mean, to me, you and I kind of did talk about it. I've seen
before the show we did. I think when you look at the trade itself, the Seahawks win the trade.
Yeah, listen,
because of the draft capital and doing well with those picks.
We could talk about worst trades of all time, and this is going to go in it because you cut. I've said it. You cut this. The signing of Chris Bryant, in my mind, isn't even as bad as this trade. Simply because you cut Russell Wilson before you made $1 of the extension that you gave him. You paid him $85 million to go away. He did not earn a single dollar playing a down of football for you. because the 2 years he played here were under his old contract. So you can't say the Seahawks, no matter how it went, they won because you cut their guy they gave you prior to him making $1 under a contract you gave him. It's just unbelievable. The other question I've seen kicked around Broncos Twitter today is, do you want Noah Fant back? If they were, now I think a lot of us, Noah Fant has never become the player I think a lot of us hoped that he would, and I don't think he's the kind of guy that would bring the skill set they thought. He's a little stiffer athlete than what I expected. But if he were back on the Broncos, he still would probably be behind Ingram as a good tight end, wouldn't he?
And don't you want your number 2 tight end to be more of a blocker? Because Evan Ingram is the joker. Where are you, Sean?
I would say we need a joker.
Blocking is, he's more of a route runner, Evan Ingram. You want your depth chart to be a little more well-rounded. And I don't know if Noah Fant brings that well-roundedness.
It's a good point. I don't know that. I think Fant is a little more of a two-way, though, than what they have. Troutman seems like a very much a block-first guy. If Fant could be the guy that could give you both blocking and catching, I can't even remember. Was he a decent blocker here? All I remember of Noah Fant is 5-yard passes on a 7-yard need for a first down and him getting tackled before he could get the extra 2 yards.
Well, it didn't work out in Seattle. But, one more thing about that Broncos-Seahawks trade is, okay, Seattle wins the trade. I don't think you can argue that. But they didn't capitalize in that little window.
And they didn't draft a quarterback.
They did not draft a quarterback. They're going to try Sam Darnold. The Broncos may have lost the trade, but completely overhauled the house by getting Hackett and Wilson the hell out of there and bringing in Peyton, who handpicked Bo Nix, and now the Broncos might have lost the trade, but got themselves a quarterback.
Yeah, they might be in the better position. I mean, Pete Carroll was gone a year after that trade, too.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't think anyone's really coming up and bragging about all of that took place. Just the Seahawks can say they avoided handing gigantic money to Russell Wilson for 2 years of service.
High five.
All right, let's hear from Bengals team president Mike Brown. Jerry. We'll hear from Jerry again here in a second, perhaps, but Jerry wasn't the only one saying some weird stuff today. Mike Brown talking about the Bengals not having yet to sign first-round pick, 17th overall edge rusher Shamar Stewart. He's the only first-round pick who has not been signed. He said a lot of interesting things today. Saw this clip. How about this one from Mike Brown?
This one is surprising. I hesitate to get into the detail, but basically it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him.
Wow, Andy. First, Jerry Jones is saying, what if Micah Parsons gets hit by a car? Now, Mike Brown is saying, what if Shamar Stewart beats up a woman? What are we doing here?
Yeah, and that, I mean, look, nobody wants somebody getting paid under those circumstances.
Of course.
But there's a conduct policy in the league that you already are protected by. And again, I was not aware of anything. Now, I don't know. I didn't dive deep into Shamar Stewart after I read how little college production he had. And everything I read was about his college career. Uh-huh. So if there's a concern there, then why did you draft him?
Exactly.
Would be my question.
Exactly.
Right? So, yeah, he also went on to, the other interesting statement he had was, this is about power, not money. And we want to show the players who has the power.
Okay, fine. Every other first-round pick has signed and got this guaranteed money in the out years or whatever it might be. Which Jahdae Barron, there was like maybe a hang-up about a training camp bonus, whatever. Every team got it done except for you.
Well, and again, this is why players don't flock to come play for you. This is why Trey Hendrickson is still holding out, because you're trying to show me you have the power. There's a certain cost to doing business in the NFL, okay? And if you don't want to pay it, then maybe it's time to sell the team. I love Cincinnati. As just an outside fan, I love watching that team. That offense can be fun. I won't lie. I love the fact that they were the ones that beat the Chiefs. I'm glad somebody went in and beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. But this is why nobody wants to play for you, man.
Unbelievable.
This is why, if you think this is going to resonate well with future players, it's not. It just isn't. And why you would pull that example out.
Sure, of all the examples you could pull.
All the examples, and maybe it's fresh on his mind because of what has gone on with Quinshon Judkins, okay? Maybe that's why it came to his mind.
Okay.
I have no idea. But I would say this. If you have a concern that you may have drafted somebody with a tendency towards domestic violence, and you should not have drafted him.
Exactly.
And if this young man, and I don't know, if he has nothing in his background about this, it is completely unfair for you to even try to attach this as a concern to the guy. He doesn't deserve that. Now, I don't know. Is there something? I don't know. During the draft process, all I read about was he's got Von Miller-type first moves, but only had a couple 3 sacks a year in college. So all that I read when I was studying the guy was that there was a lot of hype, but it didn't match up with the college stats, but they think they can coach more out of him. That's all I saw. That was it. So I don't know why Brown's throwing this out there.
I don't know what's going on today, Andy. And so back to Jerry Jones. Let's hear more from him on the Micah Parsons contract negotiations. Similar question to one we played in the last segment. Is he concerned that Parsons' price has gone up since they didn't sign him earlier this year? Again, I'll bring up TJ Watt. The edge rusher market is now even higher than had they paid Micah in the spring. Here's Jerry Jones.
Used to price let's say Buick for, I can remember when they were $5,000, believe it or not. And today I don't know what they sell for, but that's a lot more than $5,000. I've seen them go dead at $5,000, and I've seen them go dead at $50,000. It's just the times you're in, and it's the money you're in. I'm not trying to be cute, but it's all relevant to me. And again, I don't have any issue. I'm not concerned at all about what our team can be this year and develop into, and what we make of our training camp. I'm not at all concerned about a contract that involves and will affect that in any way. I can't emphasize that enough.
It's like the price of a Buick, Andy.
Yeah. I love how, I've seen him break down at $5,000. I've seen him break down at $50,000. And he was talking about, basically, again, it was Jerry trying to tell the world, I'm not cheap. I'll pay what I have to for a good football team. But, I don't understand how he thinks. What you need to care about, Jerry, is how this affects your cap. If you can get Micah Parsons cheaper now than a year from now so that you can continue to afford to sign players, then you should do that. And he made reference to that later on in his ramblings, and that's what they felt like after a while. But you should be, with the amount of money you've spent on CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, you should be concerned about getting the best value you can for Micah Parsons if he's going to continue to play at this high level.
His price will not go down. It will only go up.
Yeah.
Because he is one of the best pass rushers in the league. Top 2, top 3. Him, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett. Micah's right in there. Even if he gets hurt again, even if he misses another 6 games, even if he gets hit by a car.
Yeah, as Jerry pointed out. By the way, did you also hear where Jerry said, basically, I don't talk to the agents and I don't talk to the lawyers. I just talk to the player when I need to. And then Stephen Jones jumped in and another follow-up question. One of the reporters asked, what do you mean you're not talking to the agents ever? And, I'm just telling you, the whole thing was so wild. And poor Brian Schottenheimer's just trying to have, the guy's waited for his chance to be a head coach, and he's caught up in all this weirdness about, I'm not cheap, I paid Emmitt Smith. I wasn't worried about Emmitt when I paid him.
He said that, Emmitt in his contract negotiations missed the first 2 games of that season, but they still won the Super Bowl that year, Andy. Well, that was a very different Cowboys team. It's a very different Cowboys era. This ain't that Cowboys.
Matt, you haven't been good since that You
Nope.
haven't been a dominant team since that Cowboy era, and they were a lot of fun to watch. That was another group of Cowboys I had fun watching.
Man,
you are not them.
You know you're 82 going on 83 when the Buick is the car that you are referencing.
That doesn't even exist anymore, right?
The
Buick went the way of the Saturn, didn't it?
Of the Oldsmobile?
Oh, you're right. Maybe it's Oldsmobile. Maybe I
No,
got it
I think
mixed
the
up.
Saturn's gone too.
Oh, I know the Saturn's gone. Wasn't Tiger pushing Buick for a while?
I think so.
Wasn't he a Buick guy?
I think so.
Hey, we got to get in this. This is an important, I think, quarterback injury story.
Well,
too.
yeah, Broncos' week 1 opponent is the Titans. Will Levis will have season-ending shoulder surgery. I mean, Cam Ward was always going to start unless he got hurt, but now Will Levis is out for the year.
Yeah, well, here's the reason why I think this is interesting, because Cam Ward did not have to start before. And I know everybody says start him, but remember, it was said that whether it was Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, the general thinking during this draft process was all of these guys would have been drafted behind Bo Nix, who was the 6th quarterback.
I'm not
taken.
sure about Cam. I'm not sure if Cam would have.
Someone might have fallen in love with the mobility, but again, Cam, I don't know. Look, I've heard a lot of good things about Cam Ward as well. I think the athleticism's there. The arm is special. I don't know what the processing's like.
They look good in the OTA videos I saw. Now, what do those mean?
Well, it also
not much,
But do you think, look, Sean Payton, I think it'd be real curious if Cam Ward would have come out last year, would Sean Payton still have gone Bo Nix? I think so, because he valued the decision-making.
But maybe Sean would have been only one of a handful of coaches who would have done that.
No, you're right. Someone else, who knows? The Broncos might have got a really tasty offer to move back and still get Bo Nix.
I
don't
like
know.
Cam Ward. Now, okay, like Caleb Williams, first overall pick last year, he started week 1 for the Bears, right?
He did.
Did Jaden start right away?
Yes.
He did too. Okay.
Bo started as well.
Yes,
And
he
then
did.
It was, I keep forgetting the kid in New England, North Carolina quarterback.
Drake May.
Drake May had to wait till the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm. But Cam, first overall pick, you got to start him week 1. You couldn't have thrown Will Levis out there in Denver.
Well, but I'll tell you this. Here's why you might have, Spring, because this is a hell of a defense and you're coming to their place. And much like, look, Bo ended up having a good rookie season. Bo's first game wasn't anything to write home about, and I think Cam Ward's set for the same thing. This is not the defense you want to be starting your career against, I don't think.
You're talking about like a protect him type thing.
Well, yeah,
Don't
let him see a couple
lower his
games.
confidence.
Let him see a couple. Now, look, he may just win the job outright, and that's the guy you got to have, but I don't know that I'd be too psyched with the way that Denver gets to the quarterback to throw my young rookie out there and let him get battered possibly by this team.
No, I'm with you. And like I said, I like Cam Ward, but man, Titans coming here week 1, that's a win.
It's got to be.
In what universe is that not a win?
It's got to be.
It's a disaster, actually, if that's not a win.
I would agree. That needs to be a win. And look, Sean Payton's teams, and they were really good last year. The Broncos struggled against the elite of the AFC. The Broncos won every single game that they were supposed to win last year, and that's why they were a playoff team. And they've been very good about not giving away games that they should win. And if they can keep that up, I think they can move up the wild card standings. I'm not positive I'm ready to say that they're going to beat the Chiefs. We'll wait and see. The Chiefs are a wagon. I do think there's going to be a little bit of a hangover for that group. I know Jeff disagreed, but I think there's going to be a bit of a hangover.
Who was our offensive lineman that got bull rushed, and that's why Will Lutz got that kick blocked?
Oh, right. That was the backup center.
Poor guy. It wasn't Paul Chesky, was it?
It was Paul Chesky.
It was Paul
I like
Chesky?
Paul Chesky. I'm almost positive it was. I like Paul Chesky. I think it was.
No, maybe it was.
No,
gosh.
it was the backup center. It was the backup center who filled in for Wattenberg.
See, and good for you, guy, that I've forgotten your name, because that was a huge story. Broncos offensive lineman.
Chris says it's like Cincinnati losing to New England at home last year. That's what losing to the Titans would do.
Dude, I'm trying to look up the line. This has got to be Broncos minus 9.5 at least. Week 1. Broncos minus 7.5. I'd have that 9.5.
Okay. 7.5 is still a pretty good number. That's still a pretty good number. That's still a lot of confidence that the Broncos are going to get that
Alex
done.
Forsythe,
thank you. Your backup center. There we go. He's the one that played with Bo at Oregon. All right, we are going to come back and we're going to get into who are you most excited for coming up in the fall. And we've already covered a little of this today, but we've not brought up the Colorado Avalanche. And Spring is going to tell me why I need to be fired up about one of my favorite teams in the market. That's next. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Andy Lindahl. Nate Kreckman's taking his turn on vacation this week. Of course, we've got training camp really firing up towards the end. We'll be full go next week. Got a couple of warm-up practices that they're going to do on Wednesday, Thursday. We'll go get a good look at those. And then if you have tickets, and that's key, if you have tickets already received through the Broncos, you can go watch. There's a handful of people out every day, and Fridays, that's when all the stuff starts. We do want to tell you hello to our Twitch listeners. It's brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great fresh deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Went by Safeway today, picked up some chicken. So there you go, and we appreciate them sponsoring Twitch. One last piece of business, and then we're going to get into a little Avs talk and in general who you're excited about. But last week, listeners had a chance to pick the 3 Avalanche games they would attend of the schedule announced by the NHL. We have our winner from the TROY, Troy. Oh, our winner is Troy. I was like, wait a minute, did we name the contest something? Sorry, Spring. The winner is Troy from Denver, and he was selected from all the entrants. He chose the home opener against Utah, the Mammoth, with Tusk up. Got to work on that, gentlemen. Oh, well. He also chose Minnesota in March and Seattle in April. He'll be going to all 3 games in the club level. If you want to get your tickets to the Avs this season, single game tickets are on sale now. Visit coloradoavalanche.com/tickets to purchase now. Troy in Denver, congratulations.
Interesting selections. I get opening night.
Sure, it's one of the most juiced nights of the early going, right?
Minnesota in March, Seattle in April. Now, that'll be the stretch run. There'll probably be important games.
Well, Minnesota's a rival, so I get that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd go Dallas. I'm just gonna poo all over Troy right here. I'd go, Dallas. I'd go Vegas.
Well, maybe he wants a chance to get mad at Ryan Lindgren, and that's why he chose Seattle.
How dare you go to the Kraken?
So, and maybe that's just when he's in town.
Could be.
Those are important games, right?
No, they are. Don't get me wrong.
March and April are good times to be going to hockey games unless you got stuff wrapped up, and then maybe it's a little rough.
I think you had to choose a Dallas game because that's the rivalry. Now that Mikko Rantanen is a star,
what are the stars looking like these days? Have they rounded out their? I know. Did they pick a new coach? Who's their new coach?
I can't remember this guy's name.
He's a young guy, right?
Yeah, Glenn Gulutzin.
Okay. Good for him. Jamie Benn's back.
Yeah, he's young looking. Wyatt Johnston is now a Kraken. You remember he's a bag.
Okay. Well, we don't like.
Oh wait, no, not Wyatt. Yeah. No. Who am I thinking of? Mason Marchment. Excuse me. Mason Marchment is now a Kraken.
Wait, he left Dallas?
Yep.
And Mason he's now a Kraken?
Is now a Kraken. So yeah, you get to go see Mason Marchment. Troy does, along with Ryan Lindgren. Yeah, Marchment's gone.
What a shame.
Well, because when you pay Mikko Rantanen $12 million a year, some dudes have to go.
Oh, Dallas is going to be real top heavy. Dallas is going to encounter some of the problems that the Avs have here at short order. They're going to have to make some decisions and probably let go of some guys. Okay, you kind of now listen. I was gone. I wanted him to keep Lindgren just because I do think you need a physical defenseman, and he ended up getting paid the same price. And I love Josh Manson, who I know extended. But
brought in Brent Burns.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Well, look, Brent Burns is a signing that I'm going to take a little wait and see approach there. I know the guy is a minutes eater, okay? But he's older. Now, maybe he'll go Chelios and age won't matter to him, right? That's what I'm hoping. But I need a little something more. I still need a little. Burns is fine, okay?
I think the difference between him and Lindgren is rather negligible. And I think because of Burns's pedigree, despite his age, and he's 40, he's just got a way about him.
I like the signing by itself, but I still need another dude. Like, who's taking the Eric Johnson role? Is Burns the new Johnson? Is Johnson coming back?
I would doubt Eric Johnson is back unless it's just on, I don't know, some like super cheap, maybe even, can you even do a two-way deal? You can do a two-way, I don't know, but probably not.
And you and I already discussed this, okay? So I'm going to put that out there for everybody. What's the bottom 6 looking like? Because right now I'd just say underwhelming.
Well, so, Andy and I were talking before the show, and Andy's like, man, who are you more excited for this year, the Broncos or the Nuggets? And I'm like, what about the Avs, man?
I'm not there yet.
Now, but I get it. You know what's funny is that, like, in the winter, spring, one of the topics is, who do you have more faith for to win a championship, the Nuggets or the Avs? And I think everybody agreed, and especially around trade deadline time, all the moves that they made. Say what you want. I know what happened in the playoffs, but Drury and Natchez for Mikko isn't the worst. And then bringing in Coyle and Lindgren, and I'm forgetting somebody. It was like, man, and obviously they shored up the goaltending room, Blackwood and Wedgwood.
They brought in Brock Nelson, who they re-signed.
Brock Nelson, that's
the 2 you remember, the 2 now you've lost, sadly.
Go figure.
You traded Coyle and you lost Lindgren.
But I'd say the consensus was we felt better about the Avs. And funny enough, the Nuggets actually advanced a round further, even though Dallas was a very difficult first-round matchup, and that series did go 7. But here we are in late July, and the Avs are an afterthought.
Well, they're an afterthought because I still feel like now I think everybody's waiting to see if Evan Rodriguez is made available again by Florida, who's over the cap and has to do something. But they've not done it yet. So do you pick up an Evan Rodriguez again? But was Evan Rodriguez, what I think is funny is all of a sudden we're all pining for new toys, and I'll admit I fall into this too. And now you're just excited. Again, I think the new analogy is going to be the G.I. Joe character, to the point now where every time I see one of these accounts and I see some sorry G.I. Joe action figure, I'm going to start sending it to you and Nate over the thread of just even dudes I hadn't even heard of. But I don't want the medic. I'm not looking to provide medical help to my Joes. I feel like you're just trying to pick up, the lame G.I. Joe character that's left at Target because nobody wants. There's 500 of them and all the cool ones are gone.
Well, that's what the free agency market is like right now. Yeah, everyone's gone.
But I know. But are we all over Evan Rodriguez because he's like the best? He's better than anything else, and you just want an action figure that day?
Yeah,
you just want to talk your dad into it. You want quick kick real fast because he's better than Scarlet or the Baroness or the medic guy.
Look, there's no
or the weird bug dude.
They've got to be looking at somebody on the trade market, right?
Well, everybody keeps saying that, but nothing has happened yet. Yes, maybe they are.
But if it is via trade, there isn't a huge rush. Now, I wouldn't love opening the season with this bottom six. Your best player in the bottom six is Ross Colton, and outside of that, even Logan O'Connor's hurt. I don't know what his stat is. I don't think he's ready for the start of the season. Even so, it reminds me of the bottom six they started last season with. And I know the goaltending's better, but
see, Spring, this is my problem. Here's where my enthusiasm gets sour. Now, will I be excited when the Avs drop the puck? You betcha. I love watching hockey. I am regular season hockey guy. I'm playoff hockey guy. I love watching the Avs play. I love this team. I do. And I lose a little bit of my supposed to kind of just divorce yourself from your fandom when that happens. The problem is you traded, again, you talked about us feeling good about him last year. Well, we felt good because you acquired size. You acquired what we thought you needed.
They filled out 4 lines.
Yeah, and but the last 2 years you've traded for much needed size and physicality for playoff hockey, and both years all of that is left.
I think that Brent Burns fills the Lindgren void. Now,
okay,
they did just but Charlie Coyle's gone.
Coyle's gone,
and he was part of that. Size, center, can also play wing, versatile. It is odd that Charlie Coyle would have fit like a glove, right? Based on how the roster looks right now.
Yeah, he's the guy you need, especially down at 3C. And now you don't have him. You traded him. So, I realized you had to free up cap room.
But that tells me, because I can't imagine that Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland are sitting there like, dang it, we should have just held on to Coyle. There had to / has to be a greater vision here.
Yeah, but just because you have the vision doesn't mean you're able to pull it off. Doesn't mean that the trade you wanted to do, the people are going to dance. By the way, can I also, because you and I talked the night it happened, there needs to be an official moratorium. No more Sidney Crosby crap until it happens.
Okay, but that's
all I want to hear from is Chris McFarland. The only Twitter account that gets to tweet about a possible Sidney Crosby deal is Chris McFarland. That's it. I don't want to hear from Spittin' Chicklets anymore. I don't want to hear from Ryan Whitney. I don't want to hear from Kevin Weeks. I don't want to hear from rando guy that knew Kevin Weeks' source and trusted him. Only have to come back and go, sorry, source was wrong. You and I were ready to go live on YouTube because allegedly this Sidney Crosby deal is going down. And then nothing.
But the reason that we even kind of fell for it
is because they have a hole that they need to fill.
They have money available, and Sid makes all the sense in the world. Now, maybe it's somebody else, but I want to say a player of that ilk. I don't know if there is another player out there of the ilk of a Sidney Crosby, the greatest player of this generation. Now, he is older, but he's still damn good. Like, that's the move. Is that what they're gearing up for? I mean, I have no choice but to throw that out there again because it seems like they're waiting for something, and maybe Sid is the something.
I'm not buying it. Sid has got titles. Like, I think, you know what? I think Sidney Crosby is the hockey Chris Paul. His family, he has a family. I don't even know. Sid married, got kids, all that.
I believe so.
All right. Well, I know this. Guys don't love, because I know this from talking to guys in all sports that have been traded. You got to up your family. You know, Coyle talked to us a little bit about this. He was psyched to be a Boston. He's a Boston kid. He was happy to be home in Boston. So he was happy with the Avs, but yeah, it's a little tough. Kids are still out east and all that kind of stuff. I think Sidney Crosby is an established family in a town that he's absolutely adored in. He owns the town. There'll probably be Sidney steakhouses all over the place like there are Shanahan's and Elway's around here.
I get that.
And he's got trophies. This is not a guy that he's got his rings.
Okay.
If he didn't have a ring, then I would buy it. He's got his rings.
Tom Brady had rings and still wanted more, still wanted another.
Yeah, that's because he was sick of Belichick.
Yes, I understand that. There are examples of guys who still want more. You should want more. Is there any smoke or any fire to the smoke? I mean, so it wasn't just spitting chiclets and some random, fanboy bloggers. Even though
Kevin Weeks.
Kevin Weeks, yeah. Kevin Weeks has been right before. He's been wrong a lot of late.
But he's tried this twice on us, and he's been wrong. He pulled the same crap when Mikko got traded.
He must have heard something. They must have heard something.
Yeah, because the rando guy talked to Kevin Weeks. Rando guy wrote a whole tweet about it. He talked to Kevin Weeks' dude. And Weeks was smart enough to go, I'll let Rando guy tweet that the trade's going down. And all he did was put a picture of the Rocky Mountains up and let us jump to conclusions.
Just be super vague. And if you're wrong, you can just say,
I can say, well, I didn't say anything.
I just put a picture of the Denver skyline up for no apparent reason at all. But look, if I'm the NHL, if I'm Gary Bettman, I need this to happen.
No, you don't.
It is better for the league.
Gary Bettman.
If Sidney Crosby goes somewhere where he can actually compete, and it wasn't just Colorado. I saw people were connecting him to Montreal that night. It's a hockey. They're a good young team. I mean, the Avs make far more sense. They're far more built to win right now than Montreal is, even though I like that team. But it would be good for the league. Look at what the Four Nations just did for the sport. And I know we're going to have the Olympics here in the spring. But the Four Nations stuff, it faded by the time the playoffs got around. A great story for the league in the playoffs would be if Sidney Crosby was playing for a contender and the team that makes the most sense is Colorado.
Well, if we learned anything from the Cup ratings, they need Sid in an American city. And then they need Sid in the American city in the Stanley Cup going against a second American city.
I can think of no better American city than Denver.
That's fine. I don't believe this is the thing. I don't think he's leaving.
But whether it's Sid or not, the Avs have to be targeting someone.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't mean the team's going to want to make the trade. I feel safe telling you right now. You realize the Broncos, and it turned out they didn't need him. Broncos had everything worked out to acquire Joe Thomas of the Cleveland Browns. And you want to talk about wanting to get away from a stink franchise? All Joe Thomas probably had to do was really push the Browns. Let me go try to win a Super Bowl in 2015. He would have done it. I know the player that was going to rework his deal, and I'm not allowed to say that, but I know who was in the office ready to ink the new deal so they could afford Joe Thomas to be the left tackle the last half of the year. And Cleveland wouldn't shut up about it. And Cleveland asked for one more thing that finally upset John Elway, and that was it. And the Broncos went and won a Super Bowl anyway. My point being, the other team, you could target whoever you want. The other team has to be willing to play ball with you.
I understand that, and you're not wrong. I'm a big fan of Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland. I think they know what they're doing.
I do too. I'm not saying.
I'm not just trying to toe the company line here. I would say that if I worked elsewhere or if I was anywhere else. I think they're very savvy. So I'll equate it to this, okay? I think these dudes are freaking brand new. They just got these jobs. Ben Tenzer and John Wallace seemed pretty confident that Jonas Valanciunas would play here. And, of course, he's under contract. They had a very good inclination, but they had a ton of confidence. I feel like there is a sense of confidence here as well, that they're targeting somebody and they know what they're doing and they're confident they're going to get it done. Just like Tenzer and Wallace were confident that
but that doesn't
Valanciunas
mean I
would
have to
play
be
here.
excited till I see it. Okay, because the question is, who are you most excited for? I'm not telling you I'm not going to watch the Avs. I'm not on boycott or anything. I'm always excited to watch Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and the group play. I'm excited to see what Gabe Landeskog can do, and can he bring maybe some balance and chill back to the room that I think sometimes Nathan McKinnon turns the heat pretty high up in, okay? I'm excited for all that, but I'm more excited to see if the Broncos can live up to the hype and if the Nuggets can be everything I think. Frankly, really, in a logical sense, if I'm not caught up in the time of year, I'm most excited for the Broncos right now because it's all about to get started, and I absolutely love football in the NFL, okay? But when it comes to really watching a team that I think has the true top to bottom pieces to challenge for the championship, it's the Nuggets. And maybe the Avs get there. Maybe they do. But all I know is right now, a lot of what you traded for the last 2 years has walked away, and I feel like you're in the situation where somehow you're going to have to rebuild it again. And when you do it, I'll lead the bandwagon. But right now, you're not in my top. You're the third in my top 3 of being excited to watch because I'm a touch bitter.
Of course, that's the way it is. They are number 3 right now on the excitement power rankings. And they need to change that. And they need to make a move. And I'm calling it. I am predicting they will. They will make the move that satisfies you and me and everybody else. They will.
Okay, I hope they do. I hope they do. They've also given up a lot of things to make those moves in the past, and at some point you may have to just refill the bank account. You may have to just let the clock run.
They
You may have
just
to work
drafted
a
a
little
few
overtime.
dudes. I think that they have tradable prospects. The Ilya Nabokov goaltender. They don't really need, if they believe in Mackenzie Blackwood, they don't need Nabokov.
Well, I mean, look, I love him. They don't technically need Wedgwood. I think Wedgwood is the perfect backup goaltender and brings a lot of levity to the room.
This is the last year Wedgwood's under contract.
He could be very desirable.
He's getting into his mid-30s. Maybe they can bring, maybe the woodshed is what it is for the next few years. I could see them re-signing Scott Wedgwood, in which case you absolutely don't need Ilya Nabokov. And that's a trade piece to go get somebody.
Okay, but you could also trade Wedgwood if someone needs a veteran netminer to kind of run things.
You could do that.
We'll see.
They're doing something, Andy. I promise you.
I trust those guys. They've got championship pedigrees. But it doesn't mean that I got to be psyched. I love my kids. Doesn't mean I'm psyched with them all the time.
Dude, and I'll end it with this. I might be the dumbest sucker in the history of planet Earth. I think it'll be Sidney Crosby. I do.
I almost don't want to hear about it anymore.
I know that it seems like, even saying it out loud makes it feel even less likely that it'll happen. But I'm saying it.
Trying to think who else has been more talked about as a potential trade to Denver that has never happened. It felt like Bradley Beal was that guy for a while. Remember that? Every year the Nuggets are going to trade somehow for Bradley Beal, and it never happened.
Would Aaron Rodgers have been via trade? We talked about Rodgers for a while.
Yeah, Rodgers was going to be a trade. But that was only 2 years, and not really even that, because Hackett was gone and we knew he wasn't coming the second year. So that was one off-season dalliance. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wrapping up this Monday edition of Kreckman and Lindahl. What is this? I got a lot of... I came in, I think, to an angry... I finally got my first angry texter. Someone's mad that they want me to be more excited about the Avs.
Well, they said pull that stick out of your butt.
Yeah.
I'll read it.
Go ahead. Look, man.
I ain't pulling it out. I'll say that.
When it happens, then I'll be psyched. But right now, look, I'm good time guy. I'm excited for both the Nuggets and the Broncos. I think it's going to be great.
This texter says also it's about season ticket sales. Pittsburgh will never let go of Sid. I know that Sid will hand deliver the season tickets to Penguins fans at their houses. Dude, so what? Pittsburgh suck. The Penguins suck.
I get it, but you got to understand, Sid is their Charlie Blackman.
Oh, yeah, holding on to Charlie Blackman, that worked out well.
No, I'm with you. I know,
but
I think that's where they're at. That's what he is. It's why I don't buy that they're going to trade him here.
Okay, but much like the Rockies,
I'd love to have him, please.
Much like the Rockies, what's more important, holding on to a bygone era for the sake of a few extra ticket sales, or revamping, restarting, rebuilding your team as soon as possible?
Okay, but what does the package from the Avs look like that gets you rebuilt?
It's the young goaltender Nabokov. It's maybe that Mikhail Gulyayev defenseman prospect. A pick. They just drafted a couple prospects. I'm sure they got some picks. It's stuff like that, and then there's some NHL money that goes back as well. And there are guys who you could pencil in for that.
Yeah, but look, if it happens, great. I'm just done with and I told you, because twice, you and I were literally ready. What was that, a month ago on the draft?
You especially, you called me.
Oh, I called you. I'm like, you be ready. We're going on YouTube if this happens. I don't care who all we got. I called Connor. Connor was at another event. He's like, this. I go, yes, this. If it happens, you're joining us. Me, Spring, and you. We're talking. We're doing this thing.
I've been on the Sid train, but they had just extended Brock Nelson. But now I've talked to some people about this. Nobody no inside information, but just lineup logistics. Because I'm okay, you just spent big money on a 2C. Crosby's a center. That's going to be a very expensive. What is Brock Nelson, your third line center?
Yeah, for $7 million.
But maybe you're playing Crosby on the wing, McKinnon on the wing on the same line, something like that. And just the fact that it's been weeks now. Now my antennas are back up. What are we doing?
Well, I do think they're waiting, because who else is over the cap? There's two teams over the cap. It's Florida and who else?
I don't know.
Is it Dallas? There's another team that's over the cap that I know a lot of NHL teams are hoping to pick up some of the pieces as they try to get back under the cap. Now, Florida's the main one because they literally paid everybody, and everybody thinks that Evan Rodriguez back to Denver would be a good idea. But I would ask you, when Evan Rodriguez left, I thought everybody was like, well, it was fine, but not really what you hope for. And now all of a sudden we're all pining for that to return?
No one's pining for it in the sense of that's a savior, but at a cheap price point for a bottom six player, sure. And to shift a little bit, because you brought up Charlie Blackman, and you've seen how that organization operates.